101 Here's a little lesson in trickery. Philip quietly sipped on a cup of tea as he watched Eris and the other children play in the distance. It was the morning after their arrival at Bina village. Many stressful events had occurred since then, and since his father was handling the nobles back in the kingdom, a great deal many were likely waiting for Philip back at home. Particularly since his brothers wouldn't take lightly to the fact that he was now aligned with the proper head of the Nodos family as well as the second princess. But Philip decided to take a page out from his cousin's playbook and worry about that later. Instead, he decided to take the chance to relax in these peaceful and rural farmlands. Although Philip took a look around his immediate surroundings and frowned. I was unaware that I paid Paul this much. There was an entirely new house separate from the one that should have been there. Not only that, but the new house was sleek and looked carved out of pure stone. Sturdy enough to serve as a makeshift fortress as needed while having enough rooms to house a dozen different people. Compared to the manor in ROA, it wasn't that impressive. But for a minor night out in rural farmlands, it definitely was. And that didn't even take into account the sleek and carefully constructed paved areas around the back of the house that were specifically for games or the artificial water body strictly for swimming. At that time, Hilda walked over to sit beside Philip, carrying a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Philip looked up at her and raised an eyebrow. Drinking so early in the day? Hilda shrugged and said, it was a gift from Pierre. He said that we would likely need it to loosen up a bit. Philip frowned. Pierre. That mysterious individual who was on par with the dragon god Orsted while claiming to be a Grere. And also someone who disappeared the moment they arrived back at Bina village after saying something about having to check up on his wife. He was still suspicious. Someone that Philip took note of to follow up on later. But at the least he seemed to be on their side for the moment, though Philip wondered just how long that would last. Then again, with how ridiculous Paul was becoming, that might be a non-issue in the future. Here. Hilda handed Philip a glass. Philip eyed the glass and frowned. It was a beautiful deep red color, glistening like a ruby with the sunlight. But that color of wine also tended to easily conceal poison. Then again, with the fact that they were in the presence of the dragon god, would that man really? Hilda rolled her eyes and then raised the glass to Philip's lips, tilting some wine into his mouth. PFT. Philip spluttered and quickly dabbed his mouth. After that, he glared at Hilda and said, have you no caution at all? And you think too much, husband. Hilda shook her head and took the glass back, taking a long drink from it. Afterwards, she let out a content sigh and looked into the distance. You should be more like our Eris there and relax. In the distance, Eris and Rudy faced off against each other on one of the paved areas that Rudy called a basketball court. Sylphie stood off to the side, watching the two. Rudy was holding a ball, casually bouncing it on the ground while smiling at Eris. Unlike him, Eris was completely focused. Her eyes were sharp, scanning Rudy's body and following the ball. Not only that, but her body was tense, as if ready to pounce at any moment. I do not think you can call Eris's current situation as being relaxed, dear. That's because she takes after you, husband. Hilda sipped on the wine some more and smiled. Are you certain you do not want any? It's quite sweet. You can barely taste the alcohol at all. I am fine. Bah. Hilda frowned and said, you're still too uptight. We're going to be here for a few more days, are we not? Loosen up a bit. Do you want Eris to think that we are here just out of formality? Philip paused, remembering Eris's expression last night. And then he sighed and reached out his hand. Fine. Pour me a glass as well. Considering the other headaches happening in the background, Philip could use a pick-me-up. Hilda smiled and poured another glass of wine, handing it over to Philip. This time, he took it from her. Staring at the glistening ruby wine, he still hesitated. But after looking at Eris again, he shook his head and took a sip. Sweet, refreshing. And instead of clouding his mind like Philip thought it would, he felt vaguely energized. Philip frowned and stared at the glass. Is this really wine? Apparently it's magical wine. At least, that's what Pierre said before he left. Something to make up for the trouble. Philip hummed and took another sip from the wine. It was good. Better than even the best from Milbots, the land famed for alcohol. Well, that and the land infamous for the breast-loving Nodos family. Still. Damn it, Rudy. How do you keep making those shots? It's called spin, airy. And I told you already. Raw speed and power isn't going to help in these sorts of things. Then explain making the shot all the way from half-court. Ah. Well, I guess that needs a bit of power. But it's all about control. Sylphie giggled and said, like how easily you control area around the court. Eris blushed and said, shut up, Sylphie. After that, she glared at Rudy and crossed her arms. Whatever. Take your shot already, rude. Are rude. Yeah. Because you're rude to me all the time. Rude. An energetic and childish argument. Eris was upset and acting out. But at the same time, she wasn't really angry. Not like how she was at the manor at least. Seeing that, Philip chuckled and sipped on his wine. Hilda looked over and said, "Is something funny?" "A bit." He stared at Eris and then looked over at Rudy. "I'm just amused at how well this worked out. It was a long shot. Something decided on a whim at first. And from the start, it seemed like something doomed to fail. After all, Eris was volatile and spoiled beyond belief while Rudius was a mature child that was serious and skilled enough to beat Soros into submission, both in words and in strength. Then there was the fact that Rudius was already clearly involved with that young elf girl who was just as capable. Philip would have been happy if Eris just had a place to stay. But to see her relaxed and enjoying herself, and even tolerating being teased like that. Philip looked towards his wife and said, "It seems that Eris takes after you a great deal as well." Hilda blinked. "Me? Yes." Philip sipped on his wine and smiled. "After all, both of you tolerate a great deal when it comes to the one you love. Like mother like daughter, is it not?" Hilda scoffed and then smacked Philip's arm. Philip chuckled and stared at Eris. Yes. This was unexpected. For their violent daughter to get along with others and be that happy. Even if the betrothal in the end didn't go through, this was fine. "That's pig, airy. Game. I want a rematch. Double or nothing. If you say so." Philip smiled. Yes. It was fine. Especially if he could watch his cute daughter flustered and embarrassed like this some more. "Eris. Try harder. You can't expect to win against that cute elf girl like that." Mom. What are you talking about? Or it could just be another headache for him to deal with later. Philip sighed and drained his glass before topping it up again. A forest clearing a short distance away from Bina village. There, Rostalina leaned against a tree, idly humming as she swung a basket back and forth. A slight breeze picked up, sending a few strands of Rostalina's hair flying. And then an exasperated male voice echoed. "You really waited out here by yourself?" Rostalina straightened and looked over at the speaker, smiling. "Well, I couldn't wait back at the house, could I? My beloved master is too shy to show his face." Pierre stepped out from behind a tree and walked over to Rostalina, fixing her hair. As he did, he said, "It's not being shy. It's being cautious. Especially since I don't know what else that crazy bastard is up to. Honestly, sending in those monsters, blatantly turning those knights into zealots and stirring up all that chaos with moving the sword god and water god." He frowned and said, "I'm starting to think that he's going to try something ridiculous just to flip the board over." Rostalina tilted her head and said, "Isn't that fine? You're here, aren't you, Pierre?" "For now." Pierre looked up at the sky and said, "But I'm starting to get worried. The metastasis event shouldn't happen since we resolved the mana distortion from that priestess. But then that crazy guy went ahead and threw his divine powers all over the place pulling strings in that last event." Rostalina frowned. "Shouldn't he not be able to do that? If he wants a place to rule over, yet. But if he stopped caring." Pierre placed his hand over his sword and muttered, "We'll be fine, but I'm worried about Rudy here." He looked over at Rostalina and said, "You said they merged." Rostalina paused and said, "I'm not sure if they completely merged. But at the least it seems like the older Rudius and Rudy had a chat about his timeline." "Great." Pierre pinched his nose and said, "Another spanner in the works. Arg. Maybe I shouldn't have shown up in front of Sylphie. She would have been fine, but it made that guy too paranoid." Rostalina wrapped her arms around Pierre's shoulders and said, "Well, it'll be fine, won't it? You're here to keep things from getting worse, aren't you?" "Again, for now." Pierre frowned and said, "But even I can only do so much. The technique god doesn't have a concrete anchor point in this timeline until that happens, so I'll get kicked out and have to find my way back from the other side if I interfere too directly." "So you're saying that you're just dead weight right now?" "Yes." Rostalina rolled her eyes. "Some all-powerful technique god you are, master." Pierre nodded. "Right. Technique god. Emphasis on the technique. And no technique exists yet that can go beyond the world's natural order, so I'm stuck like this." Rostalina placed her finger on her chin and said, "So in other words, you can't do anything right now. Your powers are limited, and you're worried about what might happen in the future. Is that not obvious?" Pierre frowned. "And you're concerned about Rudy and his family?" "Of course." Pierre nodded and said, "We might be different people and those aren't the same, but I still worry about them. Not to mention that if things can change." "Great. Then let's introduce you, hubby." "Wait, what?" Rostalina smiled. Pierre gave her a blank look. And then he narrowed his eyes. "No. Rostalina, no. This is a terrible idea. You worry too much. Just leave it to me, okay? We just need a bit of hair dye, a mask, and then it'll work out fine. Besides, I've missed you a lot. You won't leave me alone again, will you, master? Rostalina finished with a puppy dog look. Pierre stared at her and then let out a deep and suffering sigh. The Guerre family household, inside the living room. There, a group of 4 women sat around the table while a man awkwardly stood off to the side. Zenith, Lilia, Rose, and Rostalina. Rostalina smiled and said, "See, Zenny? I told you I had a man." Zenith eyed the mysterious man that Rostalina brought back with her. The first thing that stuck out was his mask. It was plain. A pure white slab that looked carved out of marble with just thin slits for the eyes. The second thing that stuck out was his hair, a deep violet hue that looked like the night sky. It was also a bit messy, with his bangs draping over the top of his mask. And the third thing that stuck out was the fact that Zenith couldn't see any mana from him. Ever since Rudy had given her the ability to see mana, she had used it on everyone she saw. And everyone she had seen had at least a little bit of colored mana floating around inside of them. But the man was empty. Not a single speck of light flickered from within him. And even his sword was empty, which was strange since metal usually at least had a thread of earth mana hovering around. Zenith frowned and said, "And what's your man's name, Lena?" "Perry." "Perry." "Yab." Zenith stared at Perry and said, "And is there a reason why he isn't talking for himself?" Rostalina hugged Perry and said, "This dummy recently went adventuring and got this cursed mask stuck on his face. It's harmless and will fall off in a few weeks, but until then he can't say a word." "Right." Zenith glanced over at Lilia and said, "What do you think, Lily?" Lilia stared at the masked man, frowning. "Your name is Perry?" The man nodded. "Perry. Is that a pet name for Pierre?" The man paused and then shook his head. Lilia didn't look convinced. But after a while, she nodded and said, "Well. If you are Rostalina's beloved, I suppose it's fine no matter who you are. Just know that our other guests won't take kindly to you disturbing them. Understand?" Perry nodded and stuck up his thumb. Lilia shook her head. Rose looked at Perry and then back at Rostalina. "Mother-in-law." Rostalina looked back and said, "Yes, dear. Have I said yet how you have a strange taste in men?" Rostalina laughed. Perry placed his hand over his mask and shook his head. 102 en passant. The house has been pretty lively recently. Miss Rostalina's boyfriend. Husband? Partner? Partner. Anyway, her partner recently showed up at the house to visit. Apparently he's a famous adventurer who ran into trouble with a cursed mask and wanted to take a break to spend time with Miss Rostalina until the curse wore off. Personally, I thought he was suspicious. Especially since Dad, Mama Lily, Uncle Philip, and Auntie Hilda were all giving him weird looks. Not to mention that the guy seemed vaguely familiar. Something about his silhouette, but at least he wasn't someone on being WS side. Orsted also vouched for him, so that was the end of that discussion. And speaking of Orsted. You have grown stronger. He was hanging around our house. My house? Yeah, I'm just gonna call the new house my house from now. Anyway, he was hanging around my house whenever Ariel was preoccupied chatting with Mama Lily or playing with Norn and Aisha. And right now, it seemed like he didn't have anything to do since he was watching me train. I swung my sword through the air, testing out ways to reinforce my body using the same method as with creating everything else. In other words, believing that I was stronger and imagining my mana reinforcing my body. A snap echoed as my sword whipped through the air. And then I felt a crack as my body overextended. I quickly flooded my body with healing mana and straightened. When I did that, I felt a jab of pain and a muscle cramp. But it quickly started fading. And a great deal more reckless as well. Orsted added as he stared at me. I lowered my sword and glanced at him. And you've gotten more relaxed since I last saw you. Orsted nodded and said, I have less concerns than before. More questions, but in sum, all is well. Good for you. I shifted my gaze away from him and focused on my sword. Just thinking it wasn't good enough. It seemed like you still needed a proper image for things to work. That or I didn't believe hard enough. Maybe it was necessary to practice my concentration and willpower? Did I need to do some meditation or something? Well, that was for the future. It'd be nice to be able to go all in the beginning there was the word and just will things and concepts to happen, but I guess it was sufficient to just use an image for now. I shook my head and then recalled the pattern that I did the first time against Orsted. A mesh of mana, tightly woven together and overlaying my muscles like an artificial layer of muscles. That worked. All of a sudden, I felt my body get lighter. And a few casual swings showed that my speed got better too. But... Still limited by my age. Right. That form of enhancement was still limited by my body. Since I was small, I could only do so much to add onto it. While I could keep stacking layers of mana to basically form a mech suit, it was too bulky. Great for being a tank, but not for fighting with a sword or moving around. Maybe that could be solved with teleporting? Warp magic of some kind? Orsted spoke up and said, should I teach you? I looked over at him and frowned. Not that I don't appreciate the offer, Orsted. But don't you have anything better to do? This guy was being W's mortal enemy. I got why he came here with Princess Ariel, since making her queen would be useful setup for the future. But just standing around like that? No. Oh. Really? Orsted nodded and said, Princess Ariel is playing with your sisters. And you don't want to train? Orsted paused and then said, would you like your home to become a wasteland? Words that sounded like a threat. If Mom or Mama Lily heard that, they would panic and sick Dad on him. Probably. But I understood his reasoning. It was basically the same reason why I stopped testing out elemental magic outside of carefully controlled experiments on shaping raw elements. Namely, things would get out of hand and probably wipe out half of the continent if something went wrong. Yet, having high-density mana was spooky if you tried using it for normal stuff. Kind of like trying to start a fire with liquid oxygen. Bad idea. Fair. I conjured a chair and sat down. After that, since Orsted was still standing there, I conjured another chair for him and said, take a load off. He raised an eyebrow but nodded and sat down across from me. After that, I made a glass of water for myself and took a sip, mulling over what I still had to do. Since so many guests were over, I couldn't do too much. There were some things I wanted to talk with everyone about, but I didn't want to bring it up when it could be overheard. Mostly by Rostalina, Eris's parents, and that weird Perry guy. Eris's parents because they couldn't really protect themselves or any information they picked up. Also because I still found it weird how Soros acted when I went over there with Dad. Rostalina. While Mom and Dad knew her, and while she was Sylphie's grandma, she was still suspicious. Clearly she knew more than she let on. And her husband/boyfriend/lover Perry was even more suspicious. Especially since I could barely see him. It was weird. For some reason, he was always blurry and out of focus. Kind of like staring at an optical illusion. And apparently, it was only to me. You seem to have a lot on your mind for a child, Rudius. I looked up to see Orsted staring at me with a concerned look. Well, concerned for him. It was still pretty intimidating, but I could see his eyes softened a bit. Did he have a weak spot towards kids? I remembered him smiling a bit with Norn and Aisha too. But as to his question, I sipped on my water and nodded. You could say that. There was still the issue with being W. From what Dad said, that guy was taking more active steps in things. Of course, things were resolved, but that was because Orsted happened to be in the area. Ah, wait. I stared at Orsted. He stared back. Hey, Orsted. Yes. Are you a time traveler? Silence. Orsted's golden eyes narrowed. There wasn't any hostility in them, but they were sharp. As if trying to peer through me. I met his gaze without flinching. It was pretty intimidating though. Even without that weird mana thing that being W stuck on him, the fact that Orsted was super strong didn't just disappear. But after a while, he slowly nodded. It is something to that effect. And you? He frowned and said, I can understand Laplace's gambit and the result of inheriting a great portion of his abilities and memories. However, you seem to be a result of more than just that. I laughed. It's complicated. I'm not really a time traveler, but it's something like that too. I wasn't the person who went back in time. Rudius Grere did though. Well, he did a time leap and sent his mind back somehow. Not sure if that really counted. Especially if it was the result of being W doing some tampering in it that let him be here. Is that so? Orsted looked thoughtful, his eyes absently scanning the air, as if flipping through notes in his head. Interesting. He looked at me and said, care to elaborate? Was it because I showed my worth to him before? The fact that I made it clear I didn't like being W? Or was he serious about that offer from before about working with me? Whatever the case, Orsted was taking me seriously. And conveniently, there wasn't anyone around to interrupt our chat this time and think he was a bad guy. Especially since he cleared things up a bit. Though I think Master Roxy still had a grudge against him. But anyway. Do you know anything about a monocalamity coming soon? Ah, I think it might also be called a metastasis event. That was the big concern. Or rather, the big question mark. According to Rudius, it should be happening fairly soon. And for something that big, there should at least be signs of it happening. But I didn't see anything. I vaguely remembered seeing something back in the sky when we visited the citadel of Roa, but it was gone now. Orsted furrowed his brow and said, no. Neither of those are familiar. But if they are to you. Does the river of time flow in multiple streams? I paused. Wait. So you don't know about that? It's supposed to be a pretty major event. You know, the disappearance of the entire Fadoa region via massive teleportation? Worldwide search parties? Years of scouting and adventurers looking for survivors. The only notable events in this century should be Princess Ariel's ascent and a revolution in the Chiron kingdom resulting in its conversion to a republic. A monocalamity. No. He shook his head. I have never witnessed such an event. Really? Yes. All right. I had a headache now. I could confirm the hypothesis Rudius had about Orsted being a time looper. The way he talked about those events made it sound like he experienced them more than once. There was also his extremely polished skills. Though those could just be natural talent. Still. From the way he talked. Did that mean that this loop was separate from what Rudius experienced? Ah, wait. There was something else too, right? No, someone else. How about someone called Seven Shooting Stars? A masked lady that was by Orsted's side when Rudius first met him in that guy's timeline. It was still a bit early, but... No. Are you sure you're a time traveler? Orsted frowned and said, are you? You know. At this point, I'm not sure. I frowned and went over what Rudius told me. That guy was clearly me. Or at least, a version of me. But it seemed that our lives split pretty early on. And not just from our rebirth here in this world. The guy didn't go into his past very much, but from what he implied, it was pretty different. Was this a world line change then? Like STN's, GTE? Or was it an actual parallel timeline sort of deal? Not only that, but Rudy didn't mention anything about Princess Ariel becoming queen or a revolt. Then again, he had become a super edgelord after Master Roxy died in childbirth. And that was another weird thought. That guy was married to both Master Roxy and Sylphie while Eris was his first love who still liked him even after he cheated on her. Come to think of it, Rudius was kind of an asshole. And a pervert. And pretty twisted. Yeah. I guess multiverse theory was just weird like that. But then. From what I know, there should be a big monocalamity in a couple of years that wipes out this entire region. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that will happen. Though I also don't know exactly why it happens either. Damn it, alternate me. Why didn't you work on training your memory too? Just what the heck were you doing in your boring baby years to pass the time if not that? I could really use all of those finer details right about now. Orsted crossed his arms and tilted his head, thinking. If Laplace is behind your presence, then it is possible that your method of return differs from mine. He paused and looked at me. Do I appear in your memory? Yeah. I nodded and said, it's supposedly a bit of a rough start. He raised an eyebrow. Worse than our first encounter. I paused to think about that. Considering Rudius mentioned getting a hole punched in his chest. I'd say so. Ah, and I think you also weren't aware of the monocalamity? Or something. Rudius brushed over it, but he did mention that 7 shooting star person researching it. And now I wish I had probed him for more details about that instead of his magic research and what happened to everyone else. No. It was better this way. After all, that guy came from the end of a life that had a much different starting point than mine. Didn't he talk a bit about how he would have been heading off to teach Eris in ROA or something by now? Right. So it was better that I just had the broad strokes instead of clinging to things that probably wouldn't happen. Though that monocalamity. And it was not caused by an early revival of Laplace. I looked at him and said, you keep mentioning Laplace and me having a lot of his abilities. Are you talking about the demon god Laplace? Yes. And you do. Although since you are unaware, it seems that was likely not the source in your memories. I paused to think about it. Yeah. Rudius would definitely have mentioned if he was the reincarnation of the demon god or if he ran across the demon god. Even if he was an old man and going a bit senile due to both regret and fueled by decades of revenge, that was definitely something he would have brought up. Which meant we were back at square one about this upcoming big major catastrophe. I finished drinking my water, wishing very much that I had some headache medicine. And no, healing magic didn't help with that. At least, not the sort of headache I had right now. Orsted frowned and then said, in that case, it seems that Hitagami no, being W must be involved. He paused and said, and there were some oddities in the Milbots region. The flow of mana had been strange there. I tossed my glass of water aside, dissolving it into mana. After that, I placed my elbows on my knees and leaned forward to think, resting my head on my laced fingers. Alright. So maybe I was tempting fate a bit too much about that disc, one thought I had when chatting with Dad. Orsted didn't know anything about that big incident, but then again, he didn't seem to in Rudius's timeline as well. In that case, it was possible that Rudius was on a divergent timeline from the loops that Orsted usually had. It was probably something like Orsted running a roguelike game, keeping all of his skills but resetting his level every time and trying to reach the true ending. Not only that, but it was probably a roguelike where doing the same actions led to the same results. Except this was reality. You couldn't do things exactly the same way each time. But even so, there was probably a decent margin of error. Especially with Orsted's already aloof personality. Then where did Rudius Grere fit in? The Orsted I knew didn't recognize me. That meant that I wasn't in his loops before now. And it seemed like the Orsted that Rudius knew didn't recognize him either. While I was definitely in a different timeline than Rudius, we had similar starting events in this world. After all, Norn and Aisha were born. Sylphie was my first friend. Master Roxy took me as her student. Eris. Well, that was definitely different. But it was also a result of my different personality from Rudius. Knowing him, he probably would have let Dad go off by himself with Ghislaine instead of forcibly trying to hold him back. After all, he didn't have very close family ties. At least, that was the vibe I got from him. But anyway, even though the details were different, key points were the same. Sylphie was my best friend and someone I liked a lot. We both admired Master Roxy. We both met Eris in ROA after a chaotic event. And come to think of it, that guy mentioned having a fight with Paul before meeting Ghislaine and Eris too, right? So that was another similarity. Then, if the pattern continued about key events. Wait. Princess Ariel definitely never showed up in Bina village. And Rudius never met her until he was grown up. And Master Roxy never came back to stay with us. Dad also apparently never went off to pull that stunt in ROA. Which meant that all sorts of things were different. And that also meant that the butterfly effect would mean that things would go completely off the rails. Unless fate was a thing too? Where key events had to happen no matter what unless active steps were taken to avoid them. Wait. Being W was a thing. And while I didn't know if he knew about time travel shenanigans, as the supposed god of humanity, and from the visions that he gave Rudius, he definitely knew about fate. Which meant that he would be pushing things to certain events. Like the Mana Calamity. Especially since it would be devastating to me personally by scattering my friends and family as well as killing a lot of people off. But if it was a Mana Calamity, then it shouldn't be a problem for me. I didn't know much about teleport spells and summoning magic, but I definitely knew a lot about stalling and preventing foreign mana from getting into the surroundings. And now that I had those tips from Rudius about the fundamental nature of mana, I just needed a bit more research to protect the area. Although... Rudius. Orsted's voice. I blinked and realized that I had been ignoring him. My face heated up and I coughed. Sorry about that. He shook his head. It's fine. Did you realize something? Yes, and no. I frowned, still mulling over how to prepare for the future. I couldn't go around the entire Fadoa region and place down barriers to stabilize mana distortions or prevent being WS interference. After all, I was just a kid. Not only that, but I was pretty sure people would get super suspicious and go out of their way to dismantle them. So how? Wait. I turned to look at Orsted. He looked back, tilting his head. Hey, Orsted. My pal. He blinked and hesitantly responded. Yes. You want to stop being W, right? Of course. And you'd obviously take steps to foil whatever plan he's doing, right? Obviously. Great. I clapped my hands together and said, then I've got a few spells to teach you that will definitely help you out and piss him off. A dark void, in a dimension just beyond the human world. There, a certain god glared at the world below him. Those cheating bastards. It was wrong. All wrong. Sure, he flipped the board. It was a bit much, but it was well in his authority to send a few visions and move a few apostles around. And since he had given up on seeing the future, he had more freedom to act. And so when he saw Paul Grere and Lilia Grere head off alone with the Boreas to Millbots, he took the chance to finish them off. But... how the hell did this happen? Hitagami ran his hand through his non-existent hair and growled. Paul Grere doesn't get this strong. Lilia Grere should be crippled. And why is Bina village still invisible to me? It made no sense. Fate and destiny should be on his side. He was the god of this world. He decided what should happen and how. But even when he went out of his way to make it impossible, to ensure what he wanted came to pass, it fell apart. Someone interfered and ripped it to shreds. Not only that, but things were changing. People whose destiny should have run out were alive. Others who should have stayed alive had disappeared. And then there was still that wild card holed up in a place where Hitagami couldn't see or reach. Rudius Grere. Hitagami gnashed his teeth and glared at Bina village. He had helpers. That had to be the explanation. At least one. There was at least one person helping him who could not only distort destiny, but were unaffected by Hitagami's authority. TCH. Time was flowing. At this rate, Hitagami's advantage from flipping the board over would be washed away. Rudius Grere was a ticking time bomb. And a bomb that not only shortened its fuse as time went on, but got bigger as it did as well. Hitagami was sure of it. Unlike in that other timeline, if he allowed Rudius to grow, Hitagami wouldn't just end up as an eternal prisoner. And since Hitagami's future simply vanished, I have to do it. Hitagami glared at Bina village. No, at the entire Azura kingdom with bloodshot eyes. Mana and simple teleportation won't work. That kid's helper can rip it apart somehow. But from what I learned in Millbots, spatial rifts. Suggestions sent in the form as visions. Quiet whispers to cement doubts and suspicions. And the weakened seal on the person that would just love to have a second crack at wiping out humanity. All right, Rudy. Hitagami smiled and said, I'll admit. You played me and bought some time. I'll give you that. But now I know. He narrowed his eyes and said, my dear mortal enemy. I'm not pulling any punches anymore. Cracks started to appear over the world. Not just in the sky, but across the land, in the deepest recesses of the earth, in the sea. Watching all of that, Hitagami hummed and said, a god should run a purge with an apocalypse every now and then, shouldn't he? Mad cackles echoed throughout the void. 103 Castling. The perimeter of Bina village, near the forest. There, Paul sheathed his sword and then stared at the pile of monster corpses stacked in front of him. Frowning, he turned his head back and said, hey, Laws. You've been patrolling longer than me. Is it normal to have this many monsters around? Laws placed his bow on his back and then walked over, frowning. The elven man ruffled his blonde hair and said, no. And stranger still, Miss Roxy has continually placed barriers throughout the area on our patrols to prevent mana from accumulating. Which means that these monsters probably weren't created here, hey. Paul's frown deepened. Damn it, what's going on? Laws looked at Paul and said, perhaps it is because of your guests. Paul glanced at him and snorted. As if. He turned his attention back to the monster corpses and said, these guys would be running in fear from the dragon god, not running towards him. Not only that. He flipped one of the monster corpses over to take a better look at it. Since they were attacking all at once, Paul didn't really take a close look. But now that they were all dead and he had the chance. These aren't from around here. A mixed mess of monsters. Instead of mutated animals, like the terminate boars and feral bears, these monsters were actual monsters. Kobolds, orcs, some reptilian creatures. Paul recognized them from his adventuring days. And because of that, he also recognized that they weren't from around here. Laws frowned and said, could a dungeon have formed? Paul focused, shifting his vision to observe the ambient mana. And then he shook his head. It's not that. Nothing's out of the ordinary in terms of mana. He glanced back at the monster corpses and frowned. So how did these guys get here? A few of the monsters in the pile were from the Meles continent. For them to be all the way here in the Fedoa region, let alone in Bina village. Paul shook his head. Whatever. We'll just have to keep a closer eye out. After saying that, he swung his sword and ripped the corpses apart, shredding them until nothing was left but a faint crimson mist. Laws gave Paul a pointed stare. What? Laws shook his head. Nothing. Now, shall we continue with our patrol? On the other side of Bina village, near the open plains facing the citadel of Roa. There, Roxy knelt on the ground, carefully checking her barrier spells. Skiing? Mercy floated next to her, shifting into a silver question mark. Roxy glanced over and frowned. I'm also confused, Mercy. It was the usual morning patrol. While Laws and Paul went out to hunt for monsters, Roxy went around to do maintenance on the barrier spells she laid down to both disperse ambient mana and to act as an emergency fortress wall. Usually, there was nothing wrong. Her calculations and formations were perfect. Unchanged and undamaged. But today was different. How odd. Roxy muttered while taking a closer look. The barrier's spells were still whole. The magic circles she drew weren't distorted or disturbed. Not only that, but the spells were still active. And yet, why are there cracks? Gaps in the spell's structure. Portions that seemed transparent for some reason, and yet unaffected by the change. Almost as if it was just an illusion. Nothing was wrong. And yet, Roxy knew that something was off. But it wasn't the mana or the flow of mana. Roxy carefully examined the magic circles and then made a stone tablet with matching markings to study later with Rudy. Skiing. Roxy looked up to see Mercy pointing off into the distance with an arrow. And in that direction. Monsters. Roxy furrowed her brow. There weren't too many. She counted about a dozen shapes in the distance, all emitting the usual magic stone glow indicative of monsters. And considering the increased monster population over the past few months, it wasn't too surprising. Except for the fact that they seemed to appear out of nowhere on an open field where adventurers from Roa would definitely have been sent to root them. Asterisk sking. Sking, asterisk. Mercy bounced up and down in the air before turning into a blade, pointing straight at the monsters. Roxy brushed off her robes and nodded. Alright. No harm in a little morning exercise. After that, Roxy stepped forward, her refined flaring to life in front of her. Was it because the days were fun, or because I was busy? Or both? Either way, before I knew it, a week had passed since Orsted and our other guests had first arrived. And resulting from that week, Orsted and I were standing in the open fields a fair distance away from both houses, purposefully facing the mountains in the distance. I see. Orsted carefully examined the magic circle floating in front of him and said, so there was some merit to that demon lord's magic system after all. Yes. Though, I don't think it was meant to be used like that. A crash course on magical barriers, magic circles, and how to both disperse and condense mana through said magic barriers and magic circles. Originally, I just taught Orsted how to make the barrier spells to disperse being WS mana. But I really underestimated how much talent the guy had. Intuitive mana control, even more so than mine. The sort where his will actually was mana, causing it to flow directly how he wanted it to. That, combined with a repository of magical knowledge that Orsted had in his head, meant that he didn't just learn the spells I taught him. Instead, Orsted tilted his head thoughtfully and then clenched his fist. The magic circle floating in front of him condensed and shot back to his arm, wrapping tightly around it like a bracelet. After that, he threw a punch. And when he did, kaboom! An explosion erupted. A shockwave that blew away all the mana in front of Orsted. Not only that, but one that somehow turned the elemental mana into colorless threads that quickly dissolved into a transparent mist. Orsted smiled, looking satisfied. After that, he reached over to pat my head. You are an excellent teacher, Rudius. Sure. Let's go with that. Seriously. What was up with me teaching people and them suddenly improving in leaps and bounds beyond my initial lessons? Was I that good of a teacher? Orsted patted my head again and then pulled his hand away. After that, he stared off into space and muttered, battle aura and magic are separate concepts. But if magic circles are utilized, a bridge can be formed. And so, he trailed off and started making more magic circles in front of him. I think I started to get why Master Roxy was so exasperated in teaching me now. Seeing Orsted trail off and go into his own world testing various hypotheses, I decided to leave him to his own devices and take a look around. It was morning. Since Eris's parents were here, they were hogging her time so she wasn't around. Sylphie was confused and curious about Miss Rostelina's husband? Anyway, Sylphie was prying into Miss Rostelina's husband, so she was busy pestering investigating him to see if he was actually cursed or not with that mask. Dad, Mr. Laws, and Roxy were on patrol, and the rest of the adults were keeping an eye on Princess Ariel playing with my sisters at the playground. Speaking of Princess Ariel, I had a feeling that she didn't get out much or have many friends considering how quickly she got along with Norn and Aisha. But that was about it. As usual, I was left out, mostly because everybody was probably still paranoid about Orsted. He was a good guy, really. Just needed to make him look less like a final boss and more like a proper hero. Or at least a decent person. Couldn't do much about his facial expressions, but maybe his outfit. Footsteps from behind. Purposefully made so as to not alarm me. Except there was nobody there before, so that really didn't help. I sighed and turned around to look at the visitor. You know, it really isn't helping you be less suspicious when you're near impossible to detect, Mr. Perry. Perry Dragon Road. Miss Rostelina's husband. A mysterious man with violet hair, a pure white mask over his face, a typical adventurer's outfit, and a wreath of light blue flowers around his neck. Orsted paused and looked over. Seeing the flowers around Perry's neck, he smiled. A gift from your grandchild. Perry nodded and then held up his hands, like he was exasperated. I frowned and said, where is Sylphie, anyway? She wasn't around, so did that guy give him the slip? Perry paused, tilting his head. After that, he mimed opening a book. And then he struck a perfect pose of Eris being annoyed and waving her fist around. PFT. I shook my head. So Sylphie's playing teacher today, hey? Perry stuck his thumb up and nodded. Orsted stared at Perry and then said, you should consider theater. Or the role of a jester. Perry drew his shoulders back, like he gasped. And then he waved his fist at Orsted and crossed his arms. All right. So Orsted had a sense of humor after all. Don't worry, bud. We'd get you back to normal soon enough. Ah, wait. Since Orsted was stuck in a time loop, though, it might not be good for him to loosen up. No, we'd just have to make sure we won so he wouldn't have to keep looping. Then, a soft poke on my forehead. I blinked and noticed Perry was crouched in front of me, staring at me with that blank mask. I frowned and said, what was that for? Perry leaned back and wagged his finger. After that, he tapped his temple and shook his head. Following that, he mimed opening a book and writing something in it. You want me to write things down? Make a journal. Perry stuck his thumb up and nodded. After that, he reached over to pat my head. It was sincere. He was acting like a supportive teacher or uncle. But why the hell did I feel like I was being trolled right now? Perry stepped back and then leaned his head back. As he did, his shoulders started convulsing. Wait. Was that guy laughing at me? Orsted stared at Perry and said, "You are enjoying this far too much." Perry shrugged and then waved his hand. After that, he pointed at me and then mimed waving a magic wand. He also tapped on his sword and then crossed his arms in an X. Alright. Maybe suspicious wasn't the right word for Mr. Perry here. Eccentric was better. I could see him being the crazy treasure hunter sort who dove into dungeons trying to find magical items and accidentally getting one that restored Miss Rostelina's memory. Maybe the butterfly effect caused someone like that to come across Miss Rostelina and break her curse? Though it was still weird that Perry's mana was all fuzzy and out of focus when I tried staring at him. Not to mention the weird sense of déjà vu he constantly gave off. Maybe he was. Poke. Ow. I glared at Perry. He let out another silent laugh before running off into the distance. Weirdo. Who did he think he was, Roswell L from ReZero or something? Acting like a clown when? Wait. I stared at Perry's back, fading in the distance. If multiverse theory was a thing and as annoying as Rudius made it out to be the first time I met him. Rui. A happy and cheerful girl's voice echoing in the distance. Norns. Big bro. Play. And there was Aisha's. I glanced over at the house to see my sisters being walked over by Miss Rostelina. Seeing them, I took another look at Perry and then shook my head. The guy was weird, but I had more important things to deal with than him. Like spending time with my cute sisters. A yellow blur, shooting towards Eris's head. She clicked her tongue and then swung her racket, sending the blur flying over the net back towards her opponent. Sylphie laughed and swung her own racket, sending the tennis ball back to Eris. Power isn't everything, Eri. A curved arc. Eris focused and dashed to the side before adjusting her grip and swinging frame of her racket at the ball. Like Sylphie said, power wasn't everything. And like Rudy said, it was about control. And if she controlled the angle, adjusting the spin like he kept talking about with basketball, then a swoosh echoing through the air. The ball flying towards the ground, but also spinning backwards at a high speed. And then it hit the ground and bounced. But instead of going forward or to the side. Yeah. Sylphie ran forward to try and catch the ball, but it was too late. A soft rustle. The ball flying back to hit the net. And like that. Game. Applause filled the air. Well, the sound of a pair of people clapping did. Eris's mom and dad. She grinned and wiped the sweat off her brow. I did it. Sylphie laughed and walked over to pick up the ball. Smiling, she nodded and said, "You did. Great job, Eri." "It's Eris." Sylphie raised an eyebrow and said, "You'll have to beat me a few more times than that, Eri." Eris frowned. But before she could think much on it, someone pulled her into a hug. "Hilda. Mother knew you could do it, Eris." Mom." Eris squirmed, trying to get her face out of the way to get some air. Stop that." Philip chuckled and adjusted his shirt. After that, he looked over at Sylphie and said, "Thank you for spending time with our daughter, Sylphie." "No problem, Mr. Philip." Sylphie smiled and said, "Eri's a great friend, so it's always fun playing with her." "Good." Philip nodded. "That's good." Eris broke away from her mother and then looked at her father. "What's with talking like that? Are you and Mom going back or something now?" "Yes." Eris blinked. "Wait. Really? It's only been a week." Philip shook his head. "Not only, Eris. Already." Eris's eyes widened and then she bit her lip. "Right. It was already a week." Eris forgot. Her dad was the mayor of ROA. Not only that, but her mom had to be there with him to show solidarity. Stupid nobles. She looked up at her dad and said, "Can't you just retire? Stay here with us and have fun?" Uncle Paul did, and he's like Grandpa Soros, right? The head of Notice or whatever. Philip smiled and walked over to pat Eris's head. She flinched and lowered her gaze. "I'm sorry, Eris. But I promise. Dad promises that he'll make it up to you later, all right? There are just a few more affairs that I have to settle first." "Stupid dad. That's what you always said." Philip flinched. But then he let out a sigh and said, "I know. But this time for sure. I swear on my life." "Okay." Humph. Eris stepped away from Philip and averted her gaze. Hilda saw that and let out a sigh. After that, she walked up to hug Eris one more time. "Be good, okay, Eris? We'll come visit every now and then. Promise. Promise. So do your best to get along with Rudy and Sylphie, okay?" "Fine." And with those brief farewells, Philip and Hilda headed off to the carriage parked outside the Grey household. Eris watched them leave and saw that Ghislaine was already waiting there. Which meant that her parents were already planning to leave since she started her game with Sylphie, but waited for her to finish. Eris pursed her lips again and looked away. It's not fair. How come they can't just stay here too? Who cared about being nobles? Who cared about stupid other people? They were her mom and dad. Shouldn't they listen to her? What she wanted? It wasn't a soft pat on her head. Eris flinched and blinked away her tears. Sylphie was standing there, a soft smile on her face. It's okay to cry, Eri. Eris sniffed and looked away. Who's crying, hey? I just got water in my eyes. Okay. Then. Here. Sylphie brushed away Eris's tears and said, how about we play another game? After that, we can get Rudy and have some fun together. Is that okay? Fine. Sylphie gave Eris a quick hug and then stepped back. After that, she grabbed Eris's hand and said, before that. Did you know? Rudy made a lot of candies in secret. Eris wiped away her tears and then looked at Sylphie. Candies. MMHM. He was working on them with Miss Roxy for a surprise, but how about we steal a few first? He won't mind, right? A mischievous smile, making Sylphie look more like a demon than an elf. PFT. Eris laughed and then nodded. Yeah. Let's teach him a lesson for not playing with us more. Right? Now come on. After that, we can have fun playing something else. Eris followed after Sylphie. Yeah. This was fine. Even if her parents weren't around, she had family here too. And a best friend that always tried to cheer her up. Eris sniffed and wiped her nose with her sleeve. After that, she smiled and said, so what kinds of candies were there? Well, Miss Roxy told me that Rudy was experimenting with honey. Ariel was amused. L. Up, up. Norn waved at Ariel and held up her hands. No. Me. Up. Standing next to her, Aisha did the same. A pair of cute little girls, vying for her attention. But not because she was the princess. Instead, it was because of sincere affection. The sweet innocence that only children could give. Now. A mature elven woman walked over and hugged the girls, one in each arm. You shouldn't pressure the pretty princess. Ariel tucked a strand of her blonde hair behind her ear and shook her head. After that, she smiled and said, it's fine, Miss Rostalina. Rostalina smiled and said, you can just call me Lena, dear. Another sincere expression. Treating Ariel as an ordinary girl instead of royalty, despite her words. It was strange. Ariel had wondered how Miss Lilia's life was in the countryside and why she chose to stay there. Of course, there was the fact that she was a target due to the assassination attempt. Even so, compared to the lavish inner palace, this should be nothing. But Ariel could understand the appeal now after having stayed for over a week. Warm and pleasant people. Sincerity, kindness. Peaceful days that seemed to last forever without a shred of concern. No disgusting nobles staring at her with ambition, lust, or greed in their eyes. No pressuring chancellors and tutors dictating how a princess should act, what a princess could do. No callous older brother who saw her as just an eyesore. Just, peace. Peace, happiness, and fun. Princess. Rostalina called out to Ariel. She blinked and shook her head. I am fine, Miss Lena. After that, she looked at Norn and Aisha. I would love to lift you both up, but I am quite frail, you know? Instead. Shall we play tag? Yay. Tag. Norn broke free from Rostalina and then poked Ariel. Got you. After that, she giggled and ran off towards the playground. Wait for me, big sis. Aisha broke free and ran away as well. Rostalina laughed and said, you'd better hurry. She looked at Ariel and said, it looks like the princess is upset. After that she winked. Ariel blinked and then she smiled. Shifting her gaze to Norn and Aisha, she brushed off her dress and said, daring to run away from me. Norn ducked behind a slide, staring at Ariel. Aisha giggled and quickly tried hiding behind a pole. Ariel shook her head and then ran off after them. A pleasant and carefree day. They wouldn't last forever. But until then. Time marched on. Rudy, his friends, and his family were all enjoying a peaceful reprieve from everything. Splendid, idyllic summer days. Eris's parents headed back to ROA with Ghislaine, returning to their normal duties. Paul and Laws continued with their job of patrolling and getting rid of stray monsters. And to hone her skills, Roxy joined them. Princess Ariel enjoyed her vacation from the inner palace life, making friends with everyone and just playing as the child she couldn't be in the Azura Kingdom. Orsted continued experimenting and bouncing ideas off Rudy, learning as much as he could. At the same time, he relaxed as well by spending time with the kids, losing a bit of his gloomy aura. Peaceful, happy times for everyone around. But it couldn't last forever. Eventually, it was time for Ariel to head back to the palace and Orsted accompanied her. And after that, late at night. It's been a month already, hey. Perry removed his mask and stared at the starry night sky. It was invisible to the naked eye. And even to people who could see Mana, nothing would have changed. But he could see it. Perry. Pierre Grere. Both aliases for technique god Laplace. The one and true outsider to the world who managed to reach it due to a technicality and weaving within the folds of destiny. At the moment, he was constrained. Due to being WS. Due to Hitagama's desperation, too many things were in flux. Every move that Laplace made right now would drastically alter the future. So much that the natural corrective forces of the world would force him out until he threaded his way back in. Even so, because of his nature and how he arrived, he could see it. A distortion. Not in mana, but in destiny, time, and space. A result of Hitagama's direct interference, but also because of the ripple effect from Rudy's presence and the wish that was being sent from the distant future. Laplace narrowed his eyes, observing all the invisible cracks spreading across the land. No, the world, and muttered, it begins tonight, hey. He wasn't sure how that desperate bastard was going to respond, but he could guess. At a minimum, he would try to recreate the future that he knew by separating everyone and killing off those who were supposed to die in the future. Laplace couldn't stop that. At least, not without paying a heavy price now that everything was so volatile. And after that, it would be up to Rudy to sort things out. At least for a few years. But... So you're out here, master. A charming and seductive female voice. Rostalina. Laplace glanced back and said, aren't you supposed to be helping Zenith as the midwife? I was. But Lily and Rudy said they could handle it. She laughed and said, I guess my dear husband made me too suspicious for them. That's fair. After nodding, he shifted his gaze back at the sky. Rostalina walked to his side and grabbed his right arm, leaning against it. After that, she looked up as well. Are you worried? A little. Being this powerless gives me bad memories. Well, maybe you should just have a little more faith, master. Not all stories end in tragedy. True. Laplace rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword. I just find it hard to trust in people after all I've been through. You've got me. Laplace chuckled and then said, yes. I suppose I do. Silence. Laplace continued staring at the starry sky, watching the cracks expand. Rostalina was quiet as well. But eventually, she said, are you going to leave again? Probably. Master's quite cruel, you know. I know. But every arc comes to an end before a new one can begin. I'll be back, promise. At that time, a shooting star shot across the sky. And then from the Grere household, a baby's cries echoed. It's time. Laplace shook off Rostalina and then drew his sword. The invisible cracks flashed, emitting white mist. At the same time, towering shadowy figures flickered into existence. Mythical creatures never before seen on the surface. A seven-headed hydra with obsidian scales. A serpentine monster with glowing yellow eyes. An ancient crimson wyvern with a scar over its left eye. And it wasn't only here. In the distance, the night sky lit up as white lightning struck, resulting in monsters appearing wherever it did. Rostalina clicked her tongue, glaring at the monsters. That's cheating. He always does. Laplace stepped forward, eyeing the unranked monsters slowly advancing. Take care of yourself. I'll be back in a few years. Wait. Laplace paused. Rostalina ran up and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Remember. You promised. Laplace smiled. Right. I promise. Good. Rostalina nodded and then said, I want a baby when you do. You owe me a fairytale ending. Wait a minute. I never said. Before he could finish, 7 rays of light shot out towards him, one for each color of the rainbow. TCH. Laplace sheathed his sword, glaring at the light. Fine. Just don't die, Lena. Crimson flashed, shattering the rainbow barrage. I won't. Rostalina waved and ran back to the house. Love you. That girl. Laplace shook his head and then focused. I promised her a fairytale ending. My role here might be finished for now. But you're thinking too highly of yourself if that means you can change the plot now, you bastards. Monstrous roars filled the air, echoing throughout the night. Laplace narrowed his eyes, causing them to flash green. All right, Rudy. Don't waste the advantage I gave you now. I won't forgive you if you make the same mistakes he did. Muttering those words, Laplace stepped forward, swinging his crimson sword. One that looked all too similar to the one that Paul wielded in Millbots. And one swung with a slash that looked all too similar to the one Paul devised when rescuing Tristina. 104 Turning Point 2 Zwischenzug Part 1 It was an uneventful birth. Unlike with Norn, my newest sibling didn't cause a commotion when she was born. Well, other than crying. But that was good. A healthy baby should be crying when they were born. Not like me who concerned my parents when I didn't immediately cry. Mama Lily smiled and handed the baby over to my mom. Congratulations, Zenny. It's another beautiful baby girl. My mom let out an exhausted smile and hugged my new baby sister against her chest. As she did, she laughed. Another girl. I knew it. Mama Lily laughed as well. I smiled. Things were going smoothly. An ordinary birth, and one that didn't require a C-section. Though the fact that it didn't gave me a different sort of trauma, but that memory can be quietly shoved off to the side. But anyway, things were going well. It was late into the night, but nothing out of the ordinary was occurring. I was worried something ridiculous would happen again like with Norn's birth. Because of that, Norn and Aisha were at my house with Master Roxy and Miss Ghislaine for protection while Miss Rose watched them. Sylphie and Eris were there too, of course. Mostly so that Sylphie could keep an eye on Eris and make sure she didn't run off in case something happened. As for this house, Dad and Mr. Laws were keeping watch outside. I wasn't too sure where Miss Rostalina and that Perry guy went, but whatever the case, it looked like everything would be fine. Mom hugged my new baby sister close to her chest and said, I guess it's Stella after all then. She smiled and then looked at me. Seems like there's no cute baby brother for you this time, Rudy. I helped Mama Lily move all the supplies and sterilize them before wiping my hands. After that, I walked over to take a look at my new sister. She had stopped crying, but she was still sniffling. Her cute green eyes were puffy and her skin was a bit red. But all in all, a normal and healthy baby girl. Stella, my new baby sister. And one that Rudius never had. Another sign that it wasn't good to rely too much on what he told me. Mom smiled and said, do you want to hold her, Rudy? Yeah. I blinked and said, Here. You've held Norn and Aisha, so it's not fair to ignore Stella. Before I could say anything else, Mom was already holding Stella out to me. Hey. I quickly took my baby sister and frowned. You should be more cautious, Mom. I'm still just a kid, you know? What if I accidentally hurt her? Mom laughed and said, well, I'd trust you to hold her more than your dad. Besides, haven't you been learning more healing magic from Mr. Orsted? Fair. That was another reason why I was here. Unlike the last time where I had to scramble with basic healing magic, I knew a few more. But still. I stared at my new baby sister and mumbled, Stella, hey. It was a fitting name. Just like Norn, it seemed like Mom wanted her daughters to have grandiose names. Ah wait. It was Dad this time who chose the name. Well, it looked like he was getting a better naming sense now at least. Stella. A star. And one born from Zenith. Yeah. Dad was definitely getting better at names. My new baby sister sniffled and then looked at me, eyes still watering. Hey there. I carefully shifted my hand around to brush her tears. I'm Rudy, your big brother. There's no need to cry, okay? No matter what happens, I'll. A sudden roar in the distance. Not just one, but a chorus that reverberated all around. I froze. Mama Lily frowned and quickly drew her gold pin from her sleeve, turning it into the sword I made for her. At the same time, Mom sat up, panicked. Rudy. Stella started crying again, scared by the sudden noise. I held her close and kept calm. SHH. It'll be all right. Nothing will happen to you. A door slammed open, and then my dad's voice echoed. Rudy. Keep an eye on your mom and. A snarl interrupted my dad and then I heard the sound of walls and furniture breaking. Something smashing through the house. Damn it. Mr. Law's voice echoed after that. Paul. I'm fine. Keep an eye out. They're coming in from everywhere. Mama Lily's gaze turned sharp after hearing that. She quickly moved to my mom's side and said, Zenny. Can you stand? She tried to move but winced and shook her head. And no. It hurts too much. Mama Lily looked at me. Rudy. I don't know if this will help, but. I focused on my mom and the flow of her mana. There wasn't anything inherently wrong with my mom. Childbirth was painful, but it was one of those weird natural states that took time to heal and recover from. Maybe it was because birth counted as a sort of miracle? Or maybe because the division of resources from the human body to the baby was a requirement? Whatever the case, Mom's mana was thin and her body was weak. Her skin was pale, and the flow of her mana was sluggish. It would have been different if it was a C-section like with Norn, but. No. It should work. Healing was healing. Even if none of the spells I had learned till now specifically addressed restoring fatigue from childbirth. And maybe that was wrong too. After all, hadn't a lot of magical common sense been proven wrong recently by the combined efforts of me, Sylphie, Master Roxy, and Orsted. So. A flash of white and golden light. Mom's pale skin regained a bit of color. At the same time, her mana regained its natural vigor. No. It was a bit weaker than usual. Probably since a portion of it went into Stella as she was being born? I wasn't paying too close attention because of the context and frantic events, but a reflection of light, barely visible in the darkness. One aimed directly at Stella. My eyes widened and I quickly formed a barrier. The moment I did, a loud impact echoed. One that sounded like metal grating against glass. Stella started crying harder. I wanted to comfort her, but I didn't really have the time for that. Because a devouring devil. My mom carefully stared at the creature scraping away at the barrier and said, "What's that doing here?" Mama Lily clicked her tongue and raised her sword. "Does it matter? We need to kill it." I stared at the devouring devil and frowned. A skeletal reptilian creature with obsidian scales. Long arms and limbs, along with sharp claws. Its ominous crimson eyes looked at me before swiveling to Mom and Mama Lily. When it did, it snarled and then swung bony talons at my barrier, scraping against it. But more than that, it was strong. Taking the mana level of the terminate boars in the area as a comparison, this thing had mana at least 10 times as dense. Not only that, but it was actively reinforcing its limbs with said mana, meaning that it was fast. And if I hadn't reacted in time, Stella would be. No, I couldn't think like that. Right now. I looked at Mama Lily. "Can you handle it, Mama Lily?" She smiled and then stepped forward. "Leave it to me, Rudy." Raising her sword, she said, "I didn't get a chance to use this in Millbots." Mom looked at her and frowned. After that, she stood up and said, "I'll help." "Mom." She looked back at me and shook her head, a serious expression on her face. "I'll be fine, Rudy." She lifted her bracelet and smiled. "I have this, remember?" Ah. That was true. But trust Mommy, Rudy. She shifted her attention back to the monster and said, "I've faced scarier monsters partying with your dad. Though." She stared at the monster and said, "I guess that being W really doesn't like you getting new siblings, hey?" The devouring devil snarled, fixing its gaze on Stella. I frowned and turned to the side. As I did, the monster's gaze followed, never shifting away from her. Yet. Seems that way. That guy had mentioned something about Norn in the past too, didn't he? Were my younger sisters going to be that dangerous to him in the future, or? I will lead, Zenny. Please support. Got it. Be careful, Lily. Of course. A brief exchange. After that, Mama Lily and Mom charged out to fight. And then light flashed and a horde of giant tarantulas started crawling in the room. Mom screamed and said, "What in Melis's name? Focus." Mama Lily swung her sword. At the same time, her bracelet glowed and a blast of wind surged, blowing out both the walls and the spiders. "What the hell?" Dad's voice echoed from outside. "Monsters are inside too." Law's voice echoed after that and he said, "Paul. To your left. Damn it. You rusty piece of junk. This is how you use water style." A chaotic and frantic mess. Mama Lily jumped out to fight the monsters. After taking a breath, Mom did the same. Which left me alone with Stella. My baby sister kept crying, nuzzling her face against me as if she was terrified. No, she definitely was terrified. I grit my teeth and then looked up at the sky. "You bastard." "Nothing." I didn't see anything. Whatever was happening, it wasn't a mana-based phenomenon. I also didn't see any traces of being WS mana. Did he realize it? That I could see when he was interfering with mana? I guess you really are a god, hey. I underestimated the guy a bit. To think he could still pull all of this off. No. Was it a desperation move? If he could have done this before, he would have. Especially since I and my family were even stronger than we were in the past due to his failed attempts. But I had to give him credit. I was the strongest person here. If I moved, things would be over. But I couldn't. I looked down at my baby sister. Did she calm down a bit? Stella had stopped crying. Instead, she was staring at me, as if trying to assess whether or not she was safe. I smiled and said, "Don't worry, sis. I'll keep you safe." Right. It was nerve-wracking and it pissed me off, but I had to trust them. Up until this point, I'd done my best in helping everyone help themselves. A bit too much in cases like Sylphie, Dad, and Eris. But now that was what I had to do. I had to trust them to solve the situation. And my job right now. I held Stella close and stacked a 3-dimensional barrier spell around me before layering elemental protections. A layer of wind to deflect any projectiles and dampen momentum. A wall of water to slow attacks. Lightning over that to strike back. Flames to scorch hostile presences. Then holy to repel any foreign mana influences and tricks being W might try. And to be extra safe, I created a thick sphere of iron around me. Just in case there happened to be a mana disruptor of some sort. Because knowing that guy, there might. Altogether, it formed a sphere of protection that would take someone like Orsted using that mana disruptor attack to pierce. So now. We just waited. Ah. I also needed to make sure there was airflow in here. One small magic circle for that. There. And now we wait. And I forgot. It was dark. I sighed and conjured a small ball of holy magic to provide light. After that, I smiled at Stella and said, well, you've definitely got a healthy set of lungs on you. She sniffed and then stared at me again. Outside, I could hear muffled shouts and explosions. Probably Dad letting loose, along with everyone else. Well. Since we'll be here for a while. I stared at Stella. She stared back with watery eyes that looked ready to burst into tears again at any moment. How do you calm a baby down again? Stories helped, but Stella wouldn't understand them. Then, lullabies? Lullabies. But I didn't know any. All I knew were random anime songs. Ah, wait. I knew one. A super emotional song from a wholesome family anime that I watched. Also one that started me on my trek to make amends with my family after seeing the regret the MC had in not raising his daughter. I'm not confident in singing, but... well, you can make fun of me later if you remember it, okay? For now though. I took a deep breath and started singing. Dango, 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 Dango Daikazoku. 105 Turning Point 2 Zwischenzug Part 2. Flashes of light illuminated the night sky. With them came monsters, appearing out of what looked like cracks glowing in mid-air. Monsters that let out a chorus of roars and snarls that seemed to echo in every direction. Staring out the window of the house, Roxy grit her teeth and focused. Spread out to cover the house with barrier spells and stop monsters from getting in. But... Kai-a-a-a-a. Mommy. Rui. Aisha's screams and Norn's cries echoed from behind Roxy. Her eyes widened and she turned around to see a terminate boar charging towards the two. Mercy. Sking. The metal elemental spirit flew out like an arrow and pierced the boar, pinning it to the wall. And when it was, Mercy rippled, turning into a mass of spikes and ripping the boar apart. Roxy quickly ran over to Aisha and Norn, hugging them close. Are you hurt? Aisha trembled and shook her head. Norn didn't say anything, only holding Roxy close. Mercy flew back to Roxy and started orbiting her, as if keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Roxy did the same. They were downstairs in the living room. Roxy had been keeping Aisha and Norn entertained with some magic, swapping out for Rose who wanted to get some rest. It was lucky. Really lucky. Rose might have picked up a little bit of magic, but it was barely enough to defend herself. If it had been her watching over the toddlers right now. A flash of white light from upstairs. Shortly after that. What the heck? Eri. Here. Why are there monsters in the house? Clashing steel. Mana erupting from above as Sylphie and Eris fought off monsters of their own. And then down the hall, in the guest rooms. A brief scuffle. The sound of a blade being drawn, as well as furniture being knocked over. After that. Are you all right, Miss Rose? Why yes. I'm fine. Thank you Ghislaine. They were safe. Roxy didn't know what was happening, but it looked like they had managed to get through the ambush. Roxy. Norn sniffed and buried her face against Roxy's coat. I'm scared. Aisha nodded as well. Monsters are scary. Roxy kept a close eye on the surroundings, but she pulled the girls into a hug and said, everything will be okay. Right, Mercy. Sking. The metal elemental rippled, letting out a pure chime. After that, it turned into a little stick figure and bounced around, lightly poking Norn and Aisha. Norn looked up and giggled at seeing Mercy. Aisha reluctantly glanced over and then smiled. After that, footsteps raced from upstairs. Eris and Sylphie arriving in the living room. Both were roughed up, and it looked like they were caught off guard. Eris was wearing a loose nightgown and clutching a blue crystal blade. One that seemed to be made by Sylphie in a pinch. As for Sylphie, she was wearing a shirt and shorts. Unlike Eris, however, she had a proper weapon. The wand that Rudy made her was out and thrumming with mana, ready to fire whatever magic she needed. Miss Roxy. Eris scanned the room and then locked onto Roxy. When she saw her, Eris let out a sigh of relief and ran over. Miss Roxy. What's happening? Sylphie walked over as well, carefully observing their surroundings. Yes. Do you know what's happening, Auntie Roxy? Roxy felt her eye twitch at Sylphie's comment, but she ignored it. Instead, she glanced back out the window. Light continued to flash in the distance, making it seem like a giant thunderstorm was happening. But there was no thunder, and there wasn't any lightning. There wasn't even a sign of a mana disturbance occurring. I'm not sure. Sylphie moved to Norn and Aisha and pulled them into a hug, letting out a soft smile to try and calm them down. With that, Roxy moved back to the window to check the situation. Her barrier spell was up. And it looked like it was blocking some monsters from getting in. So how did those monsters appear? It wasn't a teleport spell or a summoning spell. In fact, there weren't any traces of mana at all. Did it have to do with the cracks she saw earlier? Was there something else happening as well? No, could it be that the being they were all worried about truly was an all-powerful god? Roxy felt her heart race. It was bad. This was bad. A monster like Orsted, she could rationalize. There were limits to his powers. While powerful, Roxy was aware that it was a distance that could be closed given time, preparation, and training. But if their enemy was a god, and one able to summon monsters at will. Another pair of footsteps echoed. Ghislaine and Rose. Rose saw Norn and Aisha with Sylphie and let out a sigh of relief. Oh thank Mealy's. She dashed over and hugged them all. Are you all right? Sylphie smiled and said, We're fine, Mom. Ghislaine walked to the center of the room, resting her hand on her sword. Her eye patch was raised as well, revealing a glowing green eye. Looks like there's a lot out there. She glanced over at Eris and said, And you look like you forgot some important lessons, Eris. Eris's face turned red and she stomped her foot. How was I supposed to know we'd get attacked like this? I didn't have time to change. Ghislaine chuckled. It's fine. I'm glad that you feel safe enough here to let your guard down. Although. She looked out in the distance and mumbled, This really is unfortunate timing, isn't it? Lord Soros, Master Philip, and Lady Hilda. Eris's face turned pale. Are monsters there too? Can you see them, Ghislaine? I can't see them. But I don't need to. She shook her head and said, I think this goes further than just the Fadoa region. Roxy bit her lips and then muttered, Is it the end of times? Rose trembled. The end of times? Judgment Day? Like the one foretold in the Book of Mealy's. Ghislaine shifted her grip on her sword, frowning. Judgment Day, hey? I don't believe in that mumbo-jumbo. But it sure looks pretty crazy out there. She glanced over at Roxy and said, Can you handle things here? Roxy felt her stomach churn. Protecting everyone by herself against a god. Roxy took a deep breath and then nodded. I'll do it. Eris looked over at Ghislaine and said, Gee Ghislaine? Are you leaving? The beast woman looked over towards the other house and said, For a bit. She glanced at Sylphie and said, Help Eris get ready and prepare for combat. Sylphie nodded. Got it, Miss Ghislaine. Ghislaine looked at Roxy one more time and smiled. We'll get through this. Why yes. Roxy nodded back. After that, Ghislaine left, walking out from the safety of Roxy's barrier. Come on, Eri. Sylphie tugged Eris and started dragging her back upstairs. I'll keep you safe so you can change. I don't need your help to change. Don't be shy now. It's serious. Eris's face turned red and she groaned. Arg. Fine. But no staring. After that, the two girls ran back upstairs. Which left Roxy alone with Rose and the two toddlers. Norn and Aisha were still huddled up against Rose, as if trying to shut out everything happening around them. Roxy didn't blame the girls. She was tempted to ignore everything as well. But she couldn't. All she could do was try and hide her trembling legs and focus. Rose looked up at Roxy and then frowned. Roxy. I'm fine. She moved next to the Rose and focused. Mercy moved with her, slowly orbiting the room. Roxy took a deep breath. She could do this. She was an adventurer. Even if she hadn't been adventuring for a while, it wasn't her first time facing the unknown. Or facing a fight to the death. But it was her first time being relied on to protect others in such a chaotic mess. A flash of white light. After that, a murderous roar as a hulking figure charged towards them. An orc. Norn and Aisha screamed. Rose did as well. Roxy froze, unable to react. But something else reacted for her. Sking. Mercy flew out to intercept the monster. At the same time, magic formations flared as activated its automatic defense, sending a volley of magic spells at the monster. Fire, water, lightning, stone spears. Rippling silver from Mercy's attacks. The orc stood still, yellow eyes wide in disbelief. And then it collapsed, landing on the floor with a thud. Damn it! Eris cursed. Eri. Don't rush. Arg. This is the last time I'm changing into stupid night clothes. A sudden off-tangent conversation. That broke Roxy out of her shock. Right. She had forgotten until now because of Orsted, but she wasn't weak. If it was just monsters. If it was just ordinary threats like that. Roxy calmed down. At the same time, she focused on her surroundings. More white light flashed. Perhaps realizing that she was a threat, or perhaps determined to wipe out Norn and Aisha, more monsters emerged. Roxy didn't recognize them all, but she could tell that they were at least B-ranked monsters. But if it was just that. Mercy. Sking? Roxy swept her hand out to the side, causing magic formations to flare and wrap around her arm. Don't show them any. Sking. With those words and a bombardment of magic, the callous witch of destruction made her return. Damn it. Paul ducked away from a giant blade and then slashed up to deflect a blast of flames aimed at him. What in the world is happening right now? Is that bastard so terrified of my kids? Laws jumped over Paul, using his shoulders as a stepping stone to shoot down a group of wyverns floating overhead. After that, Laws flew down and kicked the living armor that was attacked Paul, breaking its posture. Paul took the opening and pierced his sword into the armor's helmet before stealing the monster's weapon. The moment he did, he spun around and threw it at a horde of goblins advancing in the distance. Laws quickly moved back to Paul's side and laughed. Well, friend. When my son-in-law is strong enough to impress the dragon god and your daughters can already use magic, even demon god Laplace would give pause, wouldn't he? Paul slid to the side and then roused his battle aura. Following the chaotic flux of mana in the area, he spread out his own and then cut the space, ripping apart a group of undead skeletons. After that, he moved back to Law's side and said, "Yet. But come on. This is a bit much." Laws fired off arrows at another wave of flying monsters. As he did, he said, "Do you think Rudy's all right? Ah, and kneel for me." Paul quickly crouched. Laws jumped off Paul's back again and then notched an arrow, filling it with silver mana. After that, he aimed at a flickering shadow high in the sky and fired. Screeching wind. Law's arrow shot off with a vicious silver spiral, lighting up the night sky. A strangled roar echoed from high above before the shadowy figure dispersed. Paul caught Laws as he fell from the knockback of his attack and set him down. After that, he focused on the approaching monsters and said, "Rudy should be fine. Especially since he's with his new baby sister. I learned about it recently, but my son's the sort who's the strongest when protecting someone he loves, you know. So not when he's showing off like you." Paul laughed, especially when he saw Zenith sending him worried looks from the distance. Well, old habits die hard. Ah, and duck. Laws quickly crouched. The moment he did, Paul swung his blade over Laws. A silver wave flashed, cutting down a shadowy assassin trying to backstab him as well as a group of feral bears in the distance. Laws stood back up and frowned. How long is this going to last? He glanced at the village and said, "And what are we going to do about the villagers?" Paul froze. "Shit. I forgot about them." Laws scoffed. "Some knight you are. Hey. Family first arg, being a hypocrite again. No wonder Rudy's always pissed at me." Paul looked over towards the village. It wasn't as bad. He could see some mana signatures over there, but they were much weaker than the ones they were fighting. At most, F-ranked monsters. Our pals can handle it for now. A familiar figure darted off towards the village, wielding a glowing silver sword and shield. "Elena Lizano, Rostalina." Paul laughed. "Actually, don't worry about it. Your mom's got that covered." Laws shot down a flock of dire birds heading towards them and then pursed his lips. "My mother? Will she be enough?" Paul kicked the pauldron from the living armor into the distance, bowling over a group of goblins trying to sneak up on Lilia and Zenith. "Trust me, pal. Your mom's no slouch, either in looks or in fighting. I will make sure to tell that to Zenith and Lilia later." Hey. There's no need for that." Laws smiled, but then he glanced over at the second house. "Should we move? As you say, Rudy should be fine here, and your wives are both more than capable of protecting themselves with the equipment they possess. But the other children?" Paul glanced over as well. A shining barrier covered the house. And in the distance, Paul could see that the other barriers meant to protect the village were activated as well. Roxy's work, of course. Even so. That being whatchamacallit it really has a grudge against us, hey. He could see the mana from monsters somehow appearing in the house. Not only that, but Eris, Sylphie, and Roxy were continuously moving around, fighting off those monsters while Rose, Norn, and Aisha stayed in the middle of the living room. Paul glanced back at Rudy. The situation there hadn't changed. His son had taken his new baby sister and locked her away in that crazy defensive shell. And while monsters were trying to break in, they were easily struck down by a barrage of elemental attacks. Not only that, but Lilia and Zenith were close by, taking out the stronger monsters while leaving the small fry to get killed off by Rudy's defenses. Seeing that, Paul shouted. "Zenny! Lily! We're going to check on the other kids. Is that okay?" Lilia cut down a grotesque monster with writhing spindly limbs and then looked over at Paul. Why have you not already? Zenith waved her hand, summoning giant stone spires to pierce a pack of wolves running towards them. After that, she looked over at Paul and said, what Lily said. Go get everyone to safety. Not sure where is safe right now considering monsters just look like they're popping out of thin air, but sure. Paul grumbled and then looked at Laws. You ready? Laws reached to grab more arrows to notch on his bow. But he was out. Seeing that, he clicked his tongue and then held out his hand, making rough arrows out of his mana. As ready as I'll ever be. And I need to thank Rudy sometime for teaching me this useful trick. Thank him after this is over. Now. Paul charged. I'll cut through. Laws kicked off the ground and ran after Paul, sending a barrage of silver arrows to support him. 106 Turning Point 2 Zwischenzug Part 3. Stella had fallen asleep. After singing a few more lullabies, my baby sister finally succumbed to her fatigue and passed out. A peaceful slumber. But while she was able to relax, I wasn't. First of all, I could still follow what was happening outside. It was hard not to considering about a dozen monsters per second kept dying to my defensive measures. Second of all, I was worried about Mom and Mama Lily fighting outside. But this point, the house had already been ripped to shreds from the bombardment of monsters, so there wasn't any chance that Mom and Mama Lily would get tripped up by being stuck against a wall or something. But I was concerned. The monsters right now weren't very strong because Dad and Mr. Laws had aggroed the stronger ones. And the terrifying creatures I could sense far in the distance were being held off by someone else. Probably Perry if I had to guess. But monsters were literally spawning in. Like this world had suddenly changed into an RPG, the monsters were popping in from nowhere. Almost like this was a tower defense or something and they were coming in waves. Still, that was fine. While I was worried, I wasn't anxious. There was a slim chance that something dangerous might pop up, but I trusted in the equipment that me and Master Roxy refined for Mom and Mama Lily. The main reason why I couldn't relax was, hey! Why don't you give it up? This slimy used car salesman voice whispering in my head. Rudius Nodos Grere. I have to admit that you're something else. You've made me go through a lot of trouble until now, you know? But I'm a forgiving kind of guy. If you agree, we can let bygones be bygones. You just have to promise to not go against me. It's not hard, right? Says the creepy bastard who won't show his face. You think I trust you? I responded to him with my thoughts. But at the same time, I focused. A branch of magic specially devoted to obscuring the mind and preventing people from reading it. Something from a world where the wizards at large existed in secret from the non-magicals. And one where a self-proclaimed Dark Lord naming himself after the flight of death terrorized the magical community. It was never explained in detail, but the principles were straightforward. And when applied with the memory techniques I knew and had been training in, as well as the world egg theory and domain expansion. Well. I've been waiting for this. A shift in tone. Surprise from being W. The moment I heard that. I got you. I closed my eyes and the world changed. Darkness stretching in every direction. An infinite space modeled after the boundless universe. And right now, I was standing in the center of it all, floating over a shining crimson star. I also wasn't alone. In front of me was the source of that slimy voice. The one who had been messing with me for years now. Hey! Didn't think you were actually just a blob of white mist. Makes a whole lot of sense though. It was a man covered in white mist that obscured his features. Tall, fairly muscular. In short, he looked like one of those faceless mannequins that you saw at a department store, except actually alive. Being W looked around, confused. This, isn't the void world. But it isn't the human world either? What is wait? Why do I hear music? Play, One-Winged Angel, Final Fantasy VII. An attack that I couldn't recreate in reality. To begin with, I didn't have the energy capacity to cast such a spell. Even if I did, the calculations required were far too complex to begin to fathom. Unlike the original user, basic trigonometry and physics wouldn't be enough. Especially since it would have required controlling both the trajectory of an interstellar celestial object and the total erupted energy of a collapsed star. But this wasn't reality. And since that God thought he had everything at his fingertips. Supernova. What is that? A flash of light moving at impossible speeds from the distance. Planets being broken down and their mass converted into raw energy to serve as ignition. Being W panicked and tried to float away. Unfortunately for him. Magic didn't exist in this world. At least, not according to his logic. Not only that, but we were playing by my rules right now. And at this moment, it was my turn to attack. Why, can't I, move? Being W gnashed his teeth and turned to look at me. I couldn't see his eyes, but I felt his glare. I smiled and said, you might be a god, but here? You walked into the wrong neighborhood, Whitey. An entire solar system of planets, torn to shreds by the beam of light. One that grew with each planet it devoured. This is insane. You. Being W turned to look at me and said, "What are you?" My smile widened. "Didn't you know? I'm just a kid. But kids just have the darndest imaginations, don't they? Ah. And I hope you're pretty durable." With that, I stepped out of phase from where Being W was, half a dimension away. The moment I did, the light pierced into the crimson star. And the moment it did, an astronomical amount of crimson energy erupted. Not mana, not divine power. Just pure, raw, destructive energy. A shrill scream. Pained, but also furious. I watched Being W with a clinical eye and checked his status. So it's not enough, hey. I wasn't sure if it was because I lacked the actual energy to do damage to him, or if he was just that mentally resilient. But he survived. Damn. Was this how CL*UD and company lived through the attack? Since it wasn't in reality, they could live by the skin of their teeth? Whatever the case, I reappeared and examined Being W. His body was scorched. Golden blood dripped from his body between charred skin. And his absent eyes were finally visible, glaring at me with crimson malice. "You son of a bitch!" He growled and then waved his hand, conjuring massive magic formations all around me. "You think this is a game? That you can just trap me here and play God? You're the one who entered uninvited. Also, that's not how you use magic." I snapped my fingers, shattering the magic formations. Being W gnashed his teeth and threw out his hands. The moment he did, a beam of divine energy shot towards me. "But for a god, you really don't know basic concepts, hey?" Space rippled in front of me before suddenly collapsing in on itself. A minuscule black hole with just the bare minimum amount of energy. But a black hole was still a black hole. The beam of energy struck the black hole and went no further. In fact, it seemed to be stalled in space, twisting and bending around the black hole. Being W flinched. But he glared at me, doubled his attack, expanding the beam even further. As he did, he growled and said, "You think you know more than a god? No, I think you're just unaware of how reality works. Like the fact that black holes can trap even raw information. Which includes a mind." The black hole grew, greedily gobbling up Being W's attack. I had to give him credit. Even if this wasn't reality, it still operated on proper logic. And from that, the amount of energy in that beam. Since the black hole was rapidly expanding, it was definitely reaching the output of a star. Just how powerful was this guy, really? He seemed to be struggling a bit, but there was still definitely gas left in his tank. Well, one way to find out. Being W was still focused on trying to blast the black hole away. A futile effort. There wasn't enough energy in existence to push a black hole away like that. And even if there was, it would be shot back out instead of moving the black hole. They just didn't like to move. But this was my reality, my rules. And so, I flung my hand forward, shooting the black hole towards Being W. He screamed and suddenly turned into a thin white noodle, sucked into the event horizon of the black hole. I watched as he gradually disappeared into the void. It should have been over with that. Even a god couldn't escape the absolute rules of nature. Or so I thought. But what the hell? A flash of white light shooting out from the black hole. An impossibility. At the same time, the black hole collapsed, revealing a mangled and bloody Being W. "You fucker," he glared at me and said, "I was wondering how the fuck everything was breaking down. You aren't human." Well, Plan A didn't work. And neither did Plan B. Time for Plan C. I stepped forward and reached out my left hand. As I did, the surroundings changed. Instead of just floating in space, we reappeared on a holographic platform. Well, I did. Being W floated in the air above it, glaring at me. I clenched my left hand and grabbed the hilt of a sword that didn't exist yet. I dunno. I feel pretty human. Well, I did until a certain god decided to mess with my life. Right. So it looked like energy wasn't enough. But that made sense when taking Rudius's mana conjecture into account, as well as my own thoughts. I wanted to try out my space-time collapse spell on him, but since he could jump out of a freaking black hole, I had a feeling that wouldn't work. So, Plan C it was. If mana was omnipotent, and if it flowed according to one's will, conceptual manipulation wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Which meant that conceptual weapons could be a thing too. It wouldn't be so simple in reality, but here. A god had three major components: authority, power, and faith. Authority over a certain domain. Power to enforce that authority. And faith either by people or in itself to grant that power. It would be a problem if being W was an extraterrestrial being of unfathomable and incomprehensible eldritch power, but Rudius and Orsted called him Hitagami, the human god. Which meant that he was in the realm of comprehension. Which meant that his powers were derived from humanity. So, a blade that denied the authority of the gods by unraveling its mysteries. A sword that converted that knowledge to power. And the logic that overturned faith with unshakable axioms. Damn that Laplace. I thought it would be enough to split him, but he pulled a fast one on me with that. Taking advantage of the broken soul to draw in an earthbound spirit to reincarnate together. I should have just. A flash of crimson light, cutting across time and space to reach being W. He scoffed and swung his hand to form a barrier. And then his eyes widened and he quickly retracted it, dodging instead. TCH. I lowered my blade. Not that easy, hey. Even if this wasn't reality, concepts applied indiscriminately across the board. If I hit him with it, he would have carried that over. Seems like he wasn't as stupid as I thought he was though. You. Being W grabbed his left arm and clicked his tongue. Damn it. So that's what I meant. Another crimson flash. This time, I took a page from my dad's attacks. I still didn't figure it out yet in reality, but I remembered what it looked like. And that was all I needed here. Bending time and space to slash. Using one's intent and expanding it to claim a domain through your mana before slashing everything at once. Freaking cheater. Being W managed to dodge. I didn't understand how, but he managed to warp out of the way, dodging an attack that should have been unavoidable. No. It was still unavoidable. While he mitigated the damage, I still hit him. Gah. Golden blood spilled before dissolving away into colorless mist. Raw mana, just like how Orsted's attack ripped apart the ambient mana before. Damn it. Being W cursed at me and said, "This isn't over, you bass." I swung my blade again. Being W shut his mouth and vanished. At the same time, I opened my eyes. I was still in the defensive shell and holding Stella. From the explosions outside and muffled shouts, it seemed like the battle was still happening. But I could hear some cheers as well. Specifically Eris. Had. I shifted Stella a bit and then smiled. Told you Big Brother could handle it. Now, since I dealt that guy a big blow, we just have to wait and... A sudden lurch, shooting the ball into the air. Not only that, but the protections I placed down completely shattered, leaving just the iron shell. But that shell quickly started to crumple, crushed by an unseen force. My eyes widened and I quickly split the shell apart, letting whatever was drawing it in to take it. At the same time, I drew out all my mana and wrapped it around me and Stella, damping our momentum and trying to shove us out of the way. But I didn't move. And then I saw why. Holy shit! A black hole, one emitting a chaotic flux of mana similar to what happened during Master Roxy's summoning experiments. That bastard pulled an Uno reverse card. I wasn't moving right now since I had anchored myself with my mana. But when I did, there would only be one direction. And if I tried to disperse the summoning spell that mana was forming, I'd have to deal with the raw power of the black hole. I, maybe could handle that. But not while holding Stella. Rudy. I heard Mom scream from behind me. Glancing back, I saw her and Mama Lily run towards me. And then space cracked in front of them, spilling out summoning mana. No. Stay. Before I could finish speaking, they vanished. And they weren't the only ones. More spatial cracks were opening up all around Bina village. A high-pitched scream in the distance. Norn. Eri. Sifai. A black hole formed over my house, tearing it completely apart. And as a result, it was also sucking in everyone nearby. Including my sisters. Damn it. I tried to do something. Cast a spell to pull her back. But the moment I moved even a bit of my mana, I started getting drawn into the black hole. I glared at the black hole and growled. That sly bastard. I underestimated him. No, did I get too cocky? I showed him all of that thinking he wouldn't be able to do anything with it, but... I shook my head and focused. Think, Rudy. You can do this. Like the alternate you said, mana is omnipotent. So. Tick. Time slowed down. Right. I had this ability. A stalled world where time crawled to a halt. Tick. Was it because I was so close to a black hole? The time I had seemed shorter than usual. Not only that, but I had a feeling that trying to use my power to go back like Rudius implied I wouldn't work. Tick. Focus. I narrowed my eyes and surveyed the scene. Mr. Laws was holding Miss Rose, trying to keep her away from a black hole sucking them both in. And if it was just them, they would definitely be dragged in right away. But Ghislaine was there. Piercing her sword into the ground and using it to gain ground, she held onto Laws's hand, trying to pull both of them back. Master Roxy and Sylphie were holding onto Aisha who was trying to run towards Norn. But a spatial crack was appearing beneath them as well. The moment time resumed, they would fall through. Eris was racing towards Norn. But she would be too slow. Dad was running as well and closing the gap faster. But they still wouldn't make it. One chance. I swept my eyes across the surrounding, thinking as fast as I could. It was possible. I could save one of them. Using half my mana, I could get one of those groups to safety. But only one. I had to conserve at least half to protect me and Stella. Tick. Time was slowly speeding up. With it, I could hear Eris and Dad's screams, stretched out as they called towards Norn. I saw Master Roxy and Sylphie's surprise as they started to fall through. As they did, Sylphie started pulling Aisha close, as if to protect her, while Master Roxy's magic formations flared. I saw Ghislaine's sword start to slip as she, Mr. Laws, and Miss Rose were pulled into the black hole. Damn it! He got me. That bastard got me. No, I got myself. If I hadn't given him the idea of a black hole and let him experience it. No, I had to focus. Time was speeding up. Master Roxy and Sylphie could take care of Aisha. And since they were holding each other, they would end up in the same place and be fine. Especially since Master Roxy was taking preventive measures. Ghislaine, Mr. Laws, and Miss Rose. Yes. They'd be fine too. Ghislaine could read the flow of magic power with her eye and she was starting to pick up Dad's flow technique, so they could make something work. Not only that, but Mr. Laws and Miss Rose could also see mana. So the one I had to save. Time resumed. Norn flew towards the center of the black hole, screaming. But before she fell in, I sent out my mana. It was in my field of view. Mana was shaped according to the user's will. Something I experienced even more thoroughly fighting against being W. So. The same vision I just witnessed. The slowed time, and Norn's body frozen in midair. Tick. Norn. Dad rushed in, sheathing his sword and reaching out with his arms. We've got you, Norn. Eris shouted and ran in as well, kicking off the ground with a burst of flames. Tick. Norn didn't move, no. She did. But her time had been slowed to a crawl while the world moved at a different pace around her. A temporal manipulation executed at the expense of. I coughed, tasting blood in my mouth. At the same time, the vision in my right eye vanished, leaving just darkness. Tick. Dad reached Norn. Eris held out her hand and then changed directions, sending out a burst of flames to go back. Mr. Paul. I got it. Dad grabbed Norn with one hand and spun around to grab Eris. It wasn't enough. Crack. Norn's passage of time returned to normal, and she continued to scream. But then she noticed Dad and stopped. Papa. Eris, now. Dad turned towards Eris, relying on her to get them out. Right. She swung her sword, using a burst of flames to fly away. Would it be enough? I wanted to say it was. I wanted to believe it was. That at least a few of us would be confirmed to be safe and look for the others. But I didn't have the time. The black hole's gravitational pull sucked me in at a rapid speed. At the same time, the teleportation mana reached out to envelop me and Stella. I didn't resist it, instead focusing on protecting my baby sister. No matter what else happened, as long as I could protect her. A burst of light. A kaleidoscope of colors. Countless sceneries blurring past. I felt something tug on Stella, trying to yank her away from me. Like hell I'd let you. No matter what. Even if my body broke apart, I had to keep her safe. This was my fault. Because I got cocky, this happened. A mistake, just like in my past life. But I'd be damned if I let my baby sister get hurt because of it. So come on. You know it, right? Mana gets amplified by emotions. And right now, the only thing I needed to do. A burst of crimson light. Just like the supernova I used against being W. And then I could move. Instead of being swept up in the flow, I could direct it. Before anything else, I held Stella tighter. She was awake now. Not only that, she was staring at me with wide eyes. Was it fear? Hope? Trust? I didn't know. But I knew that I had to get us out of this mess. So. My eyes. No. My eye. My right eye couldn't see anymore, leaving me with just my left eye. My remaining eye scanned the surroundings, looking for a way out. It was a void with countless sceneries floating around like bubbles. I also wasn't alone. In the distance, I could see a few other people getting thrown across the void. But I didn't have time to focus on them. A safe place. At least a relatively safe place. One where I could make a shelter to recover and keep Stella safe from harm. There. A relatively open grassland. Not only that, but one with plenty of ambient mana to utilize, and also one in broad daylight. Before it passed me by, I shot towards it. The moment I entered, I felt a weird ripple. Like jumping into a pool, except without getting wet. And then I was suddenly falling. But that was fine. While my mana was low, there was plenty in my surroundings to use. So. A gust of wind, slowing our descent. A stone tower to meet us halfway. And then we were safe, at least for the moment. I landed on the roof of the tower, taking care to steady my shaky body. After that. Static. Ugh. A wave of nausea and fatigue. I bit my tongue, using the pain to focus. But this was bad. At this rate, I'd fall over and hurt Stella. Just a bit more. I took a deep breath and focused on the ambient mana again, directing it to the tower. First, a roof. Having a place like this pop up out of nowhere was bound to draw suspicion. Then some lights. A soft bed to rest Stella in. Done. I exhaled and then shambled over to the makeshift crib I made. Sorry if it's uncomfortable, Stella. I carefully set her down and then leaned on the wall beside it. But. I think Big Brother needs a nap. Just for a few. On that day, it was raining. There was an argument. Something inane. But the result of it was that he stormed off. She watched him leave, glaring at him the entire way. And then a truck blew past a red light. He didn't see it. She did. A panicked dash. Screams from all around. Blood. His shocked face. Ah. He was safe. Then. That was fine. She thought it would end there and closed her eyes. She regretted it. If she hadn't been so naggy. If she had listened instead. But it was over. She thought it was over. But the next thing she knew. Blurry faces. Unintelligible voices, speaking in a foreign language. Fear. Was she crippled? A vegetable? So she cried. She cried and cried and cried. Terrifying roars erupted around her. Panicked words and loud noises. It was a blur. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. But through it all, a calm voice echoed. She didn't understand it. She didn't understand anything. Even as everything turned dark and terrifying noises echoed all around. But at the end of it all. Dango, 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 Dango Daikazoku. A familiar melody. Familiar words. Hearing those, she relaxed. She still didn't know what was going on. But for now at least. 107 A Warrior's Pride and a Magician's Prowess Part 1. I was drained. My entire body felt like lead, and my mana kept spluttering out. Was it the aftermath of trying to save Norn? Forcibly overclocking to keep Stella safe? I wasn't sure, but I couldn't move. Couldn't see, hear, sense anything at all. No. That wasn't right. I could still hear. It was raining. Water droplets splashed against the walls of the tower I made. Not only that, but I could hear Stella babbling. Thankfully, she wasn't crying. So it was fine if I rested a bit more. So there were living beings in this tower after all. My eyes snapped open. There was someone standing there. A looming figure clutching a gleaming spear. Stella started to cry. Hearing that, I mustered what little mana I had and forced my body up, using the wall as leverage. After that, I quickly staggered to stand in front of Stella's bed and glared at the intruder. Dangerous. I could intuitively sense that the figure standing there was someone at least as strong as Dad. Maybe not as ridiculous in terms of improvising, but there was a battle-honed and confident aura radiating off the figure that could only come from countless life and death battles. Not only that, but I could vaguely see weird mana emanating from him. My vision was still messed up. My right eye was completely dark, and my left eye was blurring things together. But I could see that there were a few different types of mana swirling around him. One was an eerie bright shade of green that seemed to be around his entire body. Another was a piercing red mana floating somewhere around the figure's head. And the last was a familiar white mist shrouding that red mana. No. It seemed to be floating around like a wig. Why was? No. Focus. Who are you? I was in bad shape, so I had to buy time. The figure stepped forward. I grit my teeth and racked my head. Stella was still crying. My body. I didn't have any physical wounds. Right. It was all a result of overusing mana. Still, doing that took a physical toll and I felt so empty. But my body was fine. The only thing wrong with me was my right eye, but if I focused. Yes. My other senses were working. And mana. I didn't have any. But there was a lot of ambient mana here that seemed easy to manipulate. The figure took another step forward. I glared at him and slowly shifted my stance. Left hand out in a fist. Right hand held loose at my right waist. Right foot back, left foot forward. Damn it. I should have kept up my habit of wearing my wand and my new sword. Still. I'm warning you. I looked into the figure's eyes. At least, what I thought were his eyes. The darkness in my blurred vision didn't let me see much. Still, I looked at him and said, I don't care who or what you are, you won't hurt my sister. The figure. No. It was definitely a man now that he got closer. One with a well-honed body and tribal clothing. The man looked at me and said, Are you not afraid? Stella cried harder. I wanted to look back and comfort her, but I didn't dare risk it. Instead, I kept staring at the man and said, It doesn't matter if I'm afraid. You won't hurt my sister. No matter how powerful you seem or how sharp that spear is, you're going to be in for a big surprise if you think that I'll let you touch even a single hair on my sister's body. A long monologue. A seemingly brave speech. But in actuality, I was stalling. My mana was still tapped out, but I was managing to draw in some ambient mana to use. Enough for an advanced rank spell? Damn. This was what most magicians used? This piddling amount? Arg, whatever. I couldn't cast any destructive spells, but mana was mana. I'd just have to make up for it with logic, faith, and imagery. And right now, there wasn't enough for a sword. Or even to cover my hand for reinforcing it. But there was enough to make a thin strand. One just about the length of my hand. If I reinforced that, made it like piano wire. So the world has changed to the point that even young children must become warriors. A tired and heavy tone of voice. One that seemed to carry genuine remorse. I blinked. Was it a ruse? That guy had being WS mana on him, so it was suspicious. And the timing was too coincidental. But the man threw his spear behind him, letting it clatter against the floor. At the same time, he took a few steps back and held up his hands. I mean you no harm. Sure. And I'm God. A snippy response. One that I reflexively said. Damn it. Dad was definitely a bad influence. Thankfully, it didn't seem to bother the guy. Even so, I kept staring at the man, observing him. He might be unarmed, but at this distance. He shifted his head, looking past me. Will you not tend to your sister? Are you going to attack? Stella was still crying, but I couldn't lower my guard. Not while I was still recovering. I continued to draw in ambient mana just in case, but... Have you been separated from your family? I blinked. Hey. Before I could answer, the man nodded and said, You must have been if you two are alone in this dark tower. And human children, this far from home. The man trailed off and looked at me one more time. I tensed. But then the man spun around and left. Grabbing his spear, he walked down the stairs in the tower and vanished. I waited a bit to make sure he wasn't just tricking me. But after seeing his blob of color move away from the tower, I let out a sigh of relief. After that, I quickly turned around to pick up Stella. Sorry, Stella. My baby sister sniffed and then snuggled her face into my chest. I carefully held her in my arms and then sat down against the wall. What a mess. I couldn't make out her face. Right now, Stella just looked like a blob with faint wisps of silver and gold flickering around. Damn it. That being W got me good. But I couldn't dwell on that. Live and learn. I'd have to account for that later. But right now. I forced a smile and gently patted Stella. There. Everything's all right, Stella. Big bro won't let you get hurt. Stella sniffed. At the same time, I felt my shirt get wet. Tears from Stella's face. Was she about to cry again? That wasn't good. We were in the clear with that weird guy, but if this place had monsters. Don't cry, Stella. Let's see. Singing worked last time. And Stella seemed to like the sound of Japanese, so. What other songs did I remember? Nothing but anime songs. Damn. Were there any others that sounded like lullabies? Ah. Right. There was that. The lyrics were a bit dark, but the tone of the song and the melody should be soothing. So. I shifted Stella to make her more comfortable and smiled. Big bro. No, Ani-chan will sing you another song, alright? It's probably not that good, but... I closed my eyes and started to sing. Maonata Kara Isararu Kodomo. A lonely and sorrowful song, barely audible beneath the rain. Rudyard leaned against his spear and listened to it. A melody sung in a language that Rudyard didn't understand. Even so, the lonely emotions within it were clear despite that. A pair of unfortunate human children. And one that appears to be a newborn infant. Rudyard glanced back at the tower and then looked out at the surroundings. It was different. Though day, dark clouds had gathered to rain over a land that had not had rain in countless years. More than that, the familiar barren wasteland had been changed into lush grassland. But only a portion. As Rudyard swept his gaze across the surroundings, he saw more oddities. A section of the ground with foreign trees. Another section that seemed like a portion of a mountain had been scooped out and dropped onto the ground. A glistening azure pond. It wasn't everywhere. In fact, it seemed to be localized around the tower where those children took shelter. Further out, the terrain was the same as always, an arid wasteland. Not only that, but at that arid wasteland, the rain suddenly cut off, as if clearly marking a barrier. In total, a strange distortion in both the weather and land. Rudyard narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Is this Laplace's doing?" Such drastic changes could only come from such a powerful being. And yet, roars in the distance. Rudyard looked over and saw unfamiliar monsters moving towards the tower. Powerful creatures that even seasoned human adventurers would struggle with, let alone a child and an infant. The superb warrior pulled his spear out of the ground and then scanned the surroundings with his third eye. As he did, he thought back to the child in the tower. The young human boy with silver hair and blood-stained eyes. He was strange. The child had stared at him without a shred of fear. Tension, but not fear. Instead, it had been the resolve of someone willing to throw their life away to cut down the enemy in front of him. A warrior's mindset. Admirable. And from his hair, it seemed he was a formidable magician. Or at least had talent in magic to have suffered mana strain. But even so, a child could not protect a newborn on his own. Especially not against these approaching monsters. So, what warrior would leave children to die like this? Rudyard had many questions for the children. And he had many concerns as well. But for now, he would hunt. 108 A Warrior's Pride and a Magician's Prowess Part 2. Ha! This really is a hell of a mess, isn't it? I watched Stella peacefully sleep in her crib and frowned. The rain had stopped. But in exchange, the light had vanished. It seemed like day had turned into night while I was calming Stella down. What do I do now? My right eye still wasn't working. My left eye's vision came back after a while, letting me see things more clearly. But my right eye. At first, I thought it was just a mana blockage problem like before. But it was different. Not only was there a lack of mana there, but it felt wrong. Numb. When I rubbed it through my eyelid, I could feel that my eye was there. But that was only with my fingers. My eye itself. I didn't feel anything. So that was a problem. Fortunately, it was an old problem. I hadn't tried it yet, but after my previous stint being blind, I devised a lot of alternative methods to either recovering or compensating for a lack of vision. Just didn't think I'd have to use them so soon. I checked on Stella one more time. My baby sister was fast asleep, quietly breathing. I was a bit worried because of how dense the mana was here and if it might affect her in a bad way. Fortunately, it seemed like Mom and Dad getting stronger resulted in another ridiculous kid. It was only a little, but Stella seemed to be passively drawing in the ambient mana and converting it to her own gold and silver mix. Of course, since she was a baby, there wasn't much. But it didn't seem to be harming her in any way. Still. I looked away from Stella and glanced at my surroundings. What am I going to feed her? Stella was a newborn. Barely a day old, if that. While I wasn't too worried about injuries, I was worried about developmental issues. Especially if she didn't have proper nutrition. In this world, the only way babies ate was through breastfeeding. Obviously, that wasn't an option here. Maybe it was possible to do some puree mix of food, but I didn't know anything about nutrition in this world. An organization that regulated health and food safety wasn't a thing, after all. Not to mention that this was a foreign land where I didn't know what was safe for me to eat. And while I could get by through brute-forcing healing spells and drinking water, Stella. Damn it. If I just had some baby formula. Wait. I slowly stood up and looked around again. This tower. Stella's crib. The sports areas back at home. I managed to make them from raw mana. And while I'd only started dabbling in it, I had figured out how to make candies from mana too. The only thing I needed was a clear image. Alright. Okay. Then. This should work. No, this will work. My mana, it was still empty. But the air here was at least 100 times denser in mana than back at home. Not only that, but I could feel a few clumps of hyper-dense mana floating around. Probably the aftermath of being WS warp spell. Then, first. I closed my eyes and focused. A deep breath, drawing in the mana from around me. A long exhale, removing impurities. Carefully cycling them throughout my body to both kickstart my mana and begin refueling. It would take a while. Probably a few weeks to get back up to full capacity with this method. I had a few others to try, but this was good enough for now. When I had about a normal person's amount of mana restored, I opened my eyes and focused. Will. Mana. Image. Those were the components to magic. Lacking in one meant you had to compensate for the others. Image was formed both from logic and faith. Will was your determination, as well as your emotions. And mana was mana. Being W could pull ridiculous feats off because he seemed to have mana in the amounts of multiple stars, so he didn't need much image. But that guy definitely had plenty of will from his arrogance and self-confidence. As for me, my mana was just a drop in the bucket from my usual amount. But my will and image. I was desperate and determined. I absolutely wouldn't let Stella get hurt or have issues growing up. Even if it cost my life or if I had to sacrifice parts of myself to make it work. Image. I knew what I wanted. Remembered what it looked like. Recalled its taste. The list of ingredients and nutrient value on the back. Mana was omnipotent. Rudius said so, and I experienced it recently firsthand, facing that cheating being W faith wasn't an issue. Logic. Well, if you shifted around Einstein's famous formula, mass was essentially just energy split apart into discrete portions by slowing it down. And mass was matter. Matter itself was comprised of individual particles, and those particles interacted with each other on a micro scale to build up to a macro environment. But more than that, who said magic had to abide by physics? Didn't I just see being W throw that out the window by breaking through a black hole? So. A swell of power. Wind no, a pressure difference causing a sudden airflow due to the shift in mana. Stella was startled and started crying again. Not only that, I heard a small rumbling sound. Her stomach, no doubt super empty after all this time. But it worked. A plastic baby bottle filled with a murky off-white liquid. I unscrewed the cap to taste it just to make sure, and yab. The same watered-down vanilla-ish taste I remembered. Stella kept crying. Not only that, she started flailing her hands around, as if reaching for someone to pick her up. I sighed, but then placed a smile on my face. Don't worry, Stella. Unii-chan's here. Gah. Stella sniffed and stopped crying, looking up at me. I smiled and carefully picked her up. After that, I handed her the bottle. Here. You're hungry, aren't you? Drink up. You need to eat a lot to grow big and strong, you know. Idle chatter. The words echoing in my head from my previous life that I remembered saying to my younger siblings. Did it calm Stella down? Or was she just hungry? Either way, she greedily sucked on the bottle. After she was finished, I burped her and then held her for a while to make sure she was fine. But it seemed like she was content from being full since she quickly fell back asleep. I gently placed Stella back in her crib and tucked her in. The moment I did that. You're a wonderful older brother. The same person from before. I turned around to look at him, raising my guard. And since my vision was cleared up, I got a better look at him. Like I thought, the man was wearing tribal clothes. His torso was mostly bare, revealing honed muscles. But he had on a cloth vest with colorful patterns, reminiscent of Native Americans. Paired with his grey pants, leather boots, and leather arm wraps, he seemed like a wandering nomad. Not only that, but there was a scar across his face, cutting diagonally between his eyes, and below a crimson gem. I frowned and shifted my vision to Mana. I wasn't mistaken. The man. No. Probably a demon, right? The demon had naturally green mana while that crimson gem was emitting red pulses of mana. But there was also being WS mana floating around him. Specifically, around his hair. Almost like it was dyed with it. Who are you? The man didn't seem hostile. In fact, he reminded me a bit of Orsted. And if his situation was similar, that meant that being WS mana was actually a curse on the man. And come to think of it, that would explain Stella crying. I wasn't affected by that mana and whatever effect it was trying to cause, but now that I could see properly, I noticed that it was sending out the same intimidating vibes that being WS mana around Orsted did. A sort of subliminal message saying this is the mortal enemy of the world. Or something. The man stared at me and then gently set his spear aside, raising his hands, as if trying to calm me down. I am Rudyard Superdia. Rudyard? I tilted my head, racking my mind. It sounded familiar for some reason. Ah. Right. Rudius mentioned that a Rudyard helped him out when he got transported to the Magic Continent from the Metastasis incident. Magic Continent? Magic Continent? I blinked and then groaned. That would explain the dense mana atmosphere. I thought that I was still somewhere in the Azura Kingdom, or at the worst in Milis because of those grassy fields. But of course it wasn't that. Instead of a Metastasis mana calamity, that bastard went and did a space collapse. Maybe space-time collapse. It had better be just space. If that guy. No. Think positive. You already know what happens when you go full edgelord. And that bastard definitely wants you to go full edgelord, so don't. Right. So. Rudyard was still staring at me, quietly waiting. I stared back at him, thinking. And after a while, I said, Rudyard, right. He nodded his head. That's right. A member of the Superd race. That is correct. I tilted my head, trying to remember what Rudius mentioned about him. There wasn't much. He had mostly been talking about all the tragedies near the later part of his life, but as to Rudyard and the Superd race. I nodded and said, all right. Then. I heard from a friend that the Superds are a proud warrior tribe that live honorably and just. Rudyard's eyes widened, showing shock and relief. No, there was a bit of gratitude in there too. But he quickly nodded and said, that's true. Can I trust you? For good measure, I played up the vulnerable kid look and desperation. Well, I didn't really need to play up that much. They were both kind of true right now. Rudyard stared at me with a firm look and said, a Superd warrior will not go back on his word. Nor will he allow children to fend for themselves. After that, he let out a reassuring smile and said, I do not know your circumstances, but be calm. I will help you and your sister return home. A sincere response. Unlike Dad, Rudyard was giving off the vibe of a confident and trustworthy adult. Similar to Mr. Laws, actually. So then. Okay. But, before I trust you, I want to get rid of the curse stuck on your hair. Is that okay? It would be trouble if being W managed to use that to spy or something, so. Rudyard's eyes widened and he touched his hair. Curse? On my hair. I nodded. That's right. It's a bit hard to explain, but. A blur. I panicked and tried to swing my arm. But before I could, Rudyard was in front of me, gripping my shoulders. Mr. Rudyard. The look of a man dying from thirst that just found water. He stared at me and said, is it true? Is there a curse on my hair causing misfortune? Is that the reason for the excessive fear and hostility? Is that why the Superd are? Mr. Rudyard. Please calm down. Rudyard flinched, and quickly stepped back, lowering his hands. Sorry. But. He ran his hand through his hair. Yes. There had been talk of a curse. And when we threw our spears away, it was our hair that was talked about. The dreadful, fearful green hair of the Superd. Okay? Maybe Master Roxy's theory about me emitting a Rudy factor of some sort affecting the people around me was correct. Rudyard shook his head and then looked at me. After that, he bowed and said, please. If you can remove this curse. If you can do such a thing, I, Rudyard Superdia will forever be in your debt. There's no need to go that far. The caster is the person responsible for us being here too, so. I trailed off and focused on being WS mana. Did he sense my intentions? Or was it an automatic reaction? The white mana started to swirl, as if winding up to pounce on me. But. Not this time. I reached out my hand and imagined it. The way that being WS body was split by my sword and turned into colorless mana. How Orsted ripped the ambient elemental mana into raw mana from his attack. It definitely wouldn't work against him directly. And I still needed testing. But. Disperse. A phenomenon formed from mana, enforced by my word, and fueled my image. An invisible shockwave lashed out at being WS mana, instantly shredding it apart. At the same time. Drain. Another phenomenon. Before the mana could scatter, I pulled it towards me and assimilated it. An instant top-up. Just like if I downed an energy drink. While not up to full capacity, that definitely helped wash away a bit of the fatigue. Now, to check on Mr. Rudyard. Is it done? Rudyard stared at me with a faint hope in his eyes. It should be? I think you'd need to test it out first though. Before I could finish, Rudyard was gone. Vanishing in a flash, even leaving his spear behind. Well. I guess that's fine. Now to try meditating and see if that increased my mana regeneration. If not, then time to work on that dispersal and drain spell I just came up with to see if I can use them on magic stones or monsters directly. Maybe experiment with mass to mana conversion too. Taking up a spot next to Stella, I knelt down and sat on my heels, resting my hands over my thighs. Deep breaths, clearing my mind. Cycling mana, making sure the mana I drained was free from annoying external forces. Thud. I flinched and opened my eyes. Rudyard was back. Not only that, he was kneeling in front of me. That was the thud I heard. But it wasn't just ordinary kneeling. It was the exaggerated pose that someone would use to swear loyalty. One knee on the ground, one raised. Head lowered and arm resting on the raised knee. Great magician. For breaking this curse, I, Rudyard Superdia. Hold on. Wait. Let's get proper introductions first. Geez. What's with everyone acting so excessive around me? 109 A Warrior's Pride and a Magician's Prowess Part 3. I see. So that is your situation, Rudy. Rudyard glowered and said, what a terrifying adversary. And cruel as well, to target children. I nodded and said, it's a bit ridiculous, yet. Late at night. I'd somehow managed to convince Ruchard to not do something ridiculous like swear the allegiance of himself and his entire bloodline to me and instead set up a little campfire/home base to talk to him and get the situation sorted. Ruchard had gathered some firewood and various supplies earlier while I was tending to Stella, storing them at the bottom of the tower. Because of that, I managed to set up a little fireplace and makeshift oven to both warm up the place and make some food. Though the meat that Ruchard brought back didn't look too appetizing. Fortunately, magic was a thing. And it seemed like I had figured out something similar to transfiguration from H.R.R.Y. Peter, so it wasn't too big a concern. Ruchard shook his head and looked at me. But I am impressed. To be such a skilled magician so young and have such a brave warrior's heart. Have heroes started to rise in the human kingdoms again? I dunno about heroes. I'm just me. Ruchard nodded and then said, yes. That is a good mindset to have. He looked over at Stella and then frowned. But have you determined what you plan to do? The magic continent is harsh and the distance to the Azura kingdom is vast. Taking a newborn for the journey. I sighed. I know. That's what I'm worried about. The situation was unclear. From what Ruchard told me, we were definitely in the magic continent. But it was different too. Whatever being W did, it caused weather and terrain to get messed up, with apparently pieces of terrain spliced together and monsters from all over the world popping up. I was lucky enough to land in a safe spot with Stella and make shelter, but apparently this place was standing out like a sore thumb. If Ruchard hadn't taken the time to clean up the monsters around the place, I would have to resort to desperate measures to try and protect Stella. But traveling across the land with Stella, I could make a baby carrier. Maybe a stroller or car seat style cradle. But according to Ruchard, the sun was harsh, the winds dry, and temperatures volatile throughout the land. I had some ideas on how to deal with that and keep Stella safe. But I wouldn't have the capacity to do that and fight at the same time. And while Ruchard was strong, we were facing unknown territory. Literally and figuratively when it came to potential monsters and terrain changes. In short, we need some more help. That was the issue. I was grateful to have Ruchard here, and he definitely had our best interests in mind after I helped him get rid of that curse. But he wasn't enough. The problem was, we got lucky. I knew that Ruchard could be trustworthy because Rudius mentioned him a bit, but that was all. I could remember some other people to keep note of. I think Zanaba and Cliff were two more people I could lean on later. But they should be around my age right now even if I came across them, so that didn't help. Capable and reliable adults were far and few. Not only that, but I didn't know the language here. Ruchard happened to know the common language that humans spoke, but I didn't know his. The only languages I knew were Japanese, English, a bit of random programming languages, and maybe the magic formations I had been studying. I knew I should have bugged Master Roxy about picking up her language. Ruchard frowned. That will be difficult. Individuals kind enough to help a pair of lost children are already few. Those willing still to come with a support. He gave an apologetic smile. I waved my hand. It's all right, Ruchard. I think I know how to fix this. But I need a few more days to recover first. Can you keep us safe until then? Ruchard nodded. With my life. You don't need to go that far. But I appreciate it. Now let's eat and then get to know each other a bit since we'll be traveling for a while. Like I said earlier, me and Stella are from a small village in the Azura kingdom called Bina. My dad's the knight in charge of the place and my mom's basically the village doctor. Ah, and there's Mama Lily too. She's my second mom. A long story there. A few days came and went. During the day, I held Stella and babbled to her in Japanese to keep her calm and pass the time. When she was hungry, I made some more baby formula to feed her, and I changed her diapers when she needed it. Transfiguration was convenient. Though I was starting to get paranoid about fighting being W proper. I'd have Orsted to back me up at the time whenever that was, but it was a bit unnerving at how malleable Mana really was. And that didn't even take into account the fact that there might be another level past Mana that being W didn't show off because he had been trapped in my domain expansion/reality marble/pocket dimension. But whatever the case, that was a concern for later. And for when Orsted was around so we could brainstorm ways to stump being W. Also for when I had a safe place and time to sort through all the random ramblings that Rudius had when we were chatting. Definitely a lot of useful things in there I still needed to parse and look out for. I think there was something about the Holy Order of Millis or whatever that he mentioned. A warrant for his head or something. Anyway. Stella was fine. I was worried about her being a newborn baby and all, but my baby sister was made of tough stuff. She was still a bit afraid of Ruchard, but for the most part she only cried when she was hungry. Other than that, she was quiet and just spent her time watching me and listening. She also perked up a lot whenever I spoke Japanese. Maybe since it was so different from the normal language? I mean, Japanese had a certain rhythmic cadence to it. Maybe it was that. But summing things up, baby sister not a problem. Still a bit of a concern on what we were going to do to get out of this place and start adventuring back home though. Ideally, a teleport spell was the way to go. Being W wasn't the only one who could pull an Uno reverse. While it was fast, I did manage to get a glimpse of the teleporting shenanigans he used to send me and Stella here. Not only that, but Master Roxy had taught me basic summoning magic and principles. And so I had my action plan. Ruchard carefully held Stella and then watched me from off to the side. Are you certain this will work? I finished etching the summoning circle into the stone floor and nodded. It will. The principles are sound, I've recovered enough mana, and as a failsafe, I have a bit of summoning mana gathered up to patch anything that goes wrong. Ruchard frowned. And if you summon a monster that cannot be controlled? I do not mean to doubt your abilities, but many unpredictable events have occurred within the past few days. I'm aware. Which is why I'm leaving Stella with you for now. I paused and said, you can run while keeping her safe, right? Ruchard nodded. I have run carrying infants before. Human infants? Yes. And they stayed alive, right? Yes, Rudy. Good. Just checking. Still kind of doubtful, but I made Stella a protective necklace to cast a barrier dampening momentum if she started going over a safe speed, so, it should be fine. Really wished I had my wand on me though. Or my sword. Or even one of my keepsakes, like Master Roxy's necklace, Mama Lily's scarf, or Mom's healing tome. I'd even take that embarrassing outfit that Miss Rostalina made me. Anything to cheer me up a bit or act as a good luck charm. Wait. I paused to think about it. Summoning magic was typically for summoning guardians, but it wasn't restricted to that. Or to living creatures. So. Yeah. Let's do a trial run first to get a feel for it. I knew the general area of where it should be, so it was more defined than a random summoning for a potential guardian monster/spirit. Gate, open. First, words to focus the mind. After that, pump mana into the magic circle. Crimson light flashed as my mana poured in. But that quickly faded, turning grey and fuzzy, like the static from those old TVs. And like those old TVs, an image was forming in the center of the magic circle. Hey! Was it supposed to work like this? I didn't remember Master Roxy's summoning experiments looking like this. But whatever. First off, my wand. The birthday gift Master Roxy gave me and the one fitted with elementally attuned magic stones. There. It was slowly coming into focus. But at the same time, I saw something else too. A small silhouette holding it tight against her chest while two others patted that silhouette's head. Aisha? Did she hear my thoughts? For a moment, the small silhouette flinched, as if shocked. And then she started spinning around, her tiny head craning every direction looking for something. But then the vision faded. Not only that, but the magic circle fizzled out. TCH. Did you fail? I shook my head and gathered up my mana again. No, I got sidetracked by something. So Aisha had my wand. Did Master Roxy summon it? Probably. Or maybe it got sucked in somehow and ended up with them. That was fine. Aisha needed it more. Then, how about my new sword? Gate, open. I focused on the magic circle again. Once more, the static effect. Blurry images, slowly sharpening. Wait. Could I use this to scry? Find out how Mama Lily, Dad, and everyone else is doing? No. The connection wasn't there. I got a few vague hits when I tried looking for Mama Lily, and Dad based on their equipment, but the magic circle started to splutter when I did. Maybe since my mana probably had been phased out by now? No. It was probably being W's fault. He was definitely keeping an eye on things and probably preventing the easy way out. Bastard. But in any case, I couldn't find them, but I did ping my sword. And again, it was being held by a tiny silhouette with two other people. One tall person and a shorter person. So Norn had my sword. And was with Eris. And Dad. And my new sword was the result of experimenting with magic stones and infusing elements directly into the blade to try and make it a pseudo-wand. Well. I guess she'll be safe at least. And she definitely needed it more than I did. But in that case, what about? Pop. A sudden puff of smoke. With it, a small pile appeared in the middle of the magic circle. A familiar jumble of items. First, a grey hand-knitted scarf with my name at the end of it. Next, a worn-out healing tome. After that, a half-empty bag of magic stones and coins. And then there was the outfit that I had just been thinking about a while ago. HOH. Ruchard exclaimed and then gave me an impressed look. You can summon supplies with magic. I guess? Not exactly what I had in mind, but I'll take it. I picked up the items and frowned. That was weird. It was almost like someone had grabbed the spell while I was searching and threw a care package at me. At that time, Stella giggled. I looked back and laughed. Yeah, Yet. It's kind of funny, I know. I set the clothes and my keepsakes aside. But after that, I picked up the bag of magic stones. These should be useful though. I would have preferred to have my wand or sword, but magic stones would work in a pinch. Ah. Note to self, remember to ask Rudyard to collect a few when he's out hunting. But for now. Alright. Time for the real deal. I looked at Rudyard and said, stay alert. Understood. I focused and said the words again. Gate, open. The magic circle flared to life. But this time, it shone even brighter. And the cause for that? This had better work. I mumbled under my breath as I spilled the magic stones onto the summoning circle and dissolved them into Ramana. This time, it was different. Instead of staticky images or hazy silhouettes, I didn't see anything. Instead, I felt my mana fall through the summoning circle and get dragged around, tugged here and there by a mysterious current. Alright. This is what Master Roxy said should happen, so next. I focused on what I wanted. Something strong enough to protect us and help Rudyard fight, was important, but not the top priority. Right now, we needed information. Something that could help us traverse the dangers popping up throughout the land and identify potential crises. Ideally something with foresight, clairvoyance, maybe identification powers. And definitely mage sight. But did something like that. A heavy tug. My mana, spinning away just like a reel as whatever I caught started panicking. I narrowed my eyes and pulled it taut. If it was really a match. If this summoning spell worked, I wasn't about to let it get away. A fierce wind picked up as ambient mana got sucked into the summoning circle to power the spell. Rudy. Rudyard's concerned voice called out. I've got it. I pulled my hand back and dragged my mana along with whatever it ensnared. And then. A burst of crimson light, knocking me back on my butt. A figure emerging from the depths of the summoning circle. And then. Who dares to summon this one? Who dares to place a collar on the great demon lord Kishirika Kishirisu? A small girl that looked a little younger than me. Despite that, she was dressed in lewd clothing. Black leather, chains, lots of bare skin. A cute face, horns, purple hair, and a pair of mismatched eyes. Complete Lilicon bait. But I ignored that. While a shocking appearance, there was something that stood out even more. Something that explained why the summoning caused such a fuss. 12 different mana signatures, swirling all around the girl's body while converging in her eyes. Mana radiating an imperial might and violet color, weak only because she seemed to be tapped out like I was right now. A body that was taking a while to top up its drained mana source. Wait. Did she say demon lord? The girl rounded on me, glaring at me with her mismatched eyes. You. It was you who summoned this one, was it not? A mere who, man. Her left eye flashed, and one of the mana signatures shifted up into that eye. A light swirly green color. When it did, the girl's eyes widened and she paled. This. Her eyes spun and she glanced behind me. When she saw Rudyard, the girl gulped. Why you? Are you not the commander of that handsome one's forces? Rudyard narrowed his eyes. Kishirika flinched and then lunged at me. I quickly got up, preparing to fight. But it turned out to be unnecessary. This one apologizes. The girl smacked her head against the ground and said, this one would be honored to serve the magic god. So. Don't eat me. What? I turned back to look at Rudyard. He gave me a blank stare, clearly as confused as I was. I looked back to the girl, who was trembling and sobbing. This one apologizes. She was tricked by the human god and didn't know better. Batty did not either. Please. Have mercy. It's a good thing I already have white hair, because good god these unexpected developments are getting to me. 110 Demon Lord. The girl Demon Lord? Girl. Let's go with girl because she's definitely not acting like a demon lord. Anyway, the girl was inconsolable, crying and shaking at my feet with her head pressed against the ground. Fortunately, Stella didn't start crying too. Though I felt like my baby sister was giving me a weird look. But anyway, after some placating and reassurances, as well as handing over a plate with some of the grilled meat I had cooking, the girl calmed down. Just to show that I wasn't a threat, I held Stella again and stood a few paces away from the girl, gesturing for Rudyard to do the same. And like that, we waited. Me standing with Stella in my arms, Rudyard next to me, and the girl seated on the floor, carefully holding the plate I served her and nibbling on the grilled meat. Almost like a slave or abused dog eating while in fear of their owner. Rudyard watched the girl eat a bit before looking at me. Are you a god, Rudy? Of course not. But you said you had a god as your adversary, didn't you? I paused. Rudyard had a point. Even so. I'm not a god. I'm planning to be a god slayer, yet. But a god? No. Gods were limited, after all. Well, that should be the case. I was starting to think that being W might be on the level of a creator god. One with a capital G. Needed to come up with countermeasures and trump cards for that. 3 wasn't enough last time, so I definitely needed more. A whole stacked deck instead of a few cards. Maybe more players too. One person probably wouldn't be enough. I frowned and then looked at the girl. She looked back up at me and flinched, quickly lowering her gaze. This one apologizes. My frown deepened and I said, this one. This one means I mean, I am not worthy. I am just a tiny scrap on the wayside. My power is nothing compared to your vast might. So. Please don't eat me too. Gaga. It seemed like even Stella was confused about the situation. My baby sister babbled and then turned to look at me. Yeah, wish I knew what was going on too, Stella. I mumbled. Rudyard glanced at me and then at the girl and said, Demon Lord Kishirika Kishirisu. That's your name. The girl glanced at Rudyard and nodded. Why yes. I am Kishirika Kishirisu. Rudyard frowned. Demon Lord? Not Great Empress. The girl quickly shook her head, staring at me again. I would not dare proclaim such a thing before the magic god. Never. Rudyard blinked and then turned to look at me. Rudy. You, would not have happened to transfer my curse to yourself, have you? I shook my head. I shouldn't have? But why? Is this how people usually react to you? Rudyard nodded. Yes. Fearing they would be eaten, terrified beyond belief. He let out an amused smile and said, though I have never been called a god before. Demon and monster, yes. But a god. I sighed and looked back at the girl. Kishishi. Kishiru. You know what? I'm calling you Rika. Why yes. The girl quickly set down her plate and knelt to the ground again. I accept the name given, magnanimous magic god. I felt a headache come on. Seriously wished I had an aspirin. And that healing magic worked on stress headaches. Also wanted to rub my forehead, but I was holding Stella, so I just had to deal with it. Just call me Rudy. Yes. Master no, your magnificence, Rudy. Again, just Rudy. Why yes, Master Rudy. I felt my eye twitch and looked at Rudyard. He stared back. What? You aren't going to start calling me Lord or Majesty, are you? Did you not say that you hated nobility? I will respect your wishes. Rika started shaking more after Rudyard said that. Stella giggled. I poked her cheek and said, glad someone's finding this funny. I shook my head and then looked back at Rika. Look. Rika. I'm pretty sure you're mistaken here. I'm not a god or whatever you think I am. And I didn't summon you here to be a slave or anything. I just wanted some extra help. Rika stared at me. And then she stared at Rudyard. And then back at me. Are you not going to roam the magic continent and absorbing the demon lords and clans to increase your magical prowess? I coughed. Rudyard raised an eyebrow. Oh of course not wait. A thought came to mind. Summoning spells. They normally just summon things from across space. But space and time were linked. And with the chaotic flux of space-time from being WS crazy Uno reverse on me. Quick question, Rika. Why yes, Master Rudy. She wasn't going to drop the master part, huh? I decided to ignore it and continued talking. What year is it? I forgot the exact year, but it should be something like 415 or 416 on the Armored Dragon calendar this year. It is year 15 of the Magic God Emperor calendar, Master Rudy. Rudyard blinked. Magic God Emperor. Yeah. Definitely had a headache. But. And on the Armored Dragon calendar. That. Rika stopped to think and then said, I think it should be the year 426. I groaned. I agree, Rudius. God I hate multiverse theory. Stella giggled. Rika tilted her head, confused. So. Master Rudy is not the magic god? And you did not decipher the race trait of my clan and revert to a child after losing a clash against Hitagami. I rubbed my face and patiently said, I'm not. And I didn't. I paused. Though demons have weird magics, hey? Is that why your mana is so low? Did you die and revert to a child? Rika nodded. Yes. This one I mean, I am prone to accidents and misfortune and recently perished in a clash against the Knights of the Mealy's Holy Order. Right. After calming Rika down, it was round 2 of introductions. This time though, I made it a bit more comfortable instead of us just all sitting on the cold stone floor. I made Stella a little car seat cradle to set her in and then 3 chairs for me, Rudyard, and Rika. Rika was across from me, while Stella was on my left and Rudyard on my right. Anyway. I'm not that guy. I'm just a kid. Rika looked at Rudyard and said, but you still have Ruchard Supradia as a general. I resisted the urge to sigh and said, Ruchard isn't my general, subordinate, or whatever. He's a friend. Got it? Friend. I'm not some demon lord, god emperor, or whatever going around trying to subjugate the world, alright. I looked at Ruchard and said, tell her, Ruchard. Ruchard gave me a serious look and said, are we not, my lord? I froze. Oi. After seeing my face, Ruchard chuckled and patted my head. It's a joke, Rudy. And you should be less serious. I sighed. Trying my best here. As much as I'd love to just hole up somewhere and play with Stella while making sure she grew up healthy, we're running against the clock and the unexpected. Ruchard nodded and pulled his hand back. But after that, he paused and said, however. If subjugation is required to ensure the safety of you and your sister. Stop that. Ruchard smiled and nodded his head. But he didn't say he wouldn't. Ugh. I'm too young for this. I'm supposed to be a kid enjoying life playing with his best friends, not dealing with all this hassle. At this rate, I'm going to have grey hairs before I even. Oh wait. My hair already turned white. Rika kept staring at me. I stared back. Rika pursed her lips and muttered, I suppose Master Rudy is different from that handsome man. Master Rudy is more carefree and relaxed instead of vengeful and obsessive. And the color of mana is different as well. Right. I'm just a normal human kid who wants to get home. And I'm asking for your help. Ruchard muttered under his breath. Rudy is far from a normal human child. I heard that. Ruchard smiled. Rika looked between me and Ruchard again. And then she looked back at me. Once more, her mana shifted and the swirly green-colored mana flowed into her eyes. After a few moments, Rika slowly nodded. Okay. I agree. A bit of vigor returned into her eyes and she nodded. Yes. Though I have been plucked from the depths of time and space to arrive in this world. This must be the workings of fate itself. Light sparkled in her eyes and she stood up, holding her hand out to me. You. My fated contractor. Please just call me Rudy. I stood up and hesitantly grabbed her hand. Please. Then Rudy. Rika grinned and said, this one forsakes her name. To ensure the genocidal magic god Emperor Laplace is not reborn, this one shall be christened anew as Rika and guide you on your path. She let go of my hand and then crossed her arms together, laughing. Hitagami, you insolent betrayer. This Kishirika Kishirisu no, this Rika shall have her vengeance at last for the death of her mother and fiancé. Wahahaha. Alright. So it's confirmed that there's definitely something about me that makes people around me ridiculous. I looked at Stella. She stared back at me, babbling. You aren't some secret bombshell waiting to go off either, are you, Stella? She giggled and held out her hands, giving me an innocent smile. I picked her up and said, of course you aren't. My cute and innocent Imuto wouldn't do that to me, right? Would you? I reached out and tickled her chin. Stella giggled harder and then started blowing raspberries at me. I smiled at her and then looked back at Rika. She stared at me, determination and excitement sparkling in her dark eyes. Honestly, Rika looked more like Norn and Aisha waiting to play with me than a demon lord. Wait. Demon lord. So from what Rika implied, going full subjugation wasn't a good thing to do. But it gave me an idea. Especially since I already had a tower and basically claimed some land. Hey, Rika. Yes, Rudy. Rika hopped over and stood before me. Ask me anything. Rika will ensure you do not repeat the same mistakes as that handsome one. I couldn't see Ruchard since he was standing off to my right side, but I felt his judging gaze on me. Hey. It's not my fault my life is weird. I'm a normal human, I swear. Ah wait. This was going to end up like me being a genius at this rate, wasn't it? Yet, denying this isn't going to help. Instead. So hear me out. Ruchard, listen too. What if we pretend I'm a demon lord? Rika gave me a blank stare. I felt Ruchard's judging gaze on me. What? It'll work. And besides, this place isn't safe for humans, right? So if we just... Actually, let me just draw this out. It'll probably be easier to explain. 111 R3 Part 1. Plan Fake Demon Lord. It was simple. I had a tower and some hospitable land nearby due to the wonky space-time collapse. Stella was too frail to take with me to go explore the lands, but here in the tower and this microclimate bubble, she'd be safe. Food wasn't an issue, and I could slowly recover in safety if a rumor about a terrifying demon lord existed. But that wasn't all. If this space-time collapse incident was anything like the teleport incident was for Rudius, it meant there were probably a bunch of people who could use some help. And while I still didn't agree with Dad's philosophy of sticking my neck out for strangers, I did agree with the fact that helping someone could lead to them wanting to help other people. And in a chaotic time like this where time was important and people were desperate to cling onto any form of help, it was the perfect environment to build up a group of people under a common banner to help search for victims. Especially if the leader of that group was a shadowy figure with seemingly unlimited resources and terrifying might. In short, I'd be playing up the role of a demon lord, or at least a powerful figure gathering up forces and people. We could use the tower as the base, and since I could terraform a bit, I could even do some kingdom building shenanigans to gather forces. And I could also rack up gratitude by finding specific people with scrying magic or something too. Wasn't sure about the exact details, but it was plausible at least. Then in the meantime, I could get a group of people paying tribute in magic stones that I could use to power teleportation magic research to get us back home directly without having to make the trip on foot. Barring that, I could work on making something like a floating fortress and fly it across the land too. Though that would probably take up more magic stones. And with Ruchard here as a feared superb warrior who would be out doing good deeds, mystery would build up around the owner of the tower. And that's the rough gist of it. What do you think? Silence. Ruchard slowly nodded and said, I don't disagree. Being able to help and rescue those in need would lead to great strides in restoring the superb reputation. However, he looked at me and said, the Demon Kings will not take your appearance lightly. We are in the northeastern wastelands, so it is unlikely that trouble will arise soon. But if your influence spreads. Bah! Rika crossed her arms and said, why worry about those weaklings? She looked at me and said, Rika thinks that it's a great plan. Might makes right, so if Rudy shows his strength, the others will fall in line. And if it becomes a big problem, when Rudy recovers, you can go defeat sister-in-law and become a hero. Ruchard paused. That would be an option. But... He looked at me, thinking. The Immortal Demon King is formidable. Immortal Demon King, hey. I paused to think about it. Is she stronger than Orsted? The name was pretty intimidating. Bit weird how she was considered a king, but titles were titles. And a king was still less than a god. Ruchard blinked. The dragon god? Of course not. Great. Should be fine then. I paused and said, I wonder what that guy's up to anyway? Hopefully he's been putting those spells to good use. Being W had clearly hyper-focused on me and wasn't paying attention to Orsted at all. That, or he still didn't know Orsted was a thing. Either way, he was about to get kicked in the teeth whenever Orsted started making waves. Which would be the perfect time to do just about now. Ruchard stared at me and then said, you know the dragon god? Personally. Yeah. We're at least comrades, hopefully friends. Ruchard frowned and then muttered, is this the power of children? Anyway. I decided to ignore Ruchard's comment and then said, before we start, how about we lay out what we can do first? Oh, and get Rika some proper clothes. Later that evening, Ruchard went out hunting to clear the area as well as gather a few more magic stones for the first step in Plan Fake Demon Lord. As for me, Rika, and Stella. Rika thinks that a supposedly human child shouldn't be able to do this, Rudy. The former Demon Lord stared at me with glowing eyes. Probably identification considering what I was doing. I carefully placed the helmet onto the mud mannequin I made and then gave it a once-over to check the magic circuits. After that, I looked at Rika and said, it's called being creative and having fun. Imagination is very important for a child. I glanced off to the side at Stella and smiled. Isn't that right, Stella? My baby sister giggled from her car seat cradle and then said, Ga. Rika frowned and glanced over at Stella. Your sister is a strange one as well. You are disgusting with the ease at which you manipulate mana, but that one. Well, if I have the potential to become someone called a magic god, that's obvious. I turned my attention back to my project and said, but anyway. You don't see any problem with this, right? Rika's eyes flashed green and she said, not that Rika can see. Though Rika wonders how you layered so many magic formations and weaved ambient mana into an artificial circulatory system. Trial and error. Also, good. In that case. I stepped back and brushed off my hands to look at my work. A sleek knight with shining silver armor. Tall and heroic, with a broadsword and a shield emblazoned with R3. Reminiscent of a certain mech from an anime with a demon emperor who united the world by becoming the common enemy. Rika looked at me and said, are you certain that this will work? Rika knows that Perugius has summoned many ancient spirit familiars to serve at his side, but what you are attempting? No reason why it shouldn't. And in the worst case, I'll just operate it remotely when you give me the clairvoyance demon eye. I paused and said, speaking of which. Is there a reason why you haven't? For someone as powerful as Rudy, Rika will be exhausted for a while. If you are willing to take the risk. Oh. Then I'm good. I started drawing a magic circle beneath the armor and said, we'll do this first. Rudius had rambled on about a lot of different things. Which I still needed to get down on paper so I didn't forget. Note to self, do that after this experiment. Anyway, among the many, many things that he rambled about. He mentioned that one of his friends had managed to create an automaton of Sylphie in the future. Well, his future. Considering I probably wouldn't meet the same people as him, that was up in the air. Not to mention that one Sylphie was scary enough. The thought of one that didn't need to sleep at all. I felt a shiver run down my spine and shook my head, focusing back on the magic circle. But to sum things up, it was possible. While I didn't know the process, I had some hypotheses on how to do it. This would be the first test. It was possible to summon spirits as a familiar. The higher-leveled spirits had physical and humanoid forms, a la Parosius's mythical 11 ancient spirits. Lower-level ones though seemed to be just blobs of sentient mana, a la Mercy with Master Roxy. But that was the interesting thing. Summoning magic here didn't use catalysts or mediums to summon or draw particular familiars. Unlike certain magi seeking heroic spirits as servants or alchemists doing equivalent exchange, summoning circles were pretty basic. At least, none of the summoning magi or Rika knew. And considering that Rika was a few hundred years old, she knew a lot. So, the test. I finished drawing the magic circle and then pulled out a bag of magic stones I had condensed for this first experiment. Since I was still low on mana, there were only 3 tiny ones, but it should be enough. Now. I placed the magic stones at the foot of the armor and then activated the summoning circle. Gate, open. Crimson light flared as the summoning circle came to life and then absorbed the magic stones, melting them down. Good. Things were working. Rika still thinks this is ridiculous. Well. I stared at the gathering mana and said, it's this or testing out mana drain. No. Then it's this. I still think it's a good trump card to use, but since Rika was so adamant against it. I shook my head and focused. The spell I had in mind was different. While it had been great that I managed to summon Rika to help out, in theory. So far, her only upside had been entertaining Stella and acting like a mascot. But anyway, while it was great to summon a demon lord, I needed something intangible this time. A spirit that could inhabit and use the armor and artificial circuits I placed in the mud doll. Not only that, something that could talk and fight. One with learning capacity to pick up the sword techniques that I knew and apply the combat theory. With those goals, I sent out my mana. For a while, nothing. All I felt was my mana being swept to and fro like when I was summoning Rika. But then I felt a tug. Not only a tug, but a pull. Something holding onto my mana like a lifeline and pulling itself closer. At the same time, a swirl of mana started gathering around the summoning circle. Localized to the circle itself, but definitely amping up every second. Rudy. I can't see it. Wait, what? I glanced back at Rika and saw that her eyes were green. She was using her foresight eyes to peer into the future. And she said she couldn't see what was going to happen? I felt a surge of panic and quickly tried to pull back my mana. Yeah, bad idea. Definitely going to just pilot the suits remotely. A sharp tug. Overwhelming silver mana that felt like a sword aimed right at my neck. Mana that drew in my own and started mixing with it, giving off the appearance of a blood-stained blade. A terrifying presence that seemed to draw closer with every moment. Gah. This is why I hate spells. I cursed and forcibly cut off my mana flow. At the same time, I reached out to erase the magic circle. But it was too late. A pillar of crimson light, shooting to the sky and piercing through the ceiling. Intense whines billowing out from the summoning circle along with the crackling of rainbow lightning. Stella giggled. Probably because it was an exciting light show. And also because she was safe from being blown away from the necklace I gave her. But I quickly jumped to my feet and ran over to Stella. At the same time, I looked at Rika and said, any chance you know something to stop this? Anti-magic? Magic drain? Nullification. Rika ran over to my side and ducked beside me. This one is still but a child. A true child, unlike you. How can you expect this one to fight? Was it because she was terrified? Rika reverted back to her initial habit of talking. So, she was out. Fortunately, I could see Richard's mana racing back towards the tower. He definitely noticed. Though, the person being summoned right now seemed a lot stronger than him. Well. I reached out my left hand to the side while holding out my right to Rika. Lend me your mana. What? I stared at the crimson light and said, I can kill it, but I need a top up. Why you said you wouldn't eat this one? Are you a liar? A betrayer. This one knew it was too good to be true. Arg, that's not whatever. I lowered my right hand and focused. Just make sure to keep Stella safe. Alright, me. The world egg theory worked. By that logic, inverting the world egg theory should work too. My mana wasn't enough to actualize it, but it should be enough to pull one trump card out. So. Conceptualize the weapon first, transform it from imagination to reality through mana. And in this situation, what we needed was The crimson light suddenly vanished, sucked into the armor. And when it did, crimson lights flashed in the helmet's visor, swirling around to look at the room. I froze. Strong. I didn't know how strong Perodius's ancient spirits were, but the guy in that armor didn't seem much weaker than Orsted. Okay. So, maybe not a good idea to do magical science experiments when I'm not topped up to prevent situations like this. The armor. No, the summoned spirit tilted its head and looked at its sword and shield. After that, it turned to look at me. Then Rika. Then Stella. And then, it stared at my left hand before focusing its gaze on me. Yab. Bad idea. That spirit seemed to be able to sense the flow of mana. Or maybe its instincts were that good. Alright then. I'll try to get out of this, but in the worst case it'll be time to see if Rudius was right about me having a few more charges left for. I ask of you. Are you my master? A distorted and raspy voice. And one that seemed, a bit confused? Not hostile at least. That was good. Now to buy time for Rudyard to get here just in case things went south. I stepped forward and nodded. That's right. My name is Rudius Nodos Grere. But you can call me Rudy. I put on my best winning smile and held out my right hand. What's your name, Mr. Spirit? The spirit stared at me with its glowing red eyes. I stared back, resisting the urge to flinch. The spirit didn't move. But then it reached out with his hand to grab mine. Rudius Nodos Grere. The spirit shook my hand and said, the contract is sealed. The spirit knelt down to the ground and said, from this day forth. Rudius Nodos Grere. My sword shall be at your side and your fate shall be as mine. The moment the spirit said that, I felt a connection form. Like with Rika, a bit of my mana wrapped around the spirit and latched on like a collar. Except with the spirit. It turned into a cool crimson scarf? Okay. Summoning magic was officially weird. Cool, but weird. Did I just pull a SSR or something? There was that dramatic pillar of light, the rainbow lightning. Wait. Holy crap. I am just doing gotcha pulls. 3 magic stones. Summon circle. The mascot by my side making a dramatic reaction. Stella giggling in the background. It's a freaking 5-star summoning animation. A flash of green from up above. Rudyard, jumping down from the hole in the ceiling and his spear aimed at the spirit. Wait, Rudyard. I tried to stop him. But before I could, the spirit moved as well. It gently pushed me aside and then swung its sword at the tip of Rudyard's spear. Crimson light flashed, mixing in with the spirit's silver mana. And the result of that was Rudyard somehow being dragged to the ground in one move and the spirit standing behind him with its sword against Rudyard's neck. Not only that, but the momentum sucked away and forcing Rudyard to a complete stop. The heck? You are not strong enough. The spirit's raspy and distorted voice echoed. Strong, but not enough. Rudyard tensed and looked at me. Rudy. It's fine. Mr. Spirit here is a friend. I looked at the spirit and then said, and Mr. Rudyard is too. So, can you let him go? Understood. The spirit lowered its sword. His sword? Probably his. Anyway, the spirit lowered his sword, leaving Rudyard to step back and frown. God, I had a headache. Note to self. Catalysts work. They work really, really, really well. Additional note to self, just summon ordinary spirits and make a suit for them later. A tense silence. The spirit seemed content to sit and wait at my side. Rudyard looked concerned. But seeing the spirit not move from my side and also not show any more hostility, he just sighed and said, please be more cautious with your experiments. A show of force is useful to establish your identity, but at this rate things will become troublesome. Why yet? I nodded and said, I got it, Rudyard. He nodded and said, I will resume hunting. In the meantime. He looked at the spirit and said, I suppose you will be in charge of their protection. The spirit nodded. Fine. With that, Rudyard left. And then it was just me, Rika, and Stella, who was smiling happily at the spirit and giggling. Well, at least my sister had a positive mental attitude about things. Or was easily entertained. Both good things. Rika on the other hand looked like she was seeing a monster. Didn't blame her. I resisted the urge to sigh and instead looked at the spirit. Mr. Spirit? I never got your name. The spirit turned to look at me again, staring down with those ominous crimson eyes. And then it said, call me what you wish. Names are all the same. Did I jinx it? I must have jinxed it. By declaring myself a demon lord, was I going to have to deal with all sorts of weird characters for potential subordinates? And since I wouldn't accept Rudyard as a subordinate, I got a super edgy and ultra loyalist knight to stand by my side? Arg. I need aspirin. No. Focus, Rudy. You can complain and rant later when you're with Stella. Turn that frustration into amusement for your baby sister. Right now, be professional. Business. Alright. Then. I looked up at the spirit. The armor it wore had changed a bit. The gold was gone, replaced by a vivid crimson color. At the same time, it became more form-fitting. Almost like a futuristic bodysuit rather than armor. And in accordance to that new appearance, the R3 logo I designed had turned into a patch on its shoulder. Thankfully, the overall aesthetic still looked heroic. Despite Mr. Spirit's totally evil and raspy voice. How about Roland? Understood. Roland. Roland. The spirit's distorted voice started to change. As it said its name, the voice became clearer, more smooth. Until finally. Yes. My name shall be Roland, a knight in service to Lord Rudius Nodos Grere. A charming and charismatic male voice. One that actually matched the heroic appearance of the armor it wore. I don't even know anymore. I let out a deep sigh. When I did, Stella giggled. Great. At least she's having fun. I shook my head and then waved Mr. Spirit. No, Roland, off to the side. Thanks for joining the party, Roland. Now sit tight and keep the kids safe while I get some more pals. Okay. No magic stones this time. Apparently that could pull SSRs. Or something. So if we were going by gacha logic, if I just used magic power, it would be normal spirits, right? Right. Please? I walked back up to the summoning circle and hesitantly held out my hand. Gate, open. Just some basic elemental spirits. Baby ones. Nothing too crazy. I'd train them up, so please keep it simple. Aeon, there goes the mana drain. Plus 11 different mana signatures racing towards me from wherever the summoning circle connected me. Well. Guess we're doubling down on the Demon Lord gig. Might as well make a whole night core for Roland to lead then. The Knights of Charlemagne had 12 people in it, right? 112. The Silent Star's Ani-chan is a cheat character. It had been a few days since Stella's abrupt death and rebirth. In that time, she had realized a few things. First, she seemed to be a danger magnet in her new life. She didn't know exactly what happened after she was born, but she definitely remembered a bunch of scary roars. And she also remembered her big brother's serious face. Something that shouldn't be on a kid like that. And speaking of her big brother, the second thing Stella had realized was that she had a super capable older brother, despite him only being like 10 years old at max. Stella was well aware that she was just a newborn. And while she didn't know what happened, it must have been something pretty crazy. Even so, her big brother put on a brave face and tried his best to keep her calm and safe. The third thing she realized was a result of her big brother's attempts to keep her calm and safe. And that was... Honestly, Stella. What did your Ani-chan do, hey? Her big brother was a cheat reincarnator from Japan. White hair, glowing green eyes, and the ability to casually use magic that even surprised the scary people around him. Scary people who looked like they belonged to a demon lord's army, and the tiny girl that looked like a demon lord as well. Ani-chan picked Stella up and then sighed. All I wanted to do was to play with you and your big sisters back at home now that we got through all of Dad's shenanigans, but no, that stupid being W keeps messing with our lives. And I think he's still doing it now. Seriously. Is he trying passive-aggressive now that direct aggression isn't working? Gah. Stella babbled a bit and then tilted her head, playing the part of a cute little baby. It was embarrassing. Super embarrassing. But it made her Ani-chan smile and relax. Like now. Had. Ani-chan reached out to tickle Stella's cheek and said, at least someone's finding this funny. Stella tried to keep a straight face, but her stupid baby body naturally reacted and started giggling. Ani-chan smiled and then said, you really are cute, aren't you, Stella? After that, his smile faded and he said, Mom and Mama Lily would have spoiled you silly. And Norn would have been so proud to say she was a big sister. Aisha too. He paused and said, Dad probably would do some embarrassing things though, so probably better he's not around. Don't want him setting a bad example and you catching his stupid like I did. Stella giggled. From that description and those names, it seemed like Stella had reincarnated to a noble's family. And from how cute her Ani-chan was, she didn't doubt that was the case. Maybe that was her repayment for dying early and saving Akito's life? She didn't have to, but a good turn seemed to be returned by another. Maybe this was karma? Asterisk Master Rudius. The new recruits have adjusted to their bodies asterisk. A charming male voice speaking a foreign language. With it came a knight in fancy silver armor. Stella didn't understand the language, but it seemed like a baby's learning capacity was paying off since she didn't need to. The words came into her ears and she just naturally understood them, like magic. Also, she forgot. Ani-chan's name was Rudius, but he went by Rudy. A sign that he was still a kid despite his maturity. Maybe he was being affected by his body too, like how Stella was acting like a baby. Ai-chan. Rudy looked at Stella and sighed. Ai-chan will be right back, Stella. Be good, okay. The face of a person bogged down by stress and mental fatigue. Like those salarymen always sleeping on the trains. Seeing that, Stella let out a bright smile and babbled to cheer him up. Rudy smiled back and then set Stella down in her crib. After that, she heard him walking away while talking in that foreign language. Thanks, Roland. I'll take it from here. Could you watch Stella? Just to keep her safe. Understood. Rudy's footsteps faded into the distance. At the same time, the sound of clanking metal approached and that silver knight appeared in Stella's field of view. An intimidating presence. Although the person seemed like a heroic knight, there was something about the man that gave Stella a bad feeling. The crimson eyes seemed to be judging her, as if staring at a puzzle that shouldn't exist. So Stella decided to ignore him. Yab. Leave the scary stuff to her cheat reincarnator Ai-chan. For now though. What should I do? That was the question she had to figure out. Stella was dead. She accepted that fact. Dwelling on it wouldn't do any good. She missed home a bit. Her parents would be sad, and Akito definitely would be traumatized. Served him right though for getting upset at her just for making a new guy friend. Ha! Stella stared at the ceiling and sighed. She was just a floppy and fragile baby right now. If she could, she would love to stand up and help her new Ai-chan with his fun experiments. Especially since he seemed to be a really smart guy. Seriously. Casually mentioning stuff like using a Laplace transform to integrate differential equations modeling various mana flows into a simple equation. Was he a professor in his past life? No, he sang a bunch of anime songs as lullabies for her, so maybe he was just a super otaku? But he didn't give off that creepy otaku vibe. Rolo, a somewhat grating and arrogant female's voice. Stella winced and tried to look over. But her stupid baby body still didn't want to listen to her. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the speaker quickly came into view and peered at Stella through the bars of the crib. Why did Rudy tell you to watch Stella? Rika is much more capable, The knight finally looked away from Stella and then said, I am here to defend the baby, not babysit. There is a difference. But you are free to do the latter Oh. Really? I mean. Of course. Rudy knows that Rika would be the best babysitter. Wahahaha, Okay. Another thing to add to the list of things Stella learned. It seemed like she might have been reincarnated as the baby sister of a demon lord. SNG. Time passed and settled into a typical daily routine. Or maybe atypical was a better word to describe it. Since Stella was just a newborn infant, she couldn't do much of anything on her own. She could think, watch, and listen. But in terms of moving around, taking care of herself, it was all dependent on Rudy and Ai-chan. Which was embarrassing since she couldn't use the bathroom by herself and had to sit there and watch as her Ai-chan changed her diapers. Also as he fed her and burped her. Still, she thought it was better than having to breastfeed. The embarrassment of that. But anyway, Stella had gotten used to her new life, as weird as it might be. And as she did, she realized just how weird her Ai-chan was. First of all, he was scary smart. In her previous life, Stella had been top of her class. She also took advanced mathematics and all the high-level courses she could take. But Rudy and Ai-chan was on a different level entirely, casually muttering things about black holes distorting space-time fields and potentially causing multiversal collapses. Also muttering entire sequences of mathematical equations out loud while staring at complex geometric designs and graphs. Yes. Stella was sure that her Ai-chan was a professor of some sort before being reincarnated. Especially since he seemed to have the tolerance of a saint when dealing with the ridiculous cast of characters around him. But anyway, her daily routine. For the most part, Stella actually wasn't in her crib. Maybe since she got into the habit of smiling and giggling to cheer Rudy and Ai-chan up, he started carrying her around more. Or maybe it was so he wouldn't beat up the people giving him headaches. There had been more than a few times she saw her Ai-chan's eye twitch while he forcibly took some deep breaths to calm down. Whatever the case, Rudy carried Stella around most of the day, setting her down only to change her. Normally, Stella would have been annoyed. It was embarrassing. Demeaning. Except that meant she got to see all of the ridiculously interesting things that her Ai-chan was up to. Like designing an elaborate blueprint for a floating fortress or disassembling an automaton made out of steel and magical circuits to perform maintenance. She also got to meet her Ai-chan's friends. Or maybe minions were better. The first was a scary guy with green hair and a red gem in the middle of his forehead. Rudyard. Stella remembered him. That man was someone who put her Ai-chan on edge and also radiated bad guy energy. Enough that she kept crying even though she hadn't been really scared. Stupid baby body and instincts. But anyway, her incredible Unai-chan had managed to recruit that guy as an ally and even get rid of that scary vibe. And for the most part, he seemed like a nice Aji-san. At least, he always gave Stella a calm smile when he visited. Though he also always visited while being covered in blood, so maybe he was still a bit scary. Second was a Chiyuni girl called Rika. Well, she seemed to actually be a demon of some kind from her horns, but for the most part she just acted like a delusional middle school girl playing at a demon lord. Especially since Rudy had to coax her a lot before she decided to stop wearing a skimpy outfit and start wearing more conservative black dresses that Rudy made. Still, while a bit weird, Rika was nice. She had a lot of interesting stories and things to say on the rare occasions where Rudy had to let someone else watch Stella. Rika was also the first to volunteer for those babysitting sessions and spent a lot of time telling Stella to not let her big brother devolve into a genocidal god emperor who went around conquering and assimilating the most powerful demons to combat the human god in a heaven-shaking battle. Stella had a feeling that Rika might have gotten too much into her roleplay. As for Rudy's last friend/minion, it was the scary knight guy. On the surface, he seemed like a perfect knight. He even had the name of a famous one on Earth, Roland. Plus, he acted diligently and listened to every order Rudy gave. But Stella noticed that he also seemed weird. Almost like staring into an abyss. Especially when Roland looked at her. The knight seemed to always be looking at her like someone staring at a fascinating science exhibit. The sort of gaze that a person had at a zoo, watching the animals. Weird, and a bit scary. But he didn't do anything else. Still didn't mean that Stella didn't reach out for the first person she could get whenever that man was around though. Anyway, that was her life now. Stella was carried around by her Unai-chan while he went about his daily life of acting like a benevolent demon lord who ordered his minions to subjugate monsters, save people in need, and spread the name of Demon Lord Rudras who owed a favor to Rudius Nodo's Grere and was searching for his friends and family. In short, a kingdom-building simulator. While making a home base, her Unai-chan was gathering resources and forces to look for their family who appeared to have gotten lost in some big incident. Stella wasn't sure, but there was one thing she was sure of. Unai-chan is incredible. Yes. Her Unai-chan was incredible. That, and she couldn't wait until she could move her flimsy baby body around and talk so that she could join in on the magic experiments. And find out just who her Unai-chan was in his past life. Because he had to be some kind of super genius or leader of a massive shadowy administration. Right? 113 The Stellar Baby Sisters Observations. Part 1. A busy daily life. Although it was mostly the same, Stella couldn't call it boring. Especially because of Rudy and Ai-chan. There was a lot that Stella didn't understand or know. Like how Rudy and Ai-chan kept making a bottle of baby formula out of thin air or where he kept getting those baby diapers when the world seemed to be a complete fantasy setting. But as the days went by, she was more sure in her evaluation of Rudy and Ai-chan. He was a cheat. One day, Rudy and Ai-chan took Stella out of the house. And when he did, she found out that what she thought was a house was actually a giant black tower that looked exactly like where the final boss would wait. But that wasn't the important part. Instead, it was the conversation he had with Rika when he took her out. Babies need fresh air, right, Rika? Asterisk of course. Though Rika thinks that the magic continent might be too harsh for a human infant asterisk. Asterisk but not here, right? Since it seems like we captured a microclimate of some sort, asterisk. Asterisk Rika is unaware of microclimates, but Rika agrees that this area is safe. Maybe since the space was transported from the human continents, asterisk. Asterisk him. Asterisk. A seemingly ordinary conversation. From it, Stella learned that they were in a place called the Magic Continent and that they were lucky enough to be in a hospitable region. So she thought it would end there. Since her Unai-chan was protective, she thought that he would just return inside and spend time keeping her safe until she grew up enough. But instead. Asterisk it'll be a bit hard to control the weather patterns, but temperature and water should be doable. As for the terrain and fertility. The ambient mana is a bit intense, but if I convert that, asterisk. Stella had been facing forward at the time. Because of that, she could see it. Scattered pieces of geography. A lush grassland suddenly cutting off and replaced by a cracked and dried wasteland. A clump of trees that looked plucked from a forest. A pond in the middle of that dried wasteland, already half evaporated. And then the peak of a mountain jutting out from the ground. For the first time, she saw the aftermath of the incident that sent her and Rudy and Ai-chan to this foreign land. And immediately after that. Asterisk you. Rudy. Do not lie to this one. You are a demon in disguise no, the reincarnation of Laplace, are you not? Such a feat. Asterisk. Rika's panicked and terrified voice. Asterisk I'm perfectly human. And anyone can do this, you know? All you have to do is create an artificial ley line and connect it to elemental mana streams already present in the area. Then you just direct it according to what you want and lock it in place with a few magic formations asterisk. Rudy and I-chan gave a nonchalant response that sounded rational. Yes. Sounded rational. But the reality. Stella stared at the utopian landscape that popped into existence in front of her eyes while Rudy was talking. Shimmering clouds that floated from the mountain peak, blocking out the harsh sun. Lush green grass and a cobblestone pathway to the pond, lined with colorful flowers. The forest, suddenly expanded with ethereal trees that had golden branches and fluffy white leaves. And the wasteland that had separated all the disparate bits of geography, completely gone and replaced with lush greenery. Not only that, but there was a constant gentle breeze blowing. Even the harsh sunlight had turned into a faint warmth. Stella turned to look at her Ani-chan. He noticed and stared back. Chi. You're a cheat. Rudy laughed and then poked Stella's cheek. Don't worry. Like I said, Ani-chan will keep you safe. See? Now we can go walk around outside instead of staying cooped up in the tower all day. That was nice. And it was good that Rudy and I-chan was considering that. But don't you think terraforming just to take a walk with your baby sister is overkill, Ani-chan? SNG. Part 2. After deciding that he wasn't going to let Mother Nature get in the way of letting Stella enjoy it, Rudy mostly took Stella outside to play. Random fairy tales and plagiarized anime storylines treated as fairy tales. The occasional language lesson with him creating props to teach her the words. And rants. Lots of rants. Rants about how adventurers were stupid muscle brains who kept wanting to test themselves against Ruchard and Roland. Rants about how annoyed he was at the procedures of rising through the ranks as an adventurer. Rants about how he wished he had learned the magic race language earlier so he didn't have to rely on Rika translating it bit by bit and getting bored. And more rants about how everyone on the entire continent seemed to be so poor that even a casual flash of some gemstones were enough to get them to risk their next dungeon dive and look for humans they didn't care about. Yes. Rudy and I-chan had a lot to rant about. Enough that Stella wondered if her I-chan's hair had always been white, or if it had turned that way from stress. Considering how easily Rudy and I-chan ranted, she was starting to think it was stress. But anyway, Rudy played with Stella a lot. Carrying her around on walks. Laying her on a blanket atop the grass to look at the blue-green sky and the sun that was always conveniently blocked by a cloud. Telling stories. Everything a big brother would normally do with their baby sister. Which included protecting her from dangerous animals. Or in this world, monsters. It happened one day after Rika was sick. Mr. Ruchard was home keeping an eye on Rika while Mr. Roland was out organizing a group of people to start constructing some houses in the distance. That day, Rudy and I-chan was carrying Stella as always while he kept an eye on the construction from a distance. It's a bit unexpected, but it looks like I-chan's going to be a guild leader soon, Stella. BA. Yab. It's pretty bad. Rudy sighed. Seriously. I keep telling everyone I'm a kid, but they say that it has to be a lie. Even those hardcore Mealy's followers we rescued think I'm the reincarnation of Saint Mealy's or something instead of a normal kid. I-chan. When you can make food out of thin air and reshape the land, I think even a hardcore non-believer will start reconsidering their beliefs. Rudy sighed again and then leaned back in his chair, holding Stella up to watch the construction. And then something happened. Asterisk watch out. It's another distortion, asterisk. Asterisk Astolfo. Keep the rookies safe, asterisk. Asterisk K. Whatever you say, Captain Rollo, asterisk. Loud chatter. The sound of steel being drawn. Crackling lightning and ominous sci-fi sounds like lasers or engines being revved up. And then terrifying roars cut through the air. Similar to the ones when Stella had been born. She wanted to watch, but her body had a visceral reaction and started crying on its own. Not just crying, but bawling her eyes out. Stupid baby body. Calm down. Of course, no matter how much Stella told herself that, it didn't work. The earth-shaking roars and thunderous footsteps coming towards her made her baby body shake in fear. But only for a few seconds. And the reason for that? Shut up. You're scaring Stella. A boy's voice, calling out in a petulant tone. And then Stella saw it. The scene was a bit blurred because of her tears, but she clearly witnessed what happened next. The monsters were dragons. At least, things that looked like dragons. Giant, scaly reptiles with glimmering green scales and leathery wings. Scary. Seeing them rush forward reminded Stella of that famous American dinosaur movie. But before those monsters took 2 steps, they were struck by lightning. Crimson bolts straight out of the blue, stunning them in place. And after that, the ground opened up like a giant mouth and swallowed them whole before slamming shut with a loud crunch. And then it was quiet, the terrain back to normal like nothing had happened. Silence. But before long. Asterisk Yuta. Boss defeated the Grimoire Dragons, asterisk. All hail Lord Rudras. Long live Lord Rudras. Rudy let out a deep sigh and wiped away Stella's tears. After that, he looked at her and said, "See, Stella? These guys are crazy." Stella sniffed and then let out a smile. Seeing that, Rudy smiled back and patted her head. But on the inside, Stella was thinking. Unai-chan. I think you're the crazy one here. SNG. Part 3. The days continued to pass. As they did, Stella was slowly starting to agree with the people that said Rudy Unai-chan wasn't human. It took a bit since Stella wasn't conscious for most of the day. But as time passed and Stella could stay awake longer and longer, she started to realize something very important. Rudy Unai-chan didn't sleep. He didn't eat either. Or use the bathroom. She first noticed a few months in when she woke up with a nightmare. It was dark, and in the middle of the night, she had a dream about that day. How Dad said he would be coming home early. How Mom said they would be having salted salmon and how Stella Shizuka had complained about eating something so boring. Right. She had taken it all for granted. Then she remembered having the fight with Aki. Complaining about how he was getting too close to that one girl. Watching him storm off, and then. SHH. Unai-chan's here. Warm hands holding her close and gently rocking her. I know. It's scary, isn't it? But it's okay. Stella sniffed and then nuzzled close to Rudy's chest. A familiar lullaby. A song about a great big dango family. Singing that to her in his childish voice, Rudy held her close until she fell back asleep. And then from that point on, he made sure to hold her throughout the night. Which was how she noticed it. There were a few times after that where she had nightmares, but Rudy Unai-chan was there every time. Not only that, but he wasn't tired or drained. Instead, he was always working. Flipping through reports, sketching out intricate magic formation designs, having hushed conversations with Roland or Mr. Ruchard about adventurers. At first, Stella thought he was just pushing himself. That he was being super responsible and forcing himself awake for her sake. But then she realized that wasn't the case. And the reason for that? So constantly circulating healing mana like I used to keeps homeostasis like I thought. And there don't seem to be any side effects. In the worst case scenario though, I'll need to forcibly reset things with a god-ranked healing spell, which I don't have. Fortunately, the clairvoyance demon eye works both directions and I can memorize the underlying molecular structure enough to fudge a restoration with healing magic. But is it reducing telomeres by constant regeneration? Wait, can I stop aging by restoring the telomeres directly? No, is that how Rika's revival works? Saving the snapshot in mana and reversing the process. A long mumbling rant about something that sounded a lot like research into practical immortality. No. Unai-chan wasn't forcing himself to stay awake. He was already staying through the night doing research on topics that were completely like what a demon lord would look into. If this is what her big brother was like, what was the rest of her family like? Stella wondered. SNG. Part 4. Stella could finally sit up by herself. At last, a bit of independence. For a while, she was worried that Rudy Unai-chan was going to keep holding on to her forever, but it seemed like he respected her independence. After he broke down crying about how he wished Mom and Norn could see Stella grow up. That had been an awkward sight. It was especially awkward seeing a bunch of knights, rough-looking adventurers, demons, and Rika panic and try to cheer him up. But Stella earned herself some freedom. With it, she started to do her own magic research and experimentation. Mostly because she was burning to try things out after hearing what Rudy Unai-chan was doing. But also because she felt really guilty about it. Before she was reborn, she was already 17. She didn't know how old Rudy Unai-chan had been before he was reincarnated, but she knew that right now, he looked like a kid bearing the weight of the world. Even if he wasn't, she still felt guilty for just being deadweight. More than that. Unai-chan was Unai-chan. Even though Stella could still vividly remember her other family, the affection Unai-chan had for her wasn't a lie. Even if it was a bit awkward calling a kid her Unai-chan. Even though she had been doing it for a while, the fact was that it was true in the end. And he was sacrificing a lot to keep her safe. Stella had seen it with her own eyes, after all. Rudy Unai-chan was the definition of a ridiculous cheat character. If he wanted to, she was sure he could run out there, scour the land, and get all of their family back together. But he didn't. Instead, he stayed with Stella and built a safe haven for her. Not only that, but he watched her every minute to make sure she was okay, fed her, cleaned her, and did his best to make sure she was happy and had a normal baby life. All of that while juggling the role of being a guild leader, demon lord, and magic researcher in his spare time, which he had by staying up through the night. And it was having a toll on Rudy Unai-chan too. As the time passed, Stella saw her Unai-chan visibly aging before her eyes. The kid who looked 10 at most started getting taller. His cute baby face started getting more defined and his innocent and wide green and white eyes were turning sharp and mature. A teenager instead of a kid. And all in the span of a few months. Stella didn't know if it was because of the stress or what else, but she knew that it wasn't good. So she wanted to help relieve a bit of his worries. And to begin with that morning. Stella didn't know the date, but from the mental count she kept, it had to have been half a year at least. Long enough for some of her baby teeth to come in. As usual, Stella blinked the sleep out of her eyes and then slowly sat up, taking care to steady her body. Not that it would matter if she fell. Her overprotective Unai-chan had given her a magical pendant that kept her from getting hurt from falls. She learned that the scary way after trying too early to walk and starting to fall before being carefully plopped back on her butt. But anyway, today was the day. Rudy and Ai-chan had been busy recently talking to Mr. Ruchard and Mr. Roland about something. He also left Stella alone a lot with Rika, who spent most of the time staring off into space and writing things down on a piece of paper. But right now, Rudy and Ai-chan was home. Just like every morning. And just like every morning, he immediately noticed when Stella woke up. Morning, Stella. Rudy and Ai-chan let out a bright smile and then stood up to stretch. His silver hair shifted, catching the sunlight shining through the window on the roof. A handsome face that wouldn't lose out to anyone staring at her with a gentle gaze. A perfect lady killer smile. And wearing his demon lord outfit of a fancy white suit and his grey scarf, Stella didn't have any doubt that girls would be following him wherever he went. Just like they did with Aki. Stupid Aki. Rudy laughed and then walked over to pick Stella up. A little grumpy today, hey. He smiled and then started tickling her. Stella giggled and then flailed her arms, trying to get away. "Ba. Ba." Rudy's smile widened and then he held Stella up, staring into her face. Stella stared back, still giggling a bit from being tickled. But she did her best to keep a straight face. "Dang it, Unai-chan. I'm not a kid." "Ah, wait." That was what she wanted to say. So. Staring at her Unai-chan, Stella took a breath and opened her mouth to talk. But then Rudy did first. "Babies really do grow up fast, don't they? In just a blink of an eye and you're already big enough to sit up by yourself. A little bit longer and I bet you'll be trying to totter around after me, won't you?" A bitter smile. One with more than a bit of guilt in it. "Sorry. If your Unai-chan hadn't been so arrogant, we'd probably still be at home with everyone else. Maybe in a bit of a hectic mess, but we'd all be there. Instead, it's just you, me and these bunch of misfits that decided to declare me as their demon lord of salvation." A lamenting tone of voice. Eyes that started to glimmer with unshed tears. Seeing that, Stella reached out to pat Rudy's head like he did with her. "After that," she said, "is K. Nii cha twi hard." The words were fumbled. She didn't have enough teeth, but Stella did her best. Rudy froze. Stella smiled. And then. "My baby sister is a genius. I knew it." "Yeah?" Rudy stared at Stella with a weird glint in his eyes and said, "You can talk, so you can understand me, right? Great. This means you can learn magic. And since you can learn magic, we can start adventuring. And since we can start adventuring, we can say goodbye to all of this hassle and just run away to find a way home so I don't have to deal with all of this stress. Right? You'll go with your Unai-chan, right?" "Oh. Oh no. Did she just make a terrible mistake?" Stella thought that the stress hadn't gotten to Rudy and Ai-chan's head, but... "Rudy, no." A familiar female voice. "Rika-chan." The stress seemed to have gotten to her too since she had grown quite a bit. Instead of a kid, she looked more like a first-year high schooler. And wearing a pair of glasses and a suit, she gave off a mature vibe, unlike in the past. Though the reason for that mature vibe was... Lord Rudras is the core of this kingdom. If you leave, Rika will have to deal with everything on her own. Then deal with it. You were some great demon empress or something, right? Run it for me. Rika did that once. Rika is not doing it again. I'll become the magic god emperor. Rika calls your bluff. If you want to, Rika will start the paperwork and planning." "Gah." Stella blinked and then looked at Rudy. He noticed and looked back. "Yes, Stella. Nii-cha. Baka. Ka. T that." Rudy rigidly walked Stella back to her crib and set her down. After that, he slumped over and covered his head. "Stella called me a baka. My cute baby sister said I was an idiot. It's over. I knew it. When puberty hit, I'd inherit dad's idiot ball. You. Rika adjusted her glasses and then shook her head. And Rika was so worried about Rudy turning into that scary handsome one as the magic god emperor. How silly. Stella sighed. Yes. This was her life now. Stella Nodos Grere, younger sister to Rudius Nodos Grere. The demon lord of salvation who created a kingdom to house and rescue victims of the worldwide space-time disaster. Demon King Rudras, leader of the White Knights. and Abaka Unii-chan, who seemed to be the cheat protagonist of an isekai light novel. SNG. Omake. Stella. Nii-cha. No. What the heck is that golden, being W? Kaboom. 114 R3 Part 2. Half a year had passed since we arrived in the magic continent. In that time, my newborn baby sister had grown up enough to talk and call me an idiot older brother. I was devastated. But I knew the day would come considering who my dad was, so I just had to account for it going forward. It was a good thing that I had a group of competent people to rely on now to keep me in check, even if they were all a bit weird. And speaking of those competent people, Unii-chan's going to have a meeting now, okay Stella? Be good, okay. K. My cute genius of a baby sister gave me an absent-minded wave from her crib as she played with a group of baby elemental spirits I summoned for her. And by playing, I meant having those spirits trace out basic magic formations while Stella stared at them with glittering eyes. Literally. I was fairly sure that constant exposure to high-density mana had caused my baby sister to develop some crazy abilities of her own. But she was healthy, happy, and entertained. That was enough for me. I smiled at her one more time and then headed downstairs. As I did, I swept my hand to the side and summoned my work uniform. A pristine white suit, paired with my grey scarf. Matching white pants with crimson lines down the sides. Gloves made from pure mana bearing a crimson lightning bolt. I adjusted my scarf as I walked down the stairs and muttered, it still doesn't feel right. Maybe it was because my body grew too fast. It turned out that there was a reason why we had a microclimate around the tower. And it also turned out that distorted spacetime had weird effects on healing mana when you kept circulating it throughout your body. Like skewing the body's natural internal clock and healing mana adjusting the body's growth to fit what the internal clock says it should be. Managed to realize it and stop before I turned into an old man and had to test my hypothesis on how Rika's resurrection magic worked, but the result was that I had jumped right into my awkward teenager years. Probably. The hormones hadn't started yet, but considering my genetics I was seriously dreading when puberty would kick in. Especially considering a few of the very devoted and beautiful spirits that I had summoned since we got here. But until they kicked in, I was going to keep going like everything was fine. Fake it till you make it, right? Right. And speaking of faking it, I stepped onto the floor of the meeting room below my office and took a look around. A round table with a throne for me and lower seats for everyone else. Pretentious, but also a sight that gave off a pretense of cooperation instead of tyranny. At least, that was my hope. Seemed to work well enough, but maybe that was because of my reputation. The important people had already arrived and taken their places. On the right side of the throne, Richard was sitting with his silver spear leaning against the back of his chair. On the left, Rika was sitting with a bored expression on her face. A stack of papers sat in front of her, but she pointedly ignored them, instead staring off into empty space. The valiant Supert, Richard, and the Queen of Red Tape, Rika. Though Rika's title was still unofficial. On paper, she was the ever-beautiful and peerless mind. Not that anyone believed that. I shifted my gaze to the other side of the table and looked at the people sitting there. As always, there was Roland, leader of my White Knights. Like usual, he sat there wearing his sparkling silver platy mail and crimson scarf. Apparently, he had a super handsome face underneath all that steel that made all sorts of girls swoon for him. The knight never showed it to me though and made excuses like it would be improper due to our relationship. Still, while weird, he was loyal and followed my orders to a T, so I let it slide. Though I could use less of being called Lord Rudras or Your Highness. On Roland's right was another member of my White Knights. Specifically, the second in command, Astolfo. As to what Astolfo looked like? Was it because of the name? Unlike Roland, Astolfo wasn't wearing a helmet. As a result, Astolfo's appearance was clear for everyone to see. As to what that appearance was? A cute face that was clearly effeminate. Flowing pink hair braided in a neat ponytail. Bright pink eyes, cherry lips, and flawless skin. A beauty. Astolfo was someone who could turn heads no matter where Astolfo went. Except, I could have sworn that the base model I summoned her in was male. And the few times I caught Astolfo changing, there was definitely that down there. But there was also that up top, so better to not think too much about it. Anyway, Astolfo was there and idly writing some letters while she. Astolfo was sitting there with a bunch of letters and envelopes, sealing them with a kiss after she finished writing. Roland the Peerless and Astolfo the Charming, the two famed members of the White Knights who kept up morale and hope to victims of the space-time disaster. With them, almost everyone was here. I made my way over to the throne and said, "Are Enoch and Cliff not here yet?" The remaining two members of my makeshift round table. The former was my trusty scout while the latter was the representative of the human survivors staying under my, or rather, Lord Rudras's protection. I would have thought that they'd be on time though. If anything, I would have thought that Astolfo would be missing. Roland shook his head and said, Enoch said that she recently discovered something important about the traces of the spatial rift and that she hopes you will understand her absence. Ah. That's right. She did mention something about that earlier. Considering that the state of the world beyond the magic continent was still up in the air due to the space-time disaster, any lead was potentially life-saving. That definitely took priority. I nodded and said, what about Cliff? Before Roland could respond, Rudyard looked up at me and said, I can answer, Rudy. He leaned back in his chair and said, it seems that there was a commotion between a few of the new human immigrants and a demon that arrived last night. I groaned. Not another one. Rudyard let out a faint smile and said, the burden of the crown is heavy, my lord. Stop that. Rudyard's smile widened. I sighed and then waved my hand. Well, I trust that guy to handle it. Cliff's a bit straight-laced because he's the son of a pope or whatever, but he's got a good sense of right and wrong. Instead, I leaned forward in my throne and laced my hands together. Let's talk about the future. Silence. Everyone waiting on my word. Even Rika. Damn it. She was serious about deferring the responsibility to me, hey? Some undying millennium-old great empress she was. But that was fine. Just another day as king for me, I guess. Stella can talk now. And from a few casual conversations, it's clear that she's a genius. Not only that, but she can communicate with spirits and use mana already. Astolfo looked up and grinned. That's great news, isn't it, boss? You don't have to worry about Stella anymore. Yes. But that's still a terrible nickname, Astolfo. She huffed and said, I think it's cute. Rika glanced over at me and frowned. Rika is worried. You are not planning to leave us now, are you? Lord Rudraz's presence is essential. Rudyard nodded. I agree. He frowned and said, I understand that you are worried about your family, Rudy, but if you leave now countless innocent lives will be at risk. I didn't say anything. He was right. I hadn't ventured out to experience it in person, but I saw enough through my clairvoyant demon eye. Constantly appearing spatial rifts spawning monsters over towns. People getting sucked into space fissures at random and getting chucked out into dungeons. Demon kings taking advantage of the chaos and vying for territory and resources. It was chaos. We were safe from it here because of me and the way I set up the flow of mana here, but everywhere beyond my little kingdom of Arcadia it was hell on earth, or whatever this world was called. Being W had seriously resorted to a desperate move to try and neutralize me. It worked too. Kind of. The moment I left this place, those demon kings would pounce on it like ravenous wolves. The people living here, both humans transported from around the world and the weak demons who fled and begged for mercy. They were counting on me to keep them safe. Of course, it wasn't just one way. In return for living here, they had to go back out and fight to rescue others caught in the mayhem. But it was a delicate and infant system. One that relied on me as the pillar in this maelstrom of chaos. So I didn't answer Rudyard right away. Instead, I turned to Roland and said, did the Survey Corps confirm the status of Windport? That town was the only port on the entire magic continent. In other words, it was the only way off this place to visit other lands. Roland nodded. EOS reported that it has been completely turned into a dungeon and enclosed by a distortion. I leaned back and tapped my fingers along the armrest. In other words, everyone is trapped here unless that place is cleared, hey. There were 3 ways to leave this continent. 1 by sea through the town of Windport at the southernmost part of the magic continent. Of course, the main issue there was the fact that it had turned into a dungeon. 2 by air, theoretically. If you had wings or a familiar that could fly, it would be possible to leave like that. But there seemed to be a higher frequency of monster spawns in the sky. Probably due to the lingering distorted mana that being W used to send me and Stella here. 3 by teleportation. Hypothetically. I had been doing a lot of research into it with Rika's help, but a lot of variables complicated things. Mostly the fact that the fabric of space and time seemed to be distorted throughout at least the magic continent. While I was confident in being able to send us to the right space with my magic circles, I wasn't sure about the right time. And I had a feeling things could get really messy messing with that, so I would rather not. Though it made me worry about everyone else. They were strong, so they'd be fine no matter where they ended up. The problem was when especially if they popped up in a place where time was flowing at a different rate than normal. But I could worry about that later. The first objective was finding a way off this place to confirm the state of the outside world. And the safest bet for that was Windport and the fact that it turned into a dungeon. Wait. I blinked and looked at Roland. Why hasn't the place been cleared yet? Roland was strong. Not only that, but when backed up by all the knights, they could steamroll pretty much everything. Even if the dungeon was in a distortion, they were equipped to be able to handle it and get resummoned if things went south. In fact, if it was reported to be a dungeon, Roland should be on his way there right now instead of sitting in front of me. So. Roland stared at me. Astolfo pursed her lips and looked up at me as well. Not only that, but Ruchard and Rika both seemed shifty. I frowned. What? Don't tell me it's an enemy you guys can't handle. Did Orsted pop up as the dungeon boss or something? Roland shook his head. No. Then is it so distorted that you guys would go beyond my reach if you entered? That is not the case either. My frown deepened. Then what is it? Is there some evil version of me standing guard there or something and you guys are scared that you might get mind controlled? Silence. I froze. You can't be serious. Roland cleared his throat and said, while the town has been mostly shrouded in darkness due to the distortion, Eos was able to confirm the condition as well as the parameters of the dungeon. And it is a land where the dead roam the earth once more. Where twisted monstrosities of bone and flesh run rampant. Then, the ruler of this realm. He paused and turned to look at me. I groaned and rubbed my face. I freaking hate multiverse theory. 115 The Stellar Baby Sister and Her Angelic Babysitters. Part 1. Ani-chan needs to go on a trip for a while, Stella. Maybe for a week? Are you okay with that? If you don't want me to go, I'll stay. I can, probably put it off for a while. Stella stared at her big brother. And then she stared at the group of people standing behind her big brother. Mr. Ruchard, Rika, Mr. Roland, and then Miss Astolfo. While her big brother was casual about it, the others looked a bit tense. In particular, Rika seemed stressed and was making subtle gestures to Stella. It seemed like her Ani-chan had to do something important again but was procrastinating by playing with Stella instead. Honestly. Her Ani-chan was too much of a pushover. If this was what he was like with her, Stella was starting to get worried for when he got married. She had the feeling that he would suddenly teleport away in the middle of an intense fight if he found out that his kid got sick. So this was no good. Since her Ani-chan lacked common sense, it was Stella's job to keep him on the straight and narrow. And to start off, that meant following through on his responsibilities. Stella put on a bright smile and said, "Is K. I see a play with twins." She did her best not to let her eye twitch and the cutesy words. Instead, she waved her hands and called over the 3 elemental spirits that Rudy and I-chan summoned for her. See? Wada, Fai, and Win. A tiny blob of water, a little spark of flame, and a teensy swirl of green wind started flying around Stella, like they were dancing. Rudy smiled. That's good. Then. He hesitated and glanced back at everyone else. Are Enoch and Eos heading back, Rika? Rika's eyes flashed white, and then she nodded. It looks like Enoch is finished with her research, and Eos is returning ahead of the Survey Corps. All right. In that case. Rudy turned back to look at Stella and said, Ena Nachan and Eos Nachan will take care of you while I'm gone, okay? They're a bit clumsy, but you're smart so you can tell them to get you what you need. And if anything bad happens, just hold your necklace and call for me. I'll be back in a flash, okay? Stella smiled and said, "K." She definitely wouldn't be doing that though. She didn't know what mechanism Ani-chan left in her necklace, but her gut told her that it would do something ridiculous like rip a hole in time and space. And make him drop what he was doing to return, even if it was something important like fighting a really strong monster. Rudy patted Stella's head and then said, "Then. I'm off." Stella nodded. "Bye, Ni-cha. I made a bunch of bottles for you and stored them in the fridge. There should be plenty, so remember to drink your milk so you can grow big and strong. K. And don't be afraid to boss people around. If anyone makes you upset, they'll have to answer to me when I get back. K. And you 3. Rudy looked at Stella's spirits and said, "Don't do anything reckless with her or I'll erase you." Ni-cha. What? Bad. Rudy blinked and then he coughed. Right. Anyway, as to potty breaks. Lord Rudras. Roland stepped forward and spoke up. I believe time is of the essence. Ruchard stepped up too and then looked at Stella. I agree with Roland. Moreover. Isn't it about time you let Stella be a bit more independent? Rudy frowned and said, "She's a baby." Yes. Ruchard nodded. But she is no longer a newborn. Moreover. You have other sisters, do you not? Won't they be jealous of Stella? Go Mr. Ruchard. Hammer in the common sense. Though Stella's big sisters, hey? They really might get jealous of her when they hear about what Ani-chan had been doing. GRK. Rudy flinched. That's right. I promised Norn too, and Aisha. At this rate. He trailed off and started rubbing his face. Arg. Why'd you have to go and make life so complicated? One final push. Stella could sense it. One more and Ani-chan would get off his butt and be responsible. And also give Stella room to experiment. Stella looked at Rudy and said, "Wing back a puissant, K." Rudy froze. And then his eyes lit up with determination. Got it. Everyone! We've got a dungeon to raid. With that, Rudy threw his arm out, causing his scarf to flutter, and then started marching down the stairs with his head held high. A proper intimidating and noble figure. Roland and Astolfo immediately followed after him. Rudyard lagged behind a bit and shook his head, amused. Though he looks like that, Rudy is still a child. Rika sighed. He is. Even Rika is not that immature. So you're admitting that you're childish, great empress? Rika froze and then cleared her throat. Our Rika will go on ahead. With that, she ran off after the others. Rudyard chuckled and then turned to wave at Stella. Be good, child. I'll bring back a gift as well. K. Bye-bye. Rudyard smiled and walked down the stairs. And then it was just Stella, sitting in her crib with her spirit friends. Her spirit friends who wouldn't be able to help her with anything since they were practically imaginary considering what little they could do to affect the world around them, even after Stella tried teaching them magic circles. Stella sat in her crib and looked around Rudy's empty office. After waiting a bit and seeing no one around, she pouted and said, Nii cha. Baka. SNG. Part 2. Stella was alone for a few hours. Of course, she was fine since she wasn't a real baby. But for Unii-chan to leave her there just because he thought she was a genius. Stella really wondered what her Unii-chan was like back on Earth. And what he did. Mostly because an ordinary person definitely wouldn't trust an unattended baby to take care of itself just because it was smart. And Stella was sure that Unii-chan hadn't figured out she was a reincarnator because he was, kind of dense. At least, when it came to her. If Stella was being honest, she was about 90% sure that everyone else had figured out she wasn't an ordinary baby. Especially Roland. That guy was scary. Anyway, Stella was alone for a few hours. But just as she was starting to get hungry and was wondering if she should try and move some of the weird colors floating around to cast a spell, a pair of hurried footsteps ran up the stairs. Lady Stella. My apologies. An elegant but panicked female voice. Shortly after that, a beautiful woman ran into the office. Shimmering golden hair that fell to her waist, with side-parted bangs leaving a single golden eye visible. 2 pairs of fluffy white wings on her back, one by her shoulders and the other by her waist. A curvy and mature body that would make any woman envious, especially due to the fact that her outfit put it all on display. White silk wraps and a few leather belts covered the woman's chest making it somewhat decent. But for her lower body, she wore a pure white T-string and a single white legging over her left leg. Other than that, the only piece of clothing she wore was a black glove on her right hand. In short, an angel that looked like she came out of a H-game or a Dijin instead of properly serving some divine being. Enoch or Ena-chan, like Unii-chan called her. She stumbled a bit as she ran over to the crib and then quickly bowed her head. I wished to report to Master Rudius before he departed, but he was already gone. And then that irksome Cliff stopped me at the tower to boast about resolving a matter between a supposed demon empress and a girl claiming to be some sword god's daughter. She sighed and then said, it is unforgivable, but I hope you show mercy on this lowly self. Is Kena? Ena stood up and let out a radiant smile. Thank you, Lady Stella. Master Rudius said to feed you around noon. And to make sure that I was properly dressed she paused and then looked down. After that, she gasped and said, I forgot. Oh, one moment, Lady Stella. With those panicked words, she was gone. Shortly after Ena ran down the stairs, someone else walked up. Sheesh. And I thought I was in a rush. What's sis so panicked about? Another beautiful woman. Like Ena, she had shimmering golden hair and wings. However, unlike Ena, the woman's hair was short and windswept. Also unlike Ena, she only had a single pair of white wings and was properly dressed. A leather jacket with an badge bearing a crimson lightning bolt on her left arm. Blue jeans that were a bit scuffed and faded, matched with black boots. Eos adjusted her glasses, revealing a pair of shining green eyes beneath the glare. After that, she walked over to the fridge near Stella's crib and pulled out a bottle of baby formula. It's about time for you to eat, right little miss? She walked back and held it out. Can you drink by yourself, or do you want big sis to hold you? I see a wink. Gimme. Great. Eos handed the bottle over and said, makes my life easier. Wouldn't trust myself with anything delicate. Which makes me wonder why Master summoned me back instead of taking me with him. A crash echoed from downstairs. After that, there was the sound of a loud rip. Fabric being torn in two. Following that, Ena's moans echoed. My dress. You. I'll have to stay up all night fixing it again. Oh. Right. Eos placed her hand on her forehead and said, sis is even worse. Stella blinked. Was she going to be alright with these two as her babysitters? SNG. Part 3. Lady Stella is definitely a genius. No wonder Master holds you in such high esteem. Ena stared at Stella with sparkling gold eyes and said, not even a year old and already on the journey to become a magician. Wonderful. Eos turned the page in the book she was reading and said, Sis. Master adores little miss because she's his baby sister, not because she's amazing. Just like how I respect you even though you're a terrible klutz. Ena turned around to look at Eos and said, I'm clumsy. Eos sighed and looked at Stella. See what I have to put up with, little miss. Stella glanced at Ena. The older angel sister had managed to fix her dress and was wearing it instead of her Eki outfit. Unfortunately, it wasn't much better. Because Ena was so mature, and because a lot of the dress seemed to have been ripped off, when she sewed it back together the dress had turned a size too small and now hugged her body. In short, it also left nothing to the imagination. Particularly due to the fact that Ena didn't seem to be a fan of bras, or panties. But of course, Ena was oblivious to it all. Is it that bad? Ena turned to look at Stella, her golden eyes watering up. Am I a failure after all? Is that why Master left me behind? Stella gave Ena a blank look. Baka Uni-chan. It's one thing to not have common sense, but to be this dense. You seriously are a cheat ice guy protagonist, aren't you? Achoo. Ruchard glanced at me and said, Are you alright, Rudy? I wiped my nose and said, I'm fine. Must be the distorted mana. And speaking of distorted mana. So that's the place, hey? A scenic port by the sea. With the sun shining bright and not a cloud in the sky, it should have been a picturesque image. Instead, a gaping black hole had enveloped the area, distorting the air around its edges like a mirage and shrouding everything in darkness. I glanced back and said, Rika. See anything? Her left eye flashed white while her right flashed green. After that, she frowned and said, Rika cannot see within. But Rika can see that the future doesn't exist inside the distortion. Which confirms that it's a cut-off chunk of time, hey. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. Of course. I glanced to my left, checking on Roland and Astolfo. You two ready? Roland rested his hand on his sword. Durandal is charged and my body is in peak condition. Astolfo gave me a thumbs up and said, Good to go, boss. Let's get the hole. I decided to ignore her awkward phrasing and nodded. Alright. Ruchard? Rika. Ruchard raised his spear, channeling crimson mana through it. At the same time, his emerald mana coursed throughout his body, reinforcing it. I am prepared. Rika took off her glasses and frowned. 12 lights flashed in her eyes before swirling to form a rainbow iris. This one is beginning to regret learning how to control mana and this one's magic eyes from you. But yes. This one is ready as well. Reverting to calling herself this one instead of Rika. A serious expression. Alright. Then. I stared at the distortion and focused my mana into my left eye. The demon eye that Master Roxy hypothesized I created by accident. The ability that I sacrificed my right eye to use at an expert level to save Norn. Time alter, synchronize. The sound of rusted gears churning in my head. Stalled time slowly marching forward. The distortion rippled, like a bubble set to burst. No. It was a bubble set to burst. A stab of pain in my left eye. At the same time, a bit of color faded away in my vision. But I ignored it. Even if I lost my vision, Rika had the handy ability of replacing eyes. So, instead of worrying, I held out my left hand and summoned the crimson blade I kept in my mind's eye. Feeling the weight in my grasp, I nodded and then walked forward. Let's go. Time to see what I had to say about this entire mess. 116 R3 Part 3. Static. The moment we stepped through into the distortion, the surroundings blurred. A bright and sunny beach. Ruchard standing off to the side, watching as Eris swung a wooden sword against a small kid. But she was slow and the kid easily dodged the attacks. No, it wasn't that she was slow, but that he seemed to have read the moves ahead of time. Even though she wasn't as fast as the Eris I knew, the attacks were still competent. More than enough for an unskilled kid like that. Static. A hand on my shoulder. Lord Rudras. Roland called out to me. Are you well? I blinked and the scene vanished. I'm fine, Roland. There was no bright and sunny beach. And neither Eris nor that kid was standing there. Instead, there was darkness. Darkness, an unnatural crimson moon hanging in the air, and shambling corpses roaming around. TCH. I've had enough with random flashbacks. Once when I was showed what happened after my death was enough. Now getting random scenes from different timelines. Scars? A raspy and gravely voice. Glancing over, I saw a hulking monster stomping towards us. Except, it wasn't just any monster. Is that freaking Messy's from our side and Ev ************************************************ The monster held up its left hand, raising. A rocket launcher? No. I swung my sword. Crimson light flashed and the monster split in half, falling to the ground with a sickening thud. Rika wrinkled her nose and said, Could you have not done that? This one dislikes such grotesque sights. Well, get used to it. I frowned and swept my gaze around the surroundings. At least that monster was relatively normal. It was a ruined wasteland. Unlike the vibrant scenery I saw in that flashback, there was nothing but ashes and rubble lying around. Buildings turned to skeletal ruins, leaving only their foundations standing. Ruins filled with actual skeletons, most lying dormant and unmoving, but a few shambling around. Not only that, but far in the distance I could see ominous creatures glowing with crimson mana and dripping acidic blood onto the ground. Rika followed my gaze and then shuddered. Just what twisted madman is responsible for this? Even the magic god did not resort to such depths. The jewel on Rudyard's forehead flashed red. Shortly after, his eyes widened and he clenched his spear with shaking hands. Rudy. Yeah. It's bad. A zombie apocalypse setting. More specifically, one straight out of our Resident Evil. And the one responsible for all this was an evil version of myself? I didn't think I'd ever resort to these lengths. Just what the hell happened to that guy? Roland moved to my right side, resting his hand on his sword hilt. The enemy commander is nowhere to be seen. I noticed, Roland. A wasteland. While there were ruins, there was a clear view through all of them. Even if there wasn't, my clairvoyant eye covered the entire area. And with it, all I saw were the undead, twisted bioweapons, and corpses. Some fresh. Rika. Rika shook her head. This one sees many horrible things, but this one does not see anything that looks like it could be responsible. I let out a deep sigh. Well. Looks like we've got another edgelord on our hands, guys. Astolfo jumped up and said, Wayo. An edgelord? Is that like a lord of blades? Is he strong? No, it means. You know what? Never mind. I sighed again and then took a moment to think. The monsters weren't attacking us. They were patrolling, and that first guy I took out seemed hostile, but for the most part, the monsters were keeping to themselves. At the same time, I didn't see or sense anyone powerful nearby. That meant one of two things. 1. The boss hadn't spawned in yet and we had to rout all the monsters first. 2. The boss was already here and was watching how we fought before showing himself. If the guy responsible for this really was a version of myself, or at least Rudius Grere, it would definitely be option 2. Either way, we've gotta clean up this mess. I glanced at Roland and Astolfo and said, look for survivors. I doubt there are any, but you two should be unaffected by the virus since you're mostly magic. Roland bowed his head. As you say, Lord Rudras. Gotcha, boss. With that, the two knights ran off, leaving me with just Rika and Rudyard. Rika frowned and said, virus? What virus? She swept her gaze around and said, this one doesn't see anything. You won't. I can't see it either, but judging from this setting, I've got a feeling it's hanging around. Stay close, and don't make physical contact with the monsters. This one is beginning to think she should have more desperately resist your summon. A bit late for that, Rika. Rudyard, keep an eye on her. Understood, Rudy. Like that, we advanced. A completely still atmosphere without even the slightest breeze. Even the distant shoreline was frozen, the water looking like a glassy pool of blood. Low moans and gruesome squishing sounds coming from the zombies and bioweapons. Rika trembled and stuck close to me, sweeping her eyes across the surroundings. Whatever monster she set her sights on froze before crumbling into dust. The result of having all their mana sucked away. I noticed and said, I thought you told me not to research mana drain. Hush, you. This one possesses it naturally. Moreover, it is not drained into this one's body but into a void. You're really not dissuading me from researching it like that, Rika. Humph. Just know that if you begin on that road, this one will make your life a hell of paperwork. Especially since this one's betrothed does not exist. Do not tempt me to create a union of. Gah. Fine. Sheesh. I waved my hand and said, I'm just joking. No need to threaten me with marriage. I've already still got one to sort out. Which reminded me. I wondered how Eris was doing. She was with Dad and Norn, but she was a bit clumsy. Static. A castle town covered in flames. Corpses of knights lining the ground, all emblazoned with the Azura Kingdom emblem. No. No, no, no. It's a joke. A lie. A desperate voice. One that sounded extremely familiar. Mine. No. It was different. Older, and more weary. The moment I acknowledged that fact, I saw them. Kneeling on the ground in the center of a ring of corpses, there was a man. A grey robe, a staff made of a golden branch and adorned with wispy white leaves. Brown hair and bloodshot eyes. He frantically waved his staff, casting magic on a beautiful woman with crimson hair laying in his arms. A woman with blood seeping out through the hole in her chest plate. One that was right over where her heart should be. Still holding her blade, she looked up at the man and said, "Het. I told you. Idiot. Shut up. I can fix this. I can definitely fix this. Just, let me think." I saw the scene. I felt that man's emotions. Twisted regret and agony. Rage, barely suppressed by a desperate desire to save the one in his arms. As for who those people were. You can't, Rudy. But it's fine. The woman. Eris laughed and then reached up to touch the man's face. In the end, it's me you're crying for. Take that, Sil. Eri, please. Silence. One broken only by the sound of a sword falling to the ground. The woman's grip on her blade released at last. And then. Static. Rudy. A panicked shout. Rickez. At the same time, a blade cut towards my neck. One I had just seen. Tick. Time froze for a second. When it resumed, the sound of clashing steel echoed. My blade reaching up to stop my attackers. And then I saw who it was. Flowing crimson hair. A delicately crafted golden mask covering her face. Obsidian armor guarding her entire body. One that seemed to emit an anti-mana field, making her look like a black void when observed through mage sight. I flicked my wrist, sending my attacker backwards and then clicked my tongue. Definitely an edgelord. Why are all the me's like this? Did he go mad trying to bring you back to life, Eris? My attacker didn't respond. Instead, she stepped back and shifted her blade. A water god stance. I frowned and switched my blade to my right hand. Footsteps echoed from behind me, and Ruchard arrived. Raising his spear, he looked at my opponent and said, "Rudy. Shall I handle it?" No. I could feel it now. A sharp gaze staring directly at me from up above. One that seemed to emit a crazed malice, as well as curiosity. I've got a feeling that this one's all on me. And I think you guys have your own opponents to deal with. A surge of dripping black mana falling from the sky. It splashed against the ground a few paces away before starting to coalesce into figures. The first was familiar. Clutching a bone-white spear, bearing a gleaming crimson jewel on his forehead. But with skin that had long mummified, leaving a terrifying appearance. Ruchard. No, a death knight made in Ruchard's image, if not from his corpse. And next to him, a hulking figure appeared. One that reminded me of Gro from Emerald K** Combat. Wearing decayed gold armor and tensing its forearms, it leaned its head back and let out a strangled roar. Ruchard tensed. As for Rika. That. Baddie. A hesitant voice. The second figure paused and then turned to look at Rika with gleaming crimson eyes. Rika froze. And then she started trembling. At first, I was worried that she was terrified. But then I realized that I didn't have to be. She wasn't shaking because she was afraid. Instead, a surge of mana erupted from Rika. At the same time, her eyes flashed with all the colors of the rainbow and she let out a growl. You dare? To animate the corpse of this one's betrothed and desecrate it in such a manner. Yet. She'd be fine. So for now. I held up my sword and looked at my opponent. You know. I never have gone all out against you, Eris. I wonder. Crimson mana wrapped around my body, sinking into my limbs. At the same time, it split apart, turning into countless threads weaving over my muscle fibers. Are you strong because I taught you? Or because you're a crazy genius like Dad? Let's find out. A blinding crimson slash. The basic sword god technique, elevated to the natural conclusion. A long sword of light cut towards my opponent's neck. But it was blocked. Eris no. The one who looked like Eris easily parried my attack with a blinding slash of her own. Not only that, she surpassed it with a stab to my heart. But I was prepared. I slid forward and turned my body, causing the stab to slid past me. At the same time, I grabbed her arm and then pivoted, throwing her over my shoulder and crashing against the ground. To her credit, my opponent quickly jumped to her feet, just like Eris would. But. It's like I thought. I nodded and shifted my stance. You aren't my Eris. I'd pulled that trick 100 times on her already. While I was pretty sure she wasn't, I had to check to make sure that the Eris I knew hadn't gotten warped here and mind-controlled. And the fact that she fell for it meant that she didn't have all the painful lessons I taught drilled into her body. So. I stepped forward and swung my sword. Like before, that Eris swung her own to parry. But also like before, I was prepared. The same habits she had at first, but taken to the natural conclusion. A path that Eris could have walked, but changed after meeting Dad, and then playing with me and Sylphie. Taking advantage of that knowledge, I slid past her guard, swung my sword, and... You're pretty ruthless, aren't you? I was suddenly in a different place, standing before a figure wearing a tattered grey robe. RNG. Roland glanced up at the moon, frowning. Captain Rollo. Astolfo sliced a bloodhound in half and then turned to look at Roland. I don't think this is the time to be spacing out. I am aware. A horde of undead in every direction. Essentially every single one that inhabited this realm of the dead, save for the two clashing against Ruchard and Rika. But Lord Rudras is missing. Astolfo punted a crawling zombie on the ground into the air and said, Boss is gone? That's bad, isn't it? Roland glanced at his sword and then looked up at the moon. It should be fine. Although we should hurry and reinforce Ruchard and Rika. Okie dokie. Astolfo nodded and then raised her sword. Let's go, monsters. I'll send you all down with a touch. Roland raised his sword as well and shifted his attention to the monsters around. As he did, only a single thought crossed his mind. I knew I should have studied magic instead. 117 R3 End. Loop 4, Necromancer. It happened on the day that Norn was born. Being W was plotting something. Sylphie had come back crying, and my gut told me Dad was in trouble. So I had to choose. Stay there and wait? Or go and help Dad? I knew how dangerous being W was. And I also knew that something could go terribly wrong if I didn't help. Sylphie was there. She was good with magic, so if something happened with Mama Lily could direct her to help. After all, I was able to do it, so a genius like her definitely could, right? I was wrong. I saved Dad. We killed the knights and resolved the situation neatly so there wasn't any proof. I even discovered a way to use healing mana to unmake a corpse and dissolve it into the base materials. So it was fine. Everything was solved. But when we got back... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Sylphie huddling in a corner, clutching her head and cowering. Mama Lily holding Norn, her face pale. And there, on the bed. Mom. She was smiling, so it looked like she was just sleeping. But she wasn't. And then... RNG. You embarked on a quest to discover magic that could bring someone back to life. Right. I stared at the person standing across from me. He was taller than I was. But at the same time, he was skinnier. Slimmer. Although hunched over, he seemed like a tree looming over me. Still at least a head taller. Considering I was only a little shorter than Ruchard these days, it meant he was freakishly tall. And I didn't mean that figuratively. The man laughed. Tilting his head back, he laughed and reached up to cover his face. As he did, the hood covering his face fell back, revealing his features. As I suspected, it was me or rather, Rudius Grere. His hair was still brown, although the color had faded to look more like ash. His eyes were also a bright green. But it was an ominous green, like radioactive waste or neon instead of emerald or jade. He was still fairly handsome. Dad's genes were A and in that department at least. But it was a haunted look. Sunken cheeks, permanent shadows under his eyes. And while he was laughing, it was with an expression that seemed a moment away from breaking into sobs. The look of a haunted genius. Tragic, but nothing out of the ordinary. That wasn't true for every other part of his body though. His hand that he used to cover his face was pure black, standing in stark contrast to his pale skin. Twisted and gnarled, it looked like the branches of a tree more than a hand. But that wasn't all. When he moved his hand, the robe shifted to reveal his body. And when it was revealed... First of all, the guy wasn't wearing any clothes. But he didn't need to, because the body underneath those robes had stopped being human long ago. A pulsing crimson orb where the heart should be, one sending ugly pulses of dripping mana coursing through his limbs. Limbs that were a grotesque mass of black flesh weaving in on itself in the shape of a man. I grimaced and looked back at the guy's face. You're one ugly bastard, aren't you? He lowered his hand and smiled. I admit that it's a bit flawed in terms of appearance. But I can assure you that the performance is excellent. He held out his right hand, causing it to writhe and swarm like tentacles. Ugh. I shuddered and said, did you inherit the horny too much when puberty hit? Turning your entire body into tentacles? I think even Sylphie would get creeped out by that, right? His eye twitched and he clenched his hand into a fist. The tentacles wrapped back on itself, hardening into a fist that looked like it was made out of carbon fiber. You shut up about Sylphie. Oh. I smiled and said, touched a nerve, did I? Witty banter. Sharp words. I bet it sucked when she called you a monster and left. No, I bet she went along for a while, but when she saw how obsessed you were, she said that you changed. That you weren't Rudy anymore. Right. Rudy's words would hurt Rudy. Even if that guy spun off out of control, we had the same start. Unlike Rudius, that guy was definitely an offshoot of me. And I knew what hurt me the most. You. He grit his teeth, but then took a deep breath to calm down. After that, he smiled and said, no. It's fine. You're still just a brat. A child who doesn't know how cruel the world can be. He laughed and said, though you look like that. Since you just met Rudyard, I'm guessing you're 8? 9. Something like that. That's right. Keep talking while I figure out what the hell kind of crazy things you did with your life. That crimson orb definitely seemed to be his mana. It looked a lot like how mine used to be when I extracted it to reabsorb it later. The weird black body though. I couldn't parse it. There seemed to be mana woven throughout it, but it wasn't really woven. If I had to describe it, the mana seemed more discrete. Like individual grains instead of a continuous flow. Not impossible, but I didn't understand it. I had a few guesses on how that could work. Maybe creating individual cells and programming them. But how that would work? No. This was Amy at the end of his path. One who looked like he tried fighting being W and failed. Or just lost everything and decided to destroy the world. Probably the latter. So I had to assume that even crazy things were possible. Then, assuming he somehow developed the ability and mental capacity to control trillions of individual components. There's no need to lie about your age. He smirked and said, it's not like I'm carting you to get into a bar or anything. Besides, age is just a number to a reincarnator like us, isn't it? First of all, I'm not like you. Still perfectly human unlike the weird virus/undead/corpse hybrid lich you are. Second of all, I'm a proper royal, you know? Rudius Nodos Grey, instead of the lowly Rudy Grey that you are. Or should I call you Rudius the Grey? A lame joke. Since he was dressed in grey, he reminded me of a certain wizard from a famous story about a ring to rule them all. But instead of laughing or brushing it off, he suddenly turned sharp, staring at me. Specifically, at my eyes. As expected. To be able to enter this lost portion of space-time, you have eyes to peer into one's past. Did you manage to get it after empowering Kishirika? He mumbled and said, perhaps I should have enslaved her instead of killing her off. It let me kill the fighting god by using her as a hostage, but if she could give more demon eyes. I think I'm starting to understand what that wannabe superhero felt when staring at his future self. A radical difference. But not one that I couldn't see myself following. Rika had said it as well. The magic god Laplace that I became was ruthless and focused completely on wiping out any and everything related to being W. That guy had gone full magus and did a lot of unethical experiments to become powerful with the ends justify the means being his creed. The one in front of me though, who was apparently actually called Rudius the Grey. He wasn't acting for the greater good. He wasn't even trying to get power to achieve some goal. That look of his when he had that realization was just simple curiosity. A clinical analysis and contemplation of potential results. In short. You're batshit insane. Rudius the Grey. Actually, he didn't deserve being called Rudius. Grey looked at me and then laughed. Insane. Yes. I suppose I've gone insane a long time ago. He let out a crooked smile that stretched way beyond how a normal face was supposed to stretch and said, but that's what happens when you live past the end of the world. I'd be surprised if there was a person who was sane after all of that. Yet. This guy needed to go. If he managed to get out of here, judging from what I saw happen to the port, we'd be facing a zombie apocalypse. Probably one with various causes. Definitely no good. But. Just what happened to you? A fake disgust and morbid curiosity. Ah, no. That was real. I didn't need to fake those emotions. Grey chuckled and then held out his left hand. As he did, a familiar white mist formed. Being WS mana. Except it wasn't. As I watched, that mist became corroded with black-red mana. No, corrupted was the better word. Being WS mana fizzled before turning into a grey mist and condensing into a human skull. One with gleaming red eyes. Grey looked at it and smiled. I've been thinking long and hard about this. What happens after death in this world? Is there an afterlife? Would it be possible to pull someone back, or if not, at least recreate the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice? Bargaining with death to bring back a life. Because of Eris, right? His smile vanished and he nodded. Because of Eri. He stared at me for a while and then shook his head. You're lucky. By chance, you didn't choose the path I did. And you avoided the night as well. You've even walked this far and didn't turn into the conqueror. He laughed and then said, it's funny, you know? It's as if there's someone helping you. A person behind the scenes giving you little nudges here and there to make you miss the pitfalls by the smallest of margins. That's. He clenched his hand, causing the skull to shatter. It's really not fair. You know. Luck is a skill, you know. Grey spat to the side and he said, this is why I hate children. So flippant. So arrogant. It's why I lost everything back then, thinking I could solve it all by myself. Oh yeah. 100,000% edgelord. And I thought he was just a necromancer, but now that I stared at him. Mage sight wasn't pulling anything other than a hazy crimson mist surrounding his entire body. One similar to being WS. Did that guy manage to snatch a bit of being WS powers? It would explain how he found his way here. So I'd have to be careful about that. I'd also have to be careful about what I said and what I showed off. Learned my lesson about that from being W. If that guy managed to recreate a black hole by experiencing it firsthand without any theory, a much older version of myself who presumably had decades to study and refine various theories would definitely catch on. The only upside seemed to be that he had hyper-specialized in life and death magic. Seemed to hyper-specialize. He was still me, after all. Even if an alter instead of proper me. Knowing that, he definitely had a bunch of weird trump cards lined up. Especially if he went full edgelord. While I was silent, Grey kept talking. Staring at my face. No. He seemed to be staring through me, peering at something in the distance. You're lucky. Yeah. You're lucky. Eri is alive and well. Stronger here too. And Sylphie. She loves you a lot, huh? I guess you must have accepted her after all. Master Roxy too. I tensed. He laughed. Did I touch a nerve? He reached up and tapped his eyes. You're not the only one with demon eyes, you know? I might not be able to see the past like you, but I can see the present. Especially all the warm and cuddly bonds you share with the people around you. He frowned. I'm a bit surprised though. To think that I would have eventually had another baby sister. Thought Dad was just filled with blanks. You seem like a calm and reasonable person. I smiled and said, you're me, after all. And it seems like you have a grudge against being W too, right? How about you team up with me? Grey looked at me. Team up? With you? I nodded. That's right. We can work on getting rid of being W together. And after that, with the both of us, I'm sure we can figure out a way to get your world back and save everyone. Grey let out a soft smile. That sounds nice. Right. If time worked any differently, then I'd agree. But unfortunately for you. His eyes turned sharp and he said, as long as you're alive, this timeline is the only one allowed to exist. So. Just shut up and die, you brat. A swarm of black tentacles, lashing out from all around. Gah. I fucking knew it. You edgelord. I swung my sword and cut through the tentacles before running at him. The only part left unchanged was his head, so it was probably his weak spot. After all, the human brain was a delicate thing. Even with mana, I definitely wouldn't risk touching it. So. Tick. Time slowed down and I sped up. My customized battle aura flared, boosting my fighting abilities. At the same time, I swung my sword at his head. Grey didn't react. And like that, his head flew off with a clean slice, tumbling on the ground. His body dissolved into black mana, oozing into the ground. Hey! I lowered my sword and looked around. That was easier than I expected. Did he spec too hard into magic and int? For all his talk about the performance of his body being second to none, leaving such a glaring weakness was. Wait. Glaring weakness. Trump cards. Crimson Moon. Where was I exactly? I quickly spun around to look at my surroundings. It wasn't the port. And I didn't see any signs of Rika, Ruchard, or Roland and Astolfo. In fact, all I could see was a murky red color. Oh. Oh shit. You really are just a kid, aren't you? A raspy voice that seemed to echo from everywhere around. At the same time, the ground beneath me gave way and millions of shadowy tendrils reached out to grab me, preventing me from moving. Asterisk just be quiet and die. Trust me. Being W can't be killed anyway asterisk. I struggled a bit to try and break free, but couldn't move an inch. And I knew why now that I saw it up close. You crazy bastard. Did you turn yourself into a giant supercomputer to control all of this? A booming laugh echoed. Asterisk that's right. What was that old meme? Right. Nanomachines, son. Asterisk. Well. This was awkward. Never expected a version of myself to actually turn into a moon of all things. Or to have enough mana to be able to even make that possible. Seems like I might be the only Rudius who didn't research the mana drain spell. But that was fine. Seeing the Crimson Moon and recently fighting being W gave me a better idea. It would be impossible for a human to match a god or a being with access to so much energy. Normally. And I wouldn't normally be able to do it outside of this place either. But considering the fact that we were technically outside of time, that I had a sword in hand pulled from an imaginary space, and that I was facing a version of myself from a different timeline. Hey, Rudius the Grey. What? Have you heard? Multiverse theory's a bitch. Asterisk, what the hell are you wait? What the fuck? That's possible. How the hell asterisk? Try not being an edgelord in your next life. Speaking from personal experience, it opens up a lot of doors. A flash of rainbow light. Mana pulled in from the infinite reaches of space across countless timelines, using imagination to integrate it into reality through the power of a demon in her gifted clairvoyance. Gotta love the fact that Mana is magical phlebotinum. RRR. A flash of crimson light, shooting towards the ground before twisting and piercing the heart. Ruijerd stared into the eyes of his opponent and sighed. You worked hard. Thank you for protecting him. Silence. Ruijerd's opponent stared back at him before crumbling into dust. He shook his head and pulled his spear back before checking in on Rika. Stupid baddie. If you weren't so stubborn about your promises, you'd still be alive. You know. No response. Of course, Rika's opponent wouldn't be able to even if he wanted. An absolute void barrier trapping him in space. Mana being siphoned out from the body and into that void as long as Rika stared at her opponent. And if that wasn't enough, every single joint had been turned to stone, meaning that a rough movement would cause the opponent to break his own limbs. Rika sighed. Her opponent stared back at her before closing his eyes. When he did, his body cracked and dissolved into dust. Seeing that, Rika closed her eyes, letting the barrier fade. Ruijerd walked over to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. You did well. Rika materialized a pair of glasses and put them on. After that, she turned to Ruijerd and said, Humph. This one knows. There is a reason why Rudy brought this one with him. Ruijerd smiled. Of course. After that, he looked around the surroundings. Roland and Astolfo were still clearing out the monsters, but Rudy was nowhere to be seen. Ruijerd glanced at Rika and said, Can you see Rudy? Rika frowned and looked around. He is not in the area. And I do not see his mana, so Rika suddenly looked up. Seeing that, Ruijerd did as well. And then when he did, he laughed. An ordinary human child, are you, Rudy? The crimson moon hanging in the frozen starry sky. There, a tiny rainbow flash formed, almost like an iridescent star. But that tiny star grew until it blocked out the moon, enveloping the crimson with its rainbow light. Then it erupted. Gah! Rika flinched and covered her eyes. Rudy! You reckless fool! From somewhere far above, a faint voice called back. Sorry Rika. And take cover. It's going to blow. What? Roland and Astolfo immediately flopped to the ground. Seeing that Ruijerd grabbed Rika and pulled her down as well. What are you doing to this? Boom. SNG. The small sandbox play area at the foot of the Tower of Arcadia. One built specifically for Stella's personal use. Stella paused in the middle sculpting a tiny robot from the sand and looked off into the distance. It was just an instinct. A sixth sense that her Unai-chan was doing something ridiculous again. Ena took her hands off the idealized statue of Rudy she was sculpting and followed Stella's gaze. Did you notice something, Lady Stella? Sitting on a lawn chair nearby, Eos took off her glasses and narrowed her eyes. Oh. It seems like Master's finished already. She paused and tilted her head. Though. Odd. I didn't know distortions could explode like that. Or be instantly contained. Distortions, those were the bubbles of contorted space-time, right? And Eos Nei-chan just said that it exploded and then was instantly contained. And Unai-chan didn't say it, but from how Ena Nei-chan and Eos Nei-chan had been acting, it was clear that was the purpose of Unai-chan's trip. So. Nii-cha. Bakamano. An idiot monster. Yab. That was her Unai-chan all right. Stella sighed and went back to making her robot. Now water, fire, and wind weren't earth spirits, but from what Stella saw, you didn't need to match elements to give spirits a body. You just needed one that was suitable. Mostly with magical circuits of some sort. Stella didn't have that, but Ena Nei-chan the clumsy doormat the nice Nei-chan went and got her a few extra magic stones to play with. So. Fai. Twi. The little fire spirit flew into the robot. And the moment it did. Be by the stars. Ena gasped and clapped her hands together. A genius. A true prodigy. A red-haired androgynous angel appeared in a flash of golden light and started flying around. Stella. Stella, Stella. Hey. Hey. Listen. It giggled and then flew up to hug Stella. I can talk now. This might have been a mistake. 118 struggling, you've lived painfully, haven't you? Redacted which of redacted? It had been a long, long time. At first, she wasn't alone. There were two others with her. But as they wandered the land in search of their friends and family, it became clear that it would be difficult to continue as a group. Time was of the essence. Although Rudy was a genius, he was still just a child. Moreover, he was with a newborn. No matter how intelligent or capable he was, it would be hard for them to survive. So it was decided. One of them would stay with Aisha while the other would roam on her own. It was dangerous, but they were both capable. Not only that, but Aisha had shown herself to be a genius in her own right. Especially when Aisha happened to find Rudy's old wand by chance and learned to use all the elements. So she left on her own, diving into dungeons to gain the strength and equipment necessary to fight her way across the continent. Scouring every inch of the continent, talking to every person she met, chasing every minor lead. But she was tired. The world had changed. Swathes of land had been ripped apart. Plains turned to mountains, seas to grasslands. Even time itself appeared to be distorted. And this was especially true in the new dungeons that sprang up. She could have avoided them. After all, it was unlikely that Rudy or Stella would be inside. But she also knew how cruel and terrifying that being was. So she entered. Even when countless others dissuaded her. Even alone. There were times she thought she had died. There were times she wished she had died. And there were times when she broke down crying with no one to see or hear her. But she continued. Even as she was trapped in dungeons that took years to clear. Even when she had to patch her own wounds with elementary healing magic and only a basic understanding of anatomy, leaving scars all across her body. Even as her body changed due to spending decades diving dungeons with distorted time while the people outside remained the same. Yes. She continued. Roaming the continent. Clearing dungeons. Making maps and resolving distortions that appeared where she traveled. All so that she could see him again. Even if it was just a glimpse, a trace. That was the only thing she was hoping for. She knew that he would be fine. Rudy was a super genius who would be able to figure out a way to be safe no matter where he ended up. But he was with Stella. A baby. There was no way he could come look for them. So they were the ones who had to search. She had to search as well. But she was tired. She was so tired. And she was starting to worry as well. Even with her long lifespan, the decades she spent clearing the dungeons with contorted time had taken their toll. Even her body that she thought would never change had matured. It was to the point that she wondered if he would recognize her if they met. But she couldn't doubt it. She couldn't waver. Not after already going so far. The Strife Zone had been searched by the Boreas family after Philip unified it. Paul had gone to Melis to search there. Orsted and Princess Ariel were organizing the search on the central continent and throughout the Azura kingdom. And she had already searched through the Begarit continent. So there were only 2 places left. The divine content was more difficult to reach, but it was also smaller. Because of that, she ruled it out. That left the magic continent. A long journey across the seas, steadily searching there as well for any trace of him. But there weren't any. Like always, she didn't see any sign of him. She hadn't been expecting any. But when she arrived on the magic continent and headed to the Meagard village, she found one. Ah, you're looking for a victim of the space-time incident? In that case, you should go to Arcadia and seek an audience with Lord Rudras. Rudras. The name was different. The continent was different. Even the apparent race was different. The demon lord of salvation that established the utopian kingdom of Arcadia was said to be a secret member of the dragon race due to his white hair and golden eyes. More rumors spread that he might be the second coming of Laplace, while rumors among humans were that he was the reincarnation of Saint Melis. But she didn't care. Rudy. Adjusting her hood, she stared out at the tower looming over the land and muttered, "Have I finally found you?" A heart that had turned to ice from losing hope started to melt. The feelings she had from back then returned as if no time had passed. Taking a deep breath, she set off to meet with the one she loved, hoping that they could start again where they left off. SNG. Stella was not having a good day. Well, to be more precise, she was not having a good week. To begin with, she made a terrible mistake. One she should have realized after seeing how Unai-chan reacted to Mr. Roland and Miss Astolfo. Specifically. Hey. Stella. Hey. How about we try fire magic today? You never knew what kind of creature would pop out after a spirit inhabited a body and took it over. A crimson-haired angel. No. While her wings were feathery, she was only about the size of Stella's face, so she was more like a fairy or a pixie. Fire. Or as she liked to call herself, FAI. Stupid baby mouth not able to properly enunciate. FAI buzzed around Stella's head and poked her cheek. Hey. Come on. You can definitely do it today. And I can help too. A soft sigh echoed before a floating white cat swatted FAI out of the air. Ow. FAI rubbed her head and looked at her attacker. What was that for, Wada? For bothering Stella. Can't you see how annoyed she looks? That was Wada, formerly known as Water. At least to Stella. She didn't know why, but when she asked Wada to enter the doll she made, the water spirit turned into a fluffy talking male cat. FAI pouted and then pointed at something on top of Stella's hat. But Winnie gets to sit there. How come she gets a pass? Stella blinked and then looked up to see that there really was something sitting on her head. Or rather, someone. Teehee. Sorry. After saying that, Winnie, formerly known as Wind, floated down and waved at Stella. She was similar to Fai in that she was small and had feathery wings, but that was where the similarities ended. First of all, Winnie had an actual halo over her head, making her look like a real angel. Also, she had really pretty green hair that looked like it was made of light. But most importantly of all, Stella was so comfy that I fell asleep. Sorry. She mostly just cuddled with Stella and didn't say anything. Unlike a certain energetic red fairy angel. Fai pouted and said, that's not fair. I'm the oldest. Wada rolled his blue eyes and said, and also the least mature. Didn't you remember? Master Rudius said we need to keep an eye on Stella and keep her safe. Letting her play with fire magic is asking for trouble. I can control it. Maybe. But do you want to tell that to Master Rudius if something happens? Fai poked her fingers together and said, no. Exactly, so Winnie. Stop sleeping on Stella's head. But it's so fluffy. Yes. This had become her everyday life since she first gave Fire Fai a physical body. Stella sighed and then took a look around. She was outside in her sandbox as usual. Unai-chan had called for Ena Ne-chan, so the only person watching her today was Eos Ne-chan, who was sitting in her chair as usual and just reading a book, pointedly ignoring the bickering elementals. Smart? Stella wished she could do the same, but since she had babbled to the spirits so much before they could talk, now that they could it was like they wanted to dump all the words they couldn't say beforehand. Fire beats water anyway. Are you dumb? Water puts out fire. But a big fire turns water into steam. Steam is still water, idiot. And steam turns back into rain anyway. What? That's cheating. That's how nature works. You should know this, you're an elemental. Oh. Right. Stella glanced at Fai and Wada, considering whether to break it up. But then she thought better of it. Instead, she looked at Eos and held out her hands. Ne-chan. Kiwi. Eos paused in the middle of turning a page and then let out a smile. Setting her book aside, she walked over to pick Stella up and said, got fed up with those chatterboxes, have you? Stella sighed. Eos chuckled and walked back to her chair, setting Stella down on top of her belly. I don't have any pillows, but those should be soft enough for you. Just try not to fall off, alright, little miss. Stella laid there for a bit, staring at the sky with a blank look. There was being nonchalant about your assets, and then there was not caring about them at all. Eos Ne-chan. Aren't you going to cause a bunch of misunderstandings by being this casual with your body? Ha. Eos held her book over her head and said, sis sure is lucky. I wanted to go help master out. Instead, I'm stuck here babysitting you. Stella leaned her head back a bit and said, Ne-cha. Do you like me? Eos changed her grip to hold the book with one hand and then patted Stella's head. I like you, little miss. But it's boring. I'm not a researcher like sis. There's a reason why master put me in charge of the survey corps. Sitting here like this, I feel like I'm not needed. I know you. Eos smiled and patted Stella's head. Thanks, little miss. But remember. I'm not your mom, okay? I know we've got the same hair and eye color, but I'm single and still a virgin. I also don't plan on having kids anytime soon. Faced with a loaded statement in a conversation any infant really had no right knowing, all Stella could do was nod and hesitantly say, "K. That's a good girl. Remember, I'm your big sis, not your mom or your aunt. Now, make yourself comfy. It's about time for your afternoon nap anyway, so take a load off." The moment Eos said that, Stella yawned. She made a good point. Stella had been up for a while. And since she still wasn't even a year old yet, she got tired easy. And since she had to deal with Wada, Fai, and Winnie's shenanigans, mostly Wada and Fai's, Stella was exhausted. So she took Eos up on her offer. Plopping her head against the marshmallowy pillows, Stella closed her eyes and let herself drift off to sleep. Until she heard a voice call out. "Zenith? Is that you?" A beautiful female voice. Delicate and elegant. But also fragile, like glass about to shatter. Stella opened her eyes and sat up. But Eos was faster and sat them both up, carefully holding Stella against her. "Who are you? And how did you get past the White Knights?" A woman wearing a tattered hooded robe and holding a gleaming white wand. Staring at Eos, she slowly shook her head and said, "No. You aren't her. But you look similar. Did Rudy get homesick? Or did he make you so that Stella didn't get homesick?" After saying that, the woman turned to look at Stella. Stella stared back, tilting her head. She was pretty. The hood was hiding the woman's face, but Stella could still see it. A mature and delicate face, just as pretty as Eos and Ena. Beautiful silver hair that looked tinged blue, like frost. And now that Stella looked closely, her body was just as mature as both Eos and Ena as well. Not quite as big, but definitely up there. It was probably unrelated to Stella's thoughts, but Eos was on edge. Tense. But the mystery woman wasn't. Instead, she was looking at Stella with eyes that were about to tear up. An expression of pure relief. Seeing that, and realizing that this would probably cause a big misunderstanding soon if she didn't do anything about it, Stella grabbed her necklace. She wasn't too sure if it would work, but... Cha. Help. Eos's eyes widened and she quickly set Stella down on the ground. Little miss, you've gotta be. The sound of cracking glass. Countless crimson lights tracing out around the entire surrounding area while time seemed to slow down to a crawl. And then it shattered, leaving a familiar figure to walk out. Pure white hair, slicked back from the sheer force of stepping through time and space and crackling with red lightning. His high collar coat billowing in the wind as he lowered a crimson sword held in his left hand. Casually stepping in front of Stella and Eos, he looked up at the mystery woman and spoke in a low and intimidating voice. For thousands of years I laid dormant. It was an intimidating act. Stella knew that Chan had to be Chiyuni to keep people in line, so that didn't bother her too much. But she didn't expect what happened next. Raising his sword at the woman, he said, "Who dares to disturb my Hui?" A sudden shift in tone. One that sounded like disbelief. Wait. That's not right. The mystery woman blinked, causing tears to run down her cheeks. After that, she ran forward and pulled Rudy into a tight hug. Rudy. You're alive. You're safe. After all these years. I've missed you so much. Wait. Hold on. Rudy reached up to pull down the woman's hood. Like Stella saw, she had silver hair tinged blue, like frost. She also had pointed ears, like an elf's. Wait. Did elves exist in this world? No, that was a dumb question. Angels did, as well as demons, so obviously elves would too. But then, a mystery elf showing up at Chan's house. One who burst into tears and hugged him. Eos stood up and slowly looked between Rudy and the woman. Master. Who's that? Well. Rudy rubbed the back of his neck. She's. Before Rudy could finish, the woman snatched Rudy's arm and pulled him close. I'm Rudy's official lover. His wife approved me, so you stay away, hussy. There's only room for 3 women in his life. Hold on. Lover? Wife? What are you talking about? I haven't. The woman burst into tears and faced Rudy. Don't tell me? You don't recognize me? Or? No, it's been so long. Do you not love me anymore? A pained and broken tone of voice. One quickly followed by a surge of chaotic mana. Fine. Then I guess I'll just end every. The woman suddenly started staggering. As she did, she looked at Rudy and said, Rudy. No. Fair. After that, she fell over, unconscious. Rudy caught her before she fell and then lifted her in a princess carry with mixed emotions on his face. Well. Mana drain is definitely convenient. And it also confirms who this person is. Eos looked at Rudy and raised an eyebrow. And that is? Rudy let out an awkward laugh and said, my childhood sweetheart. Silence. And then a pair of voices spoke up. Wow. Stella's big brother is amazing. Shut up, FAI. Read the mood. Stella let out a deep sigh. Cha. Bakayero. Stella, it's not what you think. Cha would be sad. That's. You know what? Rudy sighed and said, let's talk about this later. Right now I have to make sure Sylphie's alright. And tell the others to take their time. Probably need to explain that it's not an emergency too before. Kaya ha ha ha. So a mere mortal dares to harm this one's adopted little sister. Rika shows up along with the crew. Ha. Yeah. Definitely a nice guy protagonist. Wait. That woman said that Chan only had room for 3 women in his life. Then. Chan had a harem when he was a kid? No, the woman said lover too, so. Cha. Rudy turned to look at Stella. Yeah, Stella. Eki. What kind of perverted Shota was he to snag an innocent-looking elf princess like that? 119 Sylphie's happiness. Sylphie slowly opened her eyes and realized she was laying on a bed. It was an unfamiliar room. An unfamiliar atmosphere. Unfamiliar presences. But it wouldn't be the first. The new distorted dungeons were home to all sorts of hazards and variables. After decades of experience and becoming the foremost expert exploring unknown and dangerous dungeons, she had developed a process for this exact situation. First, assess the surroundings. It seemed to be a tower of some sort. The makeup appeared to be a black stone, magically crafted. And the source of that mana? The source of that mana? Oh. You're finally awake, hey. A familiar, but also unfamiliar voice. The one that she missed with all her heart and desperately worried she would never hear again. But Sylphie didn't fall for it. She didn't respond right away. Instead, she sat up and roused her mana, chilling the atmosphere and space itself. It wouldn't be the first. It wouldn't be the first time she almost fell for it. It wouldn't be the first where an insidious trap called out to her in her weakness and made her think she had found him. But it would be a first for a time like this. Sylphie blinked, confused at the person she was seeing. The mana was the same. No, it was a bit different too. Instead of that beautifully vivid shade of red she remembered, it had turned a bit transparent. While red was still the primary color, there were wisps of rainbow light wrapping around it as well. Not only that, but the face of the person standing there. A handsome man, no, a handsome young man. He couldn't be more than 18 years old. Even so. A calm and gentle smile. One green eye that shone with the familiar kind light, and a white eye that didn't shine at all. Blind. Yes. This was a first. Even though she'd experienced countless hyper-realistic illusions in the past, this would be the first seeing a Rudy like this. One so handsome, heroic, and sexy. Sylphie felt her face heat up and quickly stammered, "Stay where you are." The sexy handsome. The man frowned and then let out a deep sigh. After that, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Definitely need to pummel Being W a few times before killing him in the future." Being W. Not Hitagami. Not the human god. Being W. The childish and mocking name that Rudy gave to the god responsible for this entire situation. One that she had never heard from anyone other than Orsted, Paul, and Roxy since the space-time rend occurred. Then. Sylphie's vision blurred. Against her will, she started crying again. Sheesh. Footsteps approached her before pulling her into a hug. "I didn't think you were this much of a crybaby, Sylphie." "Are you, Rudy?" She hugged him back and said, Is it really you?" "Yab. It's Rudy, here in the flesh." "And you're Sylphie, right?" Sylphie brushed away her tears and nodded. "Why yes. It's me. You're Sylphie. My Sylphie, you say?" Sylphie tensed and lowered her head. Do you not want me anymore, Rudy?" "And no. I mean, yes. I do want you. It's just… He frowned and said, "What happened to you? Has that much time passed outside of the magic continent?" "No." Sylphie shook her head. "There are pockets where time is accelerated, but most of the world is still the same time." Rudy's frown deepened and he said, "Then what happened to you? Did you get transported into one of those?" Sylphie shook her head and said, "No. I just did the same thing you did." Rudy blinked. "What do you mean?" "I went and explored the distorted dungeons looking for our family. A lot of them took many years to clear while only a little bit of time had passed on the outside." She paused and then looked at Rudy. "Is that not what happened to you?" "Wait. You mean you're actually that old? As in you've lived out those years?" "No, probably decades, right?" "Holy crap, you're older than me now." Sylphie huffed and crossed her arms. "You're still rude, aren't you?" "Meanie. That's… But wait." He trailed off and started mumbling under his breath. Seeing that, Sylphie smiled. Ah. It was nostalgic. Hearing his voice, seeing his focused gaze as he ran through the situation in his head. Sylphie felt her heart race as well as the nostalgic contentment wash over her just being by him. "Hold on." Rudy finally finished thinking and looked up at Sylphie. "How long has it been?" Sylphie tilted her head to think and said, "I'm not sure. Time for me has gotten a little." She trailed off, not wanting to think about exactly how many years she'd spent in dungeons. "Oh. Right. Well. Do you know what year it is?" "Back at home, I mean." Sylphie paused. It should be K417. "Wait, what? Then 2 years have passed already." Sylphie frowned. "Has it not been that long here?" She looked around and said, "The air here is denser, so it might flow at a slower rate than the other continents, but…" She paused, suddenly remembering that Stella was still an infant while Rudy looked like an adult already. Did he find Stella in a distorted dungeon? As if reading her mind, Rudy shook his head and said, "It's only been 6 months here. And before you ask, I haven't gone dungeon exploring." He waved at his body and said, "This just happened after I tried a magic experiment." Sylphie blinked, and then she giggled. "What?" Sylphie shook her head and said, only Rudy would accidentally age himself with a magic experiment. Though. She paused and then crossed her arms under her chest. It's no good, hey? If only 6 months have passed for you. Sylphie blinked and then looked at Rudy again. You mean you're still just 8? No, 9. Rudy frowned. Well, I guess on paper I'd be 10 if that's the date. But man, time dilation makes things really weird, hey? TCH. Sylphie crossed her arms and muttered, I have to wait even longer then. After all those years and waiting, mulling over everything that Paul said and what Grandma taught her. Wait longer for what? Sylphie stared at Rudy and then slowly looked down before looking back at him. Rudy blinked. Sylphie sighed. Nothing. But. She looked around and said, you did all of this in 6 months. It was a utopia, just like the perfect kingdoms in storybooks. People were living happily and peacefully. Unlike the other continents where people were vying for power, it was calm and tranquil here. It's a bit of a long story, but yet. Actually, how about we take a tour? I've gotta introduce you to Stella too. And you need to help me clear up a misunderstanding. Sylphie tilted her head. What misunderstanding? She seems to think that I'm a pervert. Sylphie let out a deep sigh. If only you were. What? Sylphie stood up and said, so who was that heaven race woman who looked like a meaner Zenith? Is she your secret lover? Grandma mentioned that boys like women who resemble their mother, but. No. She's not. God, why do people keep thinking that? Just because I happen to have beautiful women working for me does not mean they're my secret lovers or sex slaves. Sylphie paused and then stared at Rudy's face. Say that again. Hey. Rudy blinked. And then his eyes widened and he started to sweat. You Sylphie smiled and grabbed Rudy's hand. So you know about it, then? How a boy becomes a man and a girl becomes a woman. That's. Sylphie, hold on. No. Sylphie licked her lips and stepped forward, draping her arms around Rudy's shoulders. I've been waiting for decades and I've been tempted a lot, but I saved it for you. Because I love you. More than anyone and anything else in the world. So. Rika? Help. You owe me a lot of birthday presents, are you to us? Hee. Wait. Sylphie, Stella's right MMPH. SNG. Lewd sounds and moans coming from upstairs. Stella let out a deep sigh and poked Winnie. Win. Waxone please. The wind elemental floated over to Stella's head and plopped herself down. After that, there was a shimmer and the room became completely silent. Fai looked towards the stair and frowned. That sounded painful. Wada sighed and said, just take a nap with Stella, Fai. He yawned and then curled up beside Stella, letting her hug him like a plushie. Fai noticed and pouted. Hey. No fair. You snooze, you win. Wada yawned again and then closed his eyes. Fai puffed out her cheeks before flying over to sleep next to Stella. As for Stella herself. Definitely cheat ice guy protagonist. OP abilities, a genius, a harem of beautiful women, and sex as soon as he reunites with his childhood sweetheart. Baka Eki Unii-chan. Hopefully her parents were better. L.4 Case File, 001. L.4 Case File, 001. Preface. Due to various conditions being met, certain notes from L.4 have been deciphered. Notes on the current world. This current world resides in the Alpha timeline, one of the 2 concurrent timelines in the previously 6-sided world. The Alpha timeline is parallel to the Beta timeline where Rudius Grere lives a complete and fulfilling life. While key events are similar between the 2, such as the birth and early childhood of the one known as Rudius Grere, they are completely separate and do not normally overlap or interfere. Timeline notes. There exists a source timeline 1 where Orsted loses his battle against Hitagami. This source timeline is locked by the authority of the Dragon God and set to revert to a certain point until Hitagami is slain. In this timeline, the playback Maiko is born and dies each time, trapped in Orsted's world reverting time loop. This source timeline is what Hitagami seeks to return to. Due to minor fluctuations in the source timeline wrought by Orsted's world reverting time loop, a confluence of miracles causes the source timeline to transmute into the Alpha timeline when the playback Maiko's desperate prayer to save the love of her life results in the soul of Rudius Grere to fall into the 6-sided world. In the Alpha timeline, Rudius Grere lives his life similar to that of the Rudius Grere in the Beta timeline. However, the death of his wife, Roxy Megardia, leads to a downward spiral. Falling into depravity and revenge while losing everyone he loves, at the end of his life he develops a time travel spell to return to the past and warn his past self to not make his mistakes. This time travel spell is flawed. Based on modifications from the notes of the Dragon God's original time loop spell, the intent is to physically send the caster back in time to change the past and create a new future. However, this is impossible as the flow of time is locked to the dragon god's time loop spell. Information may be sent back, but it is impossible to send matter back in time as it would disrupt Orsted's loop. Through ingenuity, desperation, and determination, Rudius obtains a partial success. The time travel spell splits the Alpha timeline, creating the Beta timeline under full authority of the Dragon God's spell and the Alpha Prime timeline, free to deviate in every way. Rudius arrives in the past of the Beta timeline, his spell latching onto it by accident due to the similarity between his spell and the Dragon God's loop spell. Believing it to be his past, he gives that timeline's Rudius a journal of what is to come and warns him so as to not make the same mistakes. The accident in his spell leaves Rudius without vital organs, and so he perishes, leaving that timeline's Rudius to take his advice and eventually live a full life. However, Rudius's death did not end the spell. Following his demise, the incomplete spell continues and returns his soul to the past of the Alpha Prime timeline. During this period, redacted. The result is that the playback Maiko's wish and powers miss their mark, reaching towards a parallel Earth instead of the original, which is currently linked to the Beta timeline. Parallel Earth, Earth K482. This Earth is 99.9999% similar to the Earth connected to the Beta timeline. Although there are a variety of minor differences, the key difference is that the person who is fated to become Rudius Guerre leads a different life. From a young age, he shows a remarkable capacity for various skills and has a keen intellect. This results in meeting and continually exceeding the expectations placed on him throughout his childhood. However, this capacity becomes poison as he squanders his talents pursuing too many avenues and forsaking his education, seeking quick successes instead of long-term success. Consequently, he becomes estranged and spends his adult life drifting from job to job while losing himself in researching various topics, watching anime, playing games, and whatever else catches his eyes. Around his late 20s, he realizes his errors and turns his life around, earning a university degree in record time as well as landing a high-paying job right from graduation. After making plans and arrangements to meet and repair his relationships with his family, he tragically is caught in a major car accident around Christmas Eve and horribly incapacitated, leaving him immobile and blind. Some time later, he passes away from his injuries but lingers on as an earthbound spirit until his funeral. At this point, the playback Maiko's powers latch onto his soul and summon him to the six-sided world. Approximately the same time that his soul is summoned, Nanahoshi Shizuka perishes saving Shinohara Akito from a truck passing a red light. Alpha Prime Timeline. The events are the same as the other timelines up until approximately K390. Ellen Elise partially regains her memories as Rostalina after meeting Redacted, leading her to leave her newborn child and breaking her tradition of raising her child to maturity. The general flow of events remain the same until K407 when Rudius Guerre is born. However, due to the unstable nature of the Alpha Prime timeline and the nature of the soul born as Rudius Guerre, infinite branches split off from his birth. In order to resolve this quandary, and to prevent Hitagami from taking advantage of the instability to revert both the Beta timeline and the Alpha Prime timeline to the source timeline, Redacted arranges technique God Laplace to arrive and sever the more volatile branches by using the observer theory and reducing the branches to a single active world line. Redacted. Lost belts. These are branches that have been severed as a result of technique God Laplace's interference, consigned to the imaginary space of possibility. Rather than a single point in time, these are belts of time that have been lost due to the origin point now being impossible. L.I. Night. Rudius Guerre walks the path of body enhancement and the blade. He maintains his childhood friendship with Sylphie but never leaves Bina village. During the Metastasis incident, he and Sylphie arrive in Princess Ariel's gardens, saving her from monsters and becoming her loyal knights. Redacted. Nanahashi's status, dead, mana drain disease. Threat level, country. Battle against Hitagami, failure. L.2, Divine Sword Saint. Rudius Guerre focuses on the concept of incorporating everything into the blade. Departing to the Holy Land of Swords at an early age, he befriends and later falls in love with Nina Farian and Isolde Cruel. During the Metastasis incident, he travels with his wives to rescue those caught up in the incident and successfully rescues his family. However, Hitagami sees him as too much of a threat and sets him up to fight against Orsted. After an intense fight, Rudius emerges victorious. But in the meantime, Jisu and Hitagami's other apostles have assassinated his family. Following that, Redacted. Nanahashi's status, dead, caught in crossfire. Threat level, world. Battle against Hitagami, failure, due to inability to reach. L.3, Conqueror. Rudius Guerre walks a similar path to the Beta timeline up until the Metastasis incident. By chance, Rudy and Eris do not encounter Ruchard. Fortunately, Rudy is much more competent than his counterpart and manages to protect Eris, albeit at the cost of countless battle scars. He learns early on about the Metastasis incident and creates an army of automatons to scour the land. Upon reuniting with his father in Meles and learning of the treatment of the victims and the nobles' callousness, Rudius adopts the name Rudius Notus Guerre, declaring Eris as his lady and invades Meles, conquering it with an endless army of automatons before excising the corrupt nobility. Redacted. Nanahashi's status, unknown. Threat level, continent. Battle against Hitagami, success. L.4, redacted. Redacted. Nanahashi's status, redacted. Threat level, redacted. Battle against Hitagami, success. Battle against redacted, N/A. L.4, necromancer. Branches upon Norn's birth. Due to a brash decision, Zenith dies from the aftermath of childbirth. Rudy embarks on a journey to discover magic to bring back the dead, becoming an adventurer to do so. Sylphie joins and through various circumstance, so does Eris. When Rudy delves deeper into life magic, Sylphie decides to leave, fearing what he's become. However, Eris remains at his side. In the end, because of Redacted, Eris dies in Rudy's arms after fighting off the entire Asuran Kingdom army. Furious, Rudy snaps and turns the world into a land of the dead. Then Redacted. Nanahashi's status, dead, never reincarnated. Threat level, world. Battle against Hitagami, success. Battle against Redacted, failure. L.4, Magic God. Events are similar to those currently observed until being WS Spacetime Rend. Rudy fails to keep Stella alive. In his grief, he throws away morality and explores the depths of magic to cut down being W. The world, fearing the reincarnation of Laplace, captures and executes Rudy's family with the help of being W. Upon hearing the news, Rudy adopts the name Laplace and declares himself Magic God, wiping out any and every obstacle in his path. Developing the unique magic, he grows at an exponential rate and breaks into the void world through sheer force. Then Redacted. Nanahashi's status, dead, died shortly after reincarnation. Threat level, galactic. Battle against Hitagami, success. Battle against Redacted. L.V, Demon Lord. The events roughly follow canon. However, instead of the Metastasis incident, massive dungeon break and monster hordes erupt. Paul dies defending his family, along with Zenith and Lilia. Rudy arrives at Bina village in time with Ghislaine and Eris to save his younger sisters and Sylphie, but no one else. He returns with everyone to ROA. But when the Azura Kingdom calls for Soros to take responsibility, Rudy ruthlessly slaughters every noble in Azura, blaming them for his parents' deaths by hiding in their estates with their knights. After Redacted. Nanahashi's status, dead, never reincarnated. Threat level, continent. Battle against Hitagami, failure. L.R.N.G. The currently observed timeline. Although not currently a lost belt, it possesses the ability to turn into one at any moment. The first divergence point is the assimilation of fragments of the Dragon God's authority due to Rudy's childhood mana transfusion as well as portions of the playback Maiko's authority. The second divergence point is the forced partial assimilation of Alpha Rudius's personality and memories, triggering a timeline reversal. The third divergence point is the forced separation of Alpha Rudius and Rudy by Rostalina. Nanahashi's status, alive, spirit magic savant, genius, reincarnator. Threat level, world, tentative, reality, anticipated. Battle against Hitagami, success, anticipated. Battle against Redacted, success, assured. L.4. A wish was made, but could not be fulfilled. Despair split time in half, leaving a world forgotten in the future and a world changed in the past. A lost soul wandered and struck a deal in order to obtain revenge, giving up his existence in exchange to free one trapped by madness. 3 worlds, reduced to dust and resigned to memory. As to the fourth. 120 The authentic Grey experience. Sorry, Rudy. Sylphie glanced at me and then looked away, her face a deep red. I don't know what came over me. Me, apparently. I sighed and then fixed my pants. Sylphie turned an even deeper shade of red and then started picking up her clothes from next to the bed. It's a good thing the FBI aren't a thing here. Or the police. Though I guess if they were, the Azura Kingdom wouldn't be so rotten. A very rough and intimate time spent with Sylphie. It had an awkward start, but the good OL Grey genes kicked in along with the hormones. I was screaming on the inside from embarrassment, but thankfully I'd had plenty of practice recently playing it cool. Not to mention that Sylphie was already mortified about what she did and the way she acted, so it was better to keep it simple. Play it off like it wasn't a big deal. Though I guess things were going to be extra awkward when I met up with Eris and Master Roxy again. FBI? Police? Sylphie tilted her head, confused. Don't worry about it. I picked up my coat and started buttoning it. As I did, I noticed Sylphie staring at me, subtly licking her lips. I gave her a blank look. She flinched and then looked away. Sorry Rudy. Jay just. She looked at me and then lowered her head, her face red. Did it feel good for you too? Internal screaming. Definitely internal screaming. But I stayed calm. Mostly because Sylphie was probably feeling guilty and worried that she forced me when she was an adult and I was technically still a kid. Which, objectively, was true. Which would also explain her nervousness and guilt. So, instead of panicking or acting in a way that would make that worse, I decided to channel a bit of dad, ignoring how much it made me want to cringe, and said, "The best, Sylphie. So don't worry about it, okay?" Sylphie let out a sigh of relief and started to put her clothes back on. As she did, I couldn't help but stare at her body. Not because it was beautiful. I was already made to appreciate that in full just a bit earlier. Instead, it was because of the scars. Burns, slashes, places that looked like she had been stabbed. There was even a scar over her chest that had a matching mark on her back. A literal stab through the heart. I'd noticed it earlier, but now that the situation was a bit calmer. Sylphie paused in the middle of putting on her shirt and then looked away. Sorry, Rudy. I know it looks ugly. No. I cut her off before she could finish that sentence and said, "You're beautiful, Sylphie. It's just." I walked over and then traced out a thin line of scars over her neck. "What happened to you?" Sylphie laughed and said, "Oh. I was just clumsy. Roxy always told me to be extra careful in dungeons but I didn't believe her at first." She rubbed her neck and said, "Did you know? Some dungeons naturally spawn with thin wires at neck level. And some spider-type monsters artificially create them to trap prey. They're really sharp." "Really?" After smiling, she put her shirt back on. Just like it was nothing. Seeing that attitude, I hugged her and said, "I'm sorry, Sylphie." "What are you sorry about, Rudy?" Sylphie smiled and patted my back. "You're safe, and I'm here again." "You're right." I nodded and said, "Then." I leaned back and grabbed her hand. "From this point on, don't leave my sight, okay? I don't even want to think about you getting hurt somewhere I couldn't see. Not after seeing how much you've already been hurt." Sylphie's eyes widened, her emerald irises glittering with tears. She smiled and then shook her head, causing the tears to scatter before looking at me. Reaching out, she placed her hand on my cheek and said, "Silly, Rudy. That's what I want to say to you. That's why I went looking all those years chasing down any trace of you." A hauntingly beautiful expression. Love and happiness, but both gained after endless struggle and despair. Seeing that, I reached out to pat Sylphie's head like I used to. "You silly girl." Sylphie pouted and said, "I'm not a girl anymore, Rudy." "Ah, right, right. Since you forced me to make you a woman, I guess that just mean you're mine now, right?" Sylphie blushed and looked away. When you say it like that, you. A mix of happiness and guilt. I laughed and ruffled her hair. "Don't worry about it. Your love is a bit, more intense than I remembered or expected, but I'll do my best to return it." Sylphie looked at me and then smiled. "Thank you, Rudy. I love you. I love you too." Rika is happy that Rudy has reunited with his long-lost lover and finally took steps to ensure continuation of the Rudra's bloodline, but would you kindly wait until evening? Eve. Sylphie jumped to her feet. And then she realized she hadn't put on her pants and quickly sat back down, covering her lower body and turning a deep red. Especially as an awkward dripping sound echoed. I felt my face heat up. Rika stared at me, her eyes silently judging behind her glasses. And then she sighed and walked back down the stairs. "Rika will give you 10 minutes. Thanks." I looked at Sylphie. Sylphie stared back and cleared her throat. "You She glanced down and then quietly said, "I don't have any other clothes, and these." "Ah. Right. Well. I was more than intimately aware of Sylphie's 3 sizes now, so if I just thought about it. Something that would suit my beautiful Sylphie and draw out her radiance instead of the muted colors that made her look so tragic. And also some comfortable undergarments instead of the tattered and rough ones she had been wearing. Silk maybe? Black to hide any potentially embarrassing stains. And then for an outfit. A light green blouse and skirt would work. Some brown leather boots and mesh leggings to hide her scars since she seemed self-conscious about them. Then some gloves too to hide the ones on her arms. We'll do black silk on that too." With that decided, the clothes popped into existence, landing with a soft thud next to Sylphie. "Yeah. Wear that for now. We can work on getting you more clothes after we sort stuff out." "You Okay." Sylphie smiled. But then she hesitated. "But, Rudy. I'm still." "Oh. Right." I coughed and then waved my hand. A bit of wind, water, and heat. A quick rinse and dry off all over Sylphie's body. I stopped. Sylphie turned red and said, Please tell me before you do that next time, Rudy." "Right." Sylphie looked at me and laughed. What?" Sylphie shook her head and started changing into the clothes I gave her. Nothing. Just. I'm glad. She smiled and said, Rudy's as cute as ever. That's not fair. My face felt hot, but I ignored it and said, I can't say that about you now that you've become so beautiful. Sylphie's face turned red and she laughed. And then a childish voice echoed from downstairs. Cha. Stop flirting. Yeah, Master Rudy. Stop flirting with Wada. What are you? Shut up, Fai. Win, block the sound. K. Silence. Sylphie averted her eyes and focused on putting on her clothes. My image of being the cool big brother for Stella is ruined forever now, isn't it? RNG. J8th. Stella stared at me from her crib with judging eyes. I let out a nervous laugh and waved at her. Hey, Stella. Sorry for the, noise. Humph. Stella looked away and then focused on playing with her elemental friends, who also pointedly ignored me. Yab. That ship has sailed. Sylphie walked in from behind me and glanced at Stella before looking away, her ears red with embarrassment. It seemed like Sylphie finally realized how loud she was. Well. At the least it was the authentic Grere household experience for an infant, haha. Ha. Note to self. Puberty and hormones seem to have caused your intelligence to take a hit. At the earliest opportunity, do some meditating and clear that shit up before it makes your life worse. Don't be like Dad. Remember. Don't be like Dad. So you're finally decent, Rudy. Rudyard's voice. I looked over to see him already sitting in his chair at the round table. Not just him, but Rika, Astolfo, and Roland were there as well. Rudyard looked at me, raising an eyebrow. I wasn't aware that humans started becoming intimate so young. They don't. But I'm not completely a normal child or that young anymore either. I was in my late 20s when I died in my previous life. I think. Plus my physical body was definitely in the late teens early 20s now. Especially after that distortion mishap near the end and Grey's parting gift trying to age me to death. So it was fine. Sylphie probably still felt a bit awkward about it, but on the outside it looked perfectly normal. I'd just have to keep telling myself that so that Sylphie didn't have a mental breakdown and so that I could brace myself for the inevitable flaming when Dad found out. Astolfo giggled and said, well from the sounds that elf lady was making, boss definitely isn't a kid anymore. Silence. Sylphie turning a deep red and then ducking behind me and hiding her face on my shoulder. Seeing that, I waved my hand and said, we're not here to talk about that. And it's your job to ignore that sort of stuff, Astolfo. Ah. Astolfo flinched and quickly nodded. Got it, boss. I'll have the other knights shut up too. The other eye paused and looked at Roland. Did the sound spread that far? Sylphie pressed her body against me, as if trying to use me to hide. Sylphie, love. That worked when we were younger, but you're just as tall as me now. It's still adorable, but everybody can see you. Roland shook his head. The sound was contained to within the tower, Lord Rudras. Rika spoke up and said, yeah. You have Rika to thank for that. Then thanks, Rika. I walked over to my throne, leading Sylphie with me. After arriving, I took my seat. Or so I planned. But Sylphie wasn't letting go, so I swooped her up and set her on my lap. Rudy. Sylphie blushed, squirming against me. No hormones. You will not be embarrassing me right now. I forcibly zapped the nerves in my left hand, using the pain to focus. It was hard with having a beautiful and lovely woman in my lap, as well as with the memories of what I'd just done with that woman, but I was a demon lord right now. Business. Professional. Gah. Maybe this was why Grey turned undead. It sure was a hell of a lot easier keeping your emotions under wraps. Except I managed to tick him off still, so maybe that wouldn't have helped anyway. But focus, me. I rested my right hand on Sylphie's head, doing my best to keep it cool and turned my attention on Rika. So what happened after I came back? Since you arrived right after, I'm assuming you used your eyes to bring everyone here. Rika stared at Sylphie for a bit, but then shifted her gaze to me and nodded. That is so. Enoch is still at the site to ensure no complications arise, but otherwise we all returned. I kept patting Sylphie's head and thought about what we should do. I definitely wanted to take a closer look at the distortion area and the aftermath. Especially to see if there were any survivors or potential hazards remaining. But Sylphie was here, so... Wait. Sylphie was here. I paused and then looked at Sylphie. She blinked and looked up at me. Sylphie. Yes, Rudy. Just how did you get here? She didn't arrive through teleportation since either me, Rika, or Enoch would have caught it. She definitely didn't arrive by port since we were still clearing up the distortion covering it. So then. Sylphie tilted her head and said, how else? I flew here. Silence. Rudyard was the one who broke it first. Nodding, he said, I see. No wonder Rudy cherishes you so much. To have arrived here through the air. He looked at Sylphie and smiled. You must be a powerful magician, no? From those scars, you are a powerful warrior, are you not? Sylphie tugged her blouse and muttered, something like that. Wait. I looked at Sylphie and said, so you flew here? Sylphie nodded. MMHM. By yourself? Fighting all the monsters? Of course. She paused and said, well. There were times when I froze the seas to get some rest, but for the most part, I flew. Sylphie. Yes, Rudy. Did Master Roxy not teach you common sense either? At 121 The Stellar Baby Sister and Her Knack for Coincidences. Part 1. About a week had passed since Ani-chan's arrow elf girlfriend arrived. Since that time, he was mostly out of the house and taking Sylphie on a trip throughout the kingdom. Stella wasn't jealous at all. It wasn't like she wanted to show off to Ani-chan and talk to him about magic or go see the kingdom with him either. Besides, she had someone else who was willing to take her around. How nostalgic! Mr. Ruchard smiled as he carried Stella in a baby sling and said, it's been quite some time since I carried an infant around like this. Thank you, Mr. Rui. Ruchard smiled and said, you're welcome, Stella. A stroll around the kingdom of Arcadia that Ani-chan founded. Since Ani-chan was busy with his girlfriend, and since both Eos Nachan and Ena Nachan were busy preparing fixing up the port, the only ones available to watch Stella were Ruchard, Roland, Astolfo, and Rika. While Stella was fine with all of them watching her, in terms of actually babysitting, the only one she trusted was Mr. Ruchard. Thankfully, it seemed like he was free since he happily took Stella out for a walk. Wada flew over to Stella's right side, grooming his white fur. After that, he looked up at Ruchard and said, you're a nice person for helping Stella out, Mr. Ruchard. FAI floated by Stella's left side and then nodded. Yeah. You look scary, but you're really nice, aren't you? FAI. What? Wada sighed and placed a palm on his head. Is this why the other elementals say fire spirits are dumb? I'm not dumb. You're dumb. Stella pursed her lips and said, FAI. Wada. No fight. K. FAI sighed and then shrank down to a glowing red orb before resting on Stella's shoulder. I'll just nap like when then. Meena Wada. Wada rolled his eyes and kept a watch on the surroundings. Ruchard chuckled and looked down at Stella. You have some talkative friends, Stella. MMHM. They were kind of dumb, but they were cute in their own way. Wada was an adorable and smart kitty who looked out for Stella, so she appreciated it. FAI was a bit airheaded and dumb, but she was also super optimistic, so that was nice. And Win? Win was quiet and didn't talk much, but she listened to Stella and was really calming to be with. That's good. Cherish your friends while you have them. There may come a time when you part. FAI flew off Stella's shoulder and turned back to normal size. After that, she shook her head and said, I'll never leave Stella's side. Wada nodded and said, I won't either. Even if I have to turn the whole world to ice. Win sleepily opened an eye from her spot on Stella's head. After yawning, she said, I'll stay too. Stella is nice. Ruchard smiled. Good. Although I believe that Rudy would be upset with you freezing the world. Wada flinched and said, well, if I have to fight him to protect Stella, I'll do it. Ruchard paused and then walked over to a tree before knocking on it. Stella looked up at Ruchard. Mr. Rui. Ruchard lowered his hand and said, just a superstition to ward off bad luck. Now, is there anywhere you want to go, Stella? Or should I take you on a normal patrol? Stella hummed and looked around. At the moment, they were on the main road leading out from the courtyard of Ani-chan's tower. A pretty cobblestone path, lined with flower beds and lush trees. Floating railways up above transporting people and goods to and fro. Stella had never realized it, but was her Ani-chan a science fiction buff too? A few of those looked like super high. But anyway, looking around. The village housing all the adventurers and the guild hall were up ahead on the road. From the map Stella had borrowed from Ani-chan's desk, that meant that they were facing south and that the marketplace and residential district should be behind them, to the north. To their right would be west, meaning that the Church of Rudras would be there. And then to the left would be east, which should have the schools and other educational facilities like the libraries. Directions were confusing, but that should be the gist of it. Then. We see ventures. Another slurred sentence. Stella pouted. She couldn't wait until the rest of her baby teeth grew in so she could talk properly. Ventures. You mean adventurers? Stella nodded. Yeah. All right. Ruchard kept moved back to the path and continued walking. It's about time I check in with those girls as well. Girls? Yes. Ruchard laughed and said, I seem to have a knack for finding troublesome human children these days. They were planning to run off to become adventurers themselves, so I decided to take them in as my protégés. Wada laughed and said, sounds like something FAI would do. FAI stuck out her tongue and said, would not. Stella sighed. Was this why magical girls only had one mascot character? This constant bickering was starting to get on her nerves. SNG. Part 2. A small and modest one-room house on the outskirt of the adventurers' village. Something that looked almost like a hut rather than a house. Ruchard opened the door and walked inside. The moment he did, a girl called out. Master Ruchard. You've returned. A beautiful young girl with pristine white skin. She looked around 10 or so and had long black hair that trailed behind her as she ran up to Ruchard. As she did, her heavy white armor clanked while the sword at her left side banged against her armor. A bit awkward, but the bright smile on the girl's face excused it. How was the distortion, Master Ruchard? You easily beat up all the monsters, right? Another beautiful young girl, around the same age as the first. However, instead of armor, she wore a simple leather tunic and matching pants with a sword sheathed on her left. Her skin was also a bit darker, the shade of chocolate rather than the pure white of the first girl's. She also had flowing dark blue hair that was tied in a ponytail, unlike the first girl's long hair. Ruchard smiled and said, Isolti. Nina. Have you two been well? The black-haired girl, Isolti, walked forward and nodded. Yes. We've only been doing D-ranked requests and escort missions as you said. The blue-haired girl, Nina, grumbled and said, we absolutely could have done C-ranked missions. Isolti looked at Nina and frowned. You remember what the White Knights said? C-ranked missions are for adults. And we're as strong as adults. Nina huffed and said, besides, that Cliff guy or whatever is just a kid too, isn't he? Who does he think he is, bossing us around like that when he's just an advanced rank magician? Ruchard closed the door behind him and said, he is the grandson of the current Pope of Meles. And he is also not just an advanced rank magician. He is an advanced rank magician in every branch of magic. For an ordinary human child, it's fairly impressive. Stella huffed and said, Ni-cha is beta. Ruchard chuckled and said, of course. But your brother is not an ordinary human child, even if he says he is. Especially after his recent exploits aged him. At that time, Isolti and Nina finally noticed Stella. Yet. Nina's eyes widened and she looked up at Ruchard. Master Ruchard. Did you have a child? Isolti's eyes sparkled and she waved at Stella. Aren't you adorable? And smart too. Stella smiled back and did a small wave. Isolti giggled and let out a bright smile. Were children always this easy to amuse? Or was she that adorable of a baby? Come to think of it, had Stella ever looked at herself in a mirror? Maybe she really was that adorable. Considering how handsome Ani-chan was and the fact that Sylphie said that Eos looked like Zenith, which should be the name of Stella's mom. Wait, was Stella part angel? Zenith was definitely the sort of name that an angel would have. And if their mother was an angel? That would explain a lot. But then what kind of man was her father to marry an angel? A hero who slayed the demon lord? Wait. Was that why there were so many monsters attacking when she was born? Was Stella the descendant from a legendary hero and an angel like in Drive Gonchu St? And her big brother said that there was a god after them, and he even became a demon lord to keep Stella safe. And Stella's name was Stella, like the stars. Was she the main character? It suddenly made sense. Why Ani-chan was so strong and everything. And why he had so many girls around him. That's it. Stella had reincarnated in an Otome game. Wait. But did that mean that her Ani-chan was a target? He was handsome and everything, but, ew. Ah. But wait, Ani-chan was definitely a reincarnator too. So then. Stella's head hurt. She blinked and then realized that while she was thinking, Ruchard had grabbed a stack of papers and a silver necklace with a small card dangling on it. An ID tag? Was that what adventurers used? And where did Wada and the others go? Asterisk hiding. You never know if bad guys are around, asterisk. Asterisk for once, I agree with FAI. And we need to make sure you're safe if adventurers are going to be around asterisk. ZZZ. Win. Sleepy. Ha. Mr. Random Omnipotent Being that gave her a second life? Could she get an exchange? At least on her spirits? Nina walked up to Ruchard's right side and said, you never answered, Master Ruijderd. Is that your kid? Ruchard shook his head. No, I had a child once, but Stella is not mine. She's Lord Rudra's younger sister. Nina flinched and said, that scary guy has a baby sister. Yes. Which is why you should be good or else Stella will tell her older brother. Isn't that so, Stella? A serious voice. But Stella could tell that Mr. Ruchard was joking. Even so, she played along and said, K. Nina paled. Well, as much as she could with her skin color. There's no need for that, baby I mean, Stella. Lady Stella? Princess Stella. Seeing her panic, Stella decided to tease a bit and said, Princess Stella. Princess Stella. Don't let your brother kick me out. It's not my fault my father tried beating up his. Rudyard paused and looked at Nina, frowning. What do you mean? Hey. Nina blinked and said, Lord Rudras is really Sword God Paul's son, isn't he? That's what the girl said when she showed up with that bratty demon lord and that swordswoman. Demon lord? Sword god? Her dad's name was Paul, wasn't it? But... You. Okay. Maybe she should wait to ask Ai-chan about this. Her head felt like it was going to explode. No. It felt more like she was about to open the lid on something she didn't want to accept. Like her rational mind was telling her to not think about it for just a little bit longer. Rudyard's frown deepened and he looked at Isolde. Is that true? Isolde nodded. Yes. That's what she told us after she beat Nina in a spar. I didn't lose. That girl cheated. Isolde shook her head and said, it was a fair win, Nina. And I warned you that you should not underestimate the girl just because she was small. Humph. Nina turned her head to the side and muttered, I didn't underestimate her. Just what kind of person would expect a kid like that to be able to imbue magic in her sword and body? Rudyard looked down at Stella and said, do you mind if we go meet them, Stella? No? Is okay. Bullet and why? Because I think your brother would be interested in them. Mr. Rudyard was being the ever-dutiful recruiter for Ai-chan. That made sense. Rudyard looked at Nina and said, where did you meet them again? SNG. Rudyard. A kid with blue hair and matching eyes waved at Rudyard. Letting out a smile, he said, how have you been? He glanced down at Stella and then said, Did Lord Rudras entrust you with Lady Stella today? Rudyard nodded and said, hello Rowan. And yes. I'm just taking her to explore the kingdom today. The kid, Rowan, nodded and said, that's good. Young ones get too restless cooped up at home. Yes. Now. While Rudyard talked with the kid, Stella took the time to look around. It was a packed place. Something that looked right out of a game. Gruff adventurers sitting around and laughing while clutching wooden mugs of foaming beer. Some of those adventurers were human, but a majority weren't. Some beast folk, some demons, a few that looked like monsters but were apparently also demons. Demons were weird in this world. But anyway, it was a lively place. A lobby filled with all sorts of different people. There was also a chalkboard sign up, with some weird symbols written on it. Stella couldn't read it, obviously. But from the picture of the bed and then another picture of a bed and some food, this place looked like an inn? That is what the sign says, yes. Wada's voice echoed in Stella's head. Right. Of course that's what the sign. Wait. You can read? Since when? Always? Stella let out a deep sigh. Just as she did, she noticed that Rudyard was moving again. She blinked and then looked up. Mr. Rui. He patted her head and said, this will be quick, Stella. I just need to confirm something. A boisterous atmosphere. As Rudyard passed by, it dimmed a bit as people called out to greet him. But for the most part, they just let him be. And then they reached the corner of the room where 3 people were seated around a table. 3 people that included one who Stella was very familiar with. First, there was a swordswoman with long crimson hair. She kept it tied in a neat ponytail, but some long strands framed her face. She was also beautiful, with looks that could pass for a princess. She also wasn't that old. While Stella called her a swordswoman, she actually looked more like a teenager. Though one who was very mature up top. Second, there was a young girl with blonde hair and green eyes. Her hairstyle was the same as the swordswoman, except her ponytail was a lot shorter. And she was also carrying a sword. So technically she was a swords girl? She looked around primary school age, so she couldn't be more than 10. She seemed a bit younger than that though. Maybe 7 or so. But third, and most importantly, there was the person that Stella recognized. A person who should definitely not be there at the moment or dressed like she was. Before Rudyard could speak, Stella pointed at that person and said, Rika? Why are you small? Right. It was Rika, but she looked like she had when Rudy first summoned her. Not only that, but she was wearing that Eki outfit again with all the ropes and chains. Rika froze and then looked up at Stella. She slammed her hand on the table and said, you dare to call this one by such a childish name? Even if you are an infant, I will not. Great Demon Empress Kishirika Kishirisu. Rudyard's calm voice cut her off. She blinked and then looked up at Rudyard. You. This one recognizes you. Were you not fighting with the demon god in the war all those years ago? Stella tilted her head and frowned. Rika-nacha. Rika huffed and said, stop calling this one by that name. This one is Kishirika Kishirisu. The crimson-haired swordswoman sitting next to Rika let out a deep sigh and bopped her on the head. Shut up, you brat. You already caused enough of a mess the other day when you got into it with that girl. Gah. Rika rubbed her head and said, this one already apologized. Then stop causing trouble. The swordswoman shook her head, causing her ponytail to sway. After that, she looked up at Rudyard and said, sorry about her. We're still getting used to things around here. Can I help you She paused, staring at Stella. As she did, Stella noticed that the swords girl was staring at her too. Stella stared back and then frowned. She hadn't met the girl. Stella was sure of it. But as she stared at the girl, Stella couldn't help but feel like she was familiar. Really familiar. Something about the shape of the eyes, her cheeks, and that nose. Stella. Eh? The girl stood up and said, Stella. Yes. You're definitely Stella. You have to be. She looked over at the swordswoman and said, right, big sis. The swordswoman sighed and said, Norn. We can't go around thinking every baby with blonde hair and green eyes is your baby sister. Besides, she'd have to be a few years old by now, right? But look. That necklace has Rui's mana. The swordswoman frowned and looked at Stella. As she did, the swordswoman's eyes flashed green. And then they narrowed and she looked at Rudyard. What was your name again? And whose child is that? A tense situation. The swordswoman slowly reaching for her sword. Not only that, but the girl called Norn was reaching for hers as well. Rika. No, the Rika look-alike had also turned serious, staring at Rudyard and Rika with glowing green eyes that had spiral pupils. This was bad. At this rate, there'd be a big fight. I'll protect you, Stella, Phi's voice. Asterisk wait a minute, you idiot. Stella has a plan, asterisk wada. Ah. Right. A plan. At this point, there'd be a big fight. Stella didn't really know why those two were on edge, but she knew that it had something to do with Ani-chan. So. Asterisk wait. Stella. Miss Eos said you shouldn't asterisk. Stella grabbed her necklace and then shouted. Ni-cha. Hube. Rudyard's eyes widened. Stella, no. The sound of shattering glass. Not only that, but a gust of frigid wind blowing out through the entire inn. Some people screamed and started running away. The more seasoned warriors stood up, putting hands on their weapons. Even the innkeeper kid with blue hair grabbed a sword from underneath the counter. But Stella didn't pay them attention. Instead, a pillar of crimson light, surrounded by rainbow spirals. A handsome man with slicked back silver hair and mismatched eyes, one white and one green. His white coat billowed from the force of the pillar. As it did, grains of black sand appeared from thin air, turning into a sword in his left hand. But he wasn't alone. Wrapped around his right arm was a beautiful elf woman with blue-tinged silver hair. Her glowing green eyes were sharp as her deep blue dress emitted snowflakes, causing the space to distort wherever those crystals moved. While her left arm was occupied holding the man, her right was free and held a glowing blue orb. One that had crystalline blades floating around it, ready to attack at any time. Ani-chan and his arrow elf girlfriend, showing up with an overdramatic entrance. But Stella had to admit that it was pretty effective considering how scary the two looked. A tense silence. Nobody moved. During that time, Ani-chan took in the surroundings before checking on Stella and Rudyard. Sylphie stood there, simply waiting on Ani-chan's words. And then he spoke. I have been summoned. Who dares? Rui. An ecstatic voice that cut right through the tense air. Rudy. The swordswoman's confused voice. And Sylphie wait. Why are you all grown up now? Eris? That's. And why are you clinging onto him like that? He's supposed to be my husband. Why yet? Well. He's my man. And I'm his woman. What? A sudden genre change, turning from shounen to slice of life. A tense situation suddenly changing to comedic chaos. Sylphie argued against that crimson swordswoman. The blonde swords girl ran up to Ani-chan, hugging him like she was afraid he was going to disappear and sobbing into his shirt. The Rika look-alike sat there with wide-eyed terror as she looked at Rudy and Sylphie. And as for Ani-chan, Rudy blinked and then turned to look at Stella with an accusatory gaze. Ani-cha. What the heck was that look for? Stella. Do you like trolling your Ani-chan that much? Yes. It was unintentional, but it was kind of funny. It is. Oh dear. Asterisk, zzz. Asterisk. Rudy sighed and then focused on patting the swords girl's back. 122 A possible resolution. Back in my tower, on the first floor which had been repurposed into a makeshift meeting room. I had planned to use the usual meeting room or my office, but both were still being cleaned due to recent events involving my lovely and very eager Sylphie. So the first floor it was. I made a new crib and bed for Stella to sit in while we talked and set her down far away from us. Mostly as a timeout and lesson to not use the emergency button I gave her so nonchalantly. Then again, she was still a baby even if she was a genius, so I cut her a bit of slack. After all, I'd probably do the same. Never hurt to be overcautious than under. Still. I was starting to think that Dad's choice to name her Stella was acting like a good luck charm, because she sure seemed to be making my wishes come true recently. After fighting with Grey, I was worried about Sylphie and Eris. Then the next thing I knew, both were here and with Norn as a bonus. But there was a problem now. One that I always figured would come up, but didn't expect to have to deal with for 10 years or so while I laid down the groundwork and had Mama Lily, Laws, and Miss Rose to help with. And that was. Eris slammed her hand on the table and said, "That's not fair, Sylphie. We talked about it. Rudy's my husband and you're the second wife." Sylphie crossed her arms and said, "Well, I don't want to be. I love Rudy more than you anyway." What? Like hell you do. Rudy's the only real family I have. It's not my fault you don't get along with your parents. And besides, there's Norn, Aisha, Mr. Paul, Miss Zenith, and Miss Lilia too. Or do they not matter now? Of course they do, but... Eris looked at me and then blushed before pointing at Sylphie. "You're being childish. And you're not." A loud and heated argument, continued from the one started at the inn run by Master Roxy's dad. Which reminded me that we were probably going to have to do this whole thing again with her too. But anyway. We were seated around a mock-up of the round table I had upstairs, except that I had a regular chair instead of a throne. By we, I meant me, Norn, Sylphie, Eris, Rika, and this timeline's Rika. Or rather, Kishirika, since it seemed like she hated being called Rika. Which made me wonder why Rika allowed it at all. But that was a side tangent. At the moment, I was seated at the head of the table, as much as there could be a head of the table when it was a circle. Sylphie had taken the seat directly to my right, while Eris took the seat directly to my left in retaliation. Both of them would have been fighting for the seat on my lap, if not for the fact that Norn beat them to it. My baby sister, no. She wasn't a baby anymore. Outside of my sight, and in such a short time, she had already grown to be about as old as I was when I saw her last. Years that I missed due to the time distortions caused from being WS shenanigans. And all the more reason to look forward to teaming up with Orsted and whatever allies we could get to beat the crap out of that guy's ugly white face until his beady red eyes actually bled out. But that was later. Anyway, Norn was sitting on my lap, happily swinging her legs and just content that I was nearby again. Though she did seem a bit troubled by Sylphie and Eris arguing. But since I was here too, it seemed like she was letting her worries fade away due to her trust in me. As for the last members of this conversation, Rika and Kishirika were seated across from each other on the other sides of the table, 90 degrees from me on either side. It was odd seeing them, actually. I'd gotten used to Rika's current appearance because of how closely we worked together to run the kingdom that I forgot about how she initially appeared. And I'd also gotten used to the changes gradually, so I never really noticed just how much she had changed. Kishirika was still just a kid, and one that looked even a bit younger than Norn. Also one who was wearing an outfit that would lead cops and FBI agents to asking everyone she ever met to find out why she was dressed like that and who they could arrest. On the other hand, Rika was pretty much a teenager now. She was still a bit petite and she hadn't grown very much up top, but she was a few heads taller than Kishirika. Not only that, but she also gave off a more mature vibe as well from her glasses and the fact that she was wearing a proper business suit tailored to cover her body instead of bare it to the world. The two also had a weird vibe going on, similar to how me and Grey were when we saw each other. A sort of faint acknowledgement but simultaneous rejection of the person they were seeing in front of them. In short, another tense situation apart from the one with Sylphie and Eris. And also the reason why I had Ruchard, Roland, and Astolfo cordon off the tower while I secured it myself to prevent sound from escaping past the walls of the tower. A new skill born of necessity since Sylphie's arrival. Speaking of Sylphie. I'm being childish? Asterisk me. Asterisk Sylphie pointed at Norn and said, "You brought Norn all the way to the magic continent by yourself. And from how old she is now, you went dungeon diving with her too, didn't you? We had Demon Empress Kishirika to help us." Eris looked at Kishirika and said, "Tell her." Humph. Kishirika crossed her arms and put on a smug look. Of course. This one is so great that even deadly dungeons become like flower gardens to this one and her companions. She laughed and said, "There is nothing that these eyes cannot surmise." Rika cringed and turned to look at me. Rika apologizes. It seems that Rudy endured many hardships. I chuckled and said, "It's fine, Rika. You put up with me, so we'll call it even." A tense silence. Rika's sudden interjection changing the mood and direction of the conversation. Suddenly, I found myself facing down the stairs of both Eris and Sylphie. Eris pointed at Rika and said, "Who is she, anyway?" Sylphie nodded and said, "That's right. You never said what Rika was to you, Rudy." She crossed her arms and then looked over at Rika. Even Norn chimed in and said, "I overheard a lot of people say that the ever-beautiful and peerless mind was really close to Lord Rudra's. Since you're a demon lord, is Miss Rika your wife?" A sudden shift in attention, turning to outright hostility. Sylphie pursed her lips as she eyed Rika, slowly evaluating her body figure. After that, Sylphie subtly crossed her arms under her chest. Eris eyed Rika too, though she focused more on Rika's face and the fact that she was wearing glasses. Like Sylphie, Eris pursed her lips as well. But unlike Sylphie, Eris fiddled with her sword, as if seeking comfort in that. As for Rika, PFT. Rika laughed and said, "Rika? Rudy's wife?" She shook her head and said, "Rika already runs his kingdom. If Rika married Rudy, Rika would have even more work to do." She paused and then gave me a sly look. Though Rika has considered it since Rudy is so handsome. A sharp tension, like a piano wire set to snap at any moment. Sylphie glancing back at me with self-doubt clear on her face. Eris staring at me with frustration and regret. Norn giving me a judging look. One mirrored by Stella in the corner of the room. I thought I'd let them clear the air a bit more first, but at this rate we'd be clearing the room from the fallout. So instead of letting everyone stew, I shook my head and said, "That's enough joking around, Rika." Rika smiled and tilted her head. But Rika was serious. "Then I seriously reject your offer. Mostly because she'd definitely find a way to use it to rope me into doing more bureaucracy and I was not about to get into that mess." Pity. Rika faked a sigh and said, "Rika will be the envy of the magic continent when she matures. Just make sure to not draw any people that would make things troublesome for me." "Of course, Rudy." Rika adjusted her glasses and said, "That is what you summoned Rika for." She paused and said, "Though Rika is beginning to think that trouble finds itself to you regardless of your efforts." "Me too, Rika. Me too. But anyway, resolving the situation with Eris and Sylphie. That exchange with Rika seemed to help calm them down a bit, but I could tell that both of them were still unsure of where they stood in terms of our relationship. It was pretty easy to see why. I told Sylphie that I loved her when we were kids. Which to me wasn't that long ago. And we spent all the time together when we were younger with a lot of wholesome cuddling and physical contact. Now that we were older though. Physically for me and actually for Sylphie, that wholesome cuddling had become a lot more intimate. The habits we had back then had a different context now and it was too easy to just go with the new flow. And Sylphie seemed to have noticed that. She was well aware of the time difference between us and tried to slow down. But at the same time, she had clung on to her love for me this entire time and just couldn't. Honestly, out of context, it would be enough to scare anyone away. There was a hint of desperation in it that wasn't healthy. And that was because Sylphie wasn't healthy. Whatever she had experienced since we last met had changed her, and not for the better. She was strong and competent now externally, but on the inside she was even worse than when I first met her, shying away from the world and everyone around her. But I knew all of that. I knew all of that and wanted to make her happy. I wanted to make Sylphie happy and see the smile that cheered me up again all the time in the past. So there was no way I was giving Sylphie up. As for Eris, that was complicated too. We definitely didn't get off on the right footing. Her first impression on me, and her family in general definitely wasn't a good one. Especially considering that our first encounter was after she was fighting Sylphie, who I definitely cared for a lot even at that time. But, as much as I hated to admit it, Dad was right. Eris just needed some time and space away from her toxic home environment to grow into her own. And after spending time at Bina village with us, I saw that for myself. The way she got along with Sylphie and became best friends. How she still acted prickly, but cared for me and my family like it was hers. How happy she was with all of us and just how different she was compared to the girl I first met. And seeing her again now, she was even more different. Time had treated her well, softening the harsh looks she had as a child. Not only that, but she had a calm aura around her. Mature and confident. Well, that and she had matured that way as well. Right now, she was a lot younger than Sylphie, but Eris could definitely compete with her on even ground in terms of their assets. That aside, I cared for Eris a lot too. While I teased her a bit by hustling her in sports, I genuinely admired how hard she worked to make up for her flaws and how she always stayed true to her words. Then there was the fact that she was aware of how I was with Sylphie and did her best to not step over any boundaries. But there was that very important wrinkle of her being my betrothed. And considering that she seemed to have passed the age of maturity, it wasn't just betrothed and had turned into wife. Not only that, but the budding childhood affection from back then seemed to have blossomed into real love. Or at least the idea of love on Eris's part. Moreover though, she really didn't have anyone else that she could love. At least, not for her. I still didn't know the full context, but I could make a reasonable guess that Eris was probably famous now back at home. There were probably people clamoring over themselves to try and win her affection or convince her to nullify the betrothal contract since I was missing. But she hadn't. Not only that, but from how she introduced herself as Eris Nodos Grere to Rika when we got here, and from the happiness on her face when she said it as she looked at me. It was a mess. And I realized now what Mom and Mama Lily were always sighing about when they talked about me and girls. The Grere bloodline definitely ran true. Without really intending to, I'd managed to grab the hearts of both Sylphie and Eris. And judging from the way events seemed to be unfolding, and knowing what I did about Rudius's timeline, I could anticipate that to be true about Master Roxy as well. Damn it. I really was dense, wasn't I? Just like one of those MCs in a shounen manga. And if this was a shounen manga, this would be the part where I chose one of the heroines and sent the other packing with a broken heart. Still, this wasn't a shounen manga. This was life. Reality. And to me, reality could be whatever I wanted it to be. Not only that, I wasn't like Dad. When it came to love, I could be sincere about how I felt without taking appearances into account. So. I looked at them again. Sylphie and Eris. Two women who I cared about a lot. No. Who I cared about as much as the world. Two women who I couldn't imagine my life without since the time we started playing together back at Bina Village. I also couldn't imagine my life without Master Roxy, but that was a concern for later. Right now. Sylphie's desperate fragility. Eris's regretful frustration. Both of them weren't in a good mental state. And both of them wouldn't be happy in the long run at this rate. Even if one or the other was chosen, eventually, the one chosen would feel guilt and regret. Both of them were just that kind, after all. So this was my responsibility. My problem to solve. And the solution to that? Well, I had already tutored someone on it a long time ago and brought up a failing grade to passing. For me though. I lifted Norn up and set her down behind me. Arui. I motioned for her to step back. She did, though she seemed a bit confused. After that, I stood up and adjusted the collar on my coat, taking care to keep my face neutral. Both Sylphie and Eris flinched at that. It seemed like all the practice I'd been putting in with my Demon Lord expression was paying off. Rika wasn't buying it though and was doing her best to keep her own straight face. Kishirika didn't bother, grinning the entire way like she was watching a soap opera. And Stella was giving me her usual blank look, as if expecting me to do something ridiculous again. Well. I didn't blame her. I turned to Sylphie first. Sylphie. Why yes, Rudy. She looked at me and then quickly lowered her gaze, not able to meet my eyes. All right, me. You can do this. Remember, you aren't Dad. And remember, you have a natural scamming face. It was great for playing innocent when you were still a kid, but now you're a handsome man that could put any model to shame and you're worshipped and adored by countless people in a practically utopian kingdom you brought up from scratch in a war-torn and desolate land. You've got this. So first. I reached out to Sylphie and hooked my index finger under her chin, using it to raise her head. Look at me. She did, but I could see her green eyes flutter. Making eye contact with me because I asked, but wanting to do anything but. Nerves strung until they were raw and self-doubt and guilt built up enough to explode with the wrong nudge. I smiled and then reached out to place my hand on her cheek. What are you worried for? I said it already. You're mine, and I won't let you leave. Even if you wanted to, it's too late. Sylphie froze and then her eyes started to water. Rudy. She reached up to grab my hand, leaning against it. Eris suddenly spoke up, as if she wanted to reject it. But she quickly bit her tongue. Just like back then, she held herself back. I gently pulled my hand away from Sylphie and then turned to look at Eris. She stared back at me, glaring. Well, she tried to glare at me. But her crimson eyes were watery. A familiar crying expression, just like the one she always had back then after she lost. After declaring that it wasn't fair. That the rules were rigged against her. I took a step towards her. What? Eris sniffed and then crossed her arms under her chest. Probably to make it seem like she was tough. But in reality, it just looked like she was trying to keep herself together. Do you love me? Eris froze. Her sadness and frustration vanished for a second as her entire brain worked to process what I said. And then she turned a deep red and said, what kind of question is that? Idiot. Dumbass. She pointed at me and said, Jay, just call it off already. It's fine. I finished Eris's sentence for her. She flinched, shock and a flicker of pain in her eyes. But before she could think about anything else, I continued and said, since you won't answer, I'll take that as a no. Since when is it no? Eris looked at me and said, you don't get to decide how I feel. Right. I nodded and said, so that's why I want to know. Is it yes? Silence. Eris stared at me and then shifted her gaze to Sylphie. Sylphie stared back and then let out a soft sigh before looking away. Eris's eyes widened and she looked back at me. But then she lowered her head and mumbled, you bully. Making me do weird things again. So is it no? Eris stepped forward and punched my chest. But it wasn't hard. Just a light tap. After that, she mumbled, of course I love you. I wouldn't have called myself your wife and come all the way here if I didn't, you bastard. Good. I reached out to lift her head up with my finger, just like how I did with Sylphie. Eris stared at me. Unlike Sylphie though, she pointedly looked away, though her eyes kept coming back to look at mine. I smiled and said, then I'll do my best to love you too. Enough that you'll forget all about the loneliness you felt growing up in the Boreas family. Enough that you won't ever doubt that you're loved. Enough that you'll be happy until the end of time. And enough that you'll forget how much of a brat you were as a kid. Eris scoffed and then wiped her tears away, smiling. You bastard. Why'd you have to ruin it near the end there? Well. I only dodged the deadline of being a bastard by a few months, so I'll take it. Eris snorted. And then she started coughing from getting snot down her throat. Gah. Damn it. She coughed and sputtered. I laughed and patted her back, subtly using healing magic to clear it. There. Let it all out, Eri. Bastard. Is that what you're planning to call me in bed? That's a bit kinky, but... what? I placed my finger on her lips and said, just kidding, Eri. Eris blushed and then huffed and sat back down in her chair. Though I noticed that her blush didn't fade and only seemed to stretch down her neck. Not only that, but her breathing was starting to get a bit heavy as she reached up to touch her lips. Wait. Eris had grey blood in her too, didn't she? And she was always the sort of person to be more prone to her instincts than I was. A dangerous situation. A weird glint starting up in Eris's eyes. Before it could explode. Or rather, before Eris exploded, I reached out to ruffle her hair and said, honeymoon later, Eri. Not in front of the kids. Eris flinched and quickly glanced around the room, settling her gaze on Norn and Stella for a bit. After that, she cleared her throat and said, I don't know what you're talking about. She said that, but when her hand went back to her sword hilt out of habit, she tensed. And then thoughtfully started stroking it. Note to self, check if I'm emitting weird mana pheromones. And if I'm somehow offloading the horny through mana emissions and making other people horny. That aside, I smiled at Eris and said, whatever you say, wifey. Eris shuddered and then pointedly placed her hands on the table, as if doing all she could to not move them somewhere else. Seeing that, Sylphie laughed. Eris glared at her and said, what's so funny? Nothing. Sylphie smiled and said, you'll find out later, I guess. It's a lot more fun playing together now, you know. Eris turned a bright red. Norn looked at Sylphie and Eris and then pouted. That's not fair. She hopped back onto my lap and then hugged me. I want to play with Rui too. Rika choked. Stella gave me a blank look. Sylphie blushed and said, you Norn. That's. Eris stood up and said, no. Absolutely not. Norn stared at Eris and said, why not? You got to play with him all the time when you were younger, big sis. I only got to play with Rui a little. I wanna play. Eris flinched and then scanned the room before settling on Stella. Well, what about your baby sister? Are you going to hog Rudy from her too? Norn pouted and then turned to glare at Stella. Stella quickly held up her hands and said, Nacha si apue. Stawa is happy if you were happy. After that, she let out a bright smile. A clearly forced bright smile. Eris pointed at her and said, see? Now you're scaring her. I'm not. Norn crossed her arms and said, she said she's happy. She's not even one. She got to study with Rui, and it looks like she's as smart as Aisha was when we were babies. She knows. Stella looked at me with an expression that clearly said she wanted nothing to do with this mess. Rika was started to look exasperated as well. Seeing that, I placed my hand on Norn's head and said, that's enough, Norn. But Rui. Norn looked back at me, pouting. I smiled and said, we'll have all the time in the world to play together, all right? I've got a lot of time to make up, remember? And birthday gifts too. Norn's eyes sparkled and she said, really? Really? Yay. She hugged me and said, you're the best, big brother. Obviously. I laughed and then turned my gaze back towards everyone else. Now. With all of that settled. I put on my serious face and said, let's get down to business. First of all. I looked at Kishirika and frowned. Where did you come from? And why are you with Eri and Norn? Kishirika stood up and let out a smug expression. This one was wondering when you would ask. You see, after a great slumber of over 1,000 years, this one was awoken by a great evil end. Eris cut her off and said, Orsted summoned her and commanded her to keep us safe until we arrived here. TCH. Kishirika pouted and sat back down in her chair. This one was not commanded. This one merely acquiesced to the summoning because of our common foe. Rika cringed and said, Rika acted like that? So immature. Kishirika glared at Rika and said, You are the immature one. Dressing up and hiding the natural beauty the world bestowed, have you no shame? Have you no shame walking out like that? Rika shook her head and said, The number of men who would dangle fresh food out to capture you to sate their desires. Rika is surprised she managed to stay alive long enough to be summoned now that Rika reflects on her past. Norn looked between Rika and Kishirika and then frowned. Looking back at me, she said, Big brother. Yes, Norn. Is Rika the big sister to Miss Kishirika? Something like that. But more importantly, where's Dad? And have you found Mom and Mama Lily yet? Silence. Norn looked over to Eris. Eris looked back and then pursed her lips. I frowned. Eri. Well. PNG. A picture was worth 1,000 words. And while people said that the pen was mightier than the sword, the reverse was true in reality. At least, Paul thought so. But a mere region lord dares to go against the proclamation of the Pope. A haughty archbishop wearing the entire formal regalia. A platoon of paladins from the Holy Order of Melees behind him. Hey man! Paul glanced at the only support he had in this fight and said, You sure this is the right play? A man with a plain white mask and violet hair. One with a crimson sword sheathed at his right side that almost perfectly matched the one that Paul had on his left. Paul shifted his gaze back to the Inquisition squad getting ready to take them in by force. After that, he looked out at the crowd of people as well as the image still being projected up in the sky. A ruined port, filled with undead. Rudy floating above them all and laughing beneath a bloody moon. I don't think that cutting our way out of here will do anything to deny us being related to that incident there. Especially since we were the ones putting up pictures of Rudy and the others. Pierre drew his sword. Don't worry. These guys are the bastards helping those nobles keep victims of the space-time rend as slaves anyway. Paul drew his sword too and said, One of these days you are going to have to tell me how you know all these things. And why you dyed your hair violet. Also how the hell you turned Ellen Elise into a saintess who won't even look at another man anymore. Men. Take them in. The archbishop flung his hand out. A roar echoed from the paladins, matched with the sound of drawn steel. Pierre slowly walked forward and said, All in due time, Paul. A sudden barrage of light spells flying from the distance. A mage platoon backing up the paladins. Paul stepped forward and casually swung his sword. A slash that seemed slow but somehow moved faster than light. An attack that seemed to go wide, but somehow hit every spell at the same time. Personally, I like space more. Pierre snorted and said, Less banter, more killing bad people to save the good people. Paul cut down a paladin that charged at him and said, Really starting to think we're the bad guys here, Pierre? But Paul kicked the corpse away and said, Always was more of a thug than a hero anyway. I'll leave that bit for Rudy. After I set him straight. Us grey rats have a lot of kinks, but I'm going to have to draw the line at dead people. What? Just out of curiosity, what do you consider a never mind? Oi! You don't just throw out a comment like that and go. Fuck it. Paul swung his sword, shattering the king-ranked barrier spell blocking the paladins and said, I'll just ask Lena later. She's pregnant, so you have to listen to her, right? That's playing dirty. I'm apparently the father of the demon god himself, so whatever. Now take your own advice and start killing these bastards. 123 Daddy Grere and the looming bloodshed on the horizon. An abandoned building in the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Melees, hours after a bloody rampage that was bound to go down in history books as a massacre. An entire platoon of the Knights in the Order of the Temple, cut down to the last man. Minus one woman who had been taken hostage by the villains responsible for the mess. A beautiful knight with blonde hair and blue eyes. Someone with a striking resemblance to Zenith, the only difference being her hairstyle and the position of her mole. Therese Latreia glared at Paul as she strained against her rope bindings and said, Traitor! Heretic! I should have dragged Zenith back home the first time I found out she married an Asuran thug like you. Paul let out a strained smile and turned to Pierre. She was much nicer before, I promise. Pierre leaned against the wall and said, Don't worry about it. You did just kill off most of her co-workers. Me? Paul held up his hands and said, All I did was break the barrier. You're the one who actually ripped those guys apart with those flashy sword skills you stole from me. Which you stole from Rudy. Pierre brushed a strand of his violet hair away from his mask and then looked at Therese. And for the record, that image you saw is fake. Your lovely nephew is actually the reincarnation of Saint Meles and has created a holy kingdom in the magic continent to shelter victims. Therese scoffed. As if I would believe a bloodthirsty demon like you. Paul looked at Pierre and said, told you that people would think you're suspicious with that mask. Pierre sighed and said, and I told Lena that it wasn't a good idea. But now I'm stuck with it. Can't you just take it off? It depends. Are you willing to fend off all the women who will flock over us again? Oh. Right. Forgot that you're a handsome bastard underneath there. Therese spat on the ground and said, is this just some joke to you? You killed people. Innocent people. She strained against the ropes holding her and then glared at Pierre. Pierre crossed his arms and said, of course it isn't a joke. But it's for the greater good. Really not sounding like the good guys here, Pierre. Pierre shrugged. We're fighting against the human god, so we technically aren't in the first place. Though he's also technically just a pretender who doesn't really care for humanity in the first place. Human god. Therese frowned. What in Meles' name are you rambling about? Paul waved his hand and said, don't worry about it, Ryrie. Do not call me that. Hey. Paul scratched his head and muttered, you really do look like Zinni. After that, he sighed and said, man, I miss her and Lily. Pierre nodded and pulled out a small crystal orb from his pocket. Just make sure to not cheat before they get back. Pretty sure your sword's going to rust from disuse afterwards if you do. Paul chuckled. Obviously. Besides, I'd die of guilt from seeing Norn's face first. You mean from Eris smacking you in the head with a flaming punch? And that? Paul nodded and then paused. Hold on. He tilted his head and said, did you say that Rudy was the reincarnation of Saint Meles? And that he established a holy kingdom in the magic continent? I thought that he was. Orsted. Can you hear me? Paul clicked his tongue. Ignoring me again, hey. You're just like Rudy, I swear. Aeon, now I'm missing the kid again. Pierre ignored Paul and focused on staring into the crystal. A golden light flickered on it before fading and revealing a projecting of Orsted standing in a throne room. I can hear you. Therese's eyes widened. Orsted? The dragon god? Is it true then? Are the demons and dragons teaming up to extinguish humanity? Orsted paused and then glanced over at Therese. She flinched but stared back with a defiant glare. Orsted tilted his head and looked at Paul. Did you find your wives already? Paul sighed. I wish. That's Therese, my sister-in-law. Not if I get the Pope to annul the marriage, I'm not. Pierre turned back to look at her and then said, Paul. Hold this for a second. Sure. But why? A flash of silver light. A brief gasp. And then Therese slumped over unconscious. Oi! Paul glared at Pierre and said, you didn't kill her, right? How many times do I have to say it today? Pierre sighed and said, I might be a villain, but I'm not a bad guy. She's just unconscious after I pressed some pressure points. Paul blinked. Pressure points, you say? Tell me more. Ask your son. I'm sure he's figured them out already. Paul frowned. You see, you keep bringing Rudy up. I get that you're his grandfather-in-law, but you seem a bit too close to my son. Orsted furrowed his brow and said, if you two are just going to waste time. Hold on. Pierre grabbed the crystal back and said, sorry about that, Orsted. But preparations on this side are completed. And we've confirmed that Hitagami has turned the anti-demon faction against the Pope and hidden him away while acting with impunity in his name. Also that Hitagami is trying to paint Rudy as the reincarnation of Laplace by showcasing an image from a distortion with a man that looks like him. Orsted was silent and then nodded. I see. He tilted his head and said, it will be troublesome if Meles decides to send forces to Azura Kingdom. Ariel is still young. Even with my backing, the First Prince and the Prime Minister hold a great deal of sway. Paul frowned and said, can't you just take her into one of those distortion places and pop her out older? That's what Ghislaine and I did with Eris and Norn to make them stronger. Pierre facepalmed and said, military and political power does not work like that, Paul. Worked for me when those nosy Nodos and Boreas bastards thought they could touch my daughter-in-law. That's because Pierre let out a deep sigh. Never mind. He looked back at Orsted and said, the image wasn't broadcasted there, was it? Orsted smirked. Of course not. Being WS authority cannot reach the entirety of the central continent now. Paul whistled and said, that's impressive. Did you manage to finish setting up the barriers then? Indeed. Along with teleportation circles. Orsted paused and looked at Pierre. Though I still wonder how you knew the formations, Pierre. Perugius keeps them close to his chest in every loop I have run. Magic. Paul scoffed. Pierre chuckled and said, in any case. We'll work on things here until our star actor walks onto the stage. Paul paused and said, wait. I thought we were just coming here to take names and kick ass before heading back? I'm supposed to attend Aisha's enrollment ceremony at the Renoa Magic University at the end of the month. Pierre stared at Paul. Paul stared back. What? Paul. You are a sword god. Yet? And? You are a sword god because you developed the space sword. Right. So he paused. Wait. I can cut space too. Yes. Pierre facepalmed and said, Good God. How did I manage to dodge inheriting the stupid? Because you aren't a real Grey Day. I'll give you an update later, Orsted. Until then, keep on doing you. Of course. And when you have the time, tell Perugius to stay neutral unless he wants to end it early. Sure. With that, Pierre ended the connection. And right after, he sighed, saying, Sibling rivalry can get ugly, hey. Paul nodded. Speaking from personal experience with Pileman. Yes. Though it was more one-sided there. Then you should start praying that your daughters don't fight over their big brother when they all meet up. Paul laughed. You mean make a prayer for Rudy? Yes. I think he'll need it soon enough. RNG. I felt a shiver run down my spine and glanced out the window at the night sky. Is something the matter? Enoch stared at me, her brows furrowed. Yet. Eos nodded and said, You see something in the distance? I frowned and focused my clairvoyance demon eye in the direction I felt that weird shiver. Sweeping terrain. Night turning to day as my vision crossed the seas and focused on the source of that weird feeling. Just like GULEERTH or playing G*O Guesser, I could see the streets and outside of buildings but I still wasn't skilled enough to look through walls and stuff. Also because this world was flat instead of curved and just somehow looped at the edges of the world. That gave me so many questions, but it wasn't important. Instead. The Holy Kingdom of Meles. One founded by a saint who used his magic to create a utopia for his people and keep monsters at bay. Someone who I was greatly inspired by to do the same here, is what I would like to say. But it was more like a reputation I picked up after rescuing Meles' followers who were convinced that my ability to do what Meles did meant I was his reincarnation. But anyway, it seemed the weird feeling came from Meles. And when I looked at it, I saw why. People storming blood-stained streets and arguing with knights. A few adventurers breaking into buildings to drag out people kept in collars. And by people, I meant humans mostly, unlike the demon/beast folk slaves that would be expected. I blinked, turning my vision back to normal. After that, I frowned and muttered, Mom and Mama Lily better not be in that mess. If being W had somehow dropped them there and they were being held as slaves. No. Think positive, Rudy. You can't be an edgelord. The path of an edgelord is one to powers people think most unnatural, but it also makes you cringe. You don't want to be cringe, especially not after meeting up with Sylphie and Eris. Sylphie and Eris who both love you very much and have compromised to share because of it. Right. So it'll be fine. For now, stick to the plan. I shook my head and looked back at Enoch and Eos. We were in my office. Today, thankfully, Sylphie and Eris weren't here. Instead, they were having a girls' night out with Rika, Kishirika, and my baby sisters. Well, technically baby sister and younger sister. That was going to take some getting used to. Or was it? People still called their baby sisters like that when they got older, didn't they? And... Wait. I'm monologuing again. God damn it. I looked over at Enoch and Eos and said, You know that you can interrupt me if I do that, right? Enoch shook her head and said, But I don't want to interrupt Daddy when you're thinking. A faint shudder down my spine. And not pleasure. Please don't call me that, Enoch. But we aren't in public, and Daddy never lets me call you Daddy. Enoch pouted and crossed her arms beneath her chest, almost causing the straps holding her assets into snap. I've been a good and proper girl like you asked too. Eos nodded and said, What's this said? And it's not fair. You've been spending all your time with Stella instead of us. And now that those two are here, you've been spending even less time. She adjusted her glasses and frowned. I get that father is an important figure and busy, but some attention would be nice. I did my best to keep a straight face and nodded. Then I'll spend the next few days with you too. Promise. I need to go check up on a few things anyway, so how about we take a trip together? Really? Enoch let out a bright smile and then ran over to hug me. Thank you, Daddy. Please don't call me that. Especially when you're pressing your chest against my arm. Eos nodded and adjusted her glasses. Yes, sis. That's reserved for our new mothers. Ah. Enoch pouted and stepped back. Fine. I took a deep breath and counted back from 10 in my head. God damn it. I knew I shouldn't have tried using my blood as a catalyst to summon a spirit. Freaking people calling me a god made me do a divine act of creation instead of normal summoning. 124 The night acting as an ally of justice. Roland. That was the name given to him in this world. It was also a nostalgic name, reminding him of an old friend and comrade in arms. But that was about all that was familiar to him. Similar faces, but different people. The ones he knew and who were dear to his heart were not only younger, but changed as well. Still, he didn't mind. At the end of his path, even though he failed at the end, he was given a second chance. Though his friends and allies weren't with him, though his purpose had vanished, he had a new one to work for. Not only that, but he was given a chance to fulfill his nostalgic childhood dream. Roland craned his neck, marveling once more at the lack of stiffness that he had become accustomed to in his later days. After doing that, he sighed and looked up at the sky. Youth really is wasted on the young, isn't it? Ambitions left unfulfilled. Ideals left by the wayside chasing childish dreams instead of confronting reality. And by the time he did, he was already a man. Then, in the blink of an eye, the path was at its end. Roland chuckled and then lowered his head, continuing on his way. The usual morning patrol. Rudy no, Lord Rudras had taken a few days off to inspect the distortion and make repairs to the port with Enoch and Eos. There had been some talk as well of paving a new path to the port to allow for safe transportation home for victims of the space-time rend, but it seemed that he intended to have an initial survey before finalizing anything. Though it was odd that he only took Enoch and Eos when two of the women he loved the most had arrived. But Roland supposed that Lord Rudras was just that type of person. Even in his memories, Roland remembered that person being the same in his world. Either way, that left Roland with free time to do as he desired. Thus the patrol. Good morning, Mr. Roland. Children greeting him as he passed by. Oh my! Up early again, Sir Roland. Middle-aged women greeting him with sly and suggestive looks. Working hard, Captain Knight. Adventurers showing their appreciation with a cheerful smile and greeting. As always, he returned their greetings with a nod and a polite wave. And as always, he felt nostalgic doing so. It was a familiar and yet unfamiliar scene. In the beginning, it had been different. People feared him for his appearance and then later feared him for his abilities. It was only near the end where he and his companions built up a small home for themselves that he was greeted with a smile. Of course, his enemies still feared him. But that was a matter of course. Even so, walking around the kingdom of Arcadia, Roland looked at the peaceful scenery around him. At the children playing without a care in the world, whether demon, beast folk, human, or elf. At the adventurers walking by with friendly expressions and camaraderie. At the lush greenery and pleasant atmosphere. At the magical innovation allowing supplies to transport across the kingdom at rapid speeds. The culmination of countless ideals. Both his companions, and his siblings. It was a dreamlike kingdom that seemed straight from a storybook that his parents used to read him. The utopia that he sought to create beside his liege. Roland stopped his patrol on the paved path cutting across the kingdom, taking a seat on an unoccupied stone bench. After that, he looked out at the scenery around him. At the oasis within the turmoil of the outside world, like a mirage that could vanish at any moment. But it wasn't. This was reality, one wrought by Lord Rudras and created in a manner similar to the myth of Saint Meles. It was also something that Roland could never have imagined. Rudius Nodos Grere. The one who summoned his soul just as it passed from the mortal coil and gave him a new life was different than the one Roland remembered. To begin with, he was young. Far younger than Roland expected considering the circumstances. Yet, despite his youth, his mastery of magic was far more advanced than the Rudius that Roland knew. Then there was his hand. Specifically, his left hand. As long as Roland knew, Rudius had an artificial one. Of course, it was created with such intricacy and mastery that it was the same, if not superior to flesh and blood. And yet, it was still artificial. Lord Rudras was whole. The only part that seemed flawed in his body was his right eye. But even that was remedied by Rika giving him a demon eye of clairvoyance. And that was another difference. The great Empress Kishirika Kishirisu. The immortal demon lord of demon eyes. The one who was the betrothed of the fighting god Badigadi. She should have helped Rudius in the past, granting him the 2 demon eyes that he continued to use until his dying day. But it was a transactional deal. She had never thrown her lot in with him, even after the Orsted Corporation grew in enough power to influence countries. Yet she was here. Not only was she here, but she seemed to be from another world entirely, separate from both the current one and the one that Roland knew. In short, life truly does contain countless surprises, doesn't it? Roland loosened his helmet a bit to get fresh air and looked out at the peaceful kingdom. As he did, he let out a long sigh. Although his body was in his prime, his old spirit had followed with him. There was an urge to find a cold brew and sit down with others, reminiscing about the good old days. But there were none of them here. Though his knights were fast comrades in Astolfo, who Roland still wasn't sure was male or female. Although they were good friends, they didn't share his history. His past. It was similar, but different. Maybe that was the price for choosing to stand against. Oh. A soft female voice. One that Roland knew very well. He instinctively stiffened when he heard it, expecting a lecture. But he quickly relaxed and turned towards the speaker. A beautiful elf woman with blue-tinged silver hair and green eyes. She wore a slightly transparent blue dress that trailed after her, matched with long black gloves and leggings. Her black leather boots lightly tapped against the paved road as she walked over before she let out a soft smile. You're Roland, right? The Knight Captain. That's correct. Roland gave a curt response, doing his best not to stare. Although his face was covered, she always had the knack for seeing through his lies. It should be impossible for her to determine who he was, but... Do you mind if I take a seat here and chat for a while? The elf woman. No, Sylphie Grey smiled and said, since Ari is out with the kids, I thought I'd take the time to get to know the people who have helped my Rudy. Roland tensed. Sylphie paused and tilted her head. Is it no good? It's fine. Saying that, Roland shifted over a bit in the seat. Sylphie smiled and sat down next to him. Thank you. Roland simply nodded. As he did though, he couldn't help but notice the differences between her and the one in his memories. Faint scars along her neck. A brief glimpse of more on her chest as she sat down. And probably more hidden beneath those gloves and leggings that she wore despite the warm weather. It stood in stark contrast to the pristine and unblemished skin he remembered. Not only that, but Sylphie's body build was different as well. Although there was the obvious disparity in their assets up top, Roland noticed that Sylphie was trained. Her body was lithe and honed. Furthermore, the way she moved was with the confidence of a woman accustomed to reacting to conflict in an instant, and in close range. Not like the magician in his memories who mostly supported Rudius in the home and from a distance. Roland had heard from Orsted once that Sylphie could have become a world-renowned dungeon explorer in a time where Rudius didn't exist. At the time, Roland couldn't have imagined it. Her? The waif-like beauty who seemed more suited to a library than the battlefield, a dungeon explorer? The kind woman who cared and fussed over her children even as they were useless freeloaders? It was an unimaginable setting. But the Sylphie seated beside him was even more unimaginable. Is something wrong? Sylphie blushed and then tugged up her collar. Is it the scars? I'm sorry if they seem a bit disturbing. It's fine. Roland shook his head and said, I just didn't expect them. Sylphie smiled. Yes. That seems to be the case with most people. Don't you want to heal them? If you asked, I am sure that Lord Rudras would. Considering his ridiculous magical feats, Roland was certain that simple scar removal would be possible. And especially more so considering that Sylphie was one of the loves of Rudius's life. Sylphie fiddled with her gloves. I'm thinking about it. My Rudy seems troubled by them, but at the same time. She stopped and looked up at Roland. They're proof, you know? That I overcame all those obstacles and made it to my dream. Roland subconsciously reached for his face. They were gone now, but he could still remember the countless scars marring his face. People had asked him the same question and he had given almost the same response. Proof of his battles. A record to show how hard he fought to get where he was. Sylphie noticed Roland's action and said, Are you the same, Mr. Knight? Is that why you wear that helmet everywhere you go? No. At least, not anymore. It's mostly a habit from a misspent youth. The days running around proclaiming himself to be an ally of justice and boldly shouting out the names of his techniques. Looking back, Roland couldn't help but cringe. But in the end, they were what led him to finding his path, so he couldn't say they were wasted. Although he did find it odd that history seemed to be repeating itself a bit. Now that his purpose had vanished with his death, he once again donned a full suit of armor and hid his face. But rather than defending justice beneath the moon with black armor and a blade as dark as night, he now fought for it in broad daylight wearing white armor along with a gleaming sword and shield. A hero rather than an ally of justice. Sylphie giggled and said, It must have been some youth then to have that as a habit. She leaned back on the bench and said, Though I suppose I shouldn't be talking considering my own misspent youth. A long silence. Comfortable, but strange. She was different. And the last time Roland had seen her in his world was when she was seeing him off. So sitting beside her again after so long was nostalgic. But it was also strange. Like looking through a distorted mirror, no, through a distorted window. Although a different world, it was also a different time. A time where she didn't know him while he knew her. And a time where the soft and kind smiles he remembered were a little marred. Jaded in comparison to the ones he saw every morning and when he returned. So. Eventually, Sylphie broke the silence and said, Is it hard working as a knight here? Roland smiled and said, It can be. But compared to what I was doing before. I can't say I like it more, but it's more relaxing. A real hero. A true ally of justice. Clear enemies and monsters to fight, unlike the murky grey territory he bled for alongside his comrades. That's good. Sylphie smiled and looked at Roland. It's important to take rests and not work too hard. Especially if you're the captain. Of course. Another silence. But like before, it was a comfortable silence. Still, after a moment, Sylphie frowned and looked at Roland, staring at him with her glowing green eyes, the opposite of the soft crimson he remembered. It's weird. After a bit, she mumbled and said, I barely know you, but it's comfortable being around you. Just like with Rudy. But, it's also different. Roland tensed and then carefully said, I am his knight. It's inevitable that I take on a bit of. No. Sylphie cut him off and shook her head. It's not that. She stared intently at Roland's mask, as if trying to see beneath it. You aren't Rudy. But you're like Rudy, only mixed with something else. Something familiar. Roland's eyes widened. And then he remembered it. A casual remark that Lord Rudras said one day. About how he devised a spell in his youth to grant others the ability to see mana. And how he passed that spell to his friends and families to keep them safe against Hitagami. Or rather, being W. Roland quickly stood up and started walking away. Pardon my rudeness, but I just recalled a task I need to perform. Wait. Sylphie stood up and ran after Roland. The reason why you hide your face? Is it because the trailing blue dress that Sylphie wore tangled up her feet, sending her plummeting towards the ground. Seeing that, Roland instinctively moved to catch her. A soft clang on the ground. His helmet falling because of the speed he had to move to catch her. Hearing that, Roland's eyes widened. And Sylphie's did as well. Green hair? And that face? I am leaving. Sorry. He quickly grabbed his helmet and then ran off. Wait. Sylphie called out after him, but Roland was already long gone. Damn it. Even after growing up and living his own life throwing away the Grere name, he still couldn't hide things from her, could he? Roland put his helmet back on, fastening it as he ran and muttered, so much for avoiding his expectations this time around. 125 The Eldest Sister's Thoughts. NNG. Part 1. Ever since she could remember, Norn's big brother had protected her. Whenever mommy got too clingy and tried to smother her. Whenever Aisha was a bit too mean and tried to force her along with her adventures. Whenever she was scared and didn't know what to do, Norn could turn to her big brother and he would save her. So that was why she clearly remembered that day. The scary monsters appearing everywhere. Miss Roxy doing her best to protect them. And then that terrifying black hole that sucked the whole house up and tried to pull her in as well. Helpless. Too far away from anyone to help her. Norn remembered crying. She remembered being terrified at the unknown. But then a familiar warmth wrapped around her, keeping her safe against the terrifying force trying to take her away. Her big brother, Rudy. He had been protecting their baby sister. Just like how mommy said he did for her, Norn's big brother was protecting Stella from the bad guy who wanted to hurt their family. And he was in danger too. Norn remembered the black hole surrounding Rudy. One bigger and scarier than the one trying to gobble her up. And she remembered his face. Even as Papa grabbed her and Big Sis Eris pulled them away, Norn saw it. Blood running down his right eye. Fear, for the first time on her invincible big brother's face as he shielded their baby sister's body with his own. Norn would never forget it. Even though she was only a few years old at the time, Rudy's appearance back then was seared into her mind. Not only that, but she kept hearing the words he told her a long time ago. Your big brother promises that he'll protect you against the entire world, okay? So don't you worry about a thing. Big brother didn't lie. He kept the promise. On that day, the entire world was out to get them. The black hole was like the world itself trying to gobble her up. But Rudy saved her. Like always. And then he was gone. But not just him. Mama Lily. Aisha. Uncle Laws. Auntie Rose. Auntie Lena. Big Sis Sylphie. Miss Roxy. Everyone. While Papa and Big Sis Eris were around, their home had disappeared. Norn remembered wandering around looking for anything. Something to show that they had lived there. And all that she found was Rudy's sword. A pretty blade that looked like it glowed in all the colors of the rainbow, just like the bubbles he used to play with her. But that was it. Her big brother wasn't there to save her anymore. Papa and Big Sis Eris were, but they weren't Rudy. Papa was strong and caring, but he wasn't very smart. Big Sis Eris was really good at fighting and making fires, but she wasn't very smart either. So it was Norn's job to make sure everything went well. Because Big Brother wasn't around, she had to keep everyone safe. So she learned. Just like how Big Brother always watched everything and took careful notes. Just like how Big Brother quietly studied and practiced magic. Just like how Big Brother focused and trained his sword skills. Norn did what she thought Rudy would do. Because it was her fault. If she hadn't gone back to grab a toy and just followed Miss Roxy and Aisha, Rudy wouldn't have had to save her. So. NNG. Part 2. Necha? Are you up? Norn blinked and saw a cute baby girl looking down at her. Bright green eyes that reminded Norn of Rudy's. Blonde hair a little bit darker than Norn's and still short. Stella, Norn's baby sister. And also the one who had been with Rudy this entire time. Adorable. Not only that, but the light in her eyes reminded Norn a lot of Rudy too. Super smart. Though it made Norn a bit jealous. Even so, she put on a smile and said, I'm up, Stella. Stella leaned back and plopped herself on her butt. Norn sat up and took a look around. A beautiful and peaceful flower garden with a table nearby to sit and lush grass to lay down on. It took a moment for Norn to remember where they all were. But then she remembered. Right. Big Sis Eris wanted to take her and Stella out to walk around the area. But when they found the flower garden, the group decided to take a break from walking and relax. Norn had been reminded of the old flower garden at her home before it was destroyed, so she subconsciously found herself relax. And it looked like she relaxed a bit too much. And the same was true for Big Sis Eris. She was laying on the grass next to Norn, eyes closed and peacefully sleeping. A sight that Norn rarely saw. Because of all the nobles back home trying to force Big Sis Eris to do things, she was always on edge. And even when they were training together, Big Sis Eris seemed to be chasing something Norn couldn't see. As if there was an opponent she wanted to cut down but didn't know how to reach. Yes. Big Sis Eris was always troubled. But because she was troubled, she always did her best to remain calm for Norn. As if concerned that Norn would be worried, Big Sis Eris always smiled around her and stayed calm. Almost to make up for Big Brother not being around. But because of that, she was never relaxed. Even when sleeping, she seemed to be restless. Not now. Big Sis Eris's pretty face was finally relaxed and calm. Probably because they found Big Brother again and he promised to love Big Sis Eris too. Norn shook her head and then looked to Stella. Her baby sister was still sitting on the ground, quietly playing with the grass. Seeing that, Norn felt sorry and said, Did we sleep for a while, Stella? Are you hungry? Miss Kisharika's older sister had given them a lot of bottles for Stella in a small ice box before they left, so if Stella was hungry, Norn could get her one. No. Stella shook her head and said, Is okay. She smiled. Necha can sweep. I'm playing with my friends. Friends? Norn blinked and looked around. There wasn't anyone there. She frowned and focused her eyes. It was hard. Back when she was small, Big Brother taught her how to see mana. But since she started practicing with a sword instead, she started forgetting how to do it. Still, if she tried really hard, she could see a bit of it. And even though she couldn't, she could still feel mana. So. 3 faint flickers floating around Stella. Red, blue, and green. The moment that Norn noticed them, 3 figures popped into existence. Wow! A tiny girl with crimson hair and angel wings. You can see us even when we're hiding. As expected of Master Rudy's younger sister and Stella's big sister. A white cat with blue eyes nodded to himself. A tiny yawn echoed and then another small girl with wings appeared, rubbing her eyes. Her green hair shifted in the wind beneath a halo and she said, Did we have to materialize? I'm sleepy and that uses a lot of energy. Stella frowned at the 3 figures and then said, No messing a wound. Ah. The tiny girl with red hair pouted and said, Can't I go explore? No. The tiny girl puffed out her cheeks and said, Fine. Then I'm sleeping too. After saying that, she did a backflip through the air and vanished. The tiny girl with green hair yawned and then vanished as well. As for the cat, it drifted to the ground and then sat next to Stella. Grooming itself, the cat waved at Norn and said, You can relax. I'll make sure Stella's safe. No wheezing za whirl. Okay Stella. But only because you say so. Norn blinked and tilted her head. Stella stared at Norn and smiled. See? Friends? I see. Norn really didn't. She vaguely remembered Miss Roxy having a familiar, but for Stella to have 3 of them. Stella's really smart, aren't you? Stella blinked and then shook her head. No. I'm Nalmo. Ni-cha is smart. Norn laughed and then ruffled Stella's hair. Yes. Big Brother really is smart. She paused. But why do you call him Ni-cha, Stella? Ni-cha is Ni-cha. A simple answer just like a baby would give. Norn laughed again and then said, Whatever you say, Stella. HMF. NNG. Part 3. Back at Rudy's tower after a long day walking around. Stella was fast asleep, so Big Sis Eris carried her upstairs to sleep in her crib. Norn was going to follow, but Big Sis Sylphie was sitting at the table on the first floor, so she sat down next to her. What are you thinking about, Big Sis? Oh. Sylphie blinked and then let out a warm smile. I didn't see you there, Norn. Norn scooted her chair closer to Sylphie and then took a better look at her. She was pretty. Like really pretty. Big sis Eris was pretty too, but big sis Sylphie was pretty in a different way. Shiny, mature, kind. She looked just like how Norn thought an elf queen might look. But Norn also noticed that big sis Sylphie had a lot of scars. Big sis Eris did too because of her training and all the fighting. And even Norn had a couple because she wasn't very smart when she was starting to train. Big sis Sylphie though. Even Papa didn't have that many. Sylphie noticed Norn staring and laughed. Don't worry, Norn. They don't hurt. Really? Really? Sylphie let out a bright smile and said, even if they did. I'm happy. It means that I fought really hard to meet your big brother again, you know. Norn slowly nodded. I understand. Good. Big sis Sylphie's an idiot. Huh. Norn stuck her tongue out and said, just kidding. A joke to break the tension. Just like how Papa did when things were too serious. As expected, Sylphie laughed and reached out to ruffle Norn's hair. You're still as cute as ever, Norn. And a lot more behaved than Aisha too. Norn's eyes lit up and she said, is Aisha okay? She hadn't heard anything about her other sister, so she had always been worried. Papa said she was safe, but she's fine. Sylphie smiled and said, Roxy took Aisha with her to enroll in the Renoa Magic University. Norn blinked and thought hard about that. Renoa Magic University. Papa mentioned it one time, right? After asking if Norn wanted to learn magic or the sword. That's hard to get into, isn't it? Norn remembered now. The famous academy on the central continent that researched all sorts of magic. Papa always mentioned how Big Brother would instantly become a professor if he showed up and probably even headmaster. Aisha was going to enroll there? Sylphie nodded. It is. But Roxy's an alumni. Alumni? Ah. I mean a graduate. It's the same school she went to when she was younger. Oh. Norn nodded. So Miss Roxy is with Aisha there? I think so. Sylphie frowned and said, I haven't talked to them in a while though. But it should be fine. She smiled and said, Roxy is really strong now, you know? Mercy too. And Aisha? Well, I think she's a bit scary for someone so small. She paused and then looked at Norn. Actually. I think she might be younger than you now. She's smaller at least. Really? Norn tilted her head and said, but big sis Sylphie is so old now. Sylphie's left eye twitched. I'm sorry, Norn. What did you say? Norn felt sweat run down the back of her neck. Killing intent. That was definitely killing intent. Norn let out a nervous laugh and said, I mean. Big sis Sylphie went into dungeons too, right? Didn't you and Miss Roxy take Aisha with you? Sylphie smiled and said, we did. But Aisha thought it was boring, so she usually stayed outside with Mercy. Boring. Norn tilted her head, confused. Aisha was always the one to like adventures, so Norn thought her sister would definitely like going into dungeons. Norn didn't really like adventures, but even she thought it was kind of fun beating monsters up and finding treasure. Anyway. Sylphie looked at Norn and said, how have you been? Did you enjoy your day out with Eri? Norn nodded and said, this place is really pretty and peaceful. Big Brother did a much better job being a king than the Azura Kingdom. Unlike there, Norn didn't see any poor people begging for money or weird people staring at her and Big Sis Eris with a creepy look in Rudy's kingdom. For the most part, everyone was nice and caring. Even the two girls who challenged her to a spar when they arrived weren't really mean. After all, they weren't like the girls in the Azura Kingdom who sent in grown-ups to try and beat her up when they lost. Sylphie's smile dimmed a bit and then she looked thoughtful. So father-in-law, you, and Eri were transported to the Azura Kingdom? It must have been terrible. Norn shook her head. No. Papa took us there to get help from Mr. Orsted. She paused to think and said, it was pretty bad though. Papa had to kill a lot of people because they were stupid. Kill. Norn blinked and then nodded. Right. Kill. She tilted her head and said, have you not killed anyone, big sis? And no. I have. But. Sylphie looked troubled and said, have you? Norn nodded and said, bad people tried to kidnap me before so I used Big Brother's sword and killed them, just like he would have. Then I went back to Papa and Big Sis Eri. I think a lot of people got mad, but Papa took his sword out and made everyone scared so they stopped. Norn giggled and said, it was really funny seeing the piggy people twist their faces. Sylphie's eyes widened and she said, I see. Anyway. Norn shifted on her chair to look at Sylphie and said, what about you, Big Sis? Did Big Brother come back yet? Sylphie shook her head. No. He said that he'll be gone a few days. Oh. Norn pouted. I wanted to play with him though. I'm sure he'll be back soon, Norn. But I want him back now. It's not fair that Stella can yell for help and Big Brother. Norn paused, suddenly realizing something. Norn. Sylphie tilted her head. What are you? Stella held the necklace and yelled, and I cha help, right? And that necklace has Big Brother's mana. So maybe. She reached out to grab her sword. Sylphie's eyes widened. Wait. Norn, don't. Norn stood up and grabbed her sword. After that, she took a deep breath and yelled, and I cha. Help. For good measure, she did her best to make it sound as desperate as possible. A flurry of footsteps, followed by cursing as someone fell down the stairs. Ow. Damn it. This. Gah. Big Sis Eris. Norn. Are you okay? What happened? Norn flinched, feeling a bit guilty. I just. A sudden surge of mana. A twisting of space, just like when Papa used his special technique. Norn's eyes widened and she turned to look at it, smiling happy. It was true. Just like Big Brother promised, whenever she was in danger. Good job, you two. Rudy walked through a glowing portal and said, it's nice to confirm that time here is decelerated in comparison to the outside world, and he suddenly paused, staring at Norn and Sylphie. And then as Eris rolled onto the first floor in a ruffled heap, he tilted his head before slowly shifting his gaze to Norn, who was still holding her sword. Did something happen? Norn looked at Rudy and her sword. Then she let out a deep sigh. No. Nothing happened, Big Brother. Rudy frowned. It doesn't sound like nothing. Daddy, can we still play a bit more? I'm not satisfied yet with just that. A mature female voice echoing from behind Rudy. One that sounded a bit like the aunties who kept trying to get close to Papa. Yes. It's barely been a day, Father. I understand work is important and you want to find the rest of your family, but it's not fair. Another mature female voice, but one that sounded like those people who helped sort through paperwork for Big Sister Ariel. A little while after those voices echoed, two people walked out from the portal behind Rudy. Angels. Two women with fluffy white wings. But the way they looked. Especially one of them. That scary big chest, the long blonde hair and that pretty face. One that looked really familiar. Norn tilted her head and hesitantly said, Mommy? Did you become an angel? Yeah. The angel that Norn called out to turned around and quickly waved her hand. And no. I'm not your mommy. After that, she paused and said, and why does everyone want to call me mommy? Even those adventurers do. Rudy cleared his throat. Before that. Rudy. Sylphie called out in a sing-song voice and said, who are they? Eris brushed herself off and then glared at Rudy. Yeah. Who the hell are those chicks? And why did they call you Da? Her face turned red and she muttered, Daddy. Rudy paused for a brief moment. And during that moment, countless emotions crossed his face. But then he shrugged and calmly said, things just got out of hand. Silence. And then from somewhere up above, Stella's voice echoed. N-I-I-cha. Baka hentai. And no. Rudy's calm expression immediately crumbled and he said, wait. It's not like that, Stella. Ena and Eos are actually my daughters. I love them like a parent, not like that. Yu Satsuki. A cold response, echoing from above. One that seemed to be amplified by wind mana. Rudy flinched and clutched at his heart, like an arrow pierced it. After that, he fell to his knees, covering his face. With that, the sharp tension from Sylphie and the glare from Eris stopped. And watching all of that, Norn pursed her lips and muttered, how come I don't get any attention? Rudy quickly raised his head, staring at Norn with a shocked look. She flinched, not expecting him to hear that and averted her gaze. Norn. Lord Rudras. There's something I have to say about who I am. No, that's a bit too forward. Lord Rudras, whatever you heard Sylphie say, it isn't. No, I shouldn't blame Mama like that. A heroic voice, echoing from outside. A man muttering to himself, lost in thought. And mutters that were soft enough to usually go unheard. But the whole room had been quiet with the recent reveal, so everyone heard it. And then the tower doors opened and a man walked in. A knight in shining silver armor. His helmet, held under his left arm and revealing vivid green hair, as well as a face that looked a bit like Rudy and a bit like Sylphie. Silence. He froze, noticing the group of people already standing around there. And then Rudy slowly got to his feet, his left eye twitching a bit. After that, he looked at the knight and said, repeat that last part for me, Roland. Did you say, blame Mama? And in regards to Sylphie. I see. So this turns out to not be heaven, but hell instead. Of course. The knight let out a deep sigh. Norn watched all of that and then nodded. As expected. Big brother was even better than Papa in having kids. He wasn't even grown up yet and he already had 3. Only one more to be even with Papa. PNG. Achoo. Pierre paused in the middle of untying the Pope's bindings and said, sneezing. Now of all times. Paul rubbed his nose and said, someone must be talking behind my back again. But anyway, let's hurry up and get this old guy out of here so that my sister-in-law will stop cursing me to hell and back. Haven't you gone there accidentally already when practicing? I had to drag you out last time. Which is exactly why I'm only trying to cut space in one continent instead of multiple. Just shut up and help me with this already. 126 Family Matters. I sat at the head of my round table, staring out at the impromptu family meeting. Right. Today would mark the first day of the Grere family meeting for me. A personal round table discussion involving all matters of my family life. It was already kind of a thing after I got out of my edgelord phase back in Bina village, but now it was definitely a thing with all the people related to me popping up left and right. First, the culprit that sprung the most of this chaos sat across the table from me. Roland, who had given up on hiding his face, letting everyone see what he really looked like under there. The rumors weren't lying. He definitely had an extraordinarily handsome face. A true Bishounen that gave off MC vibes. The problem was that he had bright green hair the same color Sylphie had when she was younger and that he looked like a cross between me and Sylphie. He had my facial features. The sharp and handsome face that were apparently the hallmarks of Grere males. But his eyes were soft like Sylphie's and were even a crimson color, the exact shade that hers used to be. He also had pointed ears, though shorter than Sylphie's. Then, on either side of him, the other culprits for this mess. To Roland's left and my right, there was Enoch. Or like she wanted to be called among friends and family, ENA. She had changed into a loose and fluffy white robe instead of her favorite lewd attire. Paired with her wings, it made her look like a proper angel instead of the doujinshi heroine from before. On the other side of Roland, to his right and my left, there was Eos. Unlike her older sister, Eos liked practical and modest clothing, so she didn't need to change. Wearing her usual pair of glasses and the Survey Corps uniform, she laced her fingers together and rested them on the table, quietly waiting. The 3 troublemakers. And also, my 3 children. Technically. No, I guess it wasn't technically if they were actually created from my essence, as weird as that was to think about. Enoch and Eos were constructed using the genetic material in my blood along with my mana. I wasn't entirely sure why they were angels, but the fact that they looked like mom was enough proof of their relation to me. It was also why it was always awkward walking around with them since people assumed we were a thing. And the thought of being a thing with mom was just weird. Like, who thought that? It'd be the same if people tried to set me up to be with Mama Lily or something. But anyway, even though I didn't know the exact process of how it happened, I did know that I didn't just pluck Enoch and Eos out of some parallel timeline or something since there weren't any space-time wonkiness when they appeared. Just a lot of golden light, both of them naked like a newborn baby, and then really awkward hugging. As for Roland, I definitely didn't make him well, not me anyway. I thought I did since I assumed he was just animating the mud doll and armor I made. But apparently not. He was definitely a real flesh and blood person. And it seemed like he was definitely plucked from another timeline. Specifically, one where Sylphie and I were a thing and she gave birth to him. Speaking of Sylphie, she and Eris were also seated at the round table. Sylphie was seated on the side of the table to my left, giving me a bit of space, while Eris was sitting opposite of her, on the side to my right. Ever since Roland walked in and let that little comment slip, Sylphie was over the moon. Giggling to herself, staring at me with hearts in her eyes while occasionally looking over at Roland with a content sigh. And then immediately looking back to me and licking her lips. Yet, I was starting to wonder if the curse that Ellen Elise was supposed to have got transferred to Sylphie somehow, or if Dad was a really bad influence on her when she was younger. Considering that I didn't see or feel anything wrong coming from Sylphie, it was 100% the latter. Which meant I needed to deck him in the face at least once when we saw each other again. But anyway, that was Sylphie. Eris wasn't too happy at finding out Roland was the son of me and Sylphie. But since it got cleared up that Ena and Eos were my daughters, she had been starting to give me weird looks too. Weird looks as in her eyes glowed with hearts traced out in orange flames and she kept fiddling with things. Her sword hilt, her buttons. Even right now, she was purposefully keeping her hands folded on the table and doing her best to avoid eye contact with me. Of course, Norn and Stella were here with me too. Right now, I was letting Norn sit on my lap and spoiling her a bit with head pats. Stella had been put out at that, but she stopped caring after I gave her the magic formation to let her use and a symbol to play with. Though she still sent me judging looks every now and then. It seemed like there wasn't any saving my image of being a baka pervert Unni-chan in her eyes. Though I couldn't wait to see how she reacted to Dad. And to his utter despair when he was on the other side of Stella's disgusted judging look. But anyway, that was all of us. The current members of the Grere household in my kingdom of Arcadia on the magic continent. Right. That was everyone accounted for. Which meant it was time to start the meeting. Which meant it was time for me to start talking. I looked around at everyone again, doing my best to keep my composed expression. Eris and Sylphie stared at me, waiting on my words. Roland avoided my gaze. Ena looked guilty, poking her fingers together. Eos was reading a book. Though she also hadn't turned the page in the past 10 minutes, so it seemed like she was feeling a bit guilty too. Silence. And then I said, so. Now that we've all calmed down a bit, I'll say it again. I waved my left hand and said, Ena, Eos, and Roland. Although their arrival in this world was unexpected, it's an absolute fact that they're my children. Ena and Eos were born from my blood and mana through a divine miracle. Or something. Still wasn't sure on that part. But Roland is my child from a different time. And your mother is Sylphie, is it not? Roland glanced at Sylphie. And then he looked at Eris and shook his head. No. Wait, what? No. Roland looked up at me and said, I have 3 mothers. Sylphie is my birth mother, but there's also Red Mama and Blue Mama, I mean, Eris and Roxy. Silence. Another casual bombshell dropped by Roland. Well. If there was any doubt about him being my son, it was gone now. God damn it, kid. Was this how Dad felt? I was too young to deal with all of this BS. Sylphie straightened and looked at Roland. As she did, she carefully tilted her head and said, Roxy is your mother too. Eris leaned forward and frowned. Yes. Rollo. Why don't you tell us a bit more about your mothers? Roland started to sweat. He gulped and then reached up to clear his throat. That. Well. You see. He looked up at me. A familiar expression. I'd made the same before when I looked to Dad to try and bail me out of situations. He obviously just trolled me. And considering how hard Roland had just trolled me, I was tempted to do the same. But the cycle ended here. Instead, I spoke up and said, while I'm sure that it would be interesting to hear his past, I have to remind you too that Roland isn't from our time. Roland quickly nodded. That's correct, father. He stared at me and frowned. To begin with, you were never this ridiculous. Father was a great man, but you. Sylphie puffed her chest out and smiled. Of course. Rudy's the best. Norn laughed and said, yes. Big brother is the strongest. After saying that, she leaned back to look up at me with a proud smile. I ruffled her hair and said, and Nornie is incredible too. Never think that you aren't, okay. Norn's eyes turned watery, but she let out shaky smile and nodded. Oh okay. I patted her head, smiling back. Eris rolled her eyes and said, don't give him a big head, Sylphie. He'll start to think he can just pick up whatever girls he fancies at this point. Sylphie's smile instantly faded and she gave Eris a serious nod. You're right. She turned to look at me and said, Roxy's the only other person. Okay, Rudy. Person. That includes spirits. I wasn't, never mind. I was just curious why she used person instead of woman. But I had a feeling that'd open up a rabbit hole I wasn't prepared to explore, so I turned my attention back to Roland. Ena leaned on the table and stared at Roland's face. Roland started to sweat and glanced at her. Is something wrong, Enoch? You are a terrible person. She pouted and said, this whole time you were our big brother and you didn't say anything. She looked over at Eos and said, right, sis? It's terrible. Eos flipped a page in her book and adjusted her glasses. Glancing at Roland, she said, it is a bit rude, yes. But I'm sure he had his reasons. Right. A veiled threat in her tone. Roland quickly nodded and said, of course. I simply didn't want to disappoint Lord Rudras. Or father. He paused and looked up at me. Should I call you father? You're similar, but different. And calling Sylphie and Eris by White Mama and Red Mama is a bit. I waved my hand and said, you can keep calling me Lord Rudras or whatever, Roland. I paused and said, after all, Roland's not your real name either, is it? He shook his head. No. My real name is Sieghart. Sieg for short. I blinked. Wait. Your name's Sieg. Roland. Sieg? No. I'd still be calling him Roland. Roland nodded and said, yes. I heard from White Mama, I mean, Mother, that you were the one who chose the name? Apparently, he's a great immortal hero from ages past. Though I've never been able to find the story. Alright. Coincidences were scary. The fact that Roland was named Sieg by whatever version of me or Rudius Grere was his dad wasn't that bad. But when it took into consideration the fact that I summoned him with what was essentially a homunculus, that the summoning spell I used was modeled after the one in a famous anime involving a war for the Holy Grail and mythical heroes, that one of the main characters in a particular version of that anime was named Sieg. Roland looked at me and said, "Is there a problem?" "No. But do you mind if I keep calling you Roland? I've kind of gotten used to it already." "Of course." "Good. Right. That was good." Still had a whole lot of questions for him, but that cleared the air a bit. "Wait." I stared at Roland and carefully said, "You aren't planning to start a revolt, kill me, and attempt to rule Arcadia as the one true king, are you?" "What? No." An immediate reply. Sincere too. That was good. Also good that I didn't call him Mordred. That would have been awkward. Though if I did, would I have summoned a daughter between me and Eris or something then? I had a feeling that would happen. But anyway, focus me. Good. Wait. Do you want the kingdom? If you're my son, you're technically my heir. And you're of age, so I can definitely just hand it off. Rika can't say anything against it, and you're capable enough. Father. Did I shock him? Roland seemed to have been stunned enough by my offer to call me father despite the fact that I wasn't really. Or maybe I did something similar where he was. Either way, the shock and concern on his face were telling enough. I smiled and said, "I kid. Rika would kill me if I ran off so soon. Especially since I promised creating a self-sustaining system to enforce laws and stuff for people who agreed to live here so that crime wouldn't be an issue. Anyway." I looked around the table and said, "Are we clear on where we stand with Eos, Enoch, and Roland?" Sylphie nodded. "Yab." She giggled and said, "Now I'm technically a mommy." Stella looked up from her crib and tilted her head. "Mommy elf." "Melf. I'll pretend I didn't hear that." Eris pursed her lips. "So I'm a stepmom." Ena shook her head and smiled at Eris. "Nope. Eos and I don't have a real mom, so. Mommy is mommy." Eris shuddered and then looked at me. "Rudy." "Yes, Eri. You're weird. You know that? Everything is always weird around you. But you love me anyway, right?" Eris blushed and looked away. "Jyath." I pointedly ignored Stella's judging look and said, "All right. Then with that settled, let's move on to the next order of business. Namely." I laced my fingers together and leaned forward. "Operation Reunion. RNG." The roof of my tower, jutting out high in the sky with clouds drifting past. It wasn't like that originally. And on the inside, there was a bit of space warping to make walking to the top easier, but outside it towered over everything around, giving me a bird's eye view of my kingdom and the distant horizons. But it wasn't enough to find what I was looking for. No matter how far I scanned with my clairvoyance, I didn't see any sign of Mom or Mama Lily. Not only that, but the entire central continent was blocked by a barrier now, preventing me from looking into it. That would have been worrisome, if it wasn't for the fact that Orsted's mana was powering it and that it used some of the patterns I taught him that trolled being W by repelling and dispersing his mana. Anyway, that aside. Mostly because Dad would have found them already if they were there, I looked around the rest of the world and then frowned. I can't see them anywhere. You guys? No. Rika can't see them either. Both with clairvoyance and Rika's all-seeing eyes. TCH. This one hates to admit it, but this one also cannot see them. Rika and Kishirika. To double-check my work, I grabbed the two of them and asked for their help looking. But if they couldn't see them either? Are they not here yet then? From gathering all of our information together, it seemed like everyone was accounted for except Mom and Mama Lily. Master Roxy and Aisha were safe in the Renoa Kingdom, with Master Roxy taking a teaching position to fund research while Aisha enrolled in the classes to learn magic. Dad was with Pierre and Miss Rostalina in Mealy's doing something. From the chaotic situation and the frequent white fogs blanketing the area, I had a feeling it was mostly to troll being W. By chance, it seemed like Uncle Philip and Auntie Hilda had been transported to the strife zone with Ghislaine, Mr. Laws, and Miss Rose. With their forces combined, they had established a foothold and were also playing a Kingdom Maker game. Eris, Sylphie, Norn, and Stella were obviously here with me. So everyone important was accounted for except for Mom and Mama Lily. They definitely weren't on this continent. Even without clairvoyance, I would have been able to pinpoint the mana from the items I made them. And interestingly enough, I couldn't scry them either like I did with Norn and Aisha. That left a few options. 1. They were trapped in a dungeon somewhere, the distorted time making it impossible for us to find them. 2. Being W had trolled us all and hidden them away where no one could reach. 3. They weren't here yet. The first was possible. But it would only be possible if the dungeon had insanely distorted time. Somewhere around the scale of 100 years in the span of an hour. And no dungeon like that existed in this world. Through cross-referencing the notes that Enoch made from calculating the time distortion rate in the magic continent and the correlation to ambient mana, something that could distort time like that would have to be on the same scale as the ridiculous cheat being pulled to scatter us. In short, not happening anytime soon considering how much of a blow I dealt him. The second was also possible, but unlikely for the same reason as the first. Also, that guy would definitely try to send me into despair by tossing out some hints because of how pissed he was at the end there. So it wasn't that. Then it just left the third option. Mom and Mama Lily were still being summoned. As recent years, months, however people mentioned time now in this distorted world, time was a wibbly-wobbly mess that was made even worse from being WS latest stunt. Enough that I could summon people and even children from different timelines, like Roland. That meant that it was possible Mom and Mama Lily just weren't here yet. There were a lot of reasons for that. And also a lot of different hypotheses for when they would arrive, or if they had already arrived in the distant past. But whatever the case, they were safe. After all, if I never saw them dead or harmed, that meant that the timeline where that happened had yet to pass. I could worry about it, but it was better to think that they were safe for now. That left only one thing to do. Rika looked over at me and placed her glasses back on. Staring at me with glittering rainbow eyes, she said, "Have you decided then, Rudy?" Kishirika turned to look at me as well and crossed her arms. "Yes. Have you decided to accept this one's proposal?" "Yes, and no. Yes, I'm going to go forward with Zenithia. And no, I'm not going forward with Dragon King." Kishirika pouted and said, "But you would be perfect. That hair, those eyes. And with your plan for a floating kingdom, you could replace that Perugius as a great Dragon King. Especially with that terrifying mana and the support of the true Dragon God." Rika chopped Kishirika's head and said, "You are immature as ever." "Ow." Kishirika spun around and growled before pointing at Rika. "And you are terrible. Resorting to violence against this one. Have you no decency? Say that to Rika when you wear proper clothes instead of an outfit suited to a pleasure slave." "Humph." Kishirika crossed her arms under her chest and said, "This one is proud of her body. Though childish now, when fully grown, you will still appear to be wearing an outfit suited to a pleasure slave and also be mistaken as such. Honestly." Rika rubbed the bridge of her nose and said, "Perhaps Batty was a bad influence. Do not speak ill of this one's betrothed." Rika snapped and said, "This one shall speak as ill as this one desires of her own betrothed who valued a vow made to a pretender god over life with his wife." What? I wanted to sigh. I really did. But instead, I stared at the two and said, "Stop fighting." A calm and level voice. Kishirika flinched and quickly bowed her head. This one apologizes, Great Rudra's demon lord sir." Rika rolled her eyes at Kishirika, but she looked at me and lowered her head. "Rika apologizes, Rudy. Good." I nodded and said, "Then." I looked out at the horizon and said, "We've got a lot of work to do now." I glanced at Kishirika and said, "Just so you're aware. If you or your fiancé stands against me, I will end your existence." Kishirika gulped. This one understands. But Batty. She frowned. "Well." I glanced at Rika and said, "If he's being blackmailed or manipulated, I'll just beat him half dead." Rika smiled. "Thank you, Rudy." I smiled back and placed a hand on Rika's shoulder. "Thanks, Rika. You're the best friend I could ever have had." Rika's smile widened and she said, "And Rika thinks that you're much better than Rika could have imagined. So is my best friend." I quickly stepped back and performed the signature Grere appeasement ritual. "Please run the kingdom for a while so I can reunite my family. This one thinks that your demon lord king is sick in the head." The more time passes, the more this one agrees. Rika sighed. But this one thinks that a silly and compassionate king is better than a mad and cruel tyrant. So. She knelt down to look at me and said, "This one agrees. Since you have listened to this one's guidance and avoided the path of the tyrant magic god Laplace." Rika smiled. "I'll reward you with this. But don't leave me alone for too long, okay? I might decide to take matters into my own hands." I quickly stood up and smiled. "Thanks, Rika. You're a lifesaver." Rika rolled her eyes and waved me off. "Go make your preparations already. I'll keep the kingdom running smoothly, Rudy. I owe you." "Really? Then I'll remember." Smiling one more time, I warped inside to get things ready. And then I was ambushed. A silver-haired beauty with transparent undergarments. A blushing red-haired beauty with white wraps around her chest as a makeshift bra and a racy black thong. "So, Rudy." Sylphie licked her lips. "It's fine now, right? I've endured long enough now, right?" Eris stared at me with hungry eyes and gulped. "Why yet? Mr. Richard's watching the kids and your kids are out, so. It's fine to let loose, right?" I suppressed my instincts to run away. That would make it worse. Especially for Eris. Since she had been holding back this entire time, it would definitely end terribly with her exploding in public and throwing herself on me without any reason, turning into a mad dog in heat since she seemed to definitely inherit that part of the Grey genes. So. You've got this, me. They ambushed you, but they hadn't taken the first strike yet. In that case. I threw off my coat and walked forward, forcibly suppressing the inner cringe and internal screaming. Instead, I put on a confident look and said, be careful what you wish for. SNG. Rudyard's house, down near the adventurer village. Sitting in the crib that Roland carried over, Stella glanced in the direction of Rudy's tower and frowned. Norn noticed and followed her gaze. Is something wrong, Stella? Stella sighed and said, Ni-Cha is a dummy. Her gut was telling her that Ni-Chan was being eki again. And since Eri-Chan was there too, and since she was eki enough to suggestively fondle a sword hilt and practice some specific motions in public. All while panting and staring at Ni-Chan. Yes. Eki. Norn frowned and said, that's not nice, Stella. Big brother is a genius. Stella nodded. Yes. But also dummy. Norn paused. When you put it that way. She sighed. I guess so. Big brother can be a big dummy at times too even though he's so smart. A crash from outside the house. Damn it. A brash young girl's voice. I told you that it was going to break, I salty. And who was the one who said we should use wooden sticks instead of metal, Nina? That's because metal makes the meat taste weird. And how do you expect wood to hold the meat long enough to cook without burning? Rudyard's sigh echoed and he said, girls. Do not fight. Ena's voice echoed and she said, yes. My sister and I have acquired plenty of meat to cook. Of course, Roland helped as well. Right, big brother. Please do not call me that. But you are my big brother. Technically. Technically. Even so. Eos sighed and said, I suggest you give in. Sis is incredibly stubborn. If you insist, Eos. Hey. How come you don't call me by name, big brother? Maybe Stella shouldn't have compared her Ni-Chan to a cheat ice guy MC or thought of herself as an MC. Because it was starting to get real annoying living in a comedic slice of life every day. 127 The Proud Warrior's Duty. Part 1. Rudyard Superdia. It was a name that once struck fear in the hearts of countless people. And his appearance was one that used to cause people to attack him on sight. But that was no longer the case. And the cause of that was Rudy. A young human child he came across by chance, protecting a human baby girl in a tall tower. A chance meeting. Also one that began with suspicion and doubt on Rudy's part. But after that meeting, everything changed. Rudyard learned that the irrational hatred he faced each time was due to a curse tied to his hair. One that was caused by an enemy that Rudy called being W, an enemy that also went by two other names. Hitagami, and the human god. It was an incredible story. But Rudy was an incredible person. A child who maintained the demeanor of a warrior while possessing the talent of a master magician. One that Rudyard felt could rival even Laplace. But he was wrong. Not even the demon god could have done what Rudy did. Summoning a demon empress Kishirika Kishirisa from a parallel timeline. Summoning countless high-level spirits surely rivaled the ones serving Perugius. But more than that. Transforming the desolate wastelands of the magic continent to fertile territory. Sending out knights to cull the monsters and slowly expand a safe region. Establishing a survey corps to expand the border and pave the way to find new survivors. A child who was more fit to rule than many of the so-called demon kings all over the magic continent. At first, Rudyard wanted to protect him. Seeing a child desperately protecting his younger sister, Rudyard wanted to be his strength. But in the end, it turned out to be me relying on him. Rudyard let out a warm smile and looked around the lively scene. Nina and Isolti, chatting away with Norn, discussing various sword techniques and theories. Little Stella sitting in her crib nearby, thoughtfully listening while patting her floating cat familiar on the head. Warm food being shared all around as children played without a care in the world. It was a scene that Rudyard thought he would never experience again. And for that, Rudyard looked towards the tower in the distance. The place where Rudy... No. Where Lord Rudras was enjoying his time with his wives. Eos spoke up and looked over at Rudyard. Do you see something, Rudyard? Enoch paused in the middle of preparing another skewer of meat and said, yes. Is there a problem? Rudyard shook his head and focused his attention back on their meals. No. Just reminiscing. Dash. Part 2. Time continued to pass. Days turned into weeks. And weeks turned into months. During that time, Rudyard continued on with his duties. Although Roland mainly oversaw the operations of the White Knights and Eos controlled the Survey Corps, Rudyard was entrusted with overseeing the adventurers as well as military operations. Put another way, he was the general above even Roland in directing battles, skirmishes, and strategy. And so, it was his job to patrol and check in on the military powers like the White Knights and the Survey Corps every now and then. Today was one such day. Recently, Lord Rudras had been taking personal time to spend with his family, entrusting the daily operations to Rika and himself. So to ensure that he didn't have to worry about any hassles while he spent his much-deserved family reunion time, Rudyard made the rounds to check on Arcadia's forces. First off, the White Knights. They were a similar unit to the kingdom of Melis's paladins, operating out of the Church of Rudras on the west side of the kingdom. Initially, it was a group of 12 paladins led by Roland and summoned by Lord Rudras. But now, keep at it, kiddos. We'll have lunch as soon as you finish a few more laps. Yes, Lady Astolfo. That's Sir Astolfo. Sir, yes sir. A lively atmosphere. Young men and women alike running around the perimeter of the church while more experienced knights ran training drills on the courtyard. In contrast to the sacred Church of Melis, the Church of Rudras seemed more combat-oriented. Although worshippers were welcome and people were free to enter for prayer, the area itself seemed more like a barracks for soldiers than a holy sanctuary. Although, that was Rudy's intention. Astolfo looked over at Rudyard and waved. Yo-ahoo. Good morning, General Rudyard. Astolfo had her hair in a neatly braided bun today, keeping it tied up and out of the way. Probably to give a more serious atmosphere to train the recruits. Still, regardless of that appearance, the fact that her silver armor was marred with dents and scars was enough proof of her capability. Rudyard smiled and nodded his head. Good morning to you as well, Astolfo. Any issues with recruits? Astolfo giggled and said, those guys are silly, but they work hard enough. She placed her hand on her chin and said, must be inspired by this pretty face. Don't you think? Rudyard chuckled and said, a beauty goes a long way to inspire heroes. Astolfo blushed a bit and said, thanks, General. You're pretty beautiful yourself. Rudyard smiled and then focused on observing the training of the paladins and new recruits. For the trainees that Astolfo just sent off, most of them looked brand new. Men and women that had never seen combat before, and probably survivors who were inspired to help. But that made sense. Those that had seen combat would have joined the Adventurers Guild instead. So for these trainees, a bit of basic conditioning, working to build a baseline level of physique. After that, Rudyard shifted his gaze to the paladins sparring in the courtyard. There were a few wearing the symbolic silver armor personally crafted by Lord Rudras and emblazoned with R3. Those were the original members of the White Knights, part of the founding 12. Facing them were a few more paladins, wearing silver armor, but lacking the emblem and instead bearing a crimson lightning bolt. The symbol of Lord Rudras, as well as signifying the new generation of White Knights. Combat skills were passable. The original White Knights were all on par with Rudyard or only slightly worse. Except for Roland, of course. Though, considering the recent revelation that he was a future child of Rudy's, that made sense. As for the new generation of White Knights, it was a bit hard to judge as they were using the combat techniques Lord Rudras devised as a base, but he would judge them around the Saint rank level. More than enough to pose a threat individually, and when cooperating as a unit as they were trained to do. Rudyard nodded and turned back to Astolfo. You're doing well here, Astolfo. Aw geez. Thanks, General. Astolfo smiled and said, I'll keep doing my best. Can't disappoint boss now, can I? Indeed. By the way. Astolfo sidled up to Rudyard and said, can I ask a personal question, General? Rudyard nodded. Of course. Great. Then. She looked around and then reached up to whisper in Rudyard's ear. Are you seeing anyone right now? Because I'm free later and I'd love to go on a date. Have a good day, Astolfo. Ah. Astolfo leaned back and pouted. But then she smiled and said, okay. Take care, General. Rudyard waved and then headed towards his next location. Commander Eos. Reports have come in that Bagoya region has fallen into chaos with the absence of Demon King Badigadi. Eos kicked her feet up onto her desk and clicked her tongue. That's Rika's former betrothed, isn't it? Go send a report to her. She'll handle it. That's not our job. Yes, Commander. Eos flipped through a notebook and said, what about that musclehead? Did any of our men escape from Fort Necros yet? No, Commander. But we are coordinating with the men on the inside for a raid. It seems that the immortal Demon King lacks the capacity to restrict our communications, so it is only a matter of time. A flurry of activity. When Rudyard walked into the office of the Survey Corps, Eos was listening to a group of reports, frowning as she went over the new information. But when she noticed Rudyard walked in, she turned to the troops reporting to her and said, you're dismissed. I want a written report on my desk by sunset. Understood. Yes, Commander. And with that, the office emptied. Rudyard stepped in and took a look around. The Survey Corps headquarters was located on the eastern side of the kingdom, along with the other various educational facilities. While ostensibly a military force, it would be more appropriate to call them an information-gathering force that happened to possess military might due to that information gathered. Magic, sword techniques, magical items and artifacts. It was a group that used whatever means they had at their disposal to remain safe and held the motto of leaving no man behind if possible and prioritizing retreat to return with information. And that was reflected in their commander's office. While Eos herself was always sharply dressed, her work environment was chaotic. Loose-leaf parchments scattered all over. A large map of the magic continent on the wall with crimson lines drawn all over in a tangled web. A bookshelf filled with notebooks that were well used. Even her desk was filled with stacks of paper left unattended. Rudyard shifted his gaze to Eos and said, "It seems that you're as busy as always, Eos." Eos sighed and adjusted her glasses. After that, she pulled her feet off her desk and leaned forward. "It can't be helped. We won't be able to rely on Father forever, so it's important to set the framework now." Rudyard pulled over a spare chair and said, "Father. So you're acknowledging it now?" He smiled and said, "I presume that surprised a great number of your men." Eos's ears turned red and then pursed her lips. "It didn't. Apparently word had already gotten out to them when an idiot wanted to confirm if I was Father's lover." She shuddered and said, "As if people have too much time on their hands to be if they are considering something like that. Well, this is a peaceful kingdom. It's fortunate that they have the luxury to do so." Yes. A peaceful kingdom in a continent that historically knew nothing but harsh survival and violence. A novel concept that Rudyard still doubted at times. Eos rubbed the bridge of her nose and said, "I suppose. It's still infuriating though. Especially when people start asking how old I am. As if age even matters." Eos looked at Rudyard and said, "What are you doing here though? Just making the rounds? Or did something happen?" "Nothing happened. Like yourself, I'm simply ensuring that the kingdom is running smoothly." He frowned and said, "Though it seems that some of your men have been captured by Demon King Adolf." Adaferidov Rabaku. Rudyard had seen her fight in that fateful battle against Demon God Laplace. And since then, he had learned more about her from his travels. A musclehead who was all brawn and no brain, apparently. But the fact that she learned the North God style and reigned over the Gaslow region showed that she had enough cunning to manage that properly. Then there was the infamous impregnable Fort Necros where she resided and kept strong fighters. If some of the Survey Corps had been captured, it would be a mess. Eos waved her hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Apparently, she isn't too terrible of a ruler. It's a bit inconvenient, but we needed information on the region in any case and the men who were captured were resolved to suffer a worse fate than simply being forced to train and patrol." She paused and said, "Though Father mentioned that he was going to visit her with Mother Sylphie and Mother Eris." Rudyard blinked. "For what?" "Apparently, the younger version of Rika. That great Empress Kishirika snuck out and caused some trouble, getting captured in the process. Norn was upset, and so they are heading out to negotiate and retrieve her. I take it he didn't mention this trip to Rika. Knowing Father? Probably not." Eos sighed. "Then I suppose he hasn't heard about the Immortal Demon Lord's request, has he?" Eos blinked. "What request?" "Well. RNG. Fort Necros. An intimidating pitch-black fortress that no one had ever been able to escape from. There, standing before her obsidian throne, a female demon with blue skin and pitch-black armor pointed a sword at me and said, 'Demon Lord of Salvation. I am the immortal Demon Lord Adaferidov Ryback. I'll bestow you with the title of hero if you can defeat me. But if you lose, I'll make you my puppet and use you until your last breath.'" I blinked and casually scanned the surroundings. A group of black-armored knights that seemed as strong as my own white knights. A number that included a few familiar mana presences and faces from the Survey Corps as well, currently shackled by a weird black mana. A wide audience chamber that was more than enough for a proper duel. But more importantly than that. "The fuck did you just say, you blue demon whore?" "I see. So it comes down to violence after all." Mother-in-law was correct about having to take preemptive measures. A chamber slowly freezing and burning at the same time as the two women I arrived with slowly stepped forward. Eris, gnashing her teeth as she drew her sword and a flaming dragon wrapped around her. Sylphie, letting out a chilling smile as space itself seemed to distort from the sheer cold she was emitting. Yet, I'm definitely putting Kishirika in timeout after all this hassle. 128 A learning experience. I stared at Adolf and tilted my head slightly, examining the situation. Eris and Sylphie were pissed off, obviously. The two were also stepping forward to confront Adolf. It was a messy situation. I knew that Adolf was infamous for being the strongest demon lord due to both her skill and a cheat like immortality. I didn't know the specifics of it though. I also didn't really want to test it since she was someone with a lot of influence. Ideally, it would have been nice to just talk, but She was stupid. I thought that Dad was a musclehead, but he at least had learned to be better. The blue-skinned woman in front of me though. Adolf looked at Eris and Sylphie. After seeing them step in front of me, she laughed and said, hiding behind your women? How shameless. Are you that afraid to fight me that you'll use them as a sacrifice to run away? Provocative words challenging my pride. Joke's on her though. I threw that away a long time ago. Even if I didn't, Dad was better at pissing me off. So instead of responding with anger, I chuckled and said, it's funny that you assume they'll lose. And it's also funny that you're assuming I'm hiding behind them. I channeled a bit of Dad and threw on his irritatingly smug smirk before saying, I just don't want to embarrass you when you've already embarrassed yourself enough thinking you have a place at my side, let alone that I would even want to have one at yours. Eris nodded and said, that's right. She placed her hand on her sword hilt and said, Rudy doesn't need any more crazy and insane women by his side. Sylphie nodded as well and said, yes. And he's ours, no one else's. Silence no. There was chatter in the background. The Black Knights muttering about how it's the first time that someone was so arrogant in front of Adolf. Also about how it's over now. Adolf smiled. A calm expression. But from the twitching on her left eyebrow. And from how Eris and Sylphie hadn't budged or stepped down. Yab. This wasn't going to stop at just words. Adolf looked at me again and said, so you're not going to fight me? Fight. I stared right into her eyes and said, I don't have the time to waste on someone like you. Battle-worn black armor clearly meant for combat. Light blue skin, white hair, crimson eyes with black sclera. A single horn jutting from her forehead and a pair of bat wings on her back. Not only that, but ominous black mana that seemed to emanate an unyielding strength. But she wasn't as strong as Orsted. Strong, yes. But with that appearance. If I was being honest, she seemed more like one of the mid-bosses you fought right before the real Demon Lord. Strong and super annoying, probably with a few different phases or a cheap gimmick, but not enough to be a threat. So. I'd just leave it to my girls. Sylphie, Eris. I turned around and started walking off. I'm going to leave her to you and go grab our people. Try not to. A surge of wind. Adolf rushing at me with her sword out to cut me down. It seemed like she couldn't take the provocation and charged out to try and attack me anyway. But as fast as that wind was, it was frozen in place. I paused and then turned my head back to glance at Adolf. A dozen glittering ice swords piercing throughout the immortal demon lord's body. And with that, her already blue skin turned a frosty white, frozen solid. Immediately after that, Eris swung her sword, sending out the flaming dragon around her. Hissing steam. A fierce roar. And then a pile of ashes and legs fell onto the ground in front of Eris and Sylphie. Eris blinked and tilted her sword. That was it. She glanced at her sword and said, I didn't think I got that much stronger. Sylphie giggled. Well. Ice easily melts under fire, Eri. Yeah, but even if you froze her solid. While those two chatted, I glanced at the knights. Specifically, at the Black Knights who were members of the Survey Corps. Considering that they weren't freed from that black mana yet. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Eris immediately scrambled back and said, what the hell is that? Sylphie hummed. So people can be that disgusting too, hey. I turned back around to look. And then I realized exactly why they called Adolf the Immortal Demon Lord. Just like a certain bug man in Drive Gone BLLZ, limbs, gooey mass spurted from the legs before reforming Adolf's body. First, a spine. Then the torso. After that, the head, arms. Flesh quickly wriggling and wrapping around everything. And then Adolf was standing as if nothing had happened. Which was impressive in itself considering that she was topless now since her armor had been destroyed. A chiseled body with ABS that looked rock hard and an ample set of assets that didn't lose out to Sylphie or Eris in size. They did lose out in terms of cuteness though when taking everything else into account. Sylphie turned up her nose and muttered, how shameless. Eris gave Sylphie a blank stare and said, Sylphie. You were. Sylphie turned to Eris and smiled. What was that, Eri? Nothing. Adolf picked up her sword from the ground and then coughed, spitting out some black blood. After that, she looked at Sylphie, her eyes showing a bit of caution. Who are you? Sylphie held up her hand, playing with a glowing blue orb that had a dozen miniature floating swords around it. My. So now you care about introductions? But I suppose that's expected from a brute who was even worse than Eri when she was a kid. Hey. Eris turned towards Sylphie and said, I wasn't that bad. She paused and then looked at me. Was I? Not after you got served a buffet of humble pie. Eris frowned, looking thoughtful. Sylphie looked back at me and waved her free hand. You go do your business, Rudy. Eri and I will deal with this hussy. Adolf laughed. Hussy. That's a new one. Her expression turned serious and then tilted her head off to the side, addressing one of the Black Knights. More. One of the knights stepped forward. An old soldier that looked like a villainous old general that would be leading the military of an evil empire. A full head of grey hair, crimson eyes, and a full mustache beard combo. Yes. Take the knights and deal with that guy. And go bash that bratty empress's skull in a few times. Understood. After saying that, the old man called more stepped forward, facing me. Following his lead, the other knights stepped forward as well, even including the members of the Survey Corps. An encirclement, surrounding me and cutting me off from Eris and Sylphie. As if saying that was enough, Adolf shifted her attention to Sylphie and Eris and said, I'll say it again. I am the immortal demon lord, Adafaradov Ryback. If you defeat me, I'll bestow you with the title of hero. If you lose, I'm taking him. A provocative gesture. Adolf pointed her sword at me. She shouldn't have done that. A blast of icy winds followed by flashes of blue light. Sylphie attacking without another word. Immediately after, there was a roar and surge of heat as Eris attacked again. But this time it didn't end right away. Instead of taking the attacks head-on, Adolf swung her sword at the dragon, splitting it in half. At the same time, she sacrificed her left arm to block all of Sylphie's swords, causing it to burst into azure dust as it froze solid and shattered. But almost immediately after that, her arm reformed. I tucked my hands into my pocket and stared at Adolf, carefully watching her flow of mana. Interesting. A completely offensive form of fighting. Throwing away any sort of defense, Adolf's fighting style was the sort that embodied giving flesh to break bones and letting your bones be broken to take your opponent's life. It was supposed to be philosophical, but Adolf applied that directly. Of course, that was only possible because she had bull levels of regeneration. And that was it. Regeneration. It was similar to what that alternate me had done. Rudius the Grey had converted his body into nanomachines and used his mana to direct it all, accomplishing a sort of pseudo-immortality as well as physics-defying strength. Of course, it couldn't handle the BS I had of drawing infinite mana from countless parallel timelines, but I could see how annoying it'd be to fight otherwise. Adolf wasn't quite to that level. Instead of having nanomachines, it was more like her body was innately made of that extremely durable black mana. And like how a certain weatherman once said about memes being the DNA of the soul, it looked like mana was the DNA of the soul here, allowing Adolf to recreate her body even if it was physically shredded. So long as even a bit of that black mana remained, she would be able to come back. And speaking of that black mana, I shifted my attention to the black knights surrounding me. Specifically, at the black mana wrapped all around them. I have to give her some credit, I suppose. Her regeneration was innate. But it definitely had a weakness. If there was something out there that nullified or erased mana, then she was a goner if she faced it. But with making a force of these black knights, she could keep a backup in them and use that to regenerate. Probably popping back into existence next to the knights like some DRK-SOLS character at a bonfire. Interesting. It gave me a few new ideas to test out later too that I'd have to discuss with Orsted. A surge of flames. This time, aimed at me. And it wasn't Eris, but... Rudy. You bitch. What? Worried about your man? Sylphie. It's my turn to kill her. Yab. Definitely wasn't Eris who sent that fire. I stood in the inferno and stared at the ones who did. Unwavering black knights standing at the ready to gauge the flow of battle. That old general staring directly at me through the flames. I have to say, this has been a great learning experience. I swung my left arm out, causing the flames to disperse. No, not disperse. The mana forming the flames snapped free from the casters and gathered into my left hand, melding into a glowing red sword. Moore's eyes widened, but he focused and said, everyone. Frost Nova. Were they taking notes from Sylphie and Eris? Showing off? Or did they think that I'd be immune to one extreme and not the other? Either way. Yet, I think this is enough playing around. I could see Kishirika with my clairvoyance sitting deep within the fortress and shackled in a prison cell. Hey. And Cliff was there too. Did that guy try to rescue her ahead of us? Had to give him some credit, even if he kept trying to flirt with ENA whenever he had the chance. Not only that, but he was even carving some magic formations into the walls and looked like he was plotting a prison break. I blinked, clearing the vision from my right eye. After that, I nodded and said, I promised my little sister I'd be back in time for dinner, so... Frost Nova. A chorus of voices chanting out a spell name. Mana resonating as one to create a spell that could probably blow through an entire castle. But this was me they were facing. I looked at the Survey Corps and said, grit your teeth and bear it. I'll pick you guys up on the way out. I stepped forward and casually swung my sword. An explosion. The condensed heat and fire didn't erupt in flames, but sheer force and sent all the knights flying. What incredible might! As expected, Moore was the first to recover. I glanced at him and then at the vicious fight happening behind him. Sylphie, standing off to the side with her lips pressed together, as if disappointed she couldn't fight. Eris, swinging a flaming sword with her hair literally on fire, and with a pair of flaming wings? Airy. I know that Sylphie is pretty much ESA, but are you SHNA? Did you make a contract with a Crimson Lord and become a flame haze while I was gone? Adolf laughed and said, what a unique fighting style. Humans have learned a lot in the past few years, haven't they? Or have the distortions given you new op? Her words were suddenly cut off. Literally and figuratively as Eris swung her sword and cut off Adolf's head. But even without it, her body kept moving, swinging right back at Eris and forcing her to parry. Yet. Definitely putting Kishirika in timeout. And speaking of Kishirika. It'd be a hassle making my way through the entire fortress to get to her, so. Stairs? A single word and commandment, laced with mana. The moment I said that, the ground shook and a set of stairs emerged, leading directly in front of Kishirika's cell. And from the bottom of them. What? This one has never seen such magic. You, Cliff. This one acknowledges your worth. You I'm happy for the acknowledgement. But this wasn't my work. A pair of energetic voices echoed. Well, one energetic voice and one confused. But it seemed like they were in good shape. Moore's eyes widened and he got up to act. Opening his mouth, he started to shout another command, but... Silence. Domineering mana. A suppressive force that both prevented sound waves and prevented mana from influencing the outside world. A spell that I had to quickly perfect due to how energetic two lovely ladies tended to be when they got into it. While the purpose behind making it was a bit dubious, the utility was pretty broad. But anyway, picking up the kids. Now, Norn said that she wanted me to cook something for her. According to her, she was around 7 now and never got a big birthday celebration. In that case, definitely needed to make a cake. Maybe some chips too. What did she like? Knowing her, she'd say anything was okay, but she enjoyed the roasted pork we made back then, right? So how about some shredded pork sandwiches, maybe some barbecue sauce? Ah, and ice cream too. Have to make this a fun party to make up for all the time I missed and spoil her a bit. Especially since she's been so down and thinking that I don't care for her as much. Oh yeah. Need to make her a necklace too so she can call me if she needs help. It looked like she was really sad the last time she tried that. 129 Unreasonable Woman. Adolf clicked her tongue and swung her sword to parry an attack by the red-haired woman and looked over towards that demon lord of salvation. A casual demeanor. Calm confidence and aloofness, like he was untouchable. It pissed her off. But she had to admit that he had the skills for it. Instantly shutting up and locking down all of her men and preventing them from casting magic. Drilling a hole through her fortress which was made of the strongest steel in the magic continent straight down to where Kishirika and that clever human magician was being held. Kalman was right. Humans were dangerous. Although weak, in times of crisis they suddenly surged forward in strength with heroes popping up everywhere. Adolf didn't know if that Rudra's guy was actually just a human or if he was a member of the dragon race pretending to be human, but the woman fighting her right now. A searing slash that severed Adolf's right arm, taking her sword with it. Before the woman could turn it to ash, Adolf grabbed the severed arm with her left hand and held it against her shoulder, letting it regenerate. In the same moment, she spun and threw a kick at the woman. TCH. A brief gap. Adolf straightened and then took a look around. Like what Kalman said, not every battle could be resolved with force. And not every defense was perfect. So Adolf took a moment to gather her thoughts and look around. Her men were scattered all throughout the chamber. Some were embedded in the ceiling, others pressed into the floor. The ones that weren't were frozen stiff, crushed by an invisible pressure that prevented them from moving. Even the connection that Adolf had with them felt a bit faint, as if it could snap at any moment. In short, there's a reason they called him the Demon Lord of Salvation. He was strong. Strong enough that Adolf wondered if he wasn't secretly Laplace's reincarnation. But that was impossible. The demon god wasn't anywhere near that ridiculous. But that wasn't all. Adolf shifted her gaze back to the women that guy left to fight her. The first was a beautiful elf with flowing silver hair tinged blue. The same one that killed her in an instant and froze her body before she could react. The elf seemed frail. Wearing a simple blue dress, she gave off the appearance of some princess that was escorting that guy on an outing. But now that Adolf paid attention, she could see it. Scars that should have been lethal. A confident demeanor born from facing countless life and death battles. Strong. She seemed frail, but the elf was strong. But she was also standing back right now, leaving Adolf to the other woman. And that one? A human woman with crimson hair and complete control over fire. But she wasn't a magician. Instead, she fought with her sword, using that fire to make her hit harder, move faster. It was similar to the sword god style, but also different. Overwhelming speed and power, but also adaptability. You. Redhead. Adolf stared at her opponent and said, "What's your name? Like you need to know." She drew her blade and then stepped forward again, swinging her sword. An attack similar to the long sword of light. An attack at a blinding speed aimed at Adolf's neck. But it wasn't the first that Adolf had faced. Still. Adolf suppressed her instincts and then held her sword up to parry. After that, she stepped back. An explosion of heat and energy. The force from the slash sent Adolf sliding back. But at the same time. "Yet." Adolf grinned. "Got you." The woman's sword bit into Adolf's shoulder. But in exchange, Adolf grabbed the woman's arm. Yes. If the woman was fast, then Adolf would just have to catch her and. "Only Rudy gets to touch me." A surge of flames. Battle aura mixed with Ramana to turn flames into countless blades, shredding the hand that held onto the woman. At the same time, Adolf felt indescribable heat melt her skin down, dripping fat and charred flesh onto the ground. "Eris." The elf's voice. "Eris. Eris." So that was the woman's name. Adolf would remember it. "Why are you playing around so much? Didn't you want to kill her? What do you think I'm trying to do? She's like a damned bug. Look at her skin, squirming around like that. Then just flatten her in one go. Or are you too tired to keep fighting? As if. I'm not an old lady like. Like your grandmother. Right. I thought that's what you were going to say." A casual conversation that completely treated Adolf like air. As if she didn't exist, those women were cheerfully chatting and teasing each other. Adolf finished regenerating and then cracked her neck, glaring at the two. "You women are really that carefree, hey?" The red-haired woman. Eris gave Adolf a blank look and said, "I'm not the one fighting while showing off her breasts. They aren't even that impressive, you know? Sylphie's are bigger." "Ah. Thanks, Eri. You'll get there in a few years. Just how did your boobs get so big anyway? Your mom isn't that big and neither is your grandmother." "Well, Paul said that massaging them every night before you sleep helps them grow bigger. You trusted that creep's advice. It worked though." Eris turned to look at Adolf and lowered her sword. "Are we done fighting now? I'm not in the mood anymore. And it's getting annoying staring at a topless woman. But you stare at me all the time at night, Eri." That's different." "And what do you mean, topless? You're always wearing that lacy thing." "Ooh, did you want one? I've got a spare." Adolf's eye started twitching. After that, she raised her sword and said, "Fine. Since you won't take this seriously, I will." For the first time since the fight started, Adolf took a stance. The one that her husband beat into her mind. The same one that beat her when they first met. Eris noticed the change and then placed her hand over her sword hilt. After that, she frowned and said, "North God style? And that stance is the original." Her eyes widened. "Right. Demon Lord Adolf. You're Kalman the First's wife." Adolf let out a bright smile. "That's right. I'm not a genius like him so I can't use it as well. But it should be enough for you." "Funny." Eris smiled back at her and said, "I could say the same thing about Rudy. But I bet he's a better genius than your husband was." Adolf narrowed her eyes. "Is not. Is so. Island. Not. Island. So." Adolf growled and then cleared her mind. She was still pissed off, but she focused. Like what Kalman said. The essence of the North God style wasn't in speed. While it helped, Kalman had freely admitted he would lose to the Sword God in a straight clash. And even Adolf had a faster sword arm than him. Instead, it was a pathway to victory. The Sword God had named his style to capture the essence of the blade, a sword that could cut down anything it came across before it posed a threat. The Water God had named his style to reflect its essence of flowing like water, diverting danger away before using that force to strike back. As to the North God, Kalman said it once. The reason why he called it North God was because of a story he was told as a child. The brightest star in the sky that could always guide you even in the depths of darkness. Something that you could always rely on even when you had nothing else. The North Star. Like that, his swordsmanship was a guiding light to let the user find a way out of even the worst situation. Countless techniques and situations for every scenario. Moves meant to cut a path out where one didn't exist. So Adolf focused. Eris was strong, but Adolf could sense that she was inexperienced. Young and talented, as well as possessing a technique that could defeat any opponent unprepared for it due to its unique blend of magic and battle aura. But that was all. Adolf had seen through it. And while she was impressed, it wasn't to the level of being willing to acknowledge defeat. In a real fight, Eris would lose to fatigue. The elf woman was the real threat. Adolf couldn't see the flow of magic power like her bratty sister-in-law she had locked up, but she could sense it. And the amount of magic power radiating off the elf. A deep abyss. On par or greater than Laplace. And from the scars on her body, it was clear that she knew how to use it as well. But Adolf was confident. If she could capture Eris, the elf would be forced to back down. And with that, she could teach a lesson to that arrogant bastard who brushed off her invitations over a dozen times before randomly showing up in her house. So Adolf focused. A single strike. Adolf intuitively sensed that it was all she would be able to pull off against Eris. And it seemed that Eris realized it as well, narrowing her crimson eyes to scan Adolf's body for weaknesses. Eris. The elf spoke up and said, if you lose, I'm going to bully you in bed from now on. Shut up, Sylphie. I'm not going to lose. A flustered response. An opening. Adolf attacked. An attack without a start-up. Something that wasn't as blindingly fast as the sword god's long sword of light, but one that couldn't be seen regardless of its speed. A hidden slash without killing intent or any tells that could be read. Using her battle aura to conceal her presence, holding her breath, erasing everything for a single slash. Adolf aimed at Eris's shoulder to incapacitate her. A flawless strike. A critical hit. Something that no one should be able to avoid, especially a mere human. Even the current water god wouldn't be able to get out without at least a disabling injury. And that sword god wouldn't be able to react in time without getting his arm cut. Adolf was confident of that. Yet. Even though she was confident. Even though Adolf was sure of it. Even though Adolf was absolutely certain that Eris's inexperience would make it so she couldn't react. A split second. Too fast for Adolf to react, but not fast enough for her to miss what happened. Adolf's sword brushed against Eris's shoulder. The blade rested on the young woman's shirt and would have bit through had it been even a fraction of a second longer. But she suddenly moved her body twisted in an unnatural way, almost as if another force pulled her out of the way from danger. And then at the same time, her sword lashed out to cleave Adolf's outstretched arm. No. Her sword didn't move. Eris was still caught off guard and processing what happened. But something else attacked in her stead. A crimson haze formed from flames bearing a glowing crimson sword. Adolf's arm fell to the floor, along with her sword. In the next moment, Eris recovered and then stepped forward to slash, holding her sword at Adolf's neck. Do you give up now? Or do I have to cut you over and over again until you do? And don't try that gross healing trick with me. I figured out how to beat it already. Adolf shifted her gaze to the arm that Eris cut off. A crimson haze wrapping the arm. At the same time, one that prevented Adolf from healing her arm, just like Eris said. Not only that. There was a sensation. An annoying and prickly sensation that she hadn't felt for a long time. Pain. Feeling that, Adolf laughed. Eris frowned. Did you go insane from losing your head so many times? Adolf laughed. Maybe. Though it's not as insane as a person being called a demon lord of salvation. Someone like that really has to be crazy to have such a strong woman at his side. The elf cleared her throat. Adolf looked over and smiled. Sorry. I mean women. The elf smiled and said, thank you. It seems you're at least a little smart. Adolf's eye twitched. But she took a deep breath and calmed down. Instead, she knelt down and said, I recognize my defeat. So. She looked up and said, what are the names of the heroes who defeated me? Eris pursed her lips and then grudgingly said, Eris Nodos Grere. The elf giggled and said, not satisfied with being a hero, Eri. No. Just. Eris tilted her head and muttered, I'm getting a strange sense that I've done something like this before. The elf smiled and then looked down at Adolf. Well, my name is Sylphiette Nodos Grere. Adolf nodded. Eris Nodos Grere and Sylphiette Nodos Grere. You are the heroes who? A sudden burst of sheer cold. Before Adolf could react, her vision shattered. Not just her vision, but her entire body. It didn't take long to recover from it, but when she did, she turned to glare at Sylphiette. I surrendered already. Why are you still? A glistening crystal sword pierced Adolf's heart before exploding, blowing a hole in her chest. At the same time, she froze and shattered again. As Adolf recovered another time, she heard Eris speak up. Sylphie. What the hell? What? The silver-haired elf looked down at Adolf with a pleasant smile and said, you might be fine with that, but this woman said she'd turn Rudy into a toy and use him until he broke, you know? So. She turned to look at Adolf and said, I think 100 times should be fine, right? Rudy should be back by then. Oh. And it's no fun if you don't hurt, so. Another crystal sword. Adolf's eyes widened and she quickly went to grab her sword to block it. But before she could, it pierced her chest. A chilling frost, deep in her soul. Shortly after that, Adolf felt a faint prickling course through her veins. A prickling that turned into indescribable pain. Sylphie's smile widened. And then she said, "Great." Ah, but no screaming now. Just as Adolf opened her mouth to scream, she felt her throat freeze. And then a crimson blade split her in half, freeing Adolf from the pain. Adolf regenerated again and quickly scrambled away from the crazy elf lady. At the same time, she stared at Eris, who was crazy enough to stand against her. "Sylphie, no." Eris crossed her arms and said, "Torture is bad." Sylphie pouted and said, "But Rudy would have done it. And she deserves it. Didn't you hear Rudy? No hurting other people out of jealousy." I am not jealous." "You mean it? If I was, I would have killed you when we were younger. Do you know how many times I could have? I do now, I guess. But even so, you'll make Rudy look bad. He's trying to be a nice demon lord, not a bad one. But that's no fun." "Sylphie." "Humph. Fine." Sylphie turned to give Adolf a cold stare. "I'll leave you alone for now. But try and get close to Rudy again and I'm throwing you into space." He said no threats too, "Sylphie. But it's a promise." Eris sheathed her sword and then rubbed her face. "How come I'm the one with the most common sense around here? I grew up as a spoiled brat in a castle beating up servants. This shouldn't be possible. You can thank Rudy." "I would. Except you turned out that way, so." "Hey. I turned out fine." Adolf watched the two interact with a blank face. As she did, someone walked up to her and placed a cloak over her shoulders. "More." Adolf gave him a brief nod and then turned to stare at Eris and Sylphie again. It seemed that she misjudged the demon lord of salvation. She thought he was a weak coward for running away and leaving his women to fight in his place. But that wasn't right. He was just smart. Maybe Coleman was right. Adolf should think a bit more before she started talking. It seemed like scary people were starting to pop up in the outside world who were even more unreasonable than she was. 130 Let it go. A long walk down the stairs. It was convenient since I didn't have to find the proper stairs and make my way down there. But it was still annoying. Wait. I paused and then focused a bit of mana on my boots. Bang. Gah. Fucking, I rubbed my head and then glared at the steely black ceiling. It was undamaged. My head was too, but that hurt like hell. Alright. So maybe trying to levitate downstairs for the first time isn't the smartest idea. I mumbled and then started walking again. But then I paused again to think. Going up would be annoying, but if it was just going down, there wasn't a need for anything complicated. And I'd made something similar a long time ago when I was helping Mama Lily bring back groceries. A custom wagon with ball bearings. Definitely too cramped for that right now. But just a small wagon, no. A sled was fine. So I focused and then conjured a small ice sled. Super basic. More like a chair with skis than a sled, but it'd work. After sitting down, I gave it a small push with wind magic, only to get immediately launched off and almost bang my head again. Walking it is. At least, until I figured out how to pull off the obviously evil levitation thing. I was a demon lord, by occupation, so I definitely needed to pick that up at some point. I had the warping in and out down pat in my territory and could jump back in an instant if an emergency came up. But warping in new areas was still a bit wonky. Maybe I could do it by a sort of telekinesis? Or maybe I should look into those nanomachine monoparticle things and have them float me around. A flurry of explosions from somewhere up above. Faint arguing from Eris and Sylphie. I glanced back and frowned. It should be fine. I would have been worried if the opponent wasn't practically immortal, but since Adolf had the * bull levels of Regen, she'd be fine. Well, unless Sylphie snapped and used her time-stop ice magic that just deleted people out of existence by freezing them in space-time as the world kept moving. Yet, Sylphie was scary these days. Well, she had always been a bit scary in the past after meeting Eris, but she definitely got worse. Needed to get her to lighten up a bit more and spoil her so she doesn't go overboard. Though maybe spoiling her would be bad? Spoiling a Yandere feels like dumping gas onto a spark to start a fire instead of using coal. But Sylphie was definitely super sweet and cuddly. And it wasn't like she was crazy. Just very clingy and afraid of losing me. Also extremely powerful. Thankfully, Eris was there to help out. Despite everything, Sylphie had a soft spot for Eris, so the two balanced each other out. I was getting a bit concerned for the inevitable confrontation with Master Roxy though. Sylphie never really got along with her, so. How embarrassing. To have to be saved by father-in-law. A male voice. Young, but not childish. Someone in their early teens. This one disagrees. It is only natural that this one was saved by such a person. Kaya ha ha ha. A female voice. That one was childish. I looked down and saw two people walking up the stairs. The first was Kishirika, as expected. Though, instead of her usual awkward outfit, she was wearing a blue pajama set that looked a bit like an actual prison outfit. The second. A young teen with short dark brown hair and M-shaped bangs. Someone who usually worked as an intermediary between the different groups in Arcadia due to his position as the son. No, it was grandson, right? Anyway, that guy was the grandson of the Mealy's Pope. And as expected from such a lineage, he was also a bona fide genius who managed to reach advanced rank in every major branch of magic through self-teaching. His personality though? Well, to sum it up, I picked the guy up with ENA in the past when we were first clearing out the initial dungeons around my territory. Apparently, he had been adventuring in some dungeons by Mealy's and somehow ended up in the magic continent after a few years. When we found him, he had been stuck in a barrier trap with a constantly spawning monster box. And somehow or another he ended up professing love to ENA and declaring me his father-in-law after she tried to use that to hide from his earnest love confession. In short, I didn't know how to react around him. I had only recently started coming to terms with the fact that ENA and EOS were my daughters, so hearing father-in-law all the time from that guy. It was weird. Still, I didn't let that show and instead gave him a faint smile. You made a good attempt, Cliff. Though I would suggest not risking your life for someone like this next time. Kishirika started nodding, but then she stopped and pointed at me. What are you saying about this one? I stared at her and said, that you're going to be on time out with Rika for the next year because you can't be trusted being by yourself. Kishirika flinched. But. You made Norn cry and ask for me to save you. Be thankful I didn't kill you and turn you back into an infant so she can take care of you. I paused. On second thought. Stella could use a friend. And according to Rika, the personality reset a little bit when she was younger before her memories came back, so if we played the cards right. Kishirika paled and quickly bowed down. This one understands. PP please don't erase her personality. HOH. I stared at her and said, I didn't know you could read minds. Or see that far into the future. Kishirika started to shake like a leaf. Cliff looked up at me and frowned. Father-in-law. Isn't that enough? Again, I would prefer it if you called me Rudy, Cliff. I could never. An immediate denial. Cliff shook his head and said, father-in-law is already so great. And ENA would look down on me for being impolite. Also EOS would smack me around for being rude. It looked like I would need to have some more father-daughter bonding time to discuss things in the near future. Also, that closed-door meditation was sounding more appealing by the second. But for the moment, I decided to let Cliff's way of addressing me slide. Instead, I nodded and said, as you wish. After that, I turned around and started walking up the stairs. Cliff and Kishirika followed after me. Silence, with nothing but the sound of our echoing footsteps. After a while though, Kishirika said, Rudy. Lord Rudras. Lord Rudras. This one knows that you are powerful, so can you not simply teleport us out? Cliff spoke up as well and said, I agree with Kishirika. There doesn't seem to be many magical defenses preventing escape. Surely someone as powerful as father-in-law can escape in an instant. Or is there something else I could not see? No. I glanced back and said, there's nothing stopping me from leaving this place. Kishirika frowned. Then why? I'm simply teaching you the consequences of acting so foolishly. I turned back and kept walking. Now you have to walk up these stairs in shame knowing that you've wasted both my time and that of others waiting for your return. I kept clairvoyance up and watched Kishirika and Cliff's reactions. Kishirika flinched, looking down with a guilty expression. As for Cliff, he seemed a bit guilty as well. But then he looked up with determination and said, I understand. In the future, I will train and study harder to not make the same mistake. Then, he looked off into the distance and muttered, then I'll ask Enoch for her hand in marriage. Surely at that point. Did ENA even like Cliff? I'd need to check up on that. Also, there was an age difference too, wasn't there? Granted, time distortion shenanigans was a thing. Putting all the time that Enoch and Eos had spent in distortions together made them, probably teenagers. And Cliff was around that age, so I guess it was fine. Yet. Going to do that meditation retreat when we got back for sure. RNG. Oh Rudy. Sylphie smiled and waved. Finally back. I blinked and took a look around. A ridiculous sight. Sylphie had created a beautiful crystal table with a pair of chairs. One for her, and the other for Eris, seated across from her. That was jarring in itself considering where we were. But then there was everything else. The Black Knights had changed into butler and maid outfits, which was hilarious considering they wore it directly over the armor. But then there was the fact that even Adolf had changed into a maid outfit and was meekly pouring a bottle of wine into a crystal goblet Sylphie was holding out. Eris stared at me from her seat and blushed. Sorry, Rudy. I tried to stop her. Ah. So this was Sylphie's fault. I turned to look at Sylphie and opened my mouth to ask what was going on. And then Kishirika burst out laughing. Wahahaha. What are you wearing, Adolf? This one knew you were dumb muscle, but did you finally decide to try and use your other assets instead? Adolf's left eye twitched and she glared at Kishirika. You. A tea. A bit more, please. Sylphie held out her goblet. Adolf flinched and bowed her head. Yes, Lady Sylphie. After saying that, she held out the wine bottle again and poured some more in a smooth and professional motion. Just what the hell went on up here? I was only gone for like, a half hour, max. I mean, I heard the sounds of combat stop a while ago, but still. Sylphie sipped on her goblet of wine. Serene and relaxed, like she was the real ruler of this fortress. Seeing that, I frowned and said, Sylphie. She turned to me and smiled. Yes, Rudy. What did I tell you before we came on this trip? Sylphie paused and then looked a bit embarrassed. We come peacefully. Not that, the part about you and other people. No killing? But it's fine if they're immortal, right? I resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of my nose. Instead, I said, Sylphie. Love. Roleplay is for the bedroom, not real life. We're not going out to conquer the world. Sylphie frowned and set her goblet down on the table. But Rudy deserves it. Okay. Maybe I should have spent a little less time with Sylphie when we were kids. She might have gotten a bit too attached. Still, this was my fault, so. I walked across the room. Silence, leaving only my footsteps to echo. It seemed like everyone else realized the gravity of the situation, or were too intimidated to say anything. Probably the latter. I reached Sylphie and placed my hand on her head. Sylphie. Yes, Rudy. I don't care about the world if I have you. So stop beating yourself up and thinking you aren't enough, alright? Even if you never do anything else and just stay by my side, it'll be all I want. So there's no need to put on a show like this. Got it. Sylphie's face turned red and she let out a bright smile. Got it, Rudy. Hee hee. I ruffled her hair a bit and then glanced back at Cliff and Kishirika. The former was nodding his head with an expression that seemed to say as expected of father-in-law. The latter. Kishirika was looking at me and Sylphie as if she was seeing the most terrifying monster in the world. Understandable. Sylphie was scary in Yandere mode. Now, I've got some business to talk with Adolf, so can you go ahead with Eri and take everyone back? Sylphie's smile immediately faded, turning into a frown. Business? With that hussy? Yes. Alone. Well. I stared at Adolf and said, I think they're frozen in fear from you, so yes. Sylphie pouted. Eris pointed at her and said, I told you so. Humph. Sylphie stood up and said, fine. But I'm not accepting her, Rudy. If you bring her back as a bride or a maid, I'm erasing her. She doesn't deserve you. Frosty killing intent. A cold expression that looked more like a villainess than the Sylphie I remembered. Seeing that made me feel a pang of guilt. But I set that guilt aside for the moment and said, don't worry. I'm not like Dad. Sylphie paused and then giggled. Right. You aren't like Paul. I kept patting her head, watching as she happily closed her eyes and leaned into my hand. Eris glanced at Sylphie and then gave me a look. As if wondering what that was about. I shook my head slightly. Eris frowned, but she nodded. After that, I looked at Sylphie and said, now I'm trusting you to get everyone back safely, okay Sylphie? And when you do, I'm relying on you to start the dinner prep for Norn's party. Sylphie opened her eyes and then gave me a determined look. Leave it to me, Rudy. I will. Thank you. I looked over at Eris and said, and thank you too, Eri. I appreciate you a lot. Eris blushed and then said, I know. And you're welcome, husband. Sylphie giggled and said, still embarrassed saying it, Eri. Shut up, Sylphie. Eris crossed her arms and then walked over to Cliff. You, genius Pope kid or whatever. Yes, mother-in-law. Eris froze and then turned to look back at me. Hey. Don't blame this on me. Eris blinked and then shook her head. Anyway, you can fly, right? I learned how to in order to follow Enoch, yes. Great. Then hold on to the brat when we're flying. Or not. I guess she revives, so a drop or two will be fine. Ooh. Sylphie clapped her hands and said, can we drop her? I want to try raising a baby too. Kishirika paled and looked at me. Lord Rudras. Please have mercy on this one. I had a headache. Being a demon lord was a pain in the ass. Maybe I should have just run around proclaiming myself as an ally of justice instead. I had the hair for it. But anyway. Kishirika needed to be taught a lesson anyway, so I smiled at her and said, hold on tight. Kishirika froze, looking like the soul left her body. And then she rigidly walked over to Cliff and grabbed his hand. This one entrusts her life to you. Please save this one. Ah. I understand. As the intermediary between demons and humans, I, Cliff Grimoire, do swear that I will return you to Arcadia safely. Kishirika smiled. And after that, Eris, Sylphie, and those two left. Leaving just me, Adolf, her knights, and the members of the Survey Corps who had been conscripted as her knights. Silence. Nobody moved even after my lovely wives. Were they my wives? Eris was on paper, but I hadn't had a ceremony or anything yet for either of them. Something to remember for the future. But anyway, nobody moved after my lovely ladies departed. Instead, they were waiting with bated breath. As in they literally weren't breathing and just waiting for me to act. Seeing that, I decided to get them to relax a bit by walking over to the table Sylphie made and sitting down. After that, I gestured towards Adolf and said, "Have a seat." She immediately walked over and sat down. Unlike her haughty and brash attitude before, she was meek and quiet. I picked up the bottle of wine from earlier and poured a pair of glasses for me and Adolf. Handing one to her, I said, "Sorry about Sylphie. She tends to get a bit overprotective." "It's fine." A curt and rigid response. I frowned. Seeing that, Adolf flinched. I raised an eyebrow and said, "We got off on the wrong foot, but there's no need to fear. I'm not the sort to go around conquering other territories. In fact, I'm here to help. I'm sure that the distortions have been a problem, right? So. You can have it." I blinked. "What? Anything you want, take it. In exchange, please, please, please never bring your elf wife around again." Adolf shuddered and said, "A spell that can freeze the very soul. Even Laplace never made something that terrifying. Really now?" I paused and tapped on my chin. "I guess that's one way to stop regeneration. Can't come back from the dead if the soul's frozen solid. Especially if you break it afterwards. Wait. Would that work on a god? If all living beings possess a soul?" I frowned and instinctively reached for a notepad. But then I remembered where I was. Ah. Sorry about that. Anyway, the point is that I wanted to cooperate with you a bit. Adolf immediately stepped back and kneeled on the ground. "I swear on my name as the immortal demon lord Adafaradolf Ryback that I and my family shall be under your family's jurisdiction until the end of time." A solemn proclamation. And as if to make it even more official, a bit of her black mana reached out to form a collar around her neck before reaching me, kind of like the bond I had with Rika. Okay. Seriously, what did Sylphie do? Dash. A little bit before Rudy arrived back on the scene. "Can't hold it back anymore." Sylphie paused and then stared at her audience. "You don't seem entertained." Forced applause and cheers. Cheers that sounded more like screams. Especially as a few of the Black Knights were already frozen solid with expressions of sheer agony. Eris watched it all and let out a deep sigh. "Well. I tried." 131 The Eldest Sister's Celebration, 1/2. Part 1. The small house that Rudy built for Norn to have for herself in the courtyard of the tower. There, Norn was sitting in a comfy squishy chair that Rudy made. Across from her, standing with her gaze lowered, was Kishirika. "This one apologizes for worrying you." Kishirika mumbled and bowed her head. "This one will not make the mistakes again." Norn smiled and then reached out to pat Kishirika's head. "It's okay. But you're my friend, so I don't want you getting hurt or disappearing. So, please don't run away anymore." Kishirika's eyes widened and then she looked away. "Humph. Oh, only because this one thinks you're that pathetic." Sundara. A cute baby's voice. From the corner of the room, Stella stared at Kishirika and said, "Be honest." Kishirika blushed and crossed her arms. This one does not have to answer to. I'm a tell and cha." Kishirika immediately prostrated and pressed her head on the ground. "This one apologizes." Norn laughed and then looked outside her house. Her big sisters had just dropped off Kishirika and went off somewhere in secret. Big brother Rudy wasn't with them though, so Norn was a bit concerned. She looked to Stella and said, "Do you think big brother is okay?" Stella nodded and petted her white cat. "Cha is a cheat. He will be fine." Norn frowned and said, "Why do you keep saying big brother is a cheat? He isn't cheating on big sister Eris or big sister Sylphie." She paused. "Is he?" Big sister Eris was always complaining about how Papa was creepy and how the Grey males were a bunch of degenerate perverts. Papa never cheated on Mama or Mama Lily though. Even though they weren't around, he never talked to other women or touched them, even after all those noble ladies got really weird when he became a sword god. But her cousin Luke definitely was a pervert. Even though he was supposed to be helping Sister Ariel with things, he went around poking through her clothes and staring at girls all day. He even tried confessing to Big Sis Eris one time. After she beat him black and blue, cousin Luke became a lot more discreet and never looked at Big Sis Eris again. Though Norn noticed that cousin Luke gave her icky weird stares sometimes too. They stopped when she told Papa though. That was also the same time cousin Luke got a scar over his left eye and started limping around for a month. But anyway. Big brother wasn't like that, was he? Even surrounded by so many beautiful women, Big brother always stared them in the eyes and treated them respectfully. If anything, it was her big sisters who were perverts, clinging to Big brother and making those embarrassing noises all night. Stella paused and said, Cha does not cheat on girls. But he has a lot of girls. Kishirika laughed and said, of course. A manly demon lord is one who holds many different women. That's what Batty said. Really now? Kishirika flinched and spun around. Why you? Are you a ghost? Is that why you have such white hair, perfect skin, and handsome looks? Rudy gave Kishirika a serious nod and said, that's right. I died a long time ago and just showed up in this world to mess with people. Especially troublesome children like you. Kai. Kishirika screamed and ducked behind Norn. This one doesn't want to die forever. Don't we all? Rudy sighed and then walked over to Norn, smiling. Hey there, Norn. Did you miss me? Norn jumped off her chair and ran over to hug Rudy. Yes. I missed you a lot, big brother. He laughed and patted Norn's back. Sorry it took so long. I had to stay a bit and chat with a new employee. Kishirika turned to Rudy and gave him a weird look. Employee? Yep. Rudy nodded and said, and that was after a lot of negotiation. He frowned and muttered, it's the first time that I've had to negotiate up instead of down. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. She was a hard sale too. Had to talk her out of swearing eternal loyalty. Jiayin. Stella stood up in her crib and stared at Rudy. Cha. Ba. Stop that, Stella. You're becoming a two-bit gag character. Be better. Stella flinched and then fell back on her butt, eyes wide in shock and utter disbelief. After that, she placed her hands on her head and started muttering incoherently. Anyway. Rudy looked at Norn and said, I got you a gift. There's going to be a lot more in the future, but this one's something I should have given you a long time ago. Norn blinked and then tilted her head. A gift. MMHM. Now, close your eyes first. Norn did. She was a bit confused, but did as big brother Rudy said. After that, she felt something fall around her neck before a small warmth pressed against her chest. She blinked and opened her eyes to see a small golden pendant in the shape of heart. Big brother. Rudy let out a sad smile and said, I noticed how upset you were last time. I'm sorry I couldn't hear you calling, but if you do it again next time holding that, I'll tear through time and space to get to you, just like with Stella. Okay. He patted Norn's head and said, don't think I don't love you just as much as Stella. You might be bigger now, but you're still my baby sister. Norn's eyes widened and then her vision started to blur. Big brother. She reached out and hugged him tight. There. You've been through a lot, but I'm here now. Big brother will make everything alright, okay? So don't worry. Oh okay. Norn sniffed and then squeezed Rudy one more time. But after that, she stepped back, wiping her eyes. Rudy frowned and said, you don't have to force yourself, Norn. It's fine. She smiled and said, Big brother said it. You'll make everything alright. So there's no need to cry. I guess this is a bad time to ask you to open the pendant then, hey. Norn blinked. Open the pendant. She frowned and then turned the pendant around to take a closer look. When she did, she noticed that there was a small button on the side in a latch. Norn glanced back at Rudy. Rudy waved his hand and said, go ahead and open it. But I think that it'll probably make you cry again. Norn shook her head. I won't cry. Right. She promised big brother Rudy, so she wouldn't cry, no matter what it. The pendant clicked open. As it did, Norn felt the flow of mana shift before settling into an image. And then she froze. A beautiful woman with blonde hair, wrapping her arm around Papa. Another beautiful woman with red hair, standing on the other side with a faint smile on her face. Papa himself, standing there with a goofy smile. On the blonde woman's left and hiding behind her, Norn could see a small girl with blonde hair and green eyes. A familiar one. Herself. And standing in front of the beautiful woman with red hair was Aisha, grinning happy and carefree. Then, sitting in the center of them all was a boy with white hair and bright green eyes. Holding a cute baby girl in his arms, he let out a happy smile. At the same time, the baby looked like she was yawning, oblivious to everything else. Norn stared at the image for a bit before she looked up at Rudy. He smiled and said, I figured that it wasn't fair for Stella to be the only one with a family portrait to look at, so I made one for you too. It's not real since we never got the chance, but... Norn hugged Rudy again and pressed her head against his chest. Thank you, big brother. I love you. I love you too, Norn. Wait. Stella's voice. Cha. Can I do that too? Hey? Of course it can. Haven't you figured it out by now? I thought that was why you kept playing with it and called me all those times. Adashi wa, baka di saka. Rudy laughed and then patted Norn's head. Anyway, be good and watch Stella and Kishirika for a bit longer, okay? There's a big surprise in store for you later. Norn stepped back and nodded, brushing the tears out of her eyes again. Kishirika huffed and said, this one does not need to be. Do you want to see what it's like to be raised by Sylphie? This one apologizes. Thought so. Rudy waved at Stella and said, be good, Stella. I'll give you some more mana formations to play with later. And see you soon, Norn. I'll come pick you up when it's time. Oh okay, big brother. 132 The Eldest Sister's Celebration, 2 Halves. Part 2. An explosion of colors filled the night sky. Crimson sparks tracing out a wolf. White lights forming a bunny. A snowflake shining with blue light. And countless more bursts of colors, looking like flowers in the sky. Norn watched it with wide eyes, doing her best not to cry. It was beautiful. Rudy didn't have to do it. All Norn said she wanted was something small. A little dinner with everyone and to have her big brother cook something. But instead, he did all of this. Norn shook her head and then looked around. The courtyard outside of Rudy's tower. Elaborate silver chairs and tables that looked like they were vines wrapped together. Floating golden lights drifting through the air and illuminating everything with their soft and warm glow. Big Sister Eris and Big Sister Sylphie were sitting together at a table with Eos and Ena, happily talking while eating slices of cake and drinking wine. All of them were wearing fancy black dresses, making them look even prettier than usual. Off to the side, Roland was sitting on top of a quilted blanket laid out over the grass. His usual silver armor was gone, replaced with a black suit and pants. Because of that, his face was visible, along with his bright green hair and pointed ears. He looked a bit uncomfortable, especially when Nina and Isolde kept staring at him with starry eyes. Mr. Ruchard was nearby though, also dressed in a suit. Whenever the girls made Roland a bit too uncomfortable, Ruchard made sure to speak up and rein them back. And as for the rest of the guests at Norn's party, Rika still doesn't understand why you wanted to do all of this, Rudy. Rika adjusted her glasses and then smoothed her black dress. A regular birthday celebration would be fine. Rudy adjusted the black tie around his white suit and said, it would be fine but not great. And it has to be great considering all the birthdays I missed already. Cliff adjusted his cufflinks on his black suit and then nodded. Looking at Rudy, he smiled and said, as expected of father-in-law. It's only natural that you would create such an elaborate birthday celebration for your dear sister. Again, just call me Rudy. And once more, I could never, father-in-law. Rudy let out a strained smile. Wow. Fai hugged a slice of cake on the table, covering herself in white cream. She licked her arms and then said, this is so tasty. Kishirika stuffed a chunk of cake in her mouth and nodded. MMHM. Super. She chugged down a cup of juice and then let out a burp. Tasty. Super tasty. Rika looked over and narrowed her eyes. Kishirika flinched and hugged a plate filled with colorful pastries to her chest. What? This one is not sharing. Rika let out a deep sigh. Rika is beginning to wonder if we're even the same person. Kishirika puffed her cheeks out and said, this one thinks the same. She pointed at Rika and said, you are far too serious. What kind of great empress are you to be so strict? One who lost everything. Kishirika flinched again. Off on the side of the table, Win yawned and flew over to lay down on a plate of jello. You have fun eating. I'm going to sleep. Wada looked at her and sighed. Win. That's food, not a bed. Win rolled over and started sinking a bit into the jello. Only because you're too big, Wada. This is perfect, zzz. Wada shook his head and then flew over to Norn, giving her an apologetic look. I'm sorry about them, Miss Norn. Stella looked up from her place sitting on Norn's lap and nodded. Yeah. Ignore them Nacha. Fai and Win are silly. Norn smiled and patted Stella's head. I don't mind, Stella. They're funny. Fai stuck her tiny fist up and said, yay. I'm funny. Rudy stared at her and frowned. Yeah. You're funny all right. And you remind me of a famous fairy. Stella looked over and said, ooh. Nobby. Rudy paused and then stared at Stella. Stella blinked and then started sweating. Norn frowned. Stella? Is something wrong? And no. I'm fine. Imudo. Nihonjin Saka. Stella giggled. But it was a nervous giggle. Norn's frown deepened and she looked up at Rudy. Big brother. Did you teach Stella a secret language? I thought I did. But. He tilted his head and said, I guess she's a natural. Aren't you, Stella? Hee hee. Rudy shook his head and looked at Norn. Anyway, are you having fun, Norn? He shifted his gaze over to the pile of gifts next to her and said, I wanted to give you a bit more, but since we might be heading off in the near future I didn't want to make too many. Norn shook her head and smiled. It's fine, big brother. Besides, Aisha will be jealous if you give me too much. Rudy froze. Right. I've got to plan a party for Aisha too. He ran his hand through his white hair and muttered, but I already made a party this big. It won't be fair if I don't do at least the same for her. But if I do the exact same, it'll seem like I'm just copying. He paused and then looked at Stella. Stella blinked and said, What, Cha? You're fine with just a normal cake and food, right? I don't care about parties. But I want magic spells for gifts. Rudy nodded. That's fair. But since you're such a genius, you're promoted to looking over my work. Yet. Rudy stared at Stella with a dark gleam in his eyes and said, Someone's got to take over this kingdom. And I'm sure a genius like you can handle it, right? Stella started to sweat some more. Norn frowned and then hugged Stella close. Stop scaring Stella, big brother. Rudy laughed and went back to his carefree self. Just kidding. I wouldn't wish this hell onto anyone but Dad. Except this place would instantly fall apart, so I wouldn't do that either. Kishirika nodded. Paul Grere is a fool. Rika frowned. He is no fool. He just would not be fit to run a kingdom. Norn nodded too and said, Yes. Papa means well, but even as the head of the Nodos family, he's... Remember, Norn. Asuran nobles are scum, so don't be afraid to kick them around when you meet them. You see your uncle Pileman? Don't be like him. Scheming and plotting all the time while acting like a coward is pathetic. Be more like your uncle Philip. But don't be as crazy as him and run around fighting people unarmed just to show off. Might makes right. That's the rule that stupid people live by. Smart people don't do that, but Papa's not smart so he has to do this. Be better, okay? Like your big brother Rudy people aren't going to work? Alright. Stay here and be good, Norn. Papa's going to go crack a few heads. Papa means well. Rudy stared at Norn. Norn stared back and laughed. Rudy sighed. Well. We can talk about Dad later. For now. He smiled and placed his hand on Norn's head. It's a bit late, but... Happy birthday, Norn. Norn's eyes watered and she nodded. Yes. Thank you, big brother. NNG. Part 3. Norn's birthday celebration went deep into the night. Good food, fun stories, and having a great time. Except for Sylphie. A few hours in, she started crying while continually pouring herself more wine even while Eris tried to get her to stop. Eventually, Rudy went over to calm her down, only for her to cry harder and say that she's sorry she changed so much and that she just wanted to spend what little time she had left with him. Norn didn't understand it, but after that, big brother Rudy said goodnight to Norn and Stella before taking big sister Sylphie into the tower with Rika following after him. But other than that, nothing else happened during the party. Just fun times. And those fun times continued after the party as well. Norn became good friends with Nina and Isolti, talking with both about sword fighting and sharing stories. Stella started following Norn around, paying close attention and chiming in every now and then. Big sister Eris and big sister Sylphie occasionally came by to help out or watch. In short, simple and peaceful days where Norn had fun playing with friends, spending time with family, and practicing her sword fighting. And then, in what seemed like the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Not only that, but it was time to leave Arcadia. Windport City, rebuilt after the distortion and with a direct road linking it to Arcadia. Standing at the docks, Norn set down a box with all of her belongings and then turned back to look around. A bustling marketplace. Adventurers wandering around while members of the White Knights patrolled. Not only that, but even a few of Demon Lord Adolf's knights were patrolling as well, standing out with their pitch-black armor. I can't believe we're leaving. Norn shifted her gaze to stare at the black tower still looming in the distance. The place she called her home for a whole year. Believe it, Nei-chan. Stella walked over to Norn's side, adjusting a small backpack. We have a lot of things to do. Norn looked over to examine her baby sister. Stella had grown up a bit. Enough to walk around on her own. Of course, she was also never really alone. Wada hovered beside Stella and nodded. We can't play forever. Fai walked alongside Stella, now the same size and wearing a flowing white robe. Adjusting her red hair, Fai grinned and said, Yep. We've gotta help find Stella's mommies. Win yawned, still small and sleeping on Norn's head. Okay. Wake me up when you need me. Wada frowned and said, why do you sleep so much anyway, Win? Because I'm strong. Woohoo! Win waved a tired hand around in the air and then went back to sleep. Stella shook her head and then looked at Norn. I'm going first, Nei-chan. Norn smiled and patted Stella's head. Be careful on your way up and don't trip, okay? I'm not clumsy. Humph. Stella turned her head away and started running up the ramp to the ship. Let's go, Wat Wah. Stella's foot slipped, sending her tipping forward. But before she hit the ground, a green wind pulled her back. Win yawned and said, Be careful, Stella. Stella blushed and looked back at Norn. Norn smiled. Humph. Stella turned her head away and continued up the ramp. This time though, she made sure to take her time. Fai giggled and said, You should be more careful, Stwa. A splash. Fai falling into the water below. Stella laughed and said, Serves you right, Fai. Norn shook her head at her baby sister's antics and then moved to pick up her box. The others were already on the ship, so Big Brother would be arriving any minute. Norn took one last look at Arcadia in the distance, memorizing it the best that she could. And then she turned around and started walking towards the ramp. But before she took a few steps, a voice called out. Wait. Norn. You can't seriously be running off by yourself without saying goodbye. Norn turned around to see two girls running towards her. The first was a black-haired girl wearing a suit of silver armor. The trainee outfit for the White Knights. The second was a girl with flowing blue hair and darker skin. Unlike the first girl, she just wore a black coat. Isolti and Nina. Norn smiled and walked over. I thought you two were adventuring. Isolti hugged Norn and said, We were. But Master said you were leaving so we ran all the way here. Nina stepped forward like she was going to hug Norn too. But she stopped at the last second and crossed her arms. Why yet? I can't let my rival leave without seeing her off. Norn laughed and then hugged Nina. Thanks, Nina. Nina blushed and then awkwardly hugged Norn back. After that, Norn stepped back and looked towards the man who brought the girls there. He was a bit different from the first time Norn saw him. Although he still wore the traditional supered clothing, a cloth vest with colorful patterns and matching pants, Rudyard's appearance was different. His hair had grown out long, reaching to his shoulders. To keep it out of the way, he used a small leather strap to tie it in a short ponytail. While the scar on his face was still scary, his face itself was relaxed these days, giving him a reliable big brother feeling. Norn smiled and said, Thank you for bringing them to see me, Mr. Rudyard. Rudyard smiled back and said, Although it's not a true farewell, it would be sad to have a friend leave without saying goodbye, wouldn't it? Nina bristled and said, I wouldn't be sad. Isolti giggled and said, It's better to be honest, Nina. But I wouldn't. I don't even miss my dad. Then why do you cry in your sleep all the time? You. Norn laughed. Nina glared at her and said, What's so funny, hey? Nothing. Nina pointed at Norn and said, well. You'd better keep training. I'm going to go into a lot of dungeons with Isolti and become super strong. We're both daughters of a sword god, so it's going to be serious. When we grow up, we're going to spar. The loser become the other person's lackey forever. Norn smiled. Okay. It'll be fun hearing you call me boss, Nina. Nina huffed. Just you wait. I'm going to get training from Adolf too. Rudyard chuckled and placed his hand on Nina's head. That's enough, Nina. You should see your friend off with kindness, not anger. Humph. Nina turned to Norn and then waved. I'll see you later. But remember. We're sparring when you come back. At that time, a calm and suave voice echoed. I don't think we will be long enough for the result to be any different. But train hard, Nina. Rudy stepped out from thin air, standing next to Norn. His outfit was the same as ever, wearing his usual white coat and pants. But he looked a bit different now. His face was a bit sharper, and his mismatched eyes were different too, one gold and the other a paler gold instead of the green and white they had been before. Not only that, but the air around him felt different. Norn wasn't sure exactly what it was, but she felt that her big brother was more reliable. Mature? He was already mature, but she thought that Rudy was more mature than he was. Kind of like Papa was when he was being serious, except all the time instead of the like 3 times Papa had been serious in the past. Kaya. Nina flinched and pointed at Rudy. Are you a ghost? How did you do that? Rudy chuckled and said, Not quite. And magic, of course. Don't be cheeky with. Isolti cleared her throat. Nina. That's Lord Rudras, remember. Nina froze and quickly bowed her head. My apologies. Rudy let out a faint smile. All is forgiven. After that, he looked towards Rudyard and said, I'll leave this place in your hands, Rudyard. Rika will help out, but I'm trusting you to deal with distortions and other threats since Roland's coming with us. Norn looked over at Rudy and said, Mr. Roland's coming too. He's your nephew, so yes. Norn blinked. Right. She forgot about that. Miss Ena, Miss Eos, Mr. Roland, all of them were Rudy's kids. Meaning that Norn was their auntie. It was weird. But time was already weird with the distortions, so Norn would just have to get used to it. Anyway. Rudy shifted his attention back to Ruchard and said, I checked out the warp point that Eri mentioned, but it broke down on their arrival so it won't work. Rika and I figured out magic doors though, so once I get a base over in Mealy's, I'll start hooking things up so we can move back and forth. Ruchard nodded. I'm looking forward to it, Lord Rudras. Rudy placed a hand on Norn's shoulder and said, all right. Then. Are you ready to head off, Norn? Norn looked up at him. After that, she stared at Arcadia in the distance and said, this won't be forever, will it? Rudy laughed. Of course not. He paused and then muttered, if it is, I've got a feeling Rika will run after me with a forged marriage license. Norn giggled and said, Big Sis Rika does seem like she would do that. Right. Norn paused and tilted her head. But why don't you marry her? She's nice and she likes you, just like Big Sis Eris and Big Sis Sylphie. That's because your big brother isn't like our dad who would have had 4 different wives by now if Mom hadn't put her foot down with Mama Lily. Norn thought about her father. Then she thought about how he didn't cheat on Mom or Mama Lily, but always looked respectfully at beautiful women. I understand. Rudy patted Norn's head. Good. Then. Let's get going. He waved his hand and started floating towards the ship along with Norn in her box. Bye, Norn. Isolde waved and said, we'll see you soon. Nina waved as well and said, I'll work hard to beat you. Norn smiled and waved back. Bye Isolde. And keep dreaming, Nina. You. Norn laughed and then turned around. Rudy looked over at Norn and said, are you sure you don't want to stay? We won't be gone too long. Norn shook her head. No. I'm going with Big Brother. You disappeared once, so I won't let it happen again. I think I'm the one saying it won't happen again. But I appreciate it, Norn. MMHM. Besides, if I don't come, you're just going to spoil Stella. Totally wouldn't. Big Brother's a bad liar. Your eye twitches when you tell one. It doesn't. Does it? Norn landed on the ship and laughed. Maybe, maybe not. Rudy landed as well and then ruffled her hair. You little rascal. Where did my cute baby sister go? Well, since Aisha's not here, I have to make sure to keep an eye on Big Brother. Especially since Stella does whatever you say. That's because I have blackmail material on her. And that's why I'm here. Rudy chuckled and then looked around. Norn did as well. A massive ship, made of a pretty dark brown wood and with golden decorations everywhere. Rudy frowned and said, would have preferred the all-black steel, but it's probably better if the church doesn't think I'm there to conquer the world. I think it would be better off if you did though, Big Brother. You and Stella have been chatting, haven't you? Maybe. Don't tempt fate. It's in a really weird place recently. After saying that, Rudy snapped his fingers, causing the ramp connecting the boat to the dock to slide off. At the same time, the anchor holding the boat down flew back up, landing on the deck. Norn looked around and then realized something important. Big Brother. Yes, Norn. How is the ship going to move? Rudy laughed and then put on a confident smile. Did you forget, Norn? He snapped his fingers again, causing the ship to turn and start moving even without any wind in its sails. Your big brother is a god among men, by necessity, and a demon lord, by occupation. Now. To Mealy's. And to troll Dad to make up for all the years he trolled me. PNG. Paul shivered and looked out the window of the cafe he was sitting in. Pierre slipped his mask back on after sipping a cup of coffee and said, is something wrong, Paul? Paul rubbed the back of his neck and stared out at the horizon. No. But I have a feeling I'm going to put my foot in my mouth again in the near future. Rostalina walked over and set down a plate of pancakes in front of Paul. After that, she giggled and said, maybe another young pretty girl is going to come up to you and try to call you daddy. Please don't remind me. Paul groaned and rubbed his face. It was awkward enough with mistaking Tina for Norn the other day. Pierre sipped on his coffee and said, maybe pay more attention instead of just focusing on the fact that she has blonde hair, green eyes and big boobs. Well, I didn't feel anything from her, so I thought she was related. That's usually how it goes, you know. Wait. What do you mean usually? That's how it's always supposed to go. Ah, well. I heard some stories about uncles and great-uncles who liked their sisters and mothers and... Please stop talking. Right. Shutting up. Pierre sighed. Rudy can't get here soon enough. 133 The Baby Sister's Stellar Evaluation. Part 1. Stella had turned 1 year old. However, she was bigger and more coordinated than a normal 1 year old. To begin with, she could change herself, feed herself, and even walk around by herself. No more being picked up and carried around. Freedom at last. But with that freedom came a very important realization. It turned out, Nii-chan was really holding himself back. Maybe since he was scared to hurt her or get her caught in the crossfire of his experiments, he was never too far away and never got too focused on his experiments or other people. But now that Stella was mostly independent, he went all out. Right now, for example, the Grere family were on a trip across the ocean to another country called Mealy's or something. To do that, they were riding a boat. Stella was under the impression that Nii-chan had hired a whole crew to maneuver the ship. But that wasn't the case. The only people on the ship were her, Norn, Ena, Eos, Roland, Sylphie, Eris, and Rudy. Well, Fai, Wada, and Win were there too, but they didn't really count. Among the people on the ship, Eris, Ena, and Norn were holed up below deck because they were seasick and Sylphie was taking care of them all. Roland was on monster duty, killing whatever monster was dumb enough to get close. And Eos was navigating by reading the winds, or something. Stella wasn't sure about how that worked, but Eos was the leader of the survey corps. In any case, this was a whole ship. Something that took an entire crew to run. Even back on Earth, you wouldn't be able to pilot a whole cruise ship by yourself. And this was definitely qualified as a cruise ship. So the fact that it didn't have a crew was ridiculous. But Stella had forgotten. Nii-chan was even more ridiculous. Standing at the front of the ship, Rudy stood with an array of magic formations spread out in front of him. An array of magic formations that created a very convenient user interface that he could use to check on every part of the ship and control it like a video game. A video game that he was playing with a PL** station controller. Did he map all the parts of the ship to the buttons? When Rudy pressed the X button, a wind started up, pushing the ship forward with the sails. When he pressed O, the water itself seemed to pull the ship back, slowing it down. In short, life really is just a game to Nii-chan, hey. Stella sighed and flopped onto the deck, staring up at the clear blue sky. What should I be doing then? She was wrong. Stella thought that she was the main character for a bit, but it was obviously Nii-chan. Not only that, but she got swept up in his flow so much that she actually had just started to become a 2-bit gag character like he said. The token cute baby mascot character. That was what she became. Even Norn had more main character energy than Stella. Nei-chan wasn't even 10, but she had a rival, a friend, and all of that sword fighting talent. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a sword fighter instead of a magician, Stella would have thought Nei-chan was a magical girl protagonist. Or maybe Stella should stop thinking about the world in terms of anime and manga. She wasn't even an otaku before she died. That was more Aki. Ha. Maybe things would get simpler when she met her dad. Nei-chan said that he was a sword god, so he had to be super serious and competent, right? He could put some common sense back into Stella's Nii-chan and sort him out. Alright. All hands on deck. Rudy glanced back and said, I'm putting this thing into high gear. Wait. Stella sat up and saw Roland tap the deck, subtly securing his footing by sending spikes of silvery mana into the wood. Eos didn't do that, but she swirled a green wind around her, pressing her down. The others would be fine since they were below deck. Ah. Actually, considering they were all seasick, it would probably be terrible for them. But I've got you, Stella. Wada materialized and then quickly made an ice chair and fastened it to the ship. The moment he did that, Kai-a-a-a-a-a-a. Stella screamed as the ship flew across the ocean at what felt like Mach speed. And she wasn't the only one screaming. Rudy. Big GRK. Brother. You. Daddy, stop it. Rudy froze and then cleared his throat. Sorry about that. He snapped his fingers and the ship suddenly became smoother. It was still going at a breakneck speed, but the turbulence was gone. Forgot to account for the acceleration. This was going to be a long trip, wasn't it? Why couldn't Nii-chan have just teleported them all to the next continent? Oh right. Because Nii-chan said he might accidentally teleport them into the future or the past since his mana is so strong and he hasn't been there in person. Ha. When will the world make sense again? SNG. Part 2. Ugh. Eris shook her head and said, I don't care if we look like we're taking over the world. Next time, we're flying. Norn nodded and said, I agree, big sis. I don't get why people like the ocean. Ena shuddered and said, I wasn't meant to travel the seas. A chorus of complaints echoed from trio who were seasick the entire ride. After Rudy docked the ship, those three immediately ran off onto the dock. Sylphie followed after them and giggled. You're all silly. It's just a bit of water. Eris glared at Sylphie and said, I don't want to hear that from a woman who froze the ocean to reach the magic continent. It was just more convenient that way. She glanced back at Roland and said, You agree, don't you, Rollo? Roland adjusted his helmet, making sure his green hair was concealed, and then he nodded. Since White Mama is that strong, it would be more convenient. See. Getting back up from an alternate future sun isn't fair, Sylphie. Sylphie shrugged and walked off the ship onto the dock, Roland trailing after her. Ugfai's voice echoed in Stella's head. Asterisk I agree with those three. Water is a key asterisk. Wind's voice echoed too. Asterisk same. It looks fun to watch and comfy to listen to when you sleep, but ugh, asterisk. Wada's voice echoed after that. Asterisk you two just don't appreciate water's blessings. But you aren't water spirits, so I suppose that's natural, asterisk. Stella shook her head and then adjusted her backpack before glancing back. Eos had gone ahead to talk with the people at the port to sort out logistics or something while Nii-chan was, making a new group of knights. Not only that, but when did Nii-chan dye his hair brown? How did he dye his hair brown? Rudy finished talking to the knight and then headed over to Stella. Smiling, he placed his hand on her head and said, Sorry about that. Had to manage the return details. You got everything, Stella. Of course. But I don't know if everyone else did. Don't worry about them. Rudy waved his hand and said, I knew they'd rush out, so I put everything in my pocket space dimension already. Pocket Stella blinked and said, Nii-chan. Rudy grabbed Stella's hand and started walking off the ship with her. Yes, Imuto. Just what were you? After a lot of soul-searching and reflection, I've come to the objective opinion that I was a genius who spent way too much time trying to learn everything about the world instead of learning to appreciate life and family until it was too late. He shrugged and said, Nothing big. You. Stella blushed and muttered, I didn't think you'd answer me. Of course I'd answer you. Even if you aren't actually a genius baby girl, you're still my baby sister. Besides, I didn't think I'd meet across another person lucky enough to reincarnate with their memories intact. He paused and said, Well, I guess your memories are probably more intact than mine are at least. Stella tilted her head and said, What do you mean? Rudy walked onto the dock and then let go of Stella's hand, ruffling her hair. We'll talk later. I'm really curious to learn more about Miyamoto's life, so we can have fun chatting afterwards. Right now though. Rudy adjusted his white coat, causing a cross to appear on his sleeve, and then flicked his wrist, materializing a silver staff with intricate rune work on its surface with a glistening blood diamond at the top. Something that looked insanely expensive. Which he promptly used as a walking stick. Stella shook her head and said, Nii-chan likes being flashy, hey. If there's anything I've learned in the past year, it's that appearing strong and rich makes life a lot easier. He paused and then looked up ahead. Stella followed his gaze and then saw that a crowd was forming. Because of course it would considering how beautiful Eris Nechan and Sylphie Nechan were, let alone Ena. Was she still Nechan if Stella was her aunt? Yes. For her peace of mind, Stella was calling Ena Nechan. Anyway, it looked like a group of adventurers were trying to hit on Eris and Sylphie. The sort of gruff and forgettable men that would definitely show up in the episode when the main character arrives in town and. Oh. Be right back, Stella. Rudy started taking big strides and said, Keep an eye on her, Wada. And make sure to cover her eyes too. Wada materialized and gave a salute to Rudy. Got it, Chief. Rudy waved his right hand at Wada and kept walking. And then. Husband. Eris ran towards Rudy and hugged him. You're here. Husband. The lead adventurer, an ugly bald guy with a scar across his face, in short, the typical thug. He turned towards Rudy and scoffed. This dandy? I'll show you what agrk. A sudden surge of mana, forcing the man to his knees. Not only him, but every one of the people dumb enough to try and flirt with Eris, Sylphie, and Ena. Rudy casually walked forward, tapping his staff along the ground while Eris walked beside him. They both came to a stop next to the other girls. After that, Rudy glanced at the crowd of people and smiled. Wonderful. I was wondering how I would find a guide to lead me around this city. He focused his gaze on the adventurer who tried flirting with Eris and smiled. Thank you for volunteering. Your intelligence isn't to my standard, but I do so appreciate your daring. You son of a. Everything suddenly went dark. Stella panicked for a second and then realized that something furry was covering her eyes. She pouted and opened her mouth to scold Wada. But then screams filled the air. Screams that suddenly cut off with a wave of mana. And as a result of the silence, the sound of something splashing into the water echoed. And then the sound of something else thumping onto the ground echoed too. An eerie silence. After that, Rudy chuckled and said, Oh my. It seems your friend lost his head there for a moment. Here, why don't I fix that? A snap. After that, there was another soft splash. And then the wave of mana vanished. At the same time, Stella could see again, Wada pulling his hands away. When she did, she saw that the ground was covered in blood. The men that had been so confidently talking to Eris and Sylphie were kneeling on the ground, shaking as they averted their eyes. And the bald man in the ground was frantically grabbing at his neck and staring at Rudy with wide-eyed terror. His clothes were also stained red with fresh blood, and his head was dripping with water. Silence. And then the man stammered. GG God-ranked. God-ranked healing magician? Why yes. Yes I am. So. Are you happy to volunteer now? Or do your eyes need work too? And no sir. Good. Then my daughter should have come pass here. I'm sure that you, as a man of such high caliber would have seen her. World-class beauty, blonde hair, green eyes. That was your daughter. And nothing, sir. An right this way. Asterisk W wow. Master Rudy is scary, asterisk. Okay. So like. Was Unai-chan an evil genius who took over the world in his past life? Because he is way too convincing at the evil overlord bit. SNG. Part 3. Are you sure you don't need my help, Stella? Norn frowned as she watched Stella and said, I can help you hold it. Stella zipped up her backpack and said, I can feed myself now, Nei-chan. Sylphie giggled and said, that's right. She stared at Stella and said, our cute little Stella is a big girl now. Stella pouted and said, you don't have to be mean, Sylphie Nei-chan. Sylphie smiled. Sorry. But you're just so adorable, you know? You're so tiny, but you're acting so mature. Humph. Stella huffed and sat down on the beach towel, drinking her formula from a sippy cup. They were at the beach, relaxing while Rudy went off to do official business. As for they, that included Stella, Norn, Sylphie, and both Ena and Eos. Eris and Roland had gone along with Rudy for backup, leaving everyone else to unwind. Fai plopped down next to Stella and started gathering sand up. Finally. I've been wanting to play with this stuff since we got to Windport. Wada materialized and sat down on Stella's other side. As he did, he looked at Fai and said, you are such a child, Fai. I'm older than you. My point exactly. Stella decided to ignore the usual banter of her spirit friends and focused her attention on Ena and Eos. Because of Rudy's display at the docks, the beach was completely empty. It seemed like people got the memo and left them all alone. Which left Ena free to run around in her favorite revealing leather strap outfit. Splashing in the water, she looked at Eos and said, okay. So the seas aren't that bad. Eos frowned, tugging on her crimson shorts and bikini top. I still don't get why you like wearing this sort of stuff, sis. Well, don't you feel more free? Clothes are usually so tight, you know. We don't even have our wings out, so I think that's just you. Maybe? But you look better like that anyway, sis. You're so pretty that it's a shame when you're wearing that stiff uniform. And you're so shameless that people will misunderstand when you act like that. Stella set down her sippy cup and sighed. Norn noticed and said, did you want to go play in the water too, Stella? Her eyes brightened and she said, I can take you. Ooh. Sylphie stood up and said, that sounds fun. We can splash water and try catching each other while running in the tide. Stella gave both of them a blank look and said, I'm tiny. The moment I step in the tide, I'm going to get pulled in by the undertow. Wada stood up and said, don't worry, Stella. Water can't hurt you when I'm around. And if it does, I'll beat it up and turn it to dust. Stella pushed Wada over and said, silly. You can't pummel water into a pulp. Sylphie tilted her head. But I've done that. Stella stared at Sylphie. Then she let out a deep sigh. Why does no one in my family have common sense? Norn shrugged. Papa said common sense isn't very common. She paused and said, he also said that Mama and Mama Lily had a lot of it though. And that explains why everyone's like this, hey. Stella frowned. Was that why they were still missing? Since they had common sense, were they being kept away somewhere to nerf them? But... Zenny. An excited female voice. Stella blinked and looked up to see a woman with short blonde hair and clear blue eyes run up to Ena. Norn blinked and looked surprised. Mom. Sylphie frowned and said, no. She looks a lot like Miss Zenith, but she's not. And why would she say Zenny if she was your mom? Oh. That's right. But... Norn tilted her head. Ena turned around, looking confused at the mystery woman. Eos turned as well and frowned. I think you are mistaken, miss. A black blur. A hooded figure wearing a faded coat appeared behind Ena and started feeling her up. NN? And no. Stop that. Ena squirmed and tried pushing the man off, but he spun her around and laughed. A creepy and perverted male laugh. Stella blinked. In that time, a dozen icicles suddenly shot towards the hooded figure. Not only that, but a giant gust of wind shot towards the man as well. Stella blinked again and Eos had somehow grabbed Ena, standing in front of her while Ena crouched on the ground, hugging herself and shaking. The woman that Norn said looked like their mother stood up and held out her hands, looking apologetic. At that time, Stella reached towards her necklace since it looked like the situation was serious. But before she could. Big brother. A pervert assaulted Ena. Norn did first. It was different. When Stella called for help, Aniai-chan showed up in a dramatic fashion and played up being a demon lord. He arrived in a cool way and took his time. But when Norn called out, an explosion. Chunks of the air shattered like glass, showing a starry background. At the same time, Rudy shot out, swinging a crimson sword at the cloaked figure. Stella couldn't follow what happened next. All she knew was that 1 second, Ena and Eos were standing by the beach, and in the next they were sitting on the ground next to Sylphie. Not only that, but Eris and Roland were back too, both with swords drawn and letting out a really scary aura. "Whoa there!" A gruff male voice echoed amidst the sound of clashing steel. It was an honest mistake." Norn stiffened. "Wait." Sylphie paused as well and looked over. "That voice." Eris blinked and then face-palmed. "I knew that creep was going to cause an incident sometime." An explosion of force, blowing sand all over the place. Rudy and the hooded figure clashing their swords in the middle of the beach. Rudy's eyes were sharp, shining a bloody red. As for the hooded figure, the force from the impact blew his hood back, revealing his face. Bright green eyes. Short, dirty blonde hair. A handsome face that was clean-shaven. Stella didn't recognize it. No. Staring at the guy, Stella felt that he was vaguely familiar. But it looked like everyone else did. "Papa!" Norn shouted and said, "What are you doing?" The man. "Wait. Did Norn just call that guy Papa?" "And Norn?" The handsome man looked over. "And that's Eris." "Sylphie. Then the baby has to be Stella. So then this guy." He paused and slowly turned his gaze back to Rudy. Hi, kid. When did your hair turn back blah?" Rudy slugged the man in the face and said, "You perverted motherfucker. How the hell do you get off feeling up your own granddaughter like that, hey? GG granddaughter. Wait, what do you?" The man froze and then covered his face. "Phew. Zenny's going to kill me." Rudy threw his sword away and said, "I'm going to kill you." He ran forward to grab the man by his shirt. Hey. The man slipped out from Rudy's grasp and said, "See, calm down, Rudy. I'll calm down when I smack you a few times. Let me get out this riotous fatherly anger on the guy who set such a terrible example. Wait. And Norn. Help Papa out." Norn gave Papa a blank look and then turned her head to the side. "Humph. Papa clutched his chest, doubling over in shock. And then he promptly got hit with a roundhouse kick, sending him flying through the air before landing face first onto the sand. Sylphie took a deep breath. Eris looked at her and nodded. Rudy walked forward. And then the three of them suddenly moved together and jumped on Papa, stomping him into the sand. "You perverted creep." Eris stomped on Paul's right hand and said, "Couldn't you hold it in? Or at least let it out in private by yourself?" Sylphie ground the heel of her boot into Papa's back. "It's because of you. You told me all those stories and made me build up all that tension. Do you know how embarrassed I was after I jumped Rudy?" Rudy stomped on the man's face and said, "How do you like it now, hey? Motherfucker. Dodge, you said. Fight better, you said. Try dodging this, asshole." Stella blinked. This. She didn't want to believe it. So she turned to Norn and said, "Nei-chan." Norn looked over at Stella, pointedly ignoring the scene in front of her and said, "Yes, Stella." Stella pointed at the man on the ground and said, "That's Papa." "That's right. And don't worry. Papa's stupid strong." Emphasis on stupid. "He won't seriously get hurt from something like this." At that time, the woman who looked like Mama according to Norn walked over. She looked at Norn and Stella and said, "I guess you two must be my nieces." Norn tilted her head. "Niece? Are you Mama's sister then?" The woman nodded. "That's right. I'm Therese, your mom's younger sister." Sorry about the confusion." She looked over at Ena and then frowned. "But you really look like Zenny." Eos adjusted her glasses. "Of course. She is our grandmother, so it is only obvious we would look like her." Stella slowly sat down on the ground. After that, she patted her lap and said, "Wada." Come here. Wada floated over and sat down. Yes, Stella. Stella didn't say a word and just started patting him. After that, she picked up her sippy cup and started drinking again. Even in her past life, Stella hadn't had alcohol. But right now, she sure as hell wished she had a cup of it. Gah. Dad, sorry, okay. It's just been so long and I've been holding it back. I take it back. Scum doesn't change. Jumping a woman like that without her being able to resist. I'm telling Mama Lily. No, I'm taking Mama Lily and Mom and running away. Hold on. Don't be so drastic. Yeah. Tell him, Rudy. Wait. Rudy suddenly stopped and said, I have a better idea. Before Stella could catch the flow of events, she was suddenly held in Rudy's arms. And also suddenly held up in front of Papa. Rudy let out a bright smile and said, Stella. Meet your dad. Eris and Sylphie stepped back, letting the man sit up. His face was scuffed up and his hair was covered in sand now. But he still looked pretty handsome. It was clear where Ai-chan got his looks. But... Papa let out a nervous laugh and waved. Hi there, Stella. I'm Paul, your papa. Stella turned to look at Rudy. Rudy stared back, smiling. Ai-chan. Yes, Stella. She pointed at Papa and said, this guy. He's Papa. That's right. I see. Stella slowly turned to look at Paul. Paul stared back, still smiling. Stella nodded and then turned around to hug Rudy. I take it back. Ai-chan is great. I don't need a papa. Ai-chan is enough. Right. If her dad was someone like that, Stella would prefer just pretending that Rudy was her dad the whole time. 134 The Baby Sister's Crumbling Hopes. Part 1. After that mess at the beach, the man called Paul, who Stella refused to call Papa, collapsed and looked lifeless. The appearance of someone who saw their world crumble before their very eyes. But he didn't stay like that for long. After a couple of minutes, he got up on his feet. Or rather, Ai-chan got him up on his feet with a gust of wind magic and started dragging him through town. And with the man being paraded through town like a pariah, Rudy led everyone to a fancy-looking house on a hill overlooking the rest of the town. One that definitely hadn't been there before they arrived. It seemed like Ai-chan really was showing off a lot. But anyway, after tossing Paul into a sofa in the living room, Rudy took a seat across from Paul. Before anyone else could move, Stella dashed over to Ai-chan and took a seat on his lap. Norn puffed her cheeks at that, but then she dragged a chair over and took a seat on Rudy's right. Eris and Sylphie stared at each other for a bit before Sylphie let Eris take the spot next to Rudy. When Eris did, Sylphie conjured a fancy crystal chair and sat directly behind Rudy. Eos and Ena took the spots next to Sylphie, and then Roland quietly locked the door before standing in the back. If Stella didn't know better, she would have thought they were there for an execution. But Ai-chan wouldn't do that. Right? Paul sat up and took a look around. After a brief glance, he smiled and said, Did you remake our house here, Rudy? It's the one I remember the most, yet. Rudy nodded and patted Stella's head. Stella pouted, but stayed still. The mood was weird, so she didn't want to interrupt. You've gotten pretty strong, hey. Paul swept his gaze around to meet everyone before settling it back on Rudy. And in the blink of an eye, you're already a man. I always joked with your mom about you growing up fast, but this is a bit ridiculous, you know. I think it's more ridiculous how strong you've gotten. Rudy frowned and stared at Paul, his eyes flashing green. Since when did you figure out how to meld your battle aura with every fiber of your body? I was wondering why it felt like kicking a steel wall. Met. You pick things up here and there. Paul looked over at Eos and Ena and said, the more important question is. Since when did you get kids? And if they're that big? He frowned and looked at Rudy. How old are you now? Did you get trapped in a dungeon? He paused and then looked at Stella, confused. But Stella doesn't look that much older. It's already been 5 years though. 5 years? Stella furrowed her brow and did some math. She and Ai-chan arrived at the magic continent shortly after Stella was born. Then Ai-chan spent about a half-year building a kingdom and gathering his forces. Then there was another half-year after all of Stella's Nei-chans arrived. So it should just be 1 year? No, Sylphie Nei-chan said that time was flowing a bit differently on the magic continent. But Ai-chan said he fixed that? Stella's head hurt. The math didn't line up right. Rudy patted Stella's head and said, Don't think about it too hard, Stella. Being W messed time up all over the world, so trying to keep track of it all won't work. Okay, Ai-chan. Right. She'd leave Ai-chan to sort it all out. It didn't make any sense, but a lot of things stopped making sense. So she'd leave it to her senseless Ai-chan to deal with it. Rudy looked over at Paul and said, It's been 10,000 years. Or not. Eris immediately spun towards Rudy and said, "Wait, what?" Sylphie's eyes widened and she turned towards Rudy. Her emerald eyes started to glitter with tears and she said, "Rudy." Norn was surprised as well and said, "Big brother. Did you lie about how long it had been to keep us from worrying?" "You." Faced with those three, Rudy flinched and said, "Oh come on. You ruined it. How am I going to guilt-trip Dad now?" He paused. "Oh wait. I don't need to," since he groped Ena. Paul's ears turned a bright red and he stammered, I said I'm sorry, okay. It's just, she looks just like Zenny. Even the bow." Rudy narrowed his eyes. I mean. Paul coughed and said, "It seems like your daughter's inherited a lot more from your mom than me." Eos turned up her nose in disgust and crossed her arms. "Father. May I pluck his eyes out? He's worse than those perverts who joined the Survey Corps for me to yell at them." Ena shuddered and tugged her very conservative white robe around her. "I'll listen to Daddy more. People are scary." Rudy pointed at them and said, "See? And no, Eos. We'll let Mom and Mama Lily deal with him. Also, I'll make you a barrier charm later, Ena. You won't have to worry about creeps like that in the future." Ena let out a relieved smile and said, "Thanks Daddy. You're welcome." He paused and said, "But don't use it to fry Cliff." Ena pouted. "How'd you know? He's not that bad. A bit too earnest, but he's not a pervert." "If you say so, Daddy." Paul looked between Rudy and Ena and mouthed Daddy with a weird expression on his face. Norn turned up her nose and muttered, "Papa got worse." Eris nodded. "It looks like it." Sylphie pursed her lips and said, "I understand what Mom meant now about Paul being a bad influence." "Hey." Paul spoke up and said, "I'm not that bad. I've done a lot of good things in these past years, you know." Rudy raised an eyebrow. "Like what?" Paul waved his hand and said, "Forget about me for now." He pointed at Rudy and said, "What are you doing going around killing a bunch of people to practice magic?" Rudy blinked. "I didn't though." Why did you dye your hair brown?" "That's obviously to go undercover, isn't it?" "No, I dyed it brown because people with white hair stick out like sore thumbs and I didn't want to get mistaken as the reincarnation of Mealy's again in a place with people even more zealous than a few of the high-ranked priests that got warped to the magic continent." "Hey." Paul frowned. "So you didn't turn Windport into a land of the dead and learn it how to summon a blood-red moon?" Rudy paused to think about that. "Technically no, but also yes." "That's not reassuring, Rudy. To be fair, I didn't expect a different version of myself to be able to cross over into this world." "What?" Rudy sighed and said, "It's a long story. But we can catch up on that in a bit. First." He paused and said, "Since when do I have an older sister?" Paul blinked. "You don't. Didn't that woman who looked like Mom say that Ena and Eos were her nieces? That'd mean that she'd be my sister, right?" He narrowed his eyes and said, "Have you been keeping something from us?" Eris turned up her nose to look down at Paul. Sylphie turned her head away. Norn crossed her arms and pouted. "As for Stella. Just what kind of family did I get reincarnated into?" She just sat there and watched the unfolding train wreck. SNG. Part 2. Ena. I am so sorry about that. Believe me when I say that I seriously would have never done that if I knew who you were. I guess it's okay. Ena covered her chest and said, "I heard from Mother Eris and Mother Sylphie that you're a lustful beast barely contained in a human body, so I suppose it was natural considering how I was dressed." No. Paul quickly shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. If any bastard does that to you, it's 100% on them for not having self-control." Stella gave Paul a blank stare and said, "So Paul is a man with no self-control?" Paul nodded and said, "That's right, Stella. Your papa's this sort of shameless person at heart. I've gotten a lot better over the years though." Stella wrinkled her nose. Wow. Stella's papa is really shameless, Phi's voice echoed in Stella's head. He wouldn't be the type to attack his own daughter, right? Wada's concerned voice. "I'm not really sure. That's the scary part. If he did that to Ena then what wouldn't he do?" Paul noticed Stella's expression and quickly waved his hands. "I'm not like that, Stella. Promise. This was a once-in-a-lifetime mistake. If you say so. Just in case though, Stella would make sure to stick around Anya-chan a lot when she grew up." "Just in case." Paul sighed. "Well. I suppose I did that to myself." They were still in the house that Anya-chan made. Apparently, it was a replica of the house they actually had back in Bina village before it was ripped apart by the space rend. Anya-chan had purchased a plot of land on the outskirt of town by throwing money at the mayor and then terraformed everything. As per usual for Stella's Anya-chan. He couldn't be bothered just acting like a normal person and buying a house. No, he had to reshape the land to his will. But anyway, after sorting things out and making quick introductions, Aniai-chan propped up a magic door linking back to the magic continent and headed back to grab some people who wanted to return home. It still hurt Stella's head how casually he did it. Especially since she had seen the calculations he used to map out the spatial coordinates. She was still convinced that Aniai-chan was an evil genius from a different Japan who reincarnated after taking over the world. That aside, Roland and Eos had gone out to check with the Adventurers Hall and make sure notices were put up for Stella's moms. And that was a thing. She had been wondering for a while why Aniai-chan was so casual about having a harem, but it turned out that their dad had 2 wives. It should have been obvious in hindsight considering all the implications, but Stella really wanted to believe that there was some normality in her family. But it seemed that wasn't the case. Maybe that was her punishment for being selfish before she died? Well, there wasn't much point in thinking about what-ifs. Sylphie and Eris were cooking in the kitchen. Norn was chatting with Aunt Therese and a girl with blonde hair and weird blue and pink eyes. Which left her and Ena with Paul in the living room. Ena still had a bit of a trauma from earlier, so she was sticking close to Stella and gently holding Stella's hand for reassurance. It was kind of cute and reminded her a lot of her little brother hiding behind her in the past. Except that Stella was currently only a year old and Ena was a grown adult. Though Aniai-chan said that they were born as adults, so technically Stella was older. And she was the aunt. Ha! At this rate, all of her hair was going to turn white like Aniai-chan's did. Paul shifted in his chair and then looked at Stella. So. Stella. What do you like to do for fun? Play outside? An awkward and stilted conversation. Still, it looked like Paul meant well, so. Stella stared at him and eventually said, I like magic. Paul's eyes lit up and he said, of course. Your mom's a great magician. He nodded and said, it's obvious that you take after her. He paused and said, I thought that Norn would actually, but it seems like she's better with a sword than magic. Zenny would be really happy that one of her daughters is taking after her. Ena tilted her head and said, grandmother is a magician. Paul looked at her and nodded. Yab. I bet that's where Rudy gets his knack with magic. He paused and said, though I'm not sure how he got so ridiculous. Sometimes I wonder if he's even my kid. But then I see how he drops the ball every now and then and go, yep. That's my kid all right. He frowned and said, wished he wasn't so dense at times though. Stella blinked. Dense? Aniai-chan doesn't have common sense, but he isn't dense. Considering how easily he turned Eris and Sylphie into gooey messes, in figuratively and literally, he definitely wasn't dense. Especially with how expertly he kept dodging Rika's clear advances. Paul blinked. What? Ena nodded and said, Daddy is really good with women. She tilted her head and said, me and Eos were surprised that he was still single for so long. But I guess that's because he was waiting for Mommy Eris and Mommy Sylphie. Oh. And he said that we have a Mommy Roxy too, so. Yab. Definitely not dense. Paul blinked again and then looked smug. That little bastard. So he finally took after me, hey. That's not something you should be proud of, Papa. Stella said it sarcastically. Clearly sarcastically. Even so. Ha. You called me Papa. Paul grinned and then pumped a fist in the air. Yes. It's only a matter of time now before you accept me. Stella quickly scrambled into Ena's arms. L Lady S Stella. Ena. Let's go. Go? Okay? But where? Anywhere but with this creep. Paul stood up with wide eyes. Hold on, Stella. I was just kidding. Wada. Paul blinked. Water? Buha. Wada appeared and blasted Paul with a water ball, turning up his nose in disgust. Yes. He nodded and turned towards Stella. I think we should treat Master Rudy as your father, Stella. This man doesn't deserve that honor. Hold on. Paul stood up, completely dry. Wada blinked and then looked at his paws, confused. I hit him, right? I'll be serious, so. Wada sent out another water ball. It hit Paul again. But instead of splashing, it just vanished. Wada blinked and then tilted his head. Hey? Did you, cut the mana? Hey. Well, that explained a bit on how Aniai-chan was ridiculous. Wait. Did that mean that her mom was super ridiculous too? Stella turned to look at her papa and said, Paul. Yes, sweetie. Stella resisted the urge to shiver and said, is Mama an angel? Paul stopped to think about it and then nodded. Yab. Definitely an angel. And definitely not a sadistic fallen angel who made me develop a weird kink or anything, hee. Let's go, Ena. Ena gave Paul a blank look and then slowly nodded. Yes. Let's leave grandfather alone for a while. Hold on. You're misunderstanding again. Paul looked off to the side and said, Norn. Therese. Help me out here. Paul cried out. But as expected, he was being ignored. Ena lifted Stella up and turned to walk away. Wada floated in front of them both, holding his arms out to protect them with tiny water balls and ice crystals floating around him. And then a deep sigh echoed. One that sounded familiar, but also was a bit different. Stella blinked and looked towards the source of the sigh. I told you this would happen if you run off without me, Paul. A man with a familiar build. A familiar vibe. Also a familiar voice. Not only that, but he even had on a white coat. It was different than the one Stella was used to since it had some fur on it and had a more wild flair. But it was definitely the same sort of style overall. Ena paused and tilted her head. Daddy. The man froze, slowly turning towards Ena. As he did, he revealed a face covered by a plain white mask as well as a head full of violet hair. Daddy. A charming and slightly sultry female voice called out after that. And with it came an elf woman with light blonde hair and crimson eyes. One wearing a loose green maternity dress with a clear baby bump. She turned to the man and pouted. I thought you said that I was the only one for you, hubby. The man reached out to poke the elf in the head and said, stop playing around. You'll cause more misunderstandings. Teehee. Still. The man tilted his head, staring straight at Stella. Stella stared back. And then the man spoke in Japanese. Shizuka Nanahoshi. Since when did you get reincarnated here instead of being transported? RNG. The basement of the infamous Dark Spire in the Kingdom of Arcadia. Not my name for the tower or the kingdom, but that was what stuck, so that's what it was. Anyway, setting up the everywhere door in my new summer home back at the Mealy's continent, I warped back to Arcadia to finish linking it to the gateway I prepped beforehand. After a few tests, everything was working. Felt a bit weird stepping through one door and ending up somewhere else entirely, but that wasn't important in the grand scheme of things. What was important was helping people get back home and fulfilling my promises. So. I cannot thank you enough for this, Lord Rudras. A middle-aged man in formal white robes bowed to me and let out a brilliant smile. To not only shelter us, but to go through so much effort to allow us to return home. Truly, this must be the grace of Mealy's. I shook my head and glanced out behind him. I wouldn't be thanking me so soon, Harry. Especially not when I'm using you guys. A group of white knights. Among them included Astolfo and some of the original core, but most of them were people who had been transported from the Mealy's continent who had joined the group to help pay back Arcadia. And all of them were at least saint-ranked in magic and combat abilities. Mostly because Astolfo and Roland were great teachers. Well, that and being attractive probably helped inspire the group. But anyway, as promised, I would be sending them all home. But before they left Arcadia forever, I asked them for a favor. Cliff adjusted his robes and frowned. After that, he looked up at me and said, Are you certain about this, father-in-law? I don't think the demon race expulsion faction will take our return lightly. Especially not since we're returning with a large military force. Well. I activated clairvoyance and checked on the capital of Mealy's. Seeing the chaos, lynchings, and the mist of being WS Mana hanging over the city. It's either we come in and reassert order or the nobles execute the peasants for inciting revolution. I looked over at Cliff and said, You ready to show me your worth, genius? While I'm honored, hearing that word coming from you is a bit heavy, father-in-law. Then you should work harder. Especially if you're serious about ENA. Now, let's get going. Time to go ruin that bastard's plans. 135 The humbled genius's actions. Cliff Grimoire was a genius. He had known that all his life. Despite being an orphan and coming from humble backgrounds, he was made aware of how different he was from the others as he grew older. That became even more apparent when he began learning magic and quickly reached the advanced level in most of the major branches before he even turned 10 years old. And then his life turned upside down. Or would it be more appropriate to say it spun out of control, considering the chain of events? His adoptive father, Harry Grimoire, revealed that he was the current Pope's grandson. The world was sundered as time and space ripped apart through a phenomenon that some deemed the end of times. Cliff himself was thrown into a far-flung dungeon after being sucked into a distortion and lived only by the divine grace of ENA's angelic descent, a scene that he would always remain etched in his heart even if he fell into hell. And of course, he had the greater fortune still of meeting ENA's father, a man who was surely the reincarnation of Saint Mealy's from the constant miracles he performed and the thousands he saved. One who did not hesitate to don the mantle of a demon lord so that the true demons would hesitate. Lord Rudras, the demon lord of salvation, the second advent of Saint Mealy's, and to his family, Rudius Nodos Grere. Of course, Cliff would call him father-in-law. He was determined. Though ENA spurned his love, Cliff was sure that it was only a matter of time. Especially as he had obtained father-in-law's approval. Only. Cliff glanced back at the entourage following him and then looked forward, fiddling with the tie on his uniform. Father-in-law's expectations are quite heavy. Cliff was no child. At least, not after his years traveling with the White Knights in the distortions to rescue victims of the space-time rend. He wasn't sure on the exact timing, but Cliff had passed his 15th birthday by a few years at least. More than that, with the responsibility of mediating between the varied races in Arcadia, it was only a matter of time for him to mature and settle into the role of a confident young man. Yes. Cliff was sure of that fact. He could proudly raise his head up high and say that he was a man who had done great things in his life and contributed to a greater cause. But this. Not just a platoon, but a practical army of men and women that exceeded the military prowess of the paladins in the Holy Order. Was it because father-in-law never learned common sense? Did his teachers or parents never instill it to him? The bare minimum to be included in the White Knights was to be saint-ranked in combat. Considering that it was only a rank above advanced, which most people could reach with enough training, on paper it wasn't too extreme. Until you took into account that saint-ranked was the pinnacle of what a person with ordinary talent could reach in a lifetime. The number of kings could be counted on 2 hands for each style and category of magic, and the number of gods could be counted on 1. So to be saint-ranked was already to be a world-class expert. One that could hold their head up high and walk anywhere with pride. And there were at least 100 of those world-class experts following behind Cliff and his father. All of them, no older than their 30s. Then there were a few of the original 13 White Knights present, like Lady Astolfo, who had to be at least the level of a Sword King. A low chuckle echoed from beside Cliff. Harry Grimoire, a high-ranking priest in the Church of Meles, as well as Cliff's adoptive father. Fixing his dark bangs, he glanced at Cliff and said, "It just shows how much faith he has in your ability to handle situations, Cliff. Hopefully that faith will not be unfounded." Cliff nervously adjusted the personalized silver cufflinks he wore before looking at the swiftly approaching city in front of them. They were currently on the Holy Sword Road, the famous paved path protected by the remnant energy of St. Meles. Up ahead, there was a clear view of Milishan, the Holy Meles Kingdom's capital. The glittering Nikolaos River flowing down from the Blue Dragon mountain range and into the sparkling blue Grand Lake. Floating in the center of that was the White Palace, an elegantly crafted marble castle that shone even at night. Backing up from the Grand Lake, there was the shining golden Great Church and the shining silver Adventurers Guild headquarters. From there, in an orderly spread, there was the city itself, surrounded by 7 great towers and a peaceful meadow filled with flowers. A harmonious scenery that Cliff had once admired with all of his heart. But when he reflected on the kingdom he just left, it is shabby. Milishan was certainly beautiful. And with the Holy Sword Road as well as those towers that created a magic barrier to stop monsters, it was also peaceful. Enough that it was known throughout the world as a utopia. The most idyllic place to live, as well as the safest. Of course, that was setting aside the space-time rend that had reached inside of that barrier and plucked countless people away, like Cliff and over half of those following him. A problem that Arcadia didn't have. Despite being in the center of the most dangerous region in the magic continent, those within Arcadia had nothing to fear and could live their lives in peace. Neither monsters nor distortions could reach them. And Cliff would even dare to say that even gods could not peer within the kingdom. Yes. That was the difference. If Milishan was an idyllic setting plucked from a painting that mere humans conjured from their imaginations to represent utopia, Arcadia was the actualization of the ideal they could not conceive. A land where mana flowed freely, where the weather was always pleasant. Where the strongest monsters, both demon and actual monsters alike, were forced to bow their heads. And where people from all races could live in harmony without fear of prejudice or discrimination and pursue their dreams. Where merit and ambition was rewarded, and where even the noble strove for excellence. Although the fact that father-in-law lived in the ominous black tower that seemed to pierce the heavens was a bit off-putting when compared to the elegant White Palace where the Pope lived, it also showed a stark difference. The White Palace, Church, and Adventurers Guild were all separate from the citizens in Milishan. As if to say they had nothing to do with each other and would fulfill their own roles. A fact emphasized from how the White Palace was in the center of the Grand Lake and continuously guarded by paladins to keep out the riffraff. In contrast, in Arcadia, the Black Tower, Adventurers Guild, Church, and living quarters of the citizens were all integrated. Although the Black Tower was mostly sealed off from people, Lord Rudras himself was accessible in the tiny house he made at the foot of the tower. Moreover, Cliff sighed and shook his head. No. At this rate, I will not cease finding faults. It was no use comparing. Cliff knew the difference. Milishan was a holy kingdom established in the name of a divine figure. Arcadia was a holy kingdom established by a divine figure. The former was built around the remnants of miracles, while the latter was built through the actualization of miracles. Which was the source of the problems unfolding? They were still far away from Milishan. Even so, Cliff was able to see the city with his prototype magic eyes. It was nothing compared to the true clairvoyance that father-in-law possessed, but if it was just enhancing his vision. Cliff narrowed his eyes and focused on the city, zooming in his vision. A wooden wall, raised on the side of the nobles living in Milishan, blocking out the commoners and adventurers. A wall that was being constantly patrolled by men and women wearing full armor that bore the clear mark of the Holy Order. Shifting his vision to the White Palace, Cliff saw paladins on patrol. Men and women that seemed tense and constantly glancing towards the city. Some gazes filled with irritation, others with concern. And the ratio? About half, is it? Cliff blinked and his vision turned back to normal. Harry looked at him and said, half. Cliff nodded. That's correct. It seems that the sentiment among the Holy Order is split in half. Although the public is split more than that. He glanced back at the city and focused on the nobles cowering away in their homes. Not all, but a great number. Cliff rubbed his chin. This will be a bit difficult. But I suppose that is why father-in-law left it to me. Yes. It would be difficult, but now that Cliff considered things. It was just mediating between humans. Compared to when he was resolving situations and disputes among the staunchest Mealy's follower and the most prejudiced demon, it was nothing. Although, I truly hope that this does not end in combat. If it did, Cliff had a feeling the Church of Mealy's wouldn't be standing by the end of the day. RNG. And that's the last tower. I checked over the magic formations I laid down and then glanced over at Cliff and his entourage. He seemed a bit fidgety, but overall he didn't look concerned. Once the guy got into the flow of things, it seemed like he was fine. Though he also had a tendency to go overboard as well. Not like me, but Cliff did have a bit of a stubborn streak. Especially when it came to things that he fundamentally believed. He was more flexible now. Mostly because he kept revising himself to be closer to the sort of man that ENA would like, but he was still a bit intense. Probably the reason why ENA kept avoiding him. Man, I feel old now. Did the reincarnation age gap lag finally catch up to me? Instead of feeling like a teenager, I felt like a middle-aged man already thinking about his daughter's happiness. Or maybe that was just a natural result from the fact that I had a daughter now. And was definitely doing my best to be a better father than Dad was. Not that Dad was that bad. He had his faults. Actually, a lot of faults. Enough that I still wanted to throw a few more punches at his face, maybe break a finger or 10, but he did care. And he was better now than he used to be at least. Yab. Gotta keep believing that and make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Thoughts had weight in this world after all. At least, considering the fact that they could influence mana, they probably could affect destiny and fate a bit. Wait. Was that why things kept happening? Was I tempting fate a lot by thinking about the worst-case scenario? And could being W use that somehow and make it a reality? Food for thought. But for now, I had to make sure that the house hadn't burned down since I was gone. Especially since Eris and Sylphie were in charge of cooking today. It wasn't that I didn't doubt my lovely ladies, but Eris wasn't the delicate sort and Sylphie hadn't cooked a proper meal since she started adventuring. I made sure to change my hair color, picking a bright red like Aries, and pinpointed an empty side alley in the port town we were staying. After that, I warped back. After making sure I wasn't seen, I adjusted my fancy black suit before walking out. And then I immediately bumped into someone. Whoa! A genial male voice. Careful there, Palestine. I looked up and let out a relaxed smile. My bad. I'll be careful in the future. A cordial response to de-escalate the situation. I was incognito, so it wasn't worth drawing too much attention to myself. It'd be annoying to get rid of witnesses and slash or experiment with mind wipe magic. It didn't seem like that was necessary though. The guy I bumped into was fairly amiable looking. He was a bit shady, dressed like a thief, but he had a pleasant smile. The fact that he looked a bit like a monkey was suspicious though. Wait. A faint memory. A half-recalled conversation with Dad about something suspicious he noted around a friend of his. Namely the fact that the friend mentioned had being WS mana all over him. Jisoo nodded and then waved. Make sure to do that. Not everyone's as good-natured as me, you know. After saying that, he tucked his hands into his pocket and walked off. I turned around and walked towards the beach to not draw his suspicion. As I did though, I used clairvoyance to look at him and used a bit of wind magic to listen in case he mumbled anything. And just as I thought. Weird. Is this a jinx? That's the second time I bumped into someone today while looking for Paul. And people are talking about a scary Mealy's priest taking up residence nearby. Yeah. Let's skip town for now. I still need to. His voice suddenly cut off, like he noticed someone was listening and immediately stopped talking. At the same time, the mana I used to cast the wind magic spell shattered, suddenly disrupted by an unseen force. I wasn't too worried. Since I was being subtle, I used a different mana signature than my usual one and even changed the nature of my mana. I was also using on myself, so I didn't emit any mana signatures other than the fake one I was using. Even if being W was staring right at me, he wouldn't be able to tell that I was me. Still. I absently walked into the marketplace and made it seem like I was browsing the wares. At the same time, I mulled over that guy's appearance. Jisoo. Was he working for BMW? Dad mentioned that he was suspicious, but he was also a long-time family friend. And he didn't seem like a bad guy from what I remembered. He also didn't seem like a bad guy from what I saw. But it was too convenient. Why was he looking for Dad? And from what I heard, he also bailed on everyone after that mission. So why was he here now? To apologize? Ask a favor now that Dad was a big shot? Or a rough hand grasping my left arm and dragging me away. Immediately after that, I was pulled close to someone's side and had my left arm pressed against something very soft. Two very soft things. Before I could register what was happening, a familiar female voice echoed. I have had a very long day. You are the first decent man in this town and I need an escort for the day. And before I say anything, I will not take no for an answer. Be grateful a beauty like myself is gracing you with her company. A haughty tone of voice and an unreasonable demand. Though, when paired with the woman's heavenly beauty, it was enough that any man would just quietly shut up and agree. Well, if they were like Dad and liked being dominated. I certainly wasn't. But I also wasn't about to break free and leave her alone either, despite the unreasonable request. And the reason for that? Beautiful golden hair. Sharp green eyes and refined facial features that could belong to a goddess. A body with curves in all the right places, including an ample chest. But also a body that was clearly trained, a fact highlighted by the fact that she kept her chest wrapped and was wearing an adventurer's outfit, though I wasn't sure where she picked that up. Eos adjusted her glasses and started walking me towards a cafe. We are getting lunch. I will order, and you will pay after we are finished. Until then, do your best to entertain me. I chuckled and said, you know, Eos. If you wanted some bonding time, you could have just asked. There's no need to be that aggressive about it. My lovely daughter froze. After that, she slowly turned her head to look at me. A stiff motion that made her look like a mannequin instead of a person. And no. I smiled and pulled my arm out of her now loose grip. After that, I reached over to pull her close in a one-armed hug and said, still, since it's you making the request, who am I to deny it, right? And you deserve to be spoiled a bit too. Though. I gave her a sidelong glance and said, I've got a lot to talk to you about how you pick up guys. Especially since we've just had an awkward incident today. Eos slumped over and let out a deep sigh. Just kill me, father. No can do. And be thankful I'm not teasing you about it. Now, I'm assuming this is a cafe you like, right? Your moms will probably be a bit mad at us showing up late for food back home, but it's been a while since we've had some daddy-daughter time. Again. Please kill me. I hugged her tight and said, again, no can do. And since you and your sister skipped the cute baby and toddler phase, I'm going to do my best to enjoy your awkward rebellious teenager phase. Eos groaned. I laughed. SSN. Sweetheart no, in this world, he was Roland. Still. Roland pursed his lips and quietly tailed after the monkey-like man making his way through the port town. He had never met the man. However, Roland knew more than enough about that man to be concerned. Jisoo Nakadia. A man that evaded Orsted's knowledge across countless time loops and was cunning enough to push Rudius Grere into a corner by gathering allies and resources that nobody expected. Roland wasn't concerned about his father in this timeline. Especially since he seemed to be even more imaginative and powerful than the father he knew while being a fraction of his age. But he was concerned about everyone else. The grandfather that he never met growing up. The aunt who was never born in his timeline. The family he had now that he didn't in his timeline. And one that he wouldn't have to worry about raising his sword against, unlike in his past life. It was a dream he wouldn't let end. Even if he had to sacrifice himself to ensure that happened, he would. Honestly. You never change, do you, Sieg? Roland stumbled and quickly looked around. A voice he wouldn't forget. Couldn't forget. Especially since she had been crying over his dying body while trying to hold him with her tiny arms. A tiny girl no, a petite young woman who was older than him by a few years. One with light blue hair that was frazzled and messy, just like Blue Mama's. El Lara. The young woman who shouldn't be there smiled. Roland's eyes widened and he turned to walk towards her. But as he did, his body moved on his own. A single step, crossing the distance. A slash executed at light speed against his will. And then he woke up. Waking up like that. Guess even after all these years, the nerves haven't gone away, hey. A familiar voice. One that Roland. No. That Sweetheart would never forget. He turned towards the speaker. A blue-haired man with a face full of wrinkles. But a man whose eyes and body remained full of vigor despite his age. Pax Chiron Jr. Siegart's lifelong friend and the one he pledged his life and loyalty to. But. The old man shook his head and said, I suppose it's to be expected. After all, since the Azura Kingdom is involved, surely among their forces. He trailed off. Roland didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head to look around at the surroundings. A conference room with a huge black iron desk in the center. 7 seats surrounding it, and a map left unfolded on the table. It was dark, the nearby windows showing a night sky. The only source of light were a few torches sitting on the wall. Roland recognized it. The place where his comrades gathered for the last time before that final battle. The area that they left for Pax's granddaughter to protect. Sieg. Pax Jr. tilted his head and said, "What's wrong? Are you that worried about fighting your family?" Roland placed a hand on his forehead. Was it a dream? It was too idyllic. Right. It had to be a dream. His death. The failed battle. Waking up in another world where everything was similar but so drastically different. That. It wasn't a dream, you know. Lara's voice. Roland looked towards it. Pax Jr. did as well. But unlike Roland who only looked, Pax Jr. somehow drew a sword and swung it at Lara's neck. Wait. Blood splattered. Lara's smiling face tumbling through the air. And then. The Grere household in the Renoa Kingdom, home of the famous Renoa Magic University. There, a petite young woman with messy blue hair let out a frustrated sigh. Next to her, another petite young woman with short blue hair clutched a complicated piece of machinery to her chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. And next to her, another petite woman, though one who looked a fair bit older than the others, let out a deep sigh. Watching the trio, Zenith let out an awkward smile and said, "It's all right. There's no need to rush." Lilia nodded and said, "While this has certainly been a strange experience, it has been far from unpleasant. Although..." She shifted her gaze towards the oldest of the 3 blue-haired petite women and said, "I still am unsure how to feel about the fact that even you were swayed by Rudy, Roxy." Roxy looked up at Lilia before shifting her gaze to Zenith. After that, she shook her head and said, "And I'm still unsure about how to feel seeing you two again after all these years. Especially seeing you two so young again." "Ha." Zenith smiled and said, "Well, I've certainly enjoyed this trip. Especially meeting all of my cute grandchildren. And great-grandchildren." She paused and said, "Although it is a bit strange at how different Rudy seems to have been here." She pursed her lips and said, "Especially how much he took after Paul." Lilia pursed her lips as well and said, "I am more concerned about the fact that this Rudy was able to ensnare 3 wives in spite of the fact that he inherited so much of Paul's bad side. Considering our Rudy only inherited the good." Zenith paused and then shook her head. "It will be fine. There's plenty of time left before our little Rudy grows up to become a man and has to deal with all of that." Lilia paused and then let out a faint smile. "You're right, Zenny." Roxy looked over at Zenith and Lilia with a weird look. Zenith noticed and tilted her head. "Is something wrong, Roxy?" "No. Just..." Her eyes took on a distant look and she let out a regretful sigh. Simply thinking about what could have been. SNG. Stella stared at the man seated across from her. The man stared back. Stella stared again and then hesitantly spoke up in Japanese. "Unii-chan? Are you cosplaying again?" "Again, I'm not your Unii-chan, Nanahoshi. And that sounds weird coming from you, so please stop. I don't understand." The man who was apparently not Unii-chan let out a frustrated sigh. "You and me both." 136 The Stellar Baby Sister's conclusion. Stella stared at the man seated across from her and frowned. It was Unii-chan. That man was clearly Unii-chan. Well, his hair was this weird purple color, but Unii-chan had been running around changing his hair color recently anyway. And the man was wearing a mask, but Unii-chan was trying to be incognito, so it wasn't too odd. Not only that, but Stella just felt like the man sitting there was Unii-chan. There was something about his vibe and general mannerisms that made her think it was impossible for him to be anyone else but Unii-chan. And yet, he also wasn't. It was weird. Everything was telling Stella that the guy was Unii-chan, but at the same time she knew that the guy wasn't. Maybe since she was super used to Unii-chan's presence? The man was almost the same, but he was also different. It was like she was looking at one of those spot the difference pictures. It was the same picture, but just a few enough things were different that you could tell it wasn't really the same picture. And although Stella couldn't see the man's face since he was hiding it, she felt like he was giving her the same sort of stare she was giving him. They were outside, sitting at a table together in the courtyard. Lively conversation drifted over from inside the house. Mostly scolding from the elf woman who was apparently Sylphie Nachan's grandmother. Stella's sister-in-laws were still trying to make dinner for everyone while Aunt Therese and the weird shrine maiden were talking with Norn Nachan in the living room. Stella wasn't sure where Paul went. But either way, she was out there with the weird guy who definitely wasn't Unii-chan even though he really felt like Unii-chan from the way he acted and talked, and even the way he placed his hand on his chin while looking at Stella. Silence. Stella quietly kicked her legs on her chair while staring at the weird man, waiting for him to continue where he left off. I think he's a bad guy, personally. Phi's voice echoed in Stella's head. He's really suspicious. Something about him doesn't seem right. It's almost like the world mana itself is running away from him. Wada's voice. Well. Even then, he can't do anything, right? Though Stella quietly deducted a few more points from her birth father considering he let a toddler alone with a clearly suspicious stranger without any explanation. Yep. Ignore that creepy guy. Rudy's a better dad anyway, To be fair, time and space was ripped apart so Mr. Paul never had a chance to try being Stella's father. But I agree. Lord Rudras is still a much better father than that Mr. Paul *. Stella nodded. Ai-chan was a ridiculous cheat harem isekai protagonist, but he wasn't a pervert. And he actually cared about people, despite lacking common sense. Paul was just a generic perverted harem protagonist who somehow got laid and started a family. With an angel. Why did it feel like she was the child character in a JRPG where the player forcefully paired up the perverted MC with a likable female character just to see what the children were like? Wait. Were they in a game? Like that one game that Aki used to play a lot. What was it? Flaming Crest? No, Fre Emblem. He talked about maximizing stats or something by choosing the optimal character pairings for the post-timeskip children character. That would definitely explain Ai-chan. Especially since his reaction made it seem like he got randomly reincarnated and not sent here by a god like most isekais. Though maybe she should stop thinking about her life in terms of pop culture. Even if it felt like her life was a light novel now, it was still reality. And speaking of reality, a long time had passed and fake Ai-chan still hadn't talked. Since that was the case, Stella decided to speak up. Who are you anyway? And how do you know that name? The man tilted his head and then waved his hand. Sorry. Just. He paused and then placed his hand on his chin, thinking. This is really weird. If Nanahoji didn't have to stress about how to return home and fully embrace this world, would she have turned out like this too? She did seem to be a bit of an otaku. Stella pouted and said, stop talking about me like I'm not here. Don't make me get Ai-chan to beat you up. The man laughed and then said, old habit. And I guess I have to listen, hey? Wouldn't want to have to go and fight another Rudius Grere to the death. Wait, what? Anyway. The man tilted his head to the side, as if listening to something, and then he started talking again in Japanese. I know your name because your past self was a very important component in resolving the time loop this entire world is stuck in. He paused and tilted his head, staring at Stella. At least, you should be a very important component. But the fact that you are reincarnated here instead of transported is weird. Stella blinked and then spoke in Japanese as well. What do you mean it's weird? Am I not supposed to be reincarnated? You're not. The man straightened and said, Shizuka Nanahoji is meant to be transported to this world through the combined forces of certain individuals in the far-flung future, creating a closed time loop to resolve the battle with Hitagami. But. He tilted his head and said, if you're reincarnated like this, it means you died and didn't get transported. But that should be impossible. What? The man scratched his head and muttered, I knew that the ripples were going to be big since I stepped in personally this time, but I didn't think it would result in this. Did someone else change things here too? Okay. So this man knew about Stella's past life because she was supposed to help break some weird time loop by being Isekai D. But instead, she died and was reincarnated in this new life which was making things weird. Hey. That would definitely explain the monster attack when she was born. And going along that line. Well, if she was transported here directly in her past life after saving Aki, she probably would have been desperate to get back. It would have been hard though since she wouldn't know the language and would probably be suspicious of everyone. Then if she met Ai-chan. Honestly, she probably would have fallen for a guy like Ai-chan pretty hard and forgotten all about Aki considering how handsome, kind, and smart Ai-chan was. That aside, the masked man talked about a closed time loop. He also joked about fighting Rudius Grere to the death. Wait. Stella quickly scrambled out of her seat and pointed at the man while grabbing her necklace with the other. You're an agent of the World's Will trying to get rid of Ai-chan. Fire and wind immediately started flowing around Stella, forming a protective fire shield. At the same time, the surroundings started to glitter as frost formed from thin air. This was bad. She knew Ai-chan was too ridiculous. Did he use his cheat too much? Wait, he actually didn't have a cheat apparently since he was reincarnated naturally, so. Did he just become too much of a cheat? Either way. I'll protect you, Stella, Phi's voice echoed. Yawn. I don't know what's happening, but I guess he's a bad guy, Win. Whatever he is, if he's Stella's enemy, I'll end him, Wada. The man slowly tilted his head. As he did, the surroundings flickered. Almost like the space around them was suddenly cut off from the rest of the world. Stella's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to scream. But then she suddenly couldn't move. Hey! So it's more than just a space sword that Paul made. What a crazy bastard. No wonder his destiny is supposed to be cut short. Stella felt a surge of panic in her chest. With every sentence, the man was starting to sound more and more like the super powerful anime villain. And Stella was the side character that he was going to use to set an example. But just as she had that thought, the surroundings went back to normal. You know, Pierre. Paul walked over, carrying a bottle of apple juice in his left hand and a pair of mugs filled with apple cider in his right. At this rate, you're going to get a worse reputation than me if you cut off space to have a private chat with my adorable baby daughter. Stella could suddenly move again. And since she could, she instinctively ran over to Paul, ducking behind him. Paul blinked and looked down at Stella. Stella flinched and said, Don't get me wrong. You're still a pervert. But. She glanced back at the masked man. Paul might be a pervert and someone Stella didn't want to associate with, but he also genuinely cared about his children. At least, he had to, considering that both Norn-chan and Unai-chan hadn't broken off their relationships from him. Stella could trust him to keep her safe at least. But the masked man. On the other hand, Paul was the one who left Stella with that guy, so. Just as Stella was wondering about whether to make a scream and try to get Eris-chan and Sylphie-chan to come help instead, Paul placed his hand on Stella's head. At the same time, his entire demeanor changed. The goofy smile he had in his usual relaxed posture sharpened. His bright green eyes turned frosty and. Was it Stella's imagination, but did the bottle Paul was holding suddenly change into a sword? When did that happen? Either way, the incredibly unreliable and pathetic excuse for a guy that Stella thought Paul was had vanished, replaced by a reliable person who reminded Stella a lot of her Unai-chan. Ah! That explained a lot. Paul smiled at the masked man and said, making Stella this scared. I've trusted you up to this point, but I'm really starting to wonder if you really have our best intentions in mind, Pierre. Pierre groaned and held up his hands. This is a misunderstanding. Honestly. He sighed and muttered, Lena's right. I need to relax more. And I need to have that chat with Rudy to clear things up before things get worse. Paul subtly moved Stella behind him and said, So, you aren't a complete degenerate who wants to set his paws on my adorable baby daughter. What the hell do you think I am? That fat prime minister? True. Paul nodded and said, considering you're married to Lena, you're a man of mature taste. But you're also a man who's continuously showed that he knows too much and isn't sharing any information beyond what's necessary. Plus. He looked back at Stella and said, for my genius baby daughter to be this terrified when that monstrous kid of mine can be here in an instant. He looked at Pierre and said, so. Would you mind finally taking that mask off and saying who you really are? Pierre let out a deep sigh. Fine. I'll give a more detailed explanation when Rudy gets back, but my real name is he paused, suddenly glancing off to the side. Actually, hold that thought. And then he vanished. Stella blinked. What the hell was this development? SSG. Roland slowly lowered his blood-stained sword, doing his best to stop his trembling body and ignore the familiar faces lying dead at his feet. It was hard. But he remained calm and managed to do it. And the reason for that? Roland shifted his gaze and stared at the ghostly figure of the petite young woman standing next to him. Messy blue hair, sleepy eyes. It was Lara. His older sister from Blue Mama. Can you hear me now, Sieg? Roland nodded, doing his best to not stare at the unmoving doppelganger lying on the ground somewhere up ahead. I can. And since you're here. Yab. This is a dream. Although. She turned to look around and said, your dreams are pretty violent. Do you still get nightmares? Roland laughed. They're usually much more pleasant than this. Especially after helping so many people since he arrived in this world. The reason that he was stuck in such a setting. Roland wiped the smile off his face and frowned, glancing at the ruins of Arcadia all around him. And it seems that I let my guard down a bit too much because of that. If it was him from before, he would never have been fooled. That Jisoo definitely lured him into a trap. It seemed like being around the father of this time was making Roland a bit too dependent again. Or maybe it was just the fact that he was young again in general. He shook his head and then looked at Lara. But what are you doing here, big sis? Did you finally develop a spell to dreamwalk or something? Lara blinked. No. What made you think that? You and Lily inherited the meager telepathy powers, right? I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard. Lara stared at Roland. Roland stared back. I think your standard of possible has become a bit skewed, lil bro. Says the person visiting me in a dream from an alternate future. Oh. So you know about that. Great. Lara nodded and said, this will make things easier then. I don't have much time since I wasted so much pulling you out from that mess. I would have done it myself. Eventually. Lara gave Roland a blank stare. He coughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Anyway. Let the papa in that world know that Grandma Zenith and Grandma Lilia are over here right now. They're completely safe, but it's going to be hard to calibrate the time if... Lara suddenly fizzled out and vanished. In her place, a man with violet hair and a white mask appeared. That was a close one. She almost triggered an incursion there. People really need to stop messing with time travel without understanding multiverse theory. Roland blinked. A familiar aura. But also one mixed with energies that he didn't recognize. Roland immediately drew his sword and said, are you the one responsible for this? The man looked over and said, no. That would be Dark King Vita. I'm just here to make sure your sisters don't trigger the automatic pruning process. Though. He stared off into space and frowned. It seems like I have a lot of misinformation. I thought that future branched from this, but it looks like a different trunk entirely. What? Don't worry about it. The man waved his hand and said, we'll talk more when we get you out of here. Can't have Rudy getting upset at me and making me his enemy by a misunderstanding again. Though this Rudy seems like a calm and reasonable person, unlike some of the others. He shook his head and then drew his sword. Roland flinched and raised his to block. But then the man swung it off to the side. Nice try, Hitagami. But you should honestly give up now. This won't change anything, even if you're working with your future self to try and alters the past. The world shattered. And when it came back, an irate blonde woman was swinging her hand towards Roland's face. His eyes widened and he moved to dodge. But the woman expected that and moved with him, slapping his face. You bastard! What kind of older brother are you, running off and leaving me alone like that? Do you know how many creeps and perverts I had to deal with? The embarrassment I dealt with when I accidentally picked up father as an escort for a date. What? Roland blinked. Off to the side, Rudy sighed and said, yep. Definitely a genetic thing. Note to self, remind your sons about how often male grey rats tend to get into situations upsetting the girls closest to them and start writing a playbook on how to deal with them. 137 The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. After Eos vented a bit more to her older brother while I watched and started making notes on that playbook to pass on, we started heading back home. Despite venting, or maybe because of it, Eos was still red-faced and glaring at Roland. She was calmer now though. At least, she wouldn't be trying to slap Roland again anytime soon. As for Roland, he was rubbing the red handprint on his face and looking apologetic. He kept glancing at Eos and sighed, shaking his head with disappointment. In himself, it looked like. At least, I hope it was that, because he had another thing coming if it was towards Eos. It seemed like my dear daughter had inherited mom's temper, so, yeah. Anyway, I was standing between the two to serve as a buffer, with Eos on my right and Roland on my left. I was also currently still a redhead, so it made for a pretty odd sight. Judging from the looks people were sending us, I had a feeling that they were thinking there was a love triangle or something. Pretty awkward considering the relationships, but people were going to think what they were going to think. And as if to add to those rumors, Eos glanced at Roland and then shook her head. I still cannot believe you left me alone like that. Roland sighed and said, I said I'm sorry. I saw someone dangerous, so I wanted to try and catch him before he did anything. Well. If there was any doubting Roland was my kid, that definitely cleared it up. Seemed like he was running through the good ol' hero complex part of life. Something to add to the list of things to make note of for future generations. Just like the list of things that an overlord shouldn't do that I was building up. Eos rolled her eyes and said, what do you think I am? A delicate princess. She gave Roland a once-over and said, look at you. Running off like that and still nothing to show. Roland gave an awkward smile and rubbed the back of his neck. I looked at Eos and said, don't be too hard on him, Eos. The idiot ball runs in the family on the male side. Eos gave me a blank stare. You expect me to believe that? Considering you, father. Ask your grandmothers for some stories when we meet up with them again. And it's better having a shounen protagonist phase than being an edgelord. What? I waved my hand and looked at Roland. Specifically, I stared at the weird static mana still flickering around him and said, so, Roland. Care to explain why you've got a bunch of time mana on you? Did you get chucked into a distortion? Roland shook his head. Nothing like that. I was just caught off guard chasing after that person. By that person, would you happen to mean Jisoo? Roland blinked and said, hey? You already know about him being Hitagami's apostle. No. But thanks for the confirmation. Well. Damn. That explained a lot. Of course, it wasn't confirmed since Roland was definitely from a different timeline. World line? Wasn't too sure how time was structured here just yet. But anyway. Definitely needed to keep an eye on Jisoo then. At least, I would if he wasn't actively blocking my clairvoyance somehow now. I could pinpoint him with some triangulation and mana pings, but that would take a while. I shook my head and said, we'll talk about that guy later. But either way, it doesn't explain the time mana. The weird staticky mana was similar to the one in the distortion that had Rudy the Grey. And after talking with ENA after that incident, we confirmed that it was definitely time mana. Still not sure how to make it or use it, but I knew it when I saw it. Roland paused to think and then said, that's probably from when Big Sis contacted me. Oh, right. He looked at me and said, my Big Sis wanted me to tell you that Grandma Zenny and Grandma Lilia are safe, but they're stuck in the timeline where I came from right now with my family. I stopped walking. Eos did as well. Roland looked at me and tilted his head. What? I rubbed my face and muttered, I need to apologize to Dad later. I was starting to see how frustrating it was when your kid didn't act the way you expected. Here I was thinking that Roland would be rational enough to at least take Eos with him or report that very important info about Mom and Mama Lily being in another timeline, but... Roland blinked and said, what are you apologizing for? I shook my head and said, don't worry about it. Let's just head home already. It was getting late. The sun was starting to set and shops were closing up. Even the crowd of adventurers wandering around was starting to thin. Thankfully, that meant less people staring. Though it seemed like most people were already preoccupied with something else. I kept overhearing talks about a rainy season and rare monster drops coming soon. I also heard some mutterings about an incoming shipment of beastmen slaves. Probably should get a few people to resolve that before either Norn or Stella gets any ideas. Or Dad. But anyway, for the most part we headed back to our house in silence. Walking along the main road and up towards the house on the hill I made, both my kids were lost in thought. Since that was the case, I took the time to check on Cliff with clairvoyance. Things seemed to be going well. Militian wasn't on fire, and I didn't see them camping outside, so it looked like they made it in peacefully enough. The real test would come tomorrow when the anti-demon faction got their forces together to try and pull some BS, but that guy could handle it. Not only was Cliff the current Pope's grandson, but his adoptive father was practically a cardinal in terms of rankings. I think. Either way, he was up there. Also, it turned out that the woman who looked a lot like Mom was actually my Aunt Therese. It seemed like there had been a bit of miscommunication there and I misheard her saying she was the aunt of Eos and ENA instead of her really saying she was Norn and Stella's aunt. Or something. Anyway, Aunt Therese was apparently an important person on the anti-demon side who personally guarded that faction's Pope candidate, a Myco who could read people's memories. Didn't work on me of course. But it seemed like she picked up enough from everyone else in my family and was adamantly refusing to go back to Militian. To sum things up. Things would be fine. It was just a question of whether the situation in Militian ended with peace or violence. I was secretly hoping it was violence. Not because I wanted people to get hurt, but I was really curious about whether or not I could actually blow up the towers and get rid of humanity's greatest barrier spell. Father. Roland spoke up and then looked at me. I blinked, caught off guard by the change. Usually, he called me Lord Rudras. Not that I minded the change, but it was weird. Yes, Roland. I gave a hesitant response and looked back at him. Have you been doing undercover work for Orsted? No, I have been doing undercover work, but not for Orsted. I tilted my head and said, is that what I did in your timeline? Roland nodded. You were frequently out of the house when we were younger doing all sorts of tasks for Orsted. I was wondering if you were doing the same now after reuniting with him, but... He trailed off and shook his head. As expected, father here is very different from the father I knew. Considering the fact that I couldn't reach Mom or Mama Lily with scrying or summoning spells, that'd have to be true. After all, with how much practice I had these days using summoning magic, they'd have to be pretty far away in terms of space-time for me to not reach them. I shrugged and said, I thought we went over this already though, Roland. He nodded and said, we did. But... He ruffled his hair and said, I've only just realized how different father here really is from the father I knew. Not that it's a bad thing, but... He looked at me and then looked away, muttering, if father was as strong as you are now, would he still have been alive at that time? I frowned. Just how far from the future are you anyway, Roland? I was under the impression that he wasn't that far off, but from the way he was talking now. Roland paused to think and then said, around K500. I blinked and then rubbed my face again. All right. We need to have a father-son talk soon enough. It seems like your dad was a bit too nonchalant raising you. Seriously. Did the Rudy in that timeline become a copy of Paul or something? What was with leaving out all of these important details? I wouldn't have done that. Well, not anymore. Surely I would have grown out of it by the time I was old enough to have a kid. Arg. What was it with Rudius Grere? Were we destined to either be a shounen protagonist or an edgelord? At least have a little bit of common sense. Information is important. 138 Love Affairs A lot happened when we got back home. To sum things up, Pierre was actually a time traveler, or something, who was here to help out with being W and 100% on my side. Stella was the reincarnation of a high school girl from Earth who apparently was key in breaking a time loop the world was supposedly stuck in. And multiverse shenanigans. Lots of multiverse shenanigans. Specifically, multiverse shenanigans that resulted in multiple timelines existing where it should just be one. At least, according to Laplace. Oh yeah. It turned out that Pierre was Laplace. Not to be mistaken with the demon god Laplace. Instead, he was technique god Laplace. A good Laplace who wanted to work with me and Orsted to take down being W for good. Honestly. At this point, things didn't surprise me anymore. So, after a smile and a nod to all the recent revelations, I kissed my two lovely wives, gave head pats to my adorable sisters and ENA, then helped set up for dinner. Now, some people would say that those revelations were a big deal and that I should definitely be focusing on them. To that, I say 3 words, magic is everything. Also, another word, delegation. Orsted was handling everything back at the Azura Kingdom as well as that entire continent. Rika was taking care of the magic continent, and Adolf had pledged her loyalty, so I didn't have to worry about Arcadia. And then Cliff was handling everything in Mealy's. Things could get a bit messy, but he had Astolfo along with the other original White Knights to help out. In the worst case, I could always pop the magic formations I made and then fake a divine descent to double down on being the reincarnation of Saint Mealy's. Not only that, but I learned my lesson facing being W. Or rather, I learned a lesson from that guy's mistakes. Direct interference is bad. It was much better to have a bunch of competent people handling things instead of stepping in myself. Mostly because when I stepped in, the world would definitely be changing. Probably because destiny was a tangible concept in this world, according to Laplace, and my presence broke it in weird ways. To sum it up, I wasn't thinking about that for now. The more important thing was Mom and Mama Lily. Since Roland said he was from K500, and since the current year was K417, give or take a year due to time shenanigans, that meant Mom and Mama Lily were over 80 years in the future. In a parallel timeline future too. Definitely explained why I couldn't find them. Reaching something like that would require a lot of time, calculations, and mana. Well, I could always brute force it, but something told me that ripping my way through space-time into another dimension wouldn't be looked on very kindly. Even if the me in that time was dead, being W definitely wasn't. And I'd rather not have to deal with being double-teamed by 2 of him. Or have him come up with some BS card I wasn't prepared for. While I wanted to see Mom and Mama Lily again, it was enough to know they were somewhere safe. Besides, since I knew they were safe, and since the flow of time could be adjusted to line up to any point on a parallel line, in theory, the observer effect should hold true and prevent anything from happening to them that would make that fact a lie. If not, well, we'd be finding out pretty quick how BS time travel shenanigans could be when I start pulling out all the straws that I remembered from sci-fi, games, books, anime, and whatever else I recalled. And if none of that worked, I could rely on Stella since she was up to date on more recent pop culture. And if that didn't work, we had good ol' Dad and his broken common sense when it came to swords. I had a good feeling that if I started rambling about the crazy Chinese martial arts myths where people could become immortal through achieving enlightenment, he'd find a way to make it happen and get us there. So. Not worried. Right now, in this moment, there was only one thing I needed to do. And that was having a proper family outing with everyone now that all the bombshell revelations were out of the way. Stress-free, wholesome family time. I think we were about due for that anyway. RNG. A glittering blue sky. Pristine white sand, not hot, but a comfortable warmth from the sunlight above. A cool and refreshing seaside breeze. In other words, a peaceful beach trip. Since we were in St. Port, I decided that we should all take advantage of the beach and enjoy a fun summertime trip before the supposed rainy season started. Of course, even if it did I could make it so that we could enjoy the beach anyway, but it was good to take things as they were. Plus, a beachside trip was a great way for everyone to relax, unwind, and get to know each other properly. Especially after I supplied the food and refreshments. Glancing around, I saw that Stella and Norn were playing with that Maiko girl and building sand castles. Stella's spirit friends were nearby too, with FAI helping with the sandcastle building while Wada and Win were doing some sunbathing beneath the shade of a parasol. Eos, ENA, and my Aunt Therese were chatting together, sipping on some glasses of coconut juice I served them. From the bits of conversation I could catch, it seemed like my daughters were trying to learn more about Mom while Aunt Therese was happy to oblige with embarrassing childhood stories. Out in the water, Dad, Roland, and Pierre were having a bit of a competition trying to surf on the waves. I'd given them all surfboards, but as expected, they'd chosen alternative means to surf. By that I meant they were trying to surf on their own powers. Dad was taking the term wave dashing literally. Pierre was showing off by riding on a freaking sword like some Chinese martial artist using a flying sword. And Roland was doing the same as Pierre, except he was using a giant sword that looked like CLUD's bust our sword. Where did he even get that, anyway? Either way, they were having fun, so I decided not to question it. Although it made me wonder exactly just how much sway Rostalina had over Pierre if a simple chat from her telling him to unwind led him to doing that. And speaking of Rostalina, she was chatting with Sylphie off to the side, doing some grandma-granddaughter bonding time. Probably also talking about babies considering how Rostalina was patting her belly and Sylphie seemed to be paying extra close attention. Which left me cooking some food with a grill, along with Eri. Unlike everyone else who was wearing a bathing suit, she was dressed modestly with a white sundress and flip-flops. Well, I was wearing a loose white t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, so I couldn't fault her too much for dressing conservatively. I flipped a steak and then glanced back at her. Do you really want to just snad there, Eri? Eri glanced at me and then laughed. What? Do you want to get rid of me that badly, Rudy? Of course not. I pressed the steak down with a pair of tongs and then said, I just don't get what's fun about standing beside me and watching me cook. Eri hummed and said, well, maybe I just want to be here. Maybe, hey. I stood there for a while and then glanced at Eri. She was different from how I remembered her when she was younger. She was also different from how Rudius said she should be. A harsh and beautiful woman with giant breasts but a severe tsundere personality that was prone to lashing out at random times. Eri was still beautiful. And while she didn't have giant breasts since she wasn't completely grown up yet, they were definitely above average. Her personality though. Was it the whole different people bring out different parts of someone? Or maybe it was the circumstances. Either way, Eri still acted like a tsundere at times, mostly in bed. But she didn't lash out. Instead, she was cute, got flustered easily, and for the most part acted mature. Like a normal person instead of the bipolar and socially inept woman that Rudius had described. What? Eri shifted and said, do I have something on my face? She wiped her mouth and said, I didn't leave any sauce on it, did I? I chuckled and said, no. I was just admiring how pretty you are. Eri blushed and then clicked her tongue. You should be careful. Sylphie will get jealous. I nodded. I know. So I'll just have to make sure she understands just how much I love her later. Eri rolled her eyes and said, you're insufferable, Rudy. Your words don't line up with your feelings there, Eri. I checked the steak and then glanced at her. If I was really insufferable, a competent and mature young woman like you would leave. You have the pick of the cream of the crop, you know. It wasn't empty praise. Eri was beautiful, confident, and had a good head on her shoulders. While she still couldn't do advanced math or anything like that, she could at least pass as a functioning member of society. Reading, writing, basic arithmetic, money sense, common sense, too. At least, more than me or Sylphie had. Kind of funny considering her background, but Eri was a reliable check for normal in my family. Which reminded me that I needed to have a chat with Master Roxy about not teaching me common sense and all at some point. But the point was that Eri could pick literally anyone else. Still, she chose to stick around a guy like me. And the reason for that? As if. A faint blush appeared on her face and she said, after all you've done to me, how could I even look at anyone else? Bastard. I laughed and said, you were asking for it. Ever since we first met, haven't you been calling me yours? I gave her a teasing smile and said, that's what made Sylphie fight you in the first place, isn't it? Shut up. Eri's blush deepened, turning her entire face red and she said, I didn't even really know what it meant back then, okay. Even so, you sure were greedy, hey? Trying to snatch up my naive and childish self for your own. And I thought I was shameless. Eri huffed and said, you are. Talking about marrying Miss Roxy when you already have me and Sylphie. Aren't you the greedy one? I placed the finished steak off to the side and said, I'm just taking proper responsibility. It can't be helped that I'm such a genius that I stole all of your hearts, can it? Eri snorted and said, I liked you better when you were dense. Well, I like me better like this. After all. I reached out to place a hand on Eri's face and said, it lets me see that cute and flustered smile of yours more often. Wah! Eri froze, her face slowly turning as red as her hair. I laughed and then held out the plate for her along with a knife and fork. Here. Try this and let me know what you think. You're a bully. Eri mumbled and took the plate from me. I conjured a chair and table for her to eat at and said, only because you're adorable. Humph. Eri sat down and started eating. I'm telling Sylphie. Do you want to be bullied more by her too? Eri paused and then huffed and said, I hate you. And I love you. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how is it? It's all right. Maybe 8. Good enough. Okay. Now that I had that steak memorized, I just had to copy it a few times by transfiguring mana into the same structure. Maybe throw some pizza there for the kids. A bit of cake, some soda, other beach foods. As Eri ate her steak, a pile of food started appearing on the table next to her. Pizza boxes, ice cream cake, a platter of identical steaks. Eri paused in the middle of cutting another piece of her steak, looking at me. What? I'm never going to get used to how ridiculous you are, dear husband of mine. And please don't, my cute wifey. Someone in this family needs to have common sense and you're the only one with it right now. Especially since Stella is slowly losing hers. I glanced back to my baby sister to see her casually turn her sand castle into a glittering glass one with a burst of flame spilling out of her hands. Eri followed my gaze and sighed. I'll do my best. That's all I ask. Well, that, and to not leave my side. I was wondering why Sylphie was so clingy. It's because of you, isn't it? Whatever. Eri grabbed one of the soda cans and said, how do I open this? You just pull the tab and crack it open. Actually, let me demonstrate. I don't want you to ruin your... I got it, Rudy. I'm not stupid, you bois. A spray of orange soda, staining Eri's white sundress. I stared at her. She stared back and then averted her eyes. Just help me clean up already, Rudy. I laughed and then did as she asked. 139 Love Affairs 2. Sylphie watched Rudy and Eris interact with a faint smile on her face. It was good that they were getting along. And it was also good to see that Eris was as cute as ever when she was getting teased. Well, aren't you in a good mood? Rostalina laughed and then reached over to ruffle Sylphie's hair. Did my cute granddaughter finally get over her jealousy? Sylphie pouted and pulled away from Rostalina's hand. I wasn't jealous. Of course you weren't, sweetie. Sylphie puffed her cheeks and then looked away, staring at the ocean. Specifically, she stared at the green-haired young man surfing along the waves. Roland. It wasn't his real name. Her child from another timeline didn't give exact details in case it caused something weird with the way that time was all scrambled up these days. But the fact remained that he was her child. The son between Sylphie and Rudy from another timeline. He wasn't her son. And from the conversations Sylphie had with Roland, it seemed that the her in that timeline was very different. Well, Rudy had been too. Apparently, he had been pretty much a mini-Paul. Still smart, but infamously lewd. But that wasn't too important. Instead, was I really that helpless? The Sylphie in that timeline had been just a housewife. While it was good that she was able to live peacefully, Rudy apparently went off on his own a lot. The only one who could stand beside him had been Eris, and even then those occasions were fewer as time went on. Sylphie couldn't see how that happened. Sure, she had been fairly meek when she was younger. But if that Sylphie loved Rudy as much as she did, then she would have worked hard to become stronger, wouldn't she? Or maybe it was enough for her to just be with Rudy and not by his side. Whatever the case was in that timeline, it wouldn't be the same here. Sylphie was strong. She didn't like to brag about it, but she knew she was strong. The countless scars on her body were proof of that. Not only that, but she had earned her right to stand at Rudy's side. And he had promised to never leave her. Admittedly, Sylphie had still been a bit worried about that. Especially with how her body had been breaking down and reaching the end of her life, but as always, Rudy solved everything. So she didn't worry. If there existed a timeline where Rudy loved Sylphie and they lived happily to have at least Roland as a child despite her being just a glorified housewife, then Sylphie could rest assured. After all, she was a lot more useful than that version of herself. Though Sylphie had to admit that she lost out in terms of patience. Honestly, for that version of her to accept Eris and Roxy despite Rudy marrying her first. What a saint! Sylphie sighed and then turned her attention back to the surroundings. The kids were having fun playing in the sand together. Rudy and Eris were preparing food, now joined by Eos, Ena, and that Therese who was apparently Miss Zenith's sister. And out in the water, Paul, Pierre, and Roland were still competing in riding the biggest waves while also killing whatever stray monsters popped up. Sylphie leaned back in the comfy chair that Rudy made for her and then glanced over at Rostalina. After that offhand comment, Rostalina had leaned back in her own comfy chair and closed her eyes, basking in the sunlight. Both her hands were quietly resting on her stomach, hugging the baby bump there. Seeing that, Sylphie rubbed her own belly, frowning. A baby would be nice. But with the way things were now. As much as she'd love to raise a happy family with Rudy, there was a lot to do. Although she was a bit worried on that end. Sylphie had already been late for a long time after spending so many years in the distorted dungeons. Would she even still be able to have a child after so long? Rudy said it wouldn't be a problem, but... A soft puff. The sound of sand shifting as someone plopped down right next to Sylphie. Shortly after, Rudy smiled and waved. Enjoying yourself, Sylphie? She blinked, surprised, and instinctively opened her mouth to talk. Rudy. She sat up and said, "What are you doing here?" Rudy adjusted his currently light brown hair and said, "Well, you seemed a bit lonely. Besides, I wanna spoil you a bit too." After saying that, he scooped Sylphie up and placed her in his lap. Wait. Sylphie squirmed, feeling her cheeks heat up. But. You She glanced over at Rostalina. The older elf woman cracked open an eye and then laughed. Idly waving her hand, she said, "You lovebirds enjoy yourself. This old woman will just take a nice nap. Ah, but don't get too frisky. The kids are nearby, you know." Sylphie felt her entire face heat up and then said, I wouldn't do that. Even if. No. That wasn't good. Calm down, Sylphie. Even if that seems exciting, it's no good. Rudy chuckled again and said, "Don't worry, Rostalina." He hugged Sylphie closer and leaned on her shoulder. "I just wanted to cuddle a bit with my cute wifey." Wifey. Sylphie stammered. Rudy leaned over and looked at her. "What? No good. And no. It is. Just." Sylphie poked her fingers together. "Is it fine to call me wifey when you're married to Airy?" Rudy ruffled Sylphie's hair and said, "You worry too much. Even if it's a problem, I'm apparently the reincarnation of Saint Mealy's and also the demon lord of salvation who's known all throughout the magic continent. My word is gospel, and if I say you're my wife, you're my wife." Humph. Sylphie pretended to be mad and then leaned back against Rudy. "That's why you make me worried, you know? What if your word takes in a few more wives too?" "Don't worry. There's only 2 more women I'd even consider, and one of those is only because I'll need to do a preemptive strike before she pulls me into her own battlefield." 2. Sylphie frowned. "I thought we were only talking about Miss Roxy. Who's the other one?" "Well. You never said that demons were off the table, right?" XXX. Achoo. Rika sneezed and then quickly looked around the room. At the moment, she was seated at her office in Arcadia, going over the daily affairs since Rudy was out. A tall stack of papers sat on her desk, detailing the various events going on. Adventurers reporting the results from various expeditions into distortions. Sorting out the logistics for people who want to return now that Rudy opened a pathway back to the Mealy's continent, as well as sorting out the logistics for the inevitable return to other continents. Not to mention carefully sorting out battle plans in case the humans decided that Rudy was the advent of demon god Laplace due to a misunderstanding, or because he had developed a means of teleportation that wasn't reliant on magic formations. After flipping through the papers again, Rika took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes. "Ha! I know that being a demon empress is a lot of work, but why is it that there's so much here? Considering how ridiculous Rudy was, not to mention how intelligent he was, there should have been less. No. Maybe that was the reason why there was more. It would be simple to just let everything move by itself. To let the kingdom and people live their lives without thinking about the future. That was how Rika used to run her kingdom in the past, after all. As Demon Empress Kishirika, she had done whatever she wanted and mostly left the maintenance of the kingdom to her people and close advisors. The fact that her territory was still standing in this timeline and her own when she was reborn was a testament to the skills of the people she left it to. But at the same time, she hadn't been that brilliant. While her mother was legendary, the only talent Rika had were her demon eyes and the ability to grant them to other people. She knew a bit of magic theory and had ample mana, but in terms of being qualified as a proper ruler, Rika wasn't. Not really. Batty helped though. Despite his boisterous personality and constant traveling, he wasn't known as the Grand Heir of Wisdom for no reason. Without his help, it was likely that Demon Empress Kishirika would have faded away after her first death. Rika spun around a pen in her right hand and frowned. "It seems I'm weak to those sorts of men." There wasn't a real need for Rika working so hard. Although Rudy was a bit self-conscious about it, Arcadia was mostly self-sufficient at this point. And to emphasize that point, most of the reports she was reading were just listing out the benefits and good news from throughout Arcadia. And even most of those people seeking to return to other continents had declared an intention to return with their families and settle down here. So, if Rika wanted, she could loaf around. Like the younger self running Lord knows where in Arcadia at the moment, Rika could just sit on the work and pretend to do a good job. It was reasonable. She was just one person, after all. And Rudy wouldn't hold it against her. But she wanted to help. She wanted to be useful. Rika clicked her tongue and put her glasses back on. What a terribly wicked man. Even if he wasn't magic god Laplace, Rudy was still going around stealing hearts, it seemed. Rika had joked about marrying him before, but... A knock on her door. Rika flinched but then calmed herself. "Come in." The door opened, revealing Ruchard. He glanced at the papers on Rika's desk and said, "Are you busy, Rika?" She shoved them aside for the moment and said, "This is nothing important." She smiled and said, Are you doing well, Rudyard? This one is afraid that she has not time to prepare tea, but if you would like. There's no need. Rudyard shook his head and then walked over. Rika waved to the seat across from her and said, make yourself comfortable. Rudyard sat down, but he frowned and said, that will be difficult considering the seal on demon god Laplace is on the verge of shattering. At 140 zealots. Cliff flipped through a stack of papers reporting on the situation and looked over a map of Milishan. After the arrival at the city, their group had been taken in as part of the Order of the Church. Cliff had forgotten, but the 3 Knight Orders in Milishan had color-coded armor. And conveniently, the White Knights that father-in-law created shared both similar armor type and color to the Order of the Church. The same order entrusted with matters of national defense, such as patrolling Milishan and arresting would-be criminals. Because of that, their entourage had received a warm welcome. Especially as they sided with the commoners and adventurers in securing the capital against monsters and the zealous blue-armored order of the temple who had seized power during the Pope's absence. It was an advantageous position. Paired with the fact that Cliff's adoptive father was a respected priest and that Cliff himself was the grandson of the current Pope, it was only a matter of deciding how to resolve the situation, not whether it was possible. Still. Cliff frowned and then looked up from the papers. The Adventurer Guild's War Council Room. Well, though it was called that, it was just a plain room that had been fashioned with a large table, maps, and a few bookshelves. Before anyone did anything that could potentially escalate the situation, Cliff had called for a strategy meeting. Across the table from him, Cliff's adoptive father, Harry Grimoire, flipped through a copy of St. Melis's holy text, jotting down notes in a leather-bound journal. Next to him, Astolfo idly moved chess pieces around a miniature map of Milishan, lost in thought. And next to Astolfo, a middle-aged and one-eyed man with a scarred face sat in silence while staring at Cliff. Belmondo Nashvenik, a lieutenant commander from the Order of the Church, as well as the current leader of the knights that had sided with the populace instead of the nobles. Of course, he wasn't the only man of character from the Order of the Church. But it seemed like a good number of the upstanding knights had conveniently vanished in the space-time rend. Cliff glanced back down at the papers, reflecting on the situation. It was tense. The people were crying for the nobles' heads, especially with reports of an approaching monster horde in the distance. As that happened, the nobles had holed themselves up in fortified manners, guarded by the blue-armored knights from the Order of the Temple and about half of the white-armored knights from the Order of the Church. Not only that, but all of the priests had hidden away in the White Palace as well, leaving the people to fend for themselves without faith or guidance. And considering how the end of time seemed to have befallen them all, Cliff sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Astolfo stopped moving the chess pieces around and looked up at Cliff. Figured out a plan yet, Cliffy? Cliff lowered his hand and nodded. I have some thoughts, yes. He glanced over at his adoptive father and said, are you certain that you cannot take on the mantle of the Pope, even for a brief while? A large number of commoners are already under the misconception that you are the Pope instead of grandfather, so would it be too terrible to proclaim it for a brief moment to raise morale and support? Harry smiled and said, looks like I've been doing too good of a job interacting with the populace. But that's no good. He wiped the smile off his face and said, even if the people support me, the priests and other knights will see it as a power grab. And even our friend Belmondo here would protest, right? The scarred knight lieutenant nodded. Although Priest Grimoire is esteemed among our ranks and has performed many valorous and respectable acts, our loyalty is to his holiness. Although absent, he remains our liege until his death is confirmed. Cliff rubbed his chin and muttered, in which case your loyalty would shift to the heir, which would be either myself or the Miko of memory. But since she is missing, you would be our liege, yes? Belmondo nodded. Although I believe the Order of Temple would protest. Harry chuckled and said, considering the stories already being passed around of the utopia created in the magic continent where all races live in harmony, I can understand why. A delicate balancing act, no. Considering the forces they had as well as the public sentiment, it wasn't too difficult to resolve. The problem was the aftermath. Father-in-law gave this task to Cliff for a reason, even though it would be a trifling matter to resolve with father-in-law's abilities. Astolfo sighed and said, can't we just knock all those baddies down? Just one of the White Knights could take on 100 of those Temple Knights or whatever, right? She smacked her fist into an open palm and said, let's just beat them up. It might have to come to that. Cliff shook his head and muttered, those people have been a bit too unreasonable. The Order of the Temple had always been known as zealots who couldn't be reasoned with. But even so, the degree of unwavering faith and refusal to cooperate was irrational. Especially with how they proclaimed that they received a message from God himself, overriding the Pope's intentions and policies. It was enough of a headache for Cliff to wish that father-in-law simply descended and proclaimed himself as their god. He had more than enough qualifications to do so. Ah! Cliff paused and realized it. I see. Yes. Father-in-law could resolve the situation on his own. In one fell sweep, he could end it all, reinstate the Pope, and restore both order and peace. But that would be relying on outside power. Although father-in-law was like a god, or perhaps truly was a god considering Ena's angelic nature, he should not solve all of humanity's problems. Did the holy text not state that humanity's greatest strength was that of determination and free will? And that God would help those who help themselves? So. Cliff decided. Fine. Cliffy. Son. Cliff stood up and said, if the order of the temple is saying that God has deemed us all heretics, we will defy that callous God. Belief against belief. Determination against determination. Cliff would have preferred to resolve the situation peacefully. Preferred to reason with the other side and come to a mutually beneficial solution. But sometimes, people will only listen with a show of force. That is the lesson you wish to impart, is it not, father-in-law? RNG. I paused in the middle of cutting apart a pizza for the kids. Why did I suddenly feel like I caused a giant misunderstanding somewhere? 141 Mission Prep, 1/2. A peaceful and enjoyable family outing. Fun in the sun, good food, and cheerful banter all around. That was the plan for the day, and things went as planned. And then it was night. Usually, that would mean dragging Sylphie and Eris off to bed before they jumped me, but tonight was different. Sylphie and Eris stayed to keep an eye on the kids with Aunt Therese and Rostalina. Meanwhile, I went to have a chat with my dear old father, my son, and the man calling himself Pierre but who was really Laplace and may or may not be an alternate version of myself from another timeline. Moonlight shone through the window of a tavern I rented out for the night. Sitting at the table with a glass of red wine, I glanced around at the men joining me. Across from me was Dad. Unlike me, Sylphie, Eris, and pretty much everyone else, he looked the same as I remembered him. The only real difference was that his hair had grown a bit longer and he seemed a bit more calm. That, and that the silver mana he cultivated from his sword training had become a bit transparent. To my left, there was Pierre. Rostalina's husband. I really hoped that he wasn't really an alternate me, because the thought of being with Sylphie's grandma was a bit weird. Though, considering that Rudius had been such a pervert, and considering the vastness of the multiverse, I guess it was possible. After all, Rudius had been slothful and lustful, leading him to become a super edgelord after messing up a lot. I personally suffered from pride before getting knocked out of it. Maybe there were other versions of Rudius Grere who fell to different sins and ended up with different lives out there. All I knew though was that if they showed up here, I was definitely going to murder them. Too risky not to. After all, if they fell prey to a sin, who knew what kind of weirdo they ended up to be? And if they managed to arrive here as well, yet. Better to not risk it. But anyway, Pierre was sitting to my left. Since the jig was up, he had taken off his mask to reveal his face. Surprisingly, he didn't look much like me. If anything, he looked a bit more like Dad. Or maybe he just looked like a Grere in general. He had light green eyes and that purple/indigo colored hair still, but his overall appearance seemed like he was related to us somehow. Something about the eyes and cheekbones maybe. That aside, Roland was sitting on my right. Like Pierre, Roland's face was on full display, having taken off his armor and swapping out for a casual shirt and pants. He was also staring at Pierre with a strange expression. Guarded, but also confused. With arms crossed, Roland frowned and tilted his head, causing his light green hair to shift to the side. I didn't blame him. Even if Pierre had spent the whole day acting like a normal person/cool uncle to the family, it was hard to get over the bombshells he dropped. Which brought us to the main point. I set my glass down on the table and said, so let's get down to business. Dad took a swig from his own glass of wine and then shook his head. Black. Couldn't you have ordered us something else, kid? Pierre sipped on his own wine and said, what's the matter, Paul? Too refined for your tastes. More like too uptight. Dad set his glass aside and said, we're having a chat, so we should have some beer or mead, not this fancy stuff. Roland chuckled and said, you would have gotten along with my friends, grandfather. Pax always said beer was better to relax than wine. Dad pointed at him and said, see? Your son gets it, kid. I stared at him for a bit and then said, since when have things gone well when you're relaxed, Dad? He stopped to think about it and said, meeting your mom and having you? Besides. He sipped on his wine again and then raised the glass towards me. Since when have things gone right when I get too serious? Good point. Pierre nodded. I agree. Now. He looked towards me and said, what did you want to talk about, Rudy? He gestured towards Paul and Roland and said, did you just want a guy's night out, or is there something more serious? It's obvious that it's serious, isn't it? Dad stared at me and clicked his tongue. Damn. And I thought we were just going to catch up over some good drinks and food. He pointed at me and said, you can't lead your dad on like that by saying you're renting out a whole tavern, kid. I bit my tongue to stop myself from retorting about him leading on all sorts of people when he was younger. I was better than that. Instead, I nodded and said, we can do that afterwards. For now though, I wanted to talk about the future. Roland straightened. Pierre did as well. And hearing my words, Dad's relaxed expression vanished, turning serious. Since I had their attention, I laced my fingers together and said, first of all, I know where Mom and Mama Lily are. Dad's eyes widened for a bit. And then he laughed and let out a relieved smile. Of course you do. He grinned and then reached over to punch my arm. Looks like puberty turned you into even more of a genius, eh? It at least helped me get over the idiocy I inherited from you. Dad leaned back and said, but what you got from me helped out in bed, right? I mean, from how happy Sylphie and Eris are. Roland cleared his throat, shifting a bit in his seat. Could we not talk about that? Pierre chuckled and said, not quite as shameless as your grandfather, are you? He paused and then said, although. Did you ever get a lover, I mean, Roland? Roland's eyes turned sharp. I sighed and said, could you stop with the mysterious I know more than you bit, Pierre? Pierre cleared his throat and leaned back. Sorry. Bad habit. Note to self. Don't act like that. It's annoying as all hell. Anyway. Mom and Mama Lily. I continued and said, it turns out that being W ended up crunching the fabric of space and time into a weird mess. Because of that, they somehow ended up in Roland's timeline. Dad paused. Wait. He pointed at Roland and said, he's from another timeline? I thought you and Sylphie just went at it like bunnies and plopped him in a time incubator or something. I grabbed my wine and drained the glass. Damn it. Really starting to wish my body wasn't so good at clearing out poisons. Could really use a bit of a buzz right now to deal with my dad. 142 Mission Prep, 2 halves. After clearing things up with Dad a bit and hammering in the fact that, no, Roland wasn't a kid we threw into a distorted dungeon to pop him out as an adult. Seriously. Who did that? You'd have to be the most irresponsible parent ever to throw your kid into a time pocket, even if it was for their own good. But anyway, after that, it was time for the real talk. So what are you two doing in Mealy's? I looked at Pierre and Dad and said, is there something going on here? Dad shrugged and said, not really. Your pal Orsted had the central continent covered, so I decided to head over with Pierre here to check this place out to see if we could find some news about everyone. I tilted my head and said, without Norn or Airy. Well, Pierre said that he knew where you were and could send them to meet you. Figured it'd be safer than whatever mess I was going to end up in over here. After saying that, Dad let out a smug smile, proud that he thought about that. Considering his track record, it was probably the best move. Though I wasn't sure if I could approve the clearly reckless parenting decision. Then again, Airy was definitely super strong and Norn was. Well. She picked up a few strange things in her personality, but she wasn't the sort to get wrapped up in dangerous situations. Mostly because she took preemptive measures to cut the problem at the root. Literally. The part about childhood influences affecting your personality was definitely true considering how casually she treated people's lives. Stupid past edgelord self. What about you, kid? Dad looked over and said, seems like a lot happened on your end. He frowned and said, did you get wrapped up in something crazy again? Must have been a hell of a story for you to come back with grandkids, wives, and Stella clinging to you like her real dad. I paused to reflect on everything I did in the magic continent. Waking up with Stella as a newborn, meeting Ruchard while still recovering, summoning Rika, summoning the White Knights, all the shenanigans that led up to me becoming the Demon Lord of Salvation and establishing Arcadia. And then meeting Sylphie, Airy and Norn. We'll be here for days if I go through it, so let's just say that a lot happened, good and bad. Mostly good though. For now. Did you find anything here in Mealy's? I looked between Dad and Pierre and said, I know you probably didn't find anything about Mom and Mama Lily, but from the fact that something big is going down in the capital. Is being W messing around here? Before I answer that. Dad took a sip from his drink and then stared at me. I stared back and tilted my head. What? You're really my kid, right? Not some evil doppelganger from another timeline or something sent to conquer the world. I rolled my eyes and said, of course I'm your weight. I suddenly remembered what Dad said the first time he saw me again. The confusion he had about whether I was some bloodthirst demon lord or something. And then I thought about the attack avenues being W had left after realizing how much raw power I had at my disposal. That son of a bitch broadcasted my fight. No, he showed off Rudius the Grey, didn't he? The way to kill the hero wasn't to send a powerful monster. Instead, it was to have the people he protected turn against him. There was a reason why the saying you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain existed. Public opinion was fickle and could turn on a dime. And considering how zealous a group of people who were steadfast in their beliefs were, and how said group of people might react to seeing a tangible demon lord and a tangible message from a so-called god. I rubbed my face and said, maybe I should check in on Cliff. Pierre blinked. Cliff? You've met him? I nodded. Yet. He ended up getting sent to the magic continent along with his dad and some other people. Good kid, even if he keeps calling me father-in-law. Pierre blinked again. Father-in-law? But... well, I guess since I'm with Rostalina now. But then... he trailed off, mumbling under his breath. Hearing that, Roland narrowed his eyes and finally spoke up. You never gave a clear answer on who you are, Pierre. How do you know who Uncle Cliff should end up with? Because that's the original flow of events. Of course, things have definitely gone off the rails now. I thought that was because of me, but now I'm wondering if there's someone else too. The divergence I planned wasn't so great. An important conversation was unfolding, but I decided to shelf that for now. Instead, I activated clairvoyance to check in on Cliff. Although it was night, that didn't affect my vision. Because of that, it was easy to check on the situation in the capital. And also because of that, it was easy for me to see the crowd of adventurers and knights filling the central plaza. It was also easy for me to see Cliff standing on a podium in the center of all that, sweeping his arms out to the crowd while making a speech. I couldn't hear it. Mostly because I hadn't quite figured out how to tie clairvoyance to more than just sight yet. Needed to experiment a bit more with synesthesia for that. But judging from how the crowd pumped up their arms and cheered, I blinked and looked back at Dad and Pierre. Just for the record. Do you happen to know where the Pope is? Dad smirked and said, of course. He pointed at Pierre and said, Pierre and I kidnapped the old man and tucked him away in a safe house. That's why we're here, actually. The plan was to get him on a ship back to the central continent to grab some reinforcements. Also to try and one-up being W. He paused. Why? I let out a deep sigh and rubbed my face. I've really got bad timing, don't I? Well. I think Cliff mentioned how he used to dream about becoming the Pope and uniting humanity and the other races, right? Yeah. I'll let him sort that out. For now. That aside. I looked at Dad and said, I'm planning on heading back home with everyone to meet up with Master Roxy and Aisha. Did you want to come with us? Roland blinked and said, we're going to meet Blue Mama. I glanced at my son and nodded. I've got a lot to talk about with her. Mostly about our relationship, but also about Mom and Mama Lily. Master Roxy was always better at the theoretical stuff than me, so if I get her help, we should be able to grab Mom and Mama Lily in no time. Dad rubbed his chin and said, I'd love to see how my son wrangles in another wife, and I want to see my cute Aisha again, but my gut's telling me that I should probably stick around here. What do you think, Pierre? Pierre shrugged. Lena's due any day now, so I'll be around anyway. But... he looked off to the side and said, I do feel like something's off. It'll be better for us to stick around. Dad pointed at Pierre and said, that's what our mystery technique god says. I frowned and said, should I stay too? Pierre shook his head. I think it will be even messy if you're around. More importantly. He looked at Roland and said, your kid's big sister is a bit reckless with time, so it will be better for you to be near Orsted. He should be enough of an anchor to stop any of the stronger ripples. I gave Pierre a blank stare. What? Communication skills really are the most important, aren't they? Pierre tilted his head, confusion clear on his face. I sighed. 143 Holy War I. In the White Palace, at a balcony overlooking the capital. Sitting at a table, a middle-aged man with graying hair slammed his fist, causing the cardinal hat to shift off his head. What do you mean you can't find her? A man in full blue plate armor knelt down before the cardinal and bowed his head. Apologies, Cardinal, but... The cardinal, LeBlanc McFarlane, glared at the man and said, but nothing, Count. Your own daughter was in charge of the Myco's protection. Do not tell me you do not know where she took the Myco. The armored man, Count Carlite Latreia, simply remained kneeling. Curses. Cardinal LeBlanc tossed his hat to the side and ran his hand through his hair. I received a direct message from God himself and deposed the Pope like he asked. I followed everything to the letter. So why is everything going wrong now? He paused and then looked back at Count Carlite. Tell me you at least have found traces of where the Pope has gone. My apologies, Cardinal, but... useless. He slammed his hand on the table again and growled. How are you so incompetent now of all times? Have I extended you too much authority? Or... He slowly turned to Count Carlite and said, has House Latreia decided to turn on the church? Twice now your children have turned away from St. Melis. He narrowed his eyes and said, should I find a replacement for the leader of the Order of the Temple? Of course not, Cardinal. Words are not enough. Cardinal LeBlanc glanced out towards the torch-lit capital, staring at the crowd standing in the courtyard and said, go quiet down the peasantry. Let them know what it means to turn against God's words. Understood. Count Carlite stood up and started walking off, his armor clanking behind him. Because he wore the full suit, it was impossible to see his expression. As a result, the cardinal missed the thoughtful gleam in the count's eye as he walked off. Dash. And that's likely what the cardinal is thinking. Harry Grimoire shrugged and said, such a prideful person will likely find us an eyesore and start a show of calling us heretics before sending in the inquisitors. Cliff nodded and then swept his gaze around the surroundings. It was night, the only source of light from the full moon above and the torches they set up around their base. He had just finished giving his impassioned speech to the adventurers, militia, and knights that had sided with the citizens over the nobles. Now it was a time of action. Well, the moment before action. There was a bit of time left to finalize logistics and sort out the battle plan. Also to check everyone's determination one last time. Cliff looked out at the people standing nearby. Harry Grimoire, Cliff's adoptive father. Lady Astolfo, the co-captain of the White Knights from Arcadia. Belmondo Nashvenik, the effective leader of the Order of the Church. Belmondo's father, Galgard, who had just returned after gathering the remnants of the Order of Instruction. The Adventurer Guild's leader. And then the various adventurers and other influential figures who had been keeping the Order of the Temple and the nobles from committing a complete purge on the populace. Sweeping his gaze across from them all, Cliff nodded and said, so he says. From this point on it is only a matter of time before the sword of the Church falls upon our heads. Will we simply stand here and accept that fate? No. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by clattering steel. The knights hammering on their armor in salutes. Adventurers cheering. The militia cheering in agreement. Will we accept the god who declared us the enemy? No. Then. Cliff turned towards the White Palace. At the same time, he glanced at the towers creating the barrier protecting Militian. It was a defensive measure. Common knowledge said that it was only for stopping outside forces and monsters from attacking. However, Cliff doubted that was its only capability. For now, it was fine, but it was something he needed to keep an eye on as they advanced. But for the moment, let us depart. Sweeping his arm through the air, Cliff spun on his heels and started walking through the streets towards the White Palace. His pristine white robes trailed behind him as he moved, leading the way. It was night time. As a result, the city should have been quiet, with the citizens fast asleep. But that wasn't the case. As Cliff led the way, he could see people peering out from their homes to look at him. Elderly men and women. Single mothers. Children. Had it been that trying on them? Without a doubt, what Cliff was doing was revolt. It was blasphemy of the highest order by declaring the effective leader of the church as the enemy. Yet instead of doubt or ridicule, he was met with hope. Of course, that was just from the common folk. In the distance, Cliff could see the lights on in the noble homes and faint reflections. The cowardly nobility peering out with spyglasses or other means from safety. As expected. Father-in-law knows best. Those born into nobility did not appreciate or empathize with the plight of the commoners. And those who clung to the luxury from currying favor with the church would continue to do so at the expense of the common folk. Militian needed to change. A false church that would forsake its people and turn the blade upon the populace was one that did not need to exist. Even if it was the word of God himself declaring it. Humanity will declare who they deem their God. They would make a new one who understood their plight. Isn't that right, father-in-law? RNG. I felt a shiver run down my spine and glanced off in the distance. Is something wrong, Rudy? Sylphie clung to my right arm and then raised her head to follow my gaze. Just go to sleep already. Ari grumbled and then snuggled close to my left side. We need to get up early tomorrow. Right. Yeah. I could worry about the fact that Cliff was definitely setting off for war instead of negotiating later. He was a logical sort of guy. If he came to that conclusion, there probably wasn't any other option. Instead, I should think about how we were going to head back to the central continent. Maybe it was time to experiment with random teleporting? Since I had a proper anchor point here, I could always warp back. And considering how seasick Ari and the others had been last time, it would probably be better. But a leisurely trek across Mealy sounded fun too. And I was curious about meeting the beast race in the Great Forest. Well, I'd figure it out tomorrow. 144 Holy War 2. Back in the Magic Continent, Rika frowned as she reread through the reports that Ruchard handed her earlier in the day. And as she did, she clicked her tongue. It really is that person. She had always wondered about it. Back in her timeline, demon god Laplace existed. It was common knowledge that he was sealed away in a secret location within the Magic Continent, guarded by seals that Perugius personally placed and reinforced with his summoned spirits. And yet, the man calling himself Magic God Laplace had appeared while Demon God Laplace never emerged. Moreover, at that time Perugius had focused all of his resources on the Magic God. Rika had suspected that Magic God Laplace, or rather, the Rudy that became Magic God Laplace was just the reincarnation of Demon God Laplace. But now, If my time and this time are similar save for that one instance. From her talks with Rudy, they were fairly certain that her time branched from his at a single point. However, even though time branched, it didn't mean that certain key events wouldn't occur if they were already in motion before the branch. Then, Rika took off her glasses and reread the report one more time, checking the location, the observations, and Rudyard's findings against what she remembered about magic god Laplace's origins. This might be a problem. Rika wasn't worried about Rudy. Even if the seal broke and demon god Laplace tried to possess Rudy because he happened to be a perfect vessel. Well, Rudy was a crazy and ridiculous person who was practically a god on his own right at the moment. After all, he had the power, miracles, and faith to proclaim himself as one. But that was the best-case scenario. In the worst case, magic god Laplace was infamous for his assimilation ability. And people had suspected him of being the reincarnation of demon god Laplace due to using some of demon god Laplace's infamous techniques. What if demon god Laplace had been fully resurrected, but his powers had been taken by that time's Rudy for his own? And what if? There is no use thinking like this. Rika shook her head and set the papers down. For now, let us leave it to Rudyard and just send a message to Rudy. The seal was only weakening at the moment, so there was a bit of time. Not only that, but Rudyard's combat potential was even higher than he had been in his prime as demon god Laplace's general. Rika wasn't concerned about a fight there. Rudyard could hold his own long enough for Rudy to sense the disturbance and return. Instead, what Rika was concerned for was... She glanced at the sky and frowned. After that, she looked at the maid who had been quietly sitting in the corner of the room. Adolf. The former immortal demon lord bowed her head and said, "Yes, Lady Rika." Rika's eye twitched. It was still weird seeing the brash and hot-headed Adolf act like that. Just what happened when Rudy went to meet her? No. That wasn't important. Instead, do you think Perugius would sit down and talk peacefully if demon god Laplace's seal breaks near our kingdom? Adolf scoffed. That guy? Of course not. He acts all noble and aloof, but he's a super hot-headed idiot when it comes to anything related to Laplace. I thought so. Rika sighed. It seemed like she should expedite Project Zenithia then. If conflict with Perugius was inevitable, they might as well go ahead with it and create another floating fortress. Dash. The middle of the night, dark with nothing but the moon to guide the way. Under the moonlight, an eclectic group departed from Milishan, stepping out onto the open fields. Some were in pristine white armor, shining like specters from beyond the veil. Others were in sparkling silver armor. Others still were wearing haphazard equipment, some with proper armor, some with miscellaneous pieces. And the rest lacked armor at all, simply advancing in their plain clothes. Leading this group was a young man. When he left his home, he had been just a boy. A youth not even to his 10th birthday. But through happenstance and divine intervention, he had experienced years beyond what he should have had the world resumed its natural course. A genius plucked from his home, humbled, and returned with conviction. Standing at the front, Cliff Grimoire confidently advanced, his light brown hair and his pure white robe fluttering with a gentle night breeze. Unlike his followers who were barely illuminated by the moon, he seemed to emit light of his own. Like a lamp in the darkness, his surroundings were bright, serving as a beacon and guide for those who may have been doubtful behind him. But it was dangerous. Unlike the others, he had no armor. Though his robe gave off a holy aura, it was ordinary cloth. A blade would easily cut through and rend his flesh. An arrow would pierce and strike him down. Even so, he advanced without doubt. His eyes remained steadfast on the White Palace in the distance, as well as the flurry of activity starting to emerge from the palace gates. It was difficult to see to the ordinary eye. Knights bearing dark blue armor that blended in with the darkness advanced. Knights from the Order of the Temple. Not only that, but the faint twang of drawn bowstrings echoed from the distance. And of course, the target was Cliff. The white moon became shadowed. A barrage of arrows blanketing the sky shot forward. But Cliff continued to advance. Almost as if a martyr or sacrifice, he continued forward while the others moved back. The arrows arrived. A few screams echoed. Some of the younger members from Cliff's group closed their eyes. In the distance, the captain overseeing the temple archers cheered. But shortly after, silence fell over both groups. Cliff was standing there, completely unharmed without a single scratch on either his skin or his clothing. Instead, the arrows had pierced the ground around him. But they weren't deflected. Instead, as if divine interference, the arrows formed a perfect circle around him. Moreover, if one looked upon the arrows from above, they would see that it formed the cross of Saint Melis, with Cliff as the center. The silence continued for a moment. And then Cliff broke it. Staring into the distance, he smiled and swept out his arms. "Is this all you can do in the name of your god?" He stepped forward, placing a foot on the arrows. Logically, they should have broken. They weren't tightly packed enough to support his weight. But the arrows held, and Cliff advanced. Fire! A roar echoed in the distance. The captain ordering the archers to attack once more. Cliff let out a benevolent smile and advanced, his arms still held out. Look! Those who act in the name of that god cannot strike me. Their arrows miss, and their blades shall break. The next volley of arrows arrived. But like before, they flew off course. Yet, it wasn't due to a barrier. Instead, it looked like some divine force had brushed them aside at the last moment. The temple captain turned to his men and growled. Where are you aiming? Fire! Another volley. Cliff smiled, watching as the arrows continued to miss. And then he turned back towards his followers. We advance. Tonight, we expel the false prophets. 145 Holy War 3. A battle beneath the moonlight. One side fighting in the name of a supposed god, the other fighting for humanity's sake against that traitorous god. Arrows continued flying through the night sky, blotting out the moonlight as they shot towards Cliff and the people behind him. And those arrows kept getting twisted off course, as if brushed away by an invisible hand. It would have been one thing if it was due to a barrier. It would have been sensible if a wind started, blowing them off course. Both were phenomena that could be explained with mortal powers. Magic, instead of divine intervention. But one of the blue-armored paladins on the side of the Order of the Temple turned back to look at the commander. Sir? Do we keep shooting the arrows? Do we really have God's blessings on our side? Another paladin lowered his bow and glanced at the commander as well. The commander glared at his men. As a grizzled old man who had seen countless battles, a trick like this didn't faze him. But his men? It was pathetic. Just because of something small like that, his men were losing morale. Of course we do. Have you forgotten the day? His voice echoed in our minds. The commander stepped forward past his men and stared at Cliff. Cliff stared back, letting out a faint smile. TCH. It was a kid. But that kid had somehow rallied the Adventurers Guild, Order of Instruction, and Order of the Church behind him. Not only that, but even some idiotic commoners had joined in a haphazard militia. A reckless charge. Even if the other Knight Orders had joined, they were just remnants. With God's aid and the Cardinal's actions, the strongest had been scattered to the winds. No matter what magic item they were using to block the arrows, when it came to a clash of blades, the result was already determined. So, stop wasting arrows and draw your blades. The commander ordered his men and then drew his own sword. At the same time, silver light wrapped his body. His battle aura flared as he prepared to meet those arrogant traitors and heretics daring to raise their swords against the church. An immediate response. Seeing the commander act brushed away the doubts in the paladins. With that, they all put their bows to the side and drew their swords, stepping forward to stand with the commander. A dozen other paladins roused their battle aura as well, silver wrapping around their dark blue armor. Seeing that, the commander smirked. No matter how many adventurers and peasants that kid rallied, it would be pointless. Even though they had a small army on that side, a single saint-ranked fighter could take out scores of ordinary men. A king-ranked fighter could take that army out by himself. And there was no one like that in the other Knight Orders. So it was inevitable. The moment that Kid and his forces arrived, his elites would charge alongside him and tear through. Afterwards, his men would follow up and a sudden burst of light. The dark night illuminated by silver. But it wasn't coming from his men. Instead, the commander's eyes widened and he instinctively took a step back. Impossible. Dash. Cliff stared at the shocked face of the enemy commander and then nodded. As I thought. The Order of the Temple was worthy of their infamous reputation. To be able to pull out a dozen saint-ranked fighters for just an initial charge and at such notice was proof of that. It was a force that was enough to keep the entire Adventurers Guild in check. Perhaps the Order of Instruction might have stronger fighters, but those were scattered throughout the world on their training pilgrimages. And the Order of the Church had powerful fighters serving as trump cards in cases of national emergency, but the space-time rend had scattered those fighters as well. That was why the Order of the Temple could run rampant like this under the Cardinal's direction and hold Militian in a death grip. However, it is nothing compared to father-in-law's forces. The White Knights had a minimum entry level of saint-ranked. It was necessary in order to survive against the harsh monsters and unexpected dangers of the magic continent. And as a result of facing those tribulations, in actuality, the White Knights were stronger than ordinary saint-ranked forces. And that was just considering the White Knights who joined later. Lady Astolfo and the others who father-in-law had personally gathered. Cliff didn't know their limits. But from the oppressive light shining behind him, it was more than whatever the other side had. So it would be a rout. With the White Knights alone, they could run rampant through the Order of the Temple, barge into the White Palace, and take out the Cardinal. But this battle was not simple one of military might. Cliff carefully studied the expressions of the knights on the opposing side. A good number of them were wearing helmets, preventing him from gleaning any information. But others were not. And because of that, he could see the shock and hesitation. As expected. The Order of the Temple were known to be zealots. Those who would fight to the death against impossible odds. Trusting in the grace of Saint Mealy's and God's protection, they would willingly relinquish their lives for the cause. Because they knew they were in the right. But they lost their faith. Was it because of some of the heinous actions that had been perpetrated in the name of God? The fact that the cardinal seized power for his own? Or because using his prototype spell to give off the appearance of divine intervention struck them to their core? Either way, Cliff could tell. Just one more push would be enough. So. Lady Astolfo, Sir Venick, and Mr. Guild Leader. Would you please stand back? A request to stand down. Are you an idiot, Cliffy? As scripted, Lady Astolfo spoke up against him. You might be smart, but you aren't a fighter. I do not need to be. Cliff turned back to the militia. Ordinary men and women. Some young, some old. People who followed him because they wanted to protect their home and get rid of the rot clinging to the church. Those who had faith in St. Mealy's teachings and not some false god who would discard them on a whim. Cliff closed his eyes and placed his hand over his heart. It was possible. Father-in-law had told him that mana could take on countless forms. That faith alone could create astounding feats, but faith, vision, and rationale could create impossible miracles. And so. This is a story about the resurgence of humanity. Humanity's potential was limitless. Anyone could become a hero. Anyone could become a villain. The capacity for good and evil lay within everyone. But in knowing evil and seeking good. In accepting weakness and seeking strength within the conviction to pursue the beautiful ideal. Cliff opened his eyes. And as he did, golden light swept out. The night sky vanished, replaced by a brilliant sky at dawn. At the same time, silver light flickered around the ordinary men and women, their inherent strength drawn out by the grace of the morning light. Seeing that, Cliff smiled. As always, father-in-law's theories were correct. RNG. It was the middle of the night. To be exact, early morning. Ari and Sylphie were already fast asleep, and both of them were clinging to my arms, preventing me from getting up. Well, it was super comfy snuggled between them, so I didn't really want to get up either. But I couldn't fall asleep despite how comfortable it felt. And the reason for that? As expected. It's dangerous to give random information to real geniuses, hey. I stared at the piece of displaced reality around the White Palace with my clairvoyance and then let out a sigh. Note to self. Be more careful with the what-ifs you say around Cliff. That guy's smart, crazy, and determined enough to reject reality itself to make it possible. Secondary note, remember to grab Cliff when we seriously start working on how to grab Mom and Mama Lily back from the future. Now. I think I'll just close my eyes and let Cliff do his thing. Yeah. Less of a headache that way. Hey. I wonder if this is how Master Roxy felt back then. 146 Children of the Beast Race I. A bright and peaceful morning. Stella blinked her bleary eyes open and then let out a small yawn before sitting up in her bed. For a brief moment, she was confused. The surroundings were unfamiliar. Even the bed she was sleeping in was different. A bit too firm and not like the comfy one that Ai-chan made for her. And then Stella remembered. Right. We aren't in Arcadia anymore. She took a look around and then gathered her bearings. It was a small room. Basic, without many personal belongings or furniture. But it was supposed to be that way. Ai-chan. You're a pretty boring person, hey. The room was a recreation of the one that Ai-chan had at their old house. The same house where Stella had been born. It didn't have everything. After all, a lot of their belongings had vanished in the space-time collapse that whisked their family all over the world. But Ai-chan was a cheat who could make things from just his imagination and memories, so it was pretty much the same. Because of that, and because of how bare it was, Stella shook her head. Even if he was a reincarnated genius or something, you'd think he would have some toys or souvenirs, but there wasn't anything decorating the room. Then again, Ai-chan was the sort of person who valued the intangible things like knowledge, skills, and stuff like that. Except for when it came to women. Stella slipped out of her bed and sighed. At least Ai-chan knows how to keep them quiet. After that, she thought about what to do for the day. Ai-chan said that they were probably going to start heading back to their hometown soon, but she wasn't sure if they were leaving today or not. And even if they were, Ai-chan could come by and pick her up whenever. So. A glimmer of crimson sparks appeared in front of Stella, and then a girl with flaming orange hair appeared next to her. Stella blinked and then sighed before saying, "Are you going to follow me around everywhere like that now, Fai?" Fai rubbed her eyes and then smiled. Of course. She smoothed down her simple white dress and said, "You're big now, so I get to be big too." A white mist shimmered next to Stella before a tabby grey cat appeared, floating in the air. It shook its body for a bit, causing some mist to leave its fur and turn it pure white. After that, the cat looked at Stella with its clear blue eyes and said, "Did you plan on going on an adventure today, Stella?" Stella walked over to pick up her bag, carefully rummaging through her belongings. Her notebook filled with various example magic arrays that she learned from watching Unai-chan. A makeshift wand made from a magic stone Unai-chan gave her to play with and some scrap metal that Fai and Wada helped find. Some spare clothes, snacks that Unai-chan gave her. And since Wada could always conjure water, that should be enough. Stella closed up her bag and slung it over her shoulders before turning back to Wada. "We probably won't be here much longer, so we should go explore while we have the chance, right?" A small breeze shifted Stella's blonde hair before a tiny green fairy appeared on her head. Wearing a green one-piece dress, Wen yawned and said, "Can't we just relax?" She glanced off to the side and said, "The wines are hectic today. It might be bad to go." Stella rolled her eyes and said, "The wines are always bad, Wen. Just like how you're always sleepy." She paused and said, "Why are you always sleepy anyway?" Wen stretched and said, "Because you make me work so hard." The small fairy puffed her cheeks and said, "Do you know how many times a weirdo keeps trying to steal your fate?" Stella blinked. "What?" Wen yawned and then looked over at Wada and Fai. "I'm going back to sleep." "Don't let Fai get Stella into trouble, Wada." Fai huffed and said, "I am not trouble." Wada nodded. "I won't." Stella shook her head and said, "You three always make it seem like I'm going to get into some big mess." After saying that, Stella opened the door and walked out of her room. Wada floated behind her and said, "Because you're a trouble magnet like Rudy but a lot weaker. I am not as bad as Unai-chan." Stella huffed and walked down the hall to the living room. "He breaks the world and common sense wherever he goes. I'm perfectly normal." Fai walked beside Stella and nodded. "Yet." She looked at Wada and said, "Stella is a normal girl, not a weirdo. Normally I'd be happy, but coming from you, Fai." Stella sighed and then shook her head. The house was empty, mostly because it was still pretty early. Stella's father had gone off somewhere last night after chatting with Unai-chan. As for Unai-chan, he was still asleep with his arrow wives. Or maybe up to Eka things since that silence formation was covering their bedroom. Either way, they weren't around. Eos, Ena and Roland's bedrooms were upstairs, and Stella's, nieces and nephew? Nei-chan's and Nii-chan? Family relationships were always so complicated when time travel was involved. Ha! Seriously, was Unai-chan the protagonist of a science fiction novel or something before he got reincarnated? He said he came from Japan too, but Stella was seriously starting to have doubts about if they came from the same Earth. Anyway, they were all asleep, or at least not downstairs yet. Norn Nei-chan was probably asleep too since her room was still closed. So was Auntie Therese. Since that was the case, Stella scribbled a quick note saying that she was going exploring before placing it on the dining room table. After that, she headed outside, Fai and Wada following her. And then, "Are you leaving?" A soft female voice called out to her. At. Stella jumped and spun around to see a slightly chubby blonde girl standing there. The girl's blue eyes stared at Stella with unnatural pink diamond pupils, almost as if peering into Stella's soul. No, the girl was actually doing that judging from the waves of mana rippling towards Stella. Stella watched those waves bounce away as the necklace Unai-chan gave her flashed. After that, she huffed and said, "How many times have I said to stop trying to read my mind, Maiko?" Yet. Fai pointed at Maiko and said, "That's rude." The girl, Maiko, lowered her gaze and said, "I'm sorry." Wada floated over and bopped Fai's head. "You're the rude one here, Fai." Ow. Stella shook her head and said, "Whatever. I'm going out to play today. Do you want to come with?" Maiko tilted her head and said, "Is that okay? You're still really small." "I am not small." Stella huffed and said, "I'm a big girl now." "Yes. Anyway." Stella spun towards the door and said, "I'm going with or without you." "Come on Fai." "Ah." Maiko quickly started walking after Stella. "Wait for me." SNG. Saint Port. Apparently, it was supposed to be similar to the Wind Port back on the Magic Continent. Of course, since that place had been destroyed by a big distortion, Stella never got to see what it was really like. But walking around the area, this place really is a fantasy world, isn't it? Of course, there had been demons, beastkin and other fantasy creatures back in Arcadia, but everyone there was normal. Or maybe it was because the place was something Unai-chan built up. Either way, it didn't feel like a real parallel world. But here, looking around, Stella could see adventurers chatting and merchants hawking their wares. Some sailors were walking around, stumbling back after a long night drinking. Altogether, it was like a real fantasy setting. And since Stella was finally off by herself, it was even more exciting. Now, if only she could have a chance encounter and start a quest or something. Stella paused, noticing something off in the distance, hidden between dark alleyways. A flash of white, darting into the darkness. Wada paused as well and then followed Stella's gaze. Did you see something interesting, Stella? I think so. Stella pulled out her wand from her bag and then started walking over there. Maiko quickly followed, hugging her white robe. I don't think we should. It'll be fine. I'm not a baby anymore. Right. Stella was grown up now and she could solve her own problems. Plus, it was time for her to show Ani-chan that he didn't need to fuss so much worrying about her. Let's go, everyone. Now, to see what that white flash was. RNG. I sat up and then glanced off to the side. Ari and Sylphie were still fast asleep, completely exhausted. Scanning around the house, my kids were sleeping, Norn was studying, Aunt Therese was sleeping too. Dad was knocked out at an inn nearby, watched over by Pierre and Rostalina. But Stella was missing. She wasn't in danger. And when I focused on her, it seemed like she was just out having fun with her friends walking around in town. But then she suddenly ducked into a side alley, chasing after a fluffy white dog. A fluffy white dog that was almost blinding with the amount of golden holy mana radiating from it. Trouble really does run in the family, hey. I carefully slipped out from Ari and Sylphie before heading out the window and trailing after Stella. It should be fine, but it was always good to have an overpowered NPC on a tutorial mission, right? 147 Children of the Beast Race 2. Stella clutched her wand and then cautiously peered down the dark alleyway. It was sketchy. If it was back in Japan, Stella would never have gone anywhere close to a place like that. But I'm no ordinary girl. Right. She wasn't an ordinary high school girl, and she definitely wasn't an ordinary girl in general. Watching Ani-chan use magic, experimenting with magic formations on her own, and even secretly using healing magic to grow a little faster. Yes. Stella was definitely not an ordinary girl. Instead, she was a magical girl, one setting off to solve mysteries and beat up the bad guys. Okay. Maybe not that. Still, it would help Ani-chan if some of the bad guys weren't around, right? Right. So. Focus, Stella. The flash of white that Stella saw was gone now. They had chased it down the alleyways towards the ships, but it suddenly vanished. Wada floated through the air and spun around, frowning. I don't see anything, Stella. Fai walked next to Stella and looked around as well. Yab. All clear. Maiko cautiously stopped behind Stella and looked around too. After a quick survey, she looked towards Stella and said, Is it okay for us to be here? Stella looked towards Maiko and crossed her arms. What? Are you scared? Maiko nodded. Yes. Oh. Stella hadn't been expecting that answer. Maiko frowned and said, I'm surprised that you aren't scared. She pressed her hands against her chest and looked around, trembling. People can be scary, especially in places like this. Well, I can be scary too. Stella held up her wand and then stared at the rundown door in front of them. Now that Maiko mentioned it, Stella felt her heart speed up a bit. Even if Stella knew she was safe, it was still a bit scary. In her past life, she wouldn't be caught anywhere near places like this. She had read horror stories about kids and even high school girls being lured into shady places and then trafficked against their will. But because of that, I can do it. Right. This place definitely looked like the sort of shady area where innocent people would be trafficked. And since this was a world where slaves existed, there were probably a lot of those here too. And Stella had the ability to free them. So. She swallowed down her fear and hesitation and then said, Wada. Can you break down the door? Wada puffed up his chest and said, Easy. After that, he floated towards the door and snapped his fingers. A flash of blue light lit up the dark alley. The moment it did, the rundown door frosted over, turning white. And then it shattered, dissolving into icy particles. Fai pouted. Ah. I wanted to break something. Wada floated back to Stella's side before turning towards Fai. No burning down the whole town, Fai. Do you want Rudy to yell at you? No. Maiko looked between Wada and Fai before turning her gaze back to Stella. As she did, Maiko frowned and said, I don't understand you, Stella. Why aren't you scared? Stella started walking through the opening and said, Because I'm smart and prepared. Right. Ani-chan was the strongest, and the necklace he gave her would definitely protect her against bad guys. Although. Stella paused and then turned towards Fai. Could you stay close and protect Maiko, Fai? Ah. Fai frowned and said, But I want to walk next to you, Stella. And I appreciate that. But Maiko is squishy, so we need to protect her. Maiko puffed her cheeks and said, I am not squishy. I might be a little pudgy, but I'm not squishy. Sure. Stella wasn't about to open that can of worms. Nope. Besides, there were more important things to worry about. After watching to make sure FAI was seriously protecting Maiko, Stella started walking again. It was dark, but a quick flick of her wand lit up the surroundings as a floating light ball emerged. And like that, the party advanced. The building was damp, and the doorway seemed to be leading underground, giving the impression of walking into the mouth of a breathing creature. Stella knew that wasn't the case, but with the moist air, warm atmosphere and icky smell surrounding her, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It was irrational. Stella knew that. After all, Ai-chan was nearby and she could call for help at any time. Not that she wanted to. This was a chance to prove to everyone that she wasn't just a kid. If she managed to foil like a big criminal plot, then everyone would definitely stop coddling her. And she could even show off to Reincarnation too. Imagining all of that brought a smile to Stella's face. A smile that froze as the group stepped out into an open area. By Mealy's. Maiko let out a hushed whisper and instinctively took a step back. Fai's usual bright demeanor vanished, replaced by anger. Anger that caused her flaming red hair to actually become flames for a brief moment before she closed her eyes and brought it under control. Wada was angry as well. But unlike Fai, his anger was cold, causing the air around him to frost up. As for Stella. Is this real? A dark and empty stone room, barely lit by a flickering oil lantern and the light orb she had summoned. Within that room, cages were laid out, each containing nude boys and girls. There were a few who looked to be around 10, but most of them were younger. Primary school age. They were handcuffed and gagged. Some had animal or elf ears, but there were a few who were definitely just human. All of them were crying or trembling in fear. Some had bruises on their skin or their face. And others. No, it looked like they didn't suffer that. But even so. Stella. Wada cried out and flew in front of Stella, conjuring an ice barrier. Crack. Stella's eyes widened, staring at the sword stopped right in front of her eyes. It wasn't moving. But the force that had been thrown must have been immense. Wada had conjured a thick wall of frosty ice, but cracks were rapidly spreading through it, making it look like a broken window. Through that broken window, Stella could see someone moving. TCH. A man walked into the center of the room from a dark hallway, dragging a bloodied white dog behind him. Staring at Stella, he clicked his tongue and said, "I was worried that this dog drew in some adventurers, but it's only a bunch of kids and their pet." Stella gulped and took a quick stock of the situation. The captured children in the cages were huddling in fear. Wada was on edge and Fai had moved in front of Maiko, who was trembling with wide eyes. "It's okay. Right. It was fine." She wasn't alone, and even then, it was just a random thug. Judging from the man's shaggy dark hair, gaunt eyes and scruffy beard, he was just an ordinary thug. The sort of typical bandit. He definitely wasn't anything special. So. Let's save them. She could do it. The children. Stella didn't know how they got here or why they were here, but it definitely couldn't be for any good reason. And it was clear that man was underestimating them, so. Stella swung her wand and focused. Magic formations flashed and stone spires shot up from the floor, aiming at the bad guy. At the same time, she ran forward. Stella. Arg. Wada groaned and then shattered the ice wall, quickly moving towards Stella's side. The bandit snorted and said, "Stupid kid." Reaching up with his left hand to crack his neck, he took a step back, completely relaxed. And then his eyes widened. What? Stella smiled. It worked. A theory that Stella was working on. Inspired by how Wada, Win, and Fai used magic, she figured out how to use magic formations to directly control the elements. The bandit thought it was just stone spires, but in actuality. "Go on timeout for a bit, Mr. Bandit." Stella swung her wand and caused the stone to flow like water before wrapping around the bandit. "You brat!" The bandit cursed and then tried to break free, struggling against the stone constraints. Seeing that, Stella swung her wand again and then wrapped up his mouth too. After that, she turned her attention to the caged children. Ai-chan was definitely going to be impressed by this. Although it wouldn't be good to have all the kids walk out since they were naked. Maybe she should try making clothes like Ai-chan? Wada flew over and then snapped his fingers, causing the locks on the cages to freeze and shatter. After that, he turned to the bloodied dog lying on the ground and said, "Hey, Stella. I think we should heal that dog." Stella looked over and then cleared her throat. Right. She didn't forget about the dog at all. Definitely not. Especially since it seemed like the one who struggled to escape and get them to come and help. Stella walked over to the dog, ignoring the dark glare the bound-up bandit was giving her. Holding out her wand, she stood over the dog and smiled. "Don't worry, doggy. Just a bit and I'll have you all." Maiko suddenly gasped and then said, "Stella no, Wada, block him." Stella blinked. A flash of silver erupted around the man. Shortly after, a loud crack echoed as he broke out of the restraints, suddenly drawing a knife from his sleeve. Stella's eyes widened and she took a step back. At least, she tried. But the bandit glared at her, and her body couldn't move. Stella suddenly remembered it. The terrifying glare that Mr. Ruchard had way back when that made it seem like the entire world would crash down. Ai-chan was able to stand against that. But Ai-chan was Ai-chan. Faced with that glare. No. That killing intent. With the realization that the man wanted and was going to kill her. Move. She tried to force her body to move. And her hand clumsily swung her wand. But she couldn't concentrate. Wada moved like before and tried to make an ice barrier. But before he could, a dagger flew towards him, stopping him in the middle of casting. Wada reflexively ducked away. But then he realized that Stella was left wide open. No. The bandit sneered and dashed forward, pulling out another dagger from his boot. Stella's mind stopped, staring at the gleaming blade rushing towards her head. And then, blood sprayed. Fai was standing in front of Stella, arms thrown out wide, somehow arriving in an instant to serve as a human shield. Because of that, Stella thought the blood came from her. But then she realized that wasn't the case. Instead, I knew I should have cleaned up these ship rats earlier. A familiar calm and collected voice. Not only that, but a familiar hand patted Stella's head. Ai-chan's. Stella blinked and watched as Rudy appeared in front of her. Was it because he was in a rush? Instead of his dyed hair and fancy clothes, his hair was white again and he was wearing a plain grey shirt and pants. Before Stella could even comprehend what was happening, people started appearing from the dark hallway further in the room. Is it a raid? They got Gerald. Rudy clicked his tongue and then turned to face them. Exploiting children like this. And scaring my baby sister. He stepped forward and cracked his knuckles. Well. I've been meaning to test out my physique. Thank you for volunteering. Filled with relief, Stella suddenly found her legs giving out. Against her will, she staggered back and fell on her butt. Even so, that was fine. She was safe. The bad guy was. Stella's mind froze. She had instinctively glanced over to see what Rudy did to stop the bandit. And she couldn't comprehend it. No. She could comprehend it. It was clear. The bandit was dead. It was a rational result. He tried to kill her. Because of that, Ai-chan killed the man to save her. But a wave of nausea took over Stella as she saw it. The bandit was dead. But he wasn't just dead. He was crushed. A human body that was just standing in front of her had turned into a crimson smear. It was the same way Rudy took care of monsters. Overwhelming pressure that crushed them. But shards of bone, bits of hair, and pink chunks that were still moving in places. Screams drew Stella out of her daze, causing her to look towards them. And then she wished she hadn't. Ai-chan was doing what Ai-chan always did in protecting her. And Ai-chan was strong. Because of that, the bad guys didn't stand a chance. But limbs flying from a casual flick of Ai-chan's wrist. Punches that ripped a hole wherever they flew instead of sending the person backwards. A horror film. Right. Stella forgot. This world. It was a fantasy world, but there. Rudy turned back to Stella and smiled. Now, it was a bit messy, but everything's settled. How about we start helping these kids out, Stella? Stella didn't answer. Rudy blinked. Stella. A massacre. In the middle of the blood-stained room and shredded corpses, Rudy was standing there untouched. Not even a single drop of blood was on him, even though he was the one responsible for it. Stella thought it was a joke. Because Ai-chan was nice, she thought that the fact that he was a demon lord was just for fun. A title that he picked up because he was literally a lord over demons. But Ai-chan. Stella stared at Rudy with dazed eyes and said, "You're really a demon lord, aren't you?" What do you? Thump. Stella. Hey. This isn't a place to sleep. 148 Children of the Beast Race 3. Okay. So it turns out that even I can make bad decisions right after waking up. Since I saw Stella walking with such confidence and acting so mature, I thought that she was like me and didn't get affected by seeing people die. Though to be fair, I had taken her with me when fighting off monsters and seeing much more gruesome sights in the past, but it seemed like it was a bit different when you saw a person get turned to red paste compared to a monster. Definitely should have realized that. Sheesh. People talked about post-sex clarity, but it sure didn't seem like that for me. Must be the Grey genes. Definitely would explain a lot about Dad. I sighed and picked up my baby sister before taking a look around the surroundings. The place was a mess. I definitely didn't expect my opponents to be so weak, so my miscalculation meant that I sprayed the walls red. I managed to keep the blood away from the children, of course. Though, it seemed like that might have left a worse impression because of it. Well. First off, let's clean this place up. I focused on all the gore and viscera before gathering it into a bunch and dissolving it into ambient mana through some handy mass energy conversion. The conversion ratio was horrible, of course. But the point wasn't to just get rid of the mess, so that didn't matter. In the blink of an eye, the room was clear. Of course, only to my eyes. Since my baby sister fainted, the light orb she had been using to illuminate the surroundings had vanished. And probably because of that, I could hear and see some of the kidnapped children crying even harder out of sheer dread and despair. Yeah. Definitely need to wake up a bit more next time before heading out to do things. Ah. I should start making that list for my sons in the future. 1. Never leave home without the list of things to keep the grey stupid in check. 2. After getting up, make sure you are completely awake before doing anything that other people can see. Grey rats are prone to bouts of stupidity. Especially after a long night. 3. Don't show children bloody and gruesome sights, even if they seem mature enough to handle it. That should be enough for now. Anyway, dealing with the current situation. Maiko. The Maiko? I still wasn't sure if her name was Maiko or if that was just a title. But anyway, Maiko was terrified and clinging onto Wada for dear life. I was going around opening the cages. Win, was floating around Stella in mana form and protecting her? Hey. Didn't know she could do that, but good to know. I picked Stella up and then held her close before walking over to the white dog that I saw earlier. The dog was still alive, but only just. It seemed like the kidnappers took out their anger on the poor thing for running away and getting help. Good work. I crouched down and then patted the dog while healing it. The dog blearily opened its eyes to look at me and then let out a soft sigh before cozying up to me. I smiled and then turned to look at Maiko. Are you hurt? The young girl looked at me and then slowly shook her head. I'm fine, Mr. Rudy. At that time, Wada managed to escape from Maiko's grasp and said, I'm not. He quickly fixed up his ruffled fur and said, I might look cute, but I'm not a stuffed animal. Sheesh. Maiko lowered her gaze and said, sorry. Wada sighed and then floated over to me, looking at Stella with a worried look. Is she okay, Master Rudy? She'll be fine. I shifted Stella into a princess hold and then looked at the other children who were still staring at me. The problem is what to do with these guys. It seemed like they were calming down after I went around to free them. Still naked though. And judging from the fact that they were here at the port on the continent with a church that held power over everything. Well. We'd find out if that aspect of the church being corrupt is true after Cliff reports back. But for now. I snapped my fingers and conjured a basic loose shirt for each of the children, as well as healing any wounds they might have. The finger snap wasn't necessary, but appearances were important. And it also let them know that I was the source of the magical situation. Wouldn't want the kids to start panicking now. I didn't have to worry though. For the most part, all of the kids had calmed down and were looking at me with trust and hope. Not sure how it ended up that way after the bloody massacre, but maybe beast and elven kids were different? Must be a cultural thing. Yeah, the human kids still looked a bit cautious. But for now. Well, I was planning a trip to visit the Great Forest anyway. And Sylphie had been talking about wanting to take care of some kids, right? This could be a good practice run. SNG. Blood splatters. A human body, turned into a crimson smear along the pavement. Stella recognized it. The blood-stained high school uniform. Clumps of long dark hair. The side bag with a cute button that Aki gave her pinned along the side. It was the accident. Right. That was how she died. A giant truck blew past a red light, and she ran forward to push Aki out of the way. As a result, she died. That must have been how she ended up before she died. Obviously. A human body versus a giant truck was an inevitable outcome. Stella stared at the pavement. And as she did, the crimson smear started wriggling before turning back into the bandit that tried to kill her. This was a nightmare. Stella could tell. This was definitely a nightmare. And like all the nightmares she had, Ai-chan showed up to end it. Or so she thought. But when Ai-chan showed up. Splat! Something warm splashed against Stella's face. Looking down, Stella saw a pool of blood flowing towards her. Not only that, but other things flowed with it. Fingers, feet, random body parts. Rudius flicked his wrists, splattering the pavement with the blood that had been on his sleeves. After that, he turned to Stella and smiled. That was pretty fun, wasn't it, Stella? Stella didn't respond. Rudy laughed and started walking towards her. Come on. He reached out his hand and said, you should try too. Didn't you want to learn magic? Here, let me show you the cool things you can do with blood. A sudden flash of gold light shattered the scene. Stella gasped and then opened her eyes to see Ai-chan looking down at her. Then she punched him. Gah! Rudy flinched, clutching his nose. What was that for? Asterisk baka. Hentai. Kamwa, asterisk Stella's eyes teared up and she swung her fists again. Oh ow ow. Rudy didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out to pick Stella up. Calm down. I'm calm. Baka and Ai-chan. Rudy winced, but held on to her anyway. Right, right. Ai-chan's an idiot who made you see that dramatic sight. You can keep smacking me if it makes you feel better. Humph. Stella calmed down. No. She could feel her heart racing and her body was shaking from being so close to Ai-chan after that nightmare. But she could think things through now. Because of that, Stella took a look around to see where she was. And she saw that it definitely wasn't the room she had just been in with those kidnapped children. Instead, it was the room that she had been staying in. The one modeled after Ai-chan's old room. Seeing that Stella wasn't going to punch him anymore, Rudy set Stella back down on her bed. After that, he pulled out a chair and table from thin air and sat across from Stella. Stella crossed her arms and stared at Rudy. Rudy stared back and then waved his hand, causing a pair of steaming mugs to appear on the table. When they did, a delicious smell of chocolate and peppermint filled the air. Here. He shoved one of the mugs over and said, some hot cocoa should help calm your nerves. And don't worry, it's the perfect temperature. Humph. Stella picked up the mug and took a sip. Sweet, creamy, and cozy. Something she didn't expect to ever taste again in this fantasy world. Then again, Ai-chan was Ai-chan, so it didn't surprise her too much. Although, Stella peeked up at her Ai-chan, watching him through her bangs. He was sipping on his cocoa as well and looked thoughtful. But after a bit, he looked at Stella and spoke in Japanese. Asterisk I think it's about time we had a chat about everything, my baby sister. Also, there's a few things you should probably know about being reincarnated that you wouldn't realize, asterisk. Stella tilted her head. 149 The hero I. Rudy set down his cup and then continued speaking in Japanese. As you know, I was reincarnated just like you. He paused and then said, you are reincarnated, right? Stella rolled her eyes and spoke in Japanese as well. Of course I am. What kind of toddler can do things like this? Well, your big sisters were pretty smart too, so I had to make sure. Also, I spoke a lot of Japanese when you were a baby and babies pick things up really easily. Rudy rubbed his chin and then stared at Stella and said, who's the Prime Minister of Japan? Stella frowned and said, Abe Shinzo? I think. She remembered her dad talking about him a lot and ranting about how his policies threatened Japanese pacifism and were damaging relations with China and South Korea. Rudy blinked and then said, really? Hey. He frowned and then said, do you remember what day you died? Stella gave Rudy a blank stare. Is that something you should be asking your baby sister? Rudy let out an awkward laugh and said, probably not. But it will help clear some things up. He reached over to pick up his hot cocoa and took a sip. After that, he frowned and said, like why both of us were reincarnated in the first place. Stella blinked and said, you mean you don't know why you reincarnated, Ai-chan? I thought you were an ice guy protagonist. She sipped on her cocoa and said, didn't you get to talk to a goddess or something to give you your cheats? What? Rudy blinked and then burst out laughing. He waved his hand and said, no way. I was just an ordinary person before I died. He paused and then said, well. Probably less than ordinary considering how much trouble I left behind for everyone. Ai-chan? An ordinary person? Hearing that, Stella couldn't help but give Rudy a blank stare. He laughed again and said, yeah. Things got a little out of hand, but I seriously was an ordinary person. Even in this life, you know? The only reason I'm like this now is because I took advantage of my head start as a reincarnator and bootstrapped my way all the way up here. Stella didn't believe that. Even if magic was some wishy-washy concept that you could do anything with like that story with the scar-faced wizard kid, no ordinary person would be able to do what Ai-chan was doing now without some help. Rudy waved his hand and said, enough about that. For now. Let's get a timeline sorted out. He put on a serious face and said, I died around the new year of 2015 after my life support was turned off. Shortly after that, I woke up in Mom's arms and came face to face with our silly dad. What about you? Stella felt like there was a lot of information in that bit Ai-chan said, but he had a point. Knowing when they died might help figure out why they reincarnated. And if they figured out why they reincarnated, well, maybe they could figure out how to stop all the craziness around them? And also smack the person responsible a few times. Stella had some choice words to give to the person who dropped her in this crazy world without her permission. Granted, she wouldn't give it up since she had a super cool and reliable Ai-chan, pretty and kind, if a little arrow, Oni-chan's, and both friends and family who cared for her. But she'd still like to slap that person in the face, or kick in their balls if they were a guy. But anyway, Oni-chan's question. Stella swirled her hot cocoa and tilted her head before saying, I think it was mid-January. I remember it being just before winter break ended. Hey. Rudy frowned and said, then is it not related? That's definitely later than when I died. Unless I really did linger around as an earthbound spirit for a while before I passed? That would explain why my memories are kind of fuzzy. He blinked and then said, wait. Do you have all your memories of your past life, Stella? Stella blinked and slowly nodded. Yes. She just tried her best not to think about it too much these days, but she definitely remembered everything. Rudy's frown deepened and he muttered, does samsara exist then? If so, did the fact that I had a proper Buddhist funeral mean that the sins committed were washed away and let me be reborn as a human instead of a monster or an animal? No, did I break out of the cycle of reincarnation then? Ani-chan kept saying he was a normal person, but with everything he kept casually saying. Hey, Ani-chan. Rudy blinked and said, yeah, Stella. What were you in your past life, really? Rudy tilted his head and said, I told you, didn't I? I was just an ordinary guy. I mean, I wasted a lot of my life and talents trying to take shortcuts to make it big, but in the end I was just a normal salaryman. I even died a fairly normal death all things considered, haha. Rudy laughed and brushed it off like it was nothing, using that excuse again. Stella didn't let it go though and kept asking. Well, what was your job as a salaryman? Ani-chan can't have been just an ordinary person. There was no way. He was too smart, too creative, and too much a natural at being a demon lord for him to just be an ordinary person. Rudy shook his head. I don't know what to tell you, Stella. I got hired at a typical 9-to-5 job as a project manager for a finance firm, or something. He paused and said, come to think of it, I don't remember the details, but that should be it. I remember it had good life insurance policy though. In the end, I managed to help pay off my family's debts and get them good Christmas presents. After saying that, Rudy finished with a bright smile. After hearing all of that and seeing his face, Stella realized it. Ani-chan. Yeah. You're an idiot. Rudy laughed and patted Stella's head. Yab. He pulled out a notebook from his sleeve and waved it around. And that's why I started making a dummy's guide on how to not be a grey. I'm sure it's going to be a coveted heirloom in the future. For now though, it's doing a lot of good. He paused and said, oh yeah. He put on a serious face and said, something I forgot to mention that's really important for you especially, Stella. Stella put on a serious face as well and said, what is it, Ani-chan? Rudy placed both his hands on Stella's shoulders and stared deep into her eyes. Then, with a solemn tone of voice, he said, remember. You're still a kid. Stella puffed her cheeks and brushed off his hands. I am not a kid. Dummy. I don't need you to. I'm serious. Rudy cut her off and said, even though your mind might be older. I mean, you were probably a high schooler, right? Yes. Right. Rudy nodded and said, then you have to be more careful. He placed his hand on his chest and said, even though I didn't have many memories, I still clearly knew that I was an adult. But after being reincarnated, I naturally started to be a kid again and acted like one without me realizing it. And when I tried going against that natural instinct. He paused and said, well, I guess being W was messing around, so it wasn't entirely my fault, but in the end things got messy. Stella crossed her arms and said, so what? I should just play pretend and ignore everything. Of course not. But Stella. Rudy placed his hand on Stella's head and said, whether through fortune or misfortune, you got a second life. You really got reincarnated and have a chance to have fun as a kid again. Don't be in too much of a rush to grow up, okay? Ani-chan will be here to handle things, so you can do what you want. And if that's saving children from being kidnapped, that's great. But don't do things just so that you won't be treated as a kid. Because even if you think you aren't, to us. Well, to me at least, you're still my cute little baby sister, okay? So just have fun. Stella lowered her gaze, suddenly finding it hard to meet Rudy's bright gaze. Baka Ani-chan. It's not fair for you to be that cool. Rudy laughed and said, well. I'm just happy that my baby sister thinks I'm cool this time around instead of the scum of the earth. It's a nice change of pace. But anyway. Rudy stood up and finished his hot cocoa. How about we go meet your new friends and get everyone ready for a field trip, Stella picked up her cup and hopped off the bed, shyly moving behind Rudy. Fine. Rudy smiled and then started walking off. I'll lead the way then. Oh. And Stella. Yes, Ani-chan. Don't tell Norn that I gave you hot cocoa. Your Oni-chan's already been hounding me about playing with her and making up for breaking my promise, so she'd definitely start clinging to me even more if she found out I was spoiling you a bit. Stella sipped on her hot cocoa, thinking about it for a bit. And then she nodded. Okay. Great. Then. I'm definitely telling Oni-chan that Oni-chan is playing favorites. Hey now. Let's talk this out, Stella. Stella giggled and then ran ahead to open the door. Wait. Stella. Stella. Stella 150 The Hero 2. After messing around with Oni-chan a bit more, Stella headed outside of the house to check on the rescued children. At least that was the plan. But the moment she opened the door to walk outside, she got attacked by a white fluff ball. Wan. Ga. Wada. I thought I told you to not do that anymore. Stella wrestled with the white fluff ball for a bit before managing to push it to the side. And when she did, she saw Wada floating next to her, clearly not the white fluff ball she was just wrestling with. Stella blinked. Wada shrugged. I'm as confused as you are, Stella. He rubbed his hand behind his head and then turned to look at the white fluff ball, or rather, at the white puppy that had jumped on Stella. Stella turned to look as well. The puppy had backed off, obediently sitting on the ground in front of Stella. Because of that, Stella could make out all its features. It was cute. A little cuter than Wada if Stella was being honest. White fur that had a bit of silver tint to it as well as a cute red mark on its forehead, beady black eyes. Basically a normal adorable white Shiba puppy. Except it clearly wasn't. Especially from how the beast race children were staring at Stella with wide and odd expressions. Stella reached out to pat the puppy's head, smiling as it happily leaned into her. After that, she took a look around and said, "Is everyone okay?" She saw all of the children from the cages sitting around the courtyard. It also looked like they all managed to get a proper bath and new clothes to change into since they looked a lot less scruffy than before. Maiko and Fai were missing though, which made Stella a bit concerned. Wada floated over to Stella's right shoulder and nodded. Fai went out with Eos and Ena to do a bit of last-minute shopping and Maiko went with your aunt to have a talk with your dad. I think because Maiko saw some important things in the bad guys before they died. Stella winced. Right. She suddenly felt a bit guilty about that. Maiko couldn't really control her powers yet and she had that passive mind-reading thing going on. With how Oni-chan showed up, Maiko must have seen some scary things. Or maybe she saw stuff when talking with the rescued children. Either way, Stella was starting to see what Oni-chan meant. Stupid kid body making her do dumb things. It's not like being praised was that important. Humph. Stella puffed her cheeks, doing her best to ignore her embarrassment. But after that, she shifted her attention to the children they rescued. There were a dozen children. 3 of them were human, 2 boys and 1 girl, 1 was an elf girl, and the rest were beast race children, with 4 boys and 4 girls. They were all older than Stella, probably closer to 10 years old than Stella's. How old was she now anyway? 2? 3? She cheated a bit to grow up, so she probably looked around 5 years old, but on paper. Well, Oni-chan looked like an adult despite being technically less than 10 years old, so. Wait. He mentioned something about meditating for like 10 years in a time distortion, so maybe he was actually an adult now? It would explain why he seemed a bit more sensible. A bit. But. No, she was getting distracted. Anyway, the children were all older than Stella, but everyone there was looking at her with respect. Especially those beast race children. And in particular, a cat-eared girl with silver hair along with a dog-eared girl with grey hair. At that time, the white Shiba puppy moved over to Stella's right side, happily leaning against her. And as a result, those 2 beast race children gasped, rapidly talking to each other in a language that Stella definitely didn't understand. HOH. Wada's eyes widened and then he puffed out his chest with pride. I knew Stella was special. Stella blinked and said, "You can understand them, Wada." Of course. We spirits can understand every language. Except for the one that you and Rudy use. But anyway, it seems like you're the legendary hero, Stella. RNG. Sylphie gave me a bright smile as she watched me cook and said, "I know I mentioned wanting children, but you didn't have to go pick up a group of them for me." Very funny, Sylphie. I flipped a pancake out from my frying pan and onto a stack of pancakes off to the side. After managing to convince Stella to not brag to Norn about hot cocoa, for Stella's own safety as well as my own sanity since Norn seemed to be a Brocon and about half a step away from turning full Yandere. Anyway, after breaking that immediate flag, I started prepping some food for the children that my baby sister managed to rescue. Nothing complicated, just some pancakes, syrup, and fruit juice. I could have made something else, but I wasn't too sure how they would react to heavy food. Pancakes should be easy enough on their stomachs though since it was just all carbs. While I was in the middle of prepping the food though, my lovely wives got up, lured by the smell. Sylphie was wearing a loose nightgown, not bothering to change since getting up. On the other hand, Airy was fully dressed, wearing a loose beige sweater and dark pants. Airy grabbed a plate and picked off a pancake, pouring herself some juice along the way. After that, she glanced outside to look at the kids and said, "What's up with all the brats anyway? You planning to start an orphanage here too, Rudy?" I poured out the batter for another pancake and said, "Maybe later when I get some more people over." But no. These kids were all rescued by my cute baby sister after she went out on an adventure this morning. Airy paused in the middle of eating and let out a sigh. "Does troublemaking run on your side of the family, Rudy? I thought Stella might be better, but at this rate she's going to be as much of a hassle as Norn was." I flipped the pancake and tilted my head. Norn was a hassle. Airy rubbed her face and said, "Don't get me started. She's smart, but the number of times she drew her sword first and asked questions later." Ah. That explained why Airy became more grounded. Having to deal with Dad and Norn. Though the fact that Norn was like that. I materialized the rule book I was writing for the future male grey rats and started adding a new rule. Airy blinked and then pointed at the book with her fork. "What the hell is that?" "A How to Not Be an Idiot Guide for Future Generations. For being an edgelord is terrible. In the event you start becoming one, people start telling you that you're becoming one, or you realize that you think it's easier to kill people than to talk things out, remember that your cute baby siblings will follow in your footsteps. And that your ancestor Rudius Nodos Grere will definitely find a way to come back from beyond the grave to smack the sense back into you." There. I tossed the rule book back into a little pocket space I made and went back to cooking. Anyway. Speaking of my baby sisters. You two still okay with heading out to meet Roxy and Aisha in the Renoa Kingdom? Sylphie's smile dimmed a bit when I mentioned Roxy, but she sighed and said, "I suppose." Airy raised an eyebrow and said, "What? Jealous?" "And no." Sylphie shook her head and said, "I'm not jealous. It's just... humph." She looked away and muttered, "It's okay. I'm a mature woman now too." I decided to pretend not to hear that last part. Instead, I nodded and said, "All right. Then since things are probably going to get troublesome here, I'll let Dad and Pierre handle things with Cliff while we make our way back to the central continent. We'll take the scenic route through the Great Forest though and help those kids get back home." Sylphie started to nod. But then she paused and gave me a pointed look. I blinked and said, "What? Rudy won't pick up a pet from the Great Forest, will you?" I rolled my eyes and went back to cooking. I'm not like Dad. Even if cat girls and dog girls are cute, it's not like I'm going to go out of my way to chase after tail. Especially when I have an arrow elf and horn dog already following me around everywhere. Sylphie blushed and placed her hands on her face. Arrow elf." Airy jumped out of her chair and pointed her fork at me, face a deep red. I am not a horn dog. So your favorite position isn't?" Airy growled and chucked her fork at me. I plucked it out of the air and laughed. Fine, fine. I'll stop teasing. On a more serious note though. You two really should pack and get things ready. I glanced out the window at the cloudy sky and said, "The rainy season's going to start soon, and I'd rather not have everyone stare at us when the rain magically gets brushed to the side." Sylphie pouted. "But that would be cool." Airy rolled her eyes. "And you're acting awfully childish for a supposedly mature woman, Sylphie." Humph. Sylphie crossed her arms and said, "Meanie. Do you have any right to say that with how much you bullied me? Well, I guess I'll bully you some more later tonight then. Dear Master Roxy. I cannot wait to see you again and have your help instilling common sense and decency into my troublesome wives."